Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the accompanying exercise files for this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone and welcome to this course on an introduction to Excel 2021. My name is Deborah Ashby and I've been a Microsoft trainer for about 25 years now in various different forms. And I'm going to be your host for this course. Now, Excel 2021 is the latest standalone release from Microsoft, and it opens up many of the features and functionality currently only available in Microsoft 365 to customers who don't have or maybe don't want to sign up for the subscription service. And we're going to explore all of these new features and everything else Excel in this course. Now, this course is aimed at Excel novices, Excel beginners. So if you are brand new to the world of Excel and are looking for guidance, or maybe you have some very basic skills and would like to learn more, this course is going to give you a great foundation from which to build from. The only prerequisite required is that you have Excel 2021 downloaded to your PC. So before we begin and dive into the content, let's run through some housekeeping so you understand how this course is structured and how everything works. So this course has a total of 85 lessons, and those 85 lessons are split across 17 logical sections. And all of the lessons are bite-sized, so they're between 5 to 15 minutes in length. Each lesson contains a video where I'll demonstrate to you a discipline in Excel using some course files. And those course files are available to download from the course files folder so that you can follow along with what I'm doing. And throughout this course, you'll get a chance to practice what you've learnt with end of section exercises and also quizzes. So the first thing to do here is to download those course files and make sure that you have them somewhere easily accessible. Grab yourselves a drink and let's dive straight in. Once again, my name is Deb and I am thrilled to be your host for this course. If you're trying to decide whether you want to use Excel 2021 or Excel for Microsoft 365, this lesson is here to help you make that decision. And what you can see on the slide here is just some of the differences between Excel 365 and Excel 2021. Now, the main difference between these two is that Excel 365 is essentially a subscription service. And what that means is that you sign up with Microsoft and you pay a small monthly fee to effectively rent the software from Microsoft. So you don't actually ever own the software, and over time, if you have that software for a number of years, you end up paying a lot more for it than if you just purchased the software outright. And this is the main reason why a lot of people prefer to go for the standalone version of Excel, as it's a one-time purchase option. And you'll see in a moment the difference in the price. And I'm going to show you in a moment where you can go to Purchase Excel 2021, and then we can compare it against the subscription service. Now, if you do have a subscription to Microsoft 365, as a subscriber, it means that you're automatically going to receive the latest updates directly from Microsoft. So if they make a change to Excel, that's going to get pushed out to your PC automatically. Whereas if you've purchased Excel 2021, whilst it is yours to keep and you own that software, it doesn't receive perpetual updates. Now, Excel 365 can be installed on up to 5 devices. So if you're in a household and you have a laptop, maybe an iPad, maybe another PC, if you have a subscription, you can install your Microsoft applications on 5 different devices. With Excel 2021, because it's not a subscription service, it can only be installed on 1 device. And I would say that that is a general rule, that it can only be installed on 1 device. There are methods you can use to try and get that onto another PC, but in general, 1 device only. Also, with the 365 applications, it gives you access to the online versions of those applications, which means you can work and access your documents and files anywhere, anytime. So if I'm sitting on a train and I want to look at a spreadsheet that I created in Excel back at the office, I can log into my online portal for Microsoft 365 and open the document from there. Whereas with Excel 2021, you don't get access to a subscribers hub, the Microsoft 365 portal, from which you can access lots of other applications and also all of your files. So it really is your choice. Now, looking at this table, you might think to yourself, well, Excel 365 sounds like a much better deal. And I would say that for most people using Excel these days, most people are using the Microsoft 365 subscription service. But depending on your situation, you may decide that you would rather just pay outright for Excel and not have to pay an ongoing monthly subscription fee. And speaking of fees, let's take a look at the difference. So if you go onto the Microsoft website, and all I did here was I typed into Google, purchase Excel 2021, you can see here the two options that I have. The first one is that I can buy Excel outright for $149.99. All of my prices are in pounds because I'm in the UK, so these may differ depending on your location. Alternatively, I can choose to subscribe to Microsoft 365 and get Excel that way. And for me to subscribe, it costs me $5.99 per month. And I'll be paying that subscription fee every single month. So if you wanted to download Excel 2021, all you need to do is come onto this page and click Buy Now. Now, I will say that this price here of $149.99 is the Microsoft price. You can purchase this software for a greatly reduced price from other third-party websites. Now, you always have to be a little bit careful here which ones you choose. So I'm going to recommend a site to you, and the reason why I'm recommending this one is because I've purchased many pieces of software from this website and I've never had any problem at all. And that website is Brightsoft. Now notice here the difference in price. It's currently in dollars, but it's only $79.99. And not only do I get Excel 2021, I get all of the other applications as well. So Word, OneNote, PowerPoint, Outlook. So this is a much better deal. And if you look at this price compared to paying for a subscription monthly, this is a lot more cost effective. However, I'll leave it to you to choose which one you want to download. This course is for Excel 2021, but if you have purchased this course, and maybe at this stage you decide that you would prefer to buy Excel for Office 365, this course is still fine for you to use. Because Excel 2021 was really released to bring the standalone versions in line with the features and functionalities currently available in Excel 365. So just bear that in mind. If you want to download 365, you can, and this course will still work for you. So download Excel, make sure you have the course file saved, and let's get to work. Now that we've downloaded and installed Excel 2021 onto our PC, it's time for us to launch the application for the first time. And the way that you do this really does depend on the operating system that you're using. So for me, I'm using Microsoft's latest version, which is Windows 11. But I'm going to hazard a guess that most people who are watching this course are going to probably be using an older version, so possibly Windows 10, maybe even something older. Now, from what I recall from Windows 10, pretty much everything I'm going to show you when it comes to launching applications is pretty much the same. So the first place that we need to go to here is we need to open up the Start menu. And the Start menu you'll find down on the taskbar, and it's this Windows icon just here. If you're using Windows 10, you should have something on the taskbar which looks similar to this. When you hover over it, you're going to get that little screen tip pop up that says Start. So you can click to pop that menu up, or alternatively, if you're into your keyboard shortcuts, you can press the Windows logo key on your keyboard. Now for me, this pops open the Start menu. And what do I have on this Start menu? Well, at the top I have a search bar, which is going to allow me to search through all of the applications and files that I have on my PC. Underneath that, I have some pinned applications. So these might be applications that I use all the time. Now, if you can't find Excel in this pinned area, we have an All Apps button, which is going to take us into the full list of applications we have available to us. And everything in here is organized in alphabetical order. So I could scroll through to find Excel, or alternatively, I can use the search bar at the top, simply type in Excel, and the best match is the Excel application. One click, and it's going to let me launch the app. Now, if Excel is going to be one of the applications that you're using on a regular basis, so maybe you go into Excel every single day, then I would definitely advise you to pin Excel either to your taskbar or to your start menu. Now, notice that once I have Excel open, if I look down in my taskbar, I can see the application on the end here. So if I want to pin it to this taskbar permanently so it's available like these other icons, I can simply right-click my mouse and choose the Pin to Taskbar option. Now, even when I close Excel down, that icon is going to remain on the taskbar and I can simply click to relaunch Excel. Another thing that I can do, again from the Start menu, so let's press the Windows key to pop that back up again, is I could pin it to this pinned area at the top. So once again, I'm going to jump into All Apps. Let's search for Excel. This time, I'm going to right-click and I'm going to say Pin to Start. So now that's going to pin it to that Start menu. And if you can't see it in this list, if you scroll down, you might find that it's right at the bottom. And of course, we can reorganize our pinned icons and applications. So if I want Excel to be further up this list, I can click and then just drag it into the position that I want it to be in. So let's put this right at the start. And then it makes it very simple for me to click Excel and launch the application from here. When you launch Excel, it's going to open up by default in something that we call the Start screen. And you only ever really see this screen in this configuration, this exact layout, when you launch Excel for the first time. So let's take a quick look around at some of the things that we have on this page. Now notice over on the left-hand side, we have three icons: Home, New, and Open. And currently, I'm clicked on the home page, and we can tell that because it's highlighted in dark green. So what do we have on this home page that's going to be useful to us? Well, look at the section at the top called New. This is where we can go to create a new blank workbook, or maybe select a template. And the templates that you can see running across the top there are ones that I've created. So these are my own personal templates. And if you cast your eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen, just under those templates, you can see that there is actually a link to take us to more templates. Now, it's worth noting at this stage that within Excel, there are hundreds of Office templates that are free for us to use. And I'm going to talk to you more about templates and how you use them, and even how you create your own in one of the later lessons. But for now, just know that if you do need to access the fuller library of templates, you can click on the More Templates link from this home screen. Now, underneath our New section, we then have a Recent and a Pinned section. Now, this area really allows you to access files that you've opened and used recently. And you'll see underneath the recent list, this is basically all of the files that I've been into over the last couple of days. You can see the date modified column. I've been into most of these files either today or yesterday. Now, the amount of files that you see listed in recent is really dependent on what you have set up in Excel options. But the default for recent documents is 50. And I'll show you a bit later on how you can modify the number of recent documents you're seeing in your copy of Excel. So this area is really great if you just want to quickly access something that you've been working on recently. Now, one thing to remember about this particular list is that this is what we call a dynamic list, meaning that it's going to change all the time. So as I open new documents, those documents will appear at the top of this list, and the ones at the bottom of this recent list are going to kind of fall off the end. Now, if you have a particular document that you want to use all the time, so maybe it's something that you go into every single day and update, And you want to make sure that it doesn't start moving down this recent list. You want to pin it to the top of the list so it's permanently available. Well, you can do that. So let's take this second document in this recent list, the document called Lookup Functions. As I hover my mouse over that file name, notice over on the right-hand side, we get this little pin icon. When I hover over it, it says pin this item to the list. So if I click the pin, that item is now pinned in recent, and I'm also going to be able to find it underneath this pinned section. And there you go, there it is. So again, this makes it super easy for me to access. So that's what we have on this home page. Let's jump across to the next icon, which is this new icon. Now this is where you would come to create new workbooks. So again, we have something very similar to what we had in the new section on the home page. This is where we can quickly create a blank workbook, or we can access any templates that we've created. And once again, the ones that I've created and the ones that I use are at the top of this list. Now, if we scroll down, this is where we can find our template library. Now, notice again that I have two headings, Office and Personal. Now, the Office section is where you go if you're looking for a particular template. And all of the templates that are available in Excel are categorized. So it might be that you're looking for a business template, or maybe something related to planners and trackers. Maybe you want to create a household budget, so you're looking for all of the budget templates. Notice underneath where we have the search box, we have these different categories just here. So if I click on budgets, it's going to search through all of the templates in the library and just present me with all of the templates that are related to budgets. Let's click the back arrow to go back. What about if I want to actually search for a template as opposed to looking or browsing through each of these categories? Well, I can click in the search box and maybe I'm looking for an invoice template. I can hit enter, or I can click on the magnifying glass to kick off that search. And there we go. We have all of the templates which match the criteria that I've specified. So super simple. We're not going to select a template at this stage because we do have an entire lesson on templates. But just for now, make sure that you know where you go to access them. And I'll also talk a little bit more in that lesson about what this personal section is and how it differs from the office section. Let's move down and select the next icon. So this time, open. This is where you can come to open any workbooks or folders. So if we've created a workbook previously and we've saved it to a location on our PC, maybe to the Documents folder or maybe to a OneDrive cloud storage folder, and we want to reopen that, this is where we would come. So every time you want to open a file, come to the Open section. And this is just showing us a list of different locations that we can open files from. So currently I'm clicked on Recent. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see that I have recent workbooks showing currently. So again, these are the workbooks that I've used most recently. If I want to open any of them, it's simply a case of clicking and it's going to load up that workbook in Excel. What I also have here is folders. So this is going to show me any recent folders that I've saved into. So again, all of this is here to help us access files quicker. Underneath recent, I have a couple of other storage locations that I have access to. So 2 OneDrive accounts effectively. And I can open files from my cloud storage from here. And I can also choose to browse this PC. So if I'm more comfortable going to File Explorer and working my way through my folder structure, then I can definitely open files from here as well in that way. Now, right at the bottom of this menu, we have 3 little options here: Account, Feedback, and Options. So if we click on Account, this is where you're going to find some useful information related to your account. You can see your user information at the top. So this is your login credentials for Microsoft. I can choose to change my account photo. I can sign out of my account, and I can also switch account from here as well if I do have multiple. I can choose an Office background from here and also an Office theme from here as well. So if I wanted to, I could change my Office theme to black. We've also got dark grey, white, and of course, colourful. I can see what services I have connected from here as well. So in general, I usually have OneDrive connected so I can save my files, and also a SharePoint site. And if I want to add or connect up any new services, I can do that from down here as well. And on the right hand side, I just have product information about the version of Office that I'm using. So you can see here that we are using Microsoft Office Professional Plus 2021. This is also where I can come to check to see if we have any updates available for Office. So very useful to know where this is. Underneath the account section, we have feedback. So this is really if you just want to send some feedback about a particular feature of Excel to Microsoft. So you can do that if you choose to. And then finally at the bottom, we have options. And this is a really important area and one we're going to dip into and dip out of throughout this course. I'm not going to go into this in any great detail at the moment, other than to say this is where you come to customize how your copy of Excel works. So this is effectively all of your settings. You can set up autosave from here. You can check what language you're using. You can customize your ribbons and even create your own ribbons. You can modify the Quick Access Toolbar and turn off and on different add-ins as well. Now I've just scratched the surface there with the types of settings that you can change, but make sure that you know where Excel Options is because we're going to be coming in and out of here a lot. Now, if I click on cancel, notice what happens here. It doesn't take me back to that start screen. And if I click on the file menu, I don't get exactly the same screen. So I get things that are fairly similar. I've got home, new and open at the top here, but I have some additional options underneath which weren't part of that start screen. Now remember, I said at the beginning, you only ever see the start screen in that particular layout when you launch Excel for the first time. So if I close down Excel one more time and click to reopen it, there I get back to my start screen. So just remember that. So that is the start screen. Make sure you're familiar with it and you know where to go to create new documents, where your templates are, and also how to open files and check your account settings. So now that we're comfortable with this start screen, it's time to create a new blank workbook and make ourselves familiar with the Excel interface. So I'm on the start screen, I'm clicked on Home. If I want to create a blank workbook, I can select Blank Workbook from here. Alternatively, I could go to New and click on Blank Workbook from here as well. As soon as I click it, it's going to load it up into Excel. And the first thing you'll notice with Excel 2021 is that we have a lovely, shiny new interface. This definitely has a much more modern look and feel to some of the older versions of Excel. For example, we now have these curved corners and the icons have been slightly refined, so everything just has a much more modern look. So now that we have a blank Excel workbook open in the main screen in Excel, let's take a look at the interface so we understand what we're looking at. So let's start at the top of the screen with this green bar that we can see. This is what we call the title bar. And among other things in this bar, you're going to see, as you would expect, the title of your document. Now, currently, I haven't saved this file, so the title of this document is really the generic default file name that Excel gives new workbooks. And that is normally Book 1, Book 2, Book 3, something along those lines. So my file name is currently Book 1. When I save this file, this is going to update and I'm going to see the new name in this title bar. Now, to the left of where we have Book 1, we have a number of different little icons. And this is called the Quick Access Toolbar. And again, we have an entire lesson dedicated to looking at the Quick Access Toolbar and also customizing it to suit our needs. So we're going to come back to that in a later lesson. Moving across to the middle of this title bar, we have a search bar in the middle. And notice that there is a keyboard shortcut for this search bar of Alt-Q. And from here, we can search for pretty much anything. Moving all the way over to the right-hand side, this is where you're going to find your account information again. And I can also sign out of my account from here also. I then have the minimize button, which is going to minimize Excel down into what we used to call the system tray, now down into the taskbar. Now, when you minimize, it doesn't close Excel. Excel is still there. It just means you have to hover over the Excel icon in your taskbar and click to maximize that window. The button next to that allows us to restore this window down to a smaller size. So sometimes if you want to move this around and see something underneath this window, that can be quite useful. And if we hover over again, I can click to make this full size. Now, if you're wondering what these little pop-up grid structures are when I hover over that button, that's related to a new feature in Windows 11 called Snap Layouts. It's not actually part of Excel. And then right in the corner here, we have the Close button. Now, a really important thing to note here. If you click the cross in the top right-hand corner, it's going to close all of Excel. So if you have multiple workbooks open, it's going to close them all because this one closes Excel. If you want to close just the file that you have open, you would do that from File, and you can see that you have a Close option in here. Alternatively, there is a keyboard shortcut to close the file that you have open on your screen of Control-W. That's going to close down just the workbook, but it's going to leave Excel open. So now that we've done that, we really need to load up another blank workbook. Now, a quick way of doing this is again to use a keyboard shortcut. So to create a blank workbook, Control-N is going to do that for you. Now, underneath the title bar, we have these little tabs at the top here. So we have Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, so on and so forth. And each time I click on one of these tabs, it shows me a ribbon. And that is the terminology in Excel. These are the tabs, and each tab has its own ribbon. So currently, I'm clicked on the Home ribbon. And what you see on these ribbons are basically the commands that you're going to use to execute tasks and actions in Excel. And these commands are categorized logically onto different ribbons. So in general, on the Home ribbon, you're going to find most of the things that you use most frequently. So things like cut, copy, paste, format painter. You're going to find your formatting options, alignment tools, number formatting, things like that. The Insert ribbon is where you find all of the things that you can insert into your spreadsheet. So things like pictures, shapes, charts, links, text boxes, symbols, all of that good stuff. The Draw ribbon is there if you need to make any annotations. So this is particularly useful if you work with a touch screen device and a stylus. You can ink up your documents, make annotations and notes. The next ribbon along deals with the layout of the page. So from here, I can do things like apply specific themes to my workbook. I can change the margins. Maybe I want to change the orientation of the workbook from landscape to portrait. I can do things like add a background image, turn the grid lines off and on, and also align objects, things like that. The Formulas ribbon is where we go if we want to access our formula library. And formulas are really the backbone of Excel. It's really what it's known for, its calculations. So we're going to be doing a lot of work in here a bit later on in the course. The Data ribbon is where we go to do things like connect to external data sources. So if you want to import data in from other applications, you would come into this ribbon. We can sort our data, we can filter, we can do things like remove duplicates and do various different types of data analysis. The Review ribbon is generally the ribbon that I come to last. So once my spreadsheet has been done, I come to the Review ribbon because this is where you come to do things like spell checking. You can add comments in, and you can also do things like protect the worksheet and the workbook. The View ribbon contains how we're actually viewing our workbook when we're working in it. So by default, you're always going to be in normal view. But you do have some other views here that you can switch between. I can also do things like zoom in and out from here, create new windows, arrange windows, and also switch between any open workbooks. Now, I've got two ribbons turned on here that you might not see in your copy of Excel. So the Developer ribbon and also the Power Pivot ribbon are not turned on by default. If you want to use these, then you need to go into Excel options and toggle these on. Now, the developer ribbon contains a lot of the more advanced commands in Excel. So this is where you would come if you want to work with macros, if you want to take a look at the VBA code, all things like that. And we're not going to touch this ribbon in this beginner's course. So we're going to go in and turn those ribbons off in a moment. The final ribbon, Power Pivot, this is actually an add-in that I've turned on. And again, this is one of the more advanced features of Excel. So for this course, you don't need to have that ribbon either. So the final ribbon that you might possibly see, and again, this is one that isn't always turned on by default, is the Help ribbon. And that is pretty much what it says on the tin. This is where you can come if you need to access the help files. So let's quickly jump in to Excel options, because this will give you a good little introduction to how Excel options works, and turn off developer and PowerPoint ribbons, because we're not going to be using them. So we're going to go to File and all the way down to Options. Now, in these categories on the left-hand side, I'm going to go to Customize Ribbon. And here I can see all of the ribbons that I have turned on. So I'm going to deselect Developer and Power Pivot just to turn those off. And there we go. Hopefully my Excel now looks more similar to yours. Now, underneath these ribbons, we then have something called the name box over on the left-hand side, which is currently just showing the cell reference of where my cursor currently is. Now, if you're not sure what I mean by cell reference, just wait a few minutes. I'm going to explain that to you. And then next to the name box, we have the formula bar. And this is where you can come to edit your formulas. And you can also see what you have in your cells in this formula bar as well. And then underneath, we have the main part of the workbook. And that is the worksheet. Now, each worksheet has a grid structure. You can see it's organized by columns that are labeled with letters and rows that are labeled with numbers. And all of these rectangles that you can see in this grid are referred to as cells. And how do we identify different cells in a worksheet? Well, we use what we call the cell reference. So take a look at where my mouse is clicked currently. Notice the column that it's in is shaded in grey. It's in column H, and it's also row number 8. So the cell reference for this particular cell is H8. And you can see that in the name box just here. So wherever I click on this worksheet, you're going to see it highlighted in the column and the row, and you'll also see the cell reference in the name box. And cell references are so important. You're going to be using these all the time, particularly when you're doing things like formulas in Excel. Now at the bottom here, I have Sheet 1, this little tab. So we're working in a workbook and we're also working in a worksheet. And I can have numerous different worksheets as part of this workbook. So that is the structure. You have a workbook, but that workbook might contain many different sheets. Notice that we also have horizontal and vertical scroll bars to help us navigate and scroll through our worksheets. And then finally at the bottom, we have the status bar. And this status bar is pretty much fairly plain at the moment, but you can customize this to show different pieces of information that's going to be useful to you when you're working in Excel. Way over on the right-hand side, we also have quick ways of switching our document views or our worksheet views. And we also have a zoom slider, which lets us zoom in and zoom out of this particular worksheet. Now, all of these things we're going to go into in a lot more detail, but I just want to give you a whistle-stop tour of the different elements of the screen so that you'll start to become familiar with some of the Excel terminology and where you need to go to access different options and commands. In the previous lesson, we started to introduce the concept of tabs and ribbons. And in this lesson, we're going to take a bit of a deeper dive into tabs and ribbons, and we're also going to take a look at menus as well, because all of these are really important concepts to grasp when you're working in Excel. Now, as we mentioned previously, we have our tabs running across the top, and each tab has a corresponding ribbon. And what we'll find on each of these ribbons are commands that will allow us to execute different actions within Excel. And all of these commands have been arranged logically onto their corresponding ribbons to make it a little bit easier for you to find the command that you're looking for. For example, if I wanted to insert a shape into my worksheet, the logical tab to click on would be the Insert tab. And I'm going to find shapes within this illustrations group, which brings me on to my next point. All of the commands on each ribbon are organized into these different groups. So if we jump back to the home ribbon once again, you can see that for things like cut, copy, paste, format painter, those are all part of the clipboard group. My font formatting options are part of the font group. My alignment tools, part of the alignment group, so on and so forth. Now, with so many different commands in Excel, if you're fairly new to the application, you're probably going to go through a good few weeks where you're not 100% sure what each of these commands does. Now, fortunately, in Excel, we have something that can help demystify this for us. If I was to hover my mouse over any of these commands on the ribbons, notice I get a little screen tip pop up, which tells me the name of the command. It gives me a short description of what that command does, and it's also going to show me if there is a keyboard shortcut for this command. Now, some commands have keyboard shortcuts and some do not. For example, if I hover over bold, I can see that that one, yes, that does have a keyboard shortcut. But if I hover over, let's say, increase font size, you can see that it's not showing me a keyboard shortcut. Also, what you'll find with these commands is that if you right-click your mouse on any of them, you're going to see what we call a contextual menu. Now, contextual menus appear throughout Excel, and they're called contextual menus because they're kind of contextual to where you're currently clicked. So because I've right-clicked my mouse on the Format Painter command, in that contextual menu, I'm seeing menu items related to that particular command. So what you see in this contextual menu changes depending on where you're clicked. For example, if I was just to click on a cell in the worksheet and right-click my mouse, I get a much longer, completely different contextual menu. So this is basically showing me all of the actions that I can take in relation to the cell that I'm clicked on. So I can copy this cell, I can paste it, I can insert new cells, I can delete it, so on and so forth. Another thing you'll notice when you right-click on the worksheet, in addition to that contextual menu, you're going to see what we call the mini toolbar just above. And this mini toolbar contains some formatting commands. And these are in general formatting commands that you'll find yourself reaching for all of the time. And the idea of this mini toolbar is that it just makes it a little bit easier for you to access these formatting options without having to drag your mouse all the way up to the home ribbon. Now, some people love this mini toolbar, some people really don't. And this is one of those things that you can control within Excel options. So let's just divert for a second and let me show you where you can go if you'd like to turn that mini toolbar off or on. So we're going to go back up to File, into Excel options. I told you at the beginning we would be coming out of here fairly frequently. Now, in the General section in this first group where it says User Interface Options, notice that this second option down is Show Mini Toolbar on Selection. So if you don't like that mini toolbar and you find it just gets in the way when you're right-clicking, you can deselect this box just here and it's not going to come up when you right-click. Now, another place you can go to get access to more commands is by clicking on this little diagonal down arrow in the corner of the group. Now notice not every group has one of these diagonal down arrows. For example, styles, cells and editing don't have them, but we have this arrow in all of these other groups. Now if I hover over the one for font, you can see here it says Font Settings, and this does have a keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift-F. So if I click this, it's going to open up a little dialog box. It's going to jump me straight to the Font tab, and in here I have a few additional options for formatting my font that I don't actually have on the ribbon. Let's cancel out of there. Let's click on Alignment. Now notice it takes us to the same box. It's still the Format Cells box, but we've jumped to a different tab, and that is the Alignment tab. And again, we have a few more controls that we can use to deal with alignment in our worksheet. Now, what about if I click on this one here in the clipboard group? Let's see what this does. Now here we get something completely different. This opens up the internal clipboard. Now this clipboard is here to basically collect items that you cut or copy in your worksheet. And again, I'm not going to go into this in too much detail because we do have a whole lesson about this later on in the course. The main thing I wanted to highlight to you there is that by clicking on that dialog box launcher, the little arrow in the corner, doesn't necessarily always open a dialog box. In this particular scenario, it's opened up what we call a pane on the left-hand side of the screen. And if I want to close down a pane, I can just click the cross in the top corner. Now, the final point I'd like to mention here in relation to ribbons is that you can choose to hide the ribbon from view. By default, this ribbon is going to be visible at the top of the workbook all of the time. And mostly that's absolutely fine because you're going to find yourself reaching for your different commands frequently. However, if maybe you're viewing or scrolling through a very, very large worksheet and you want to basically maximize the real estate that you have on the page, you could choose to temporarily collapse up the ribbon. Now, there are a couple of different ways that you can do this, and by far the easiest way is to use the keyboard shortcut. And the keyboard shortcut to collapse or expand the ribbons is Control F1. You'll notice as soon as I do that, I'm just left with those tabs and the ribbons no longer display. Control F1 again to bring the ribbon back. Alternatively, if I go all the way over to the right-hand side, notice that I have this little drop-down arrow, and when I hover over, it says Ribbon Display Options. So if I click this here, I have some other options when it comes to showing the ribbon. Now I can choose to always show the ribbon. I can show tabs only, which is pretty much what we had when we pressed Control F1. And notice that once this is collapsed, I don't have a little down arrow anymore to bring that back again. But what I can do is simply click on one of these tabs and it's going to drop that ribbon back down. I can then choose to always show the ribbon. And if I want to truly maximize the space that I have on the screen and also get rid of these tabs, if I click the drop down, I could choose full screen mode, and that's really just going to leave me with the spreadsheet in view. To come out of here, we can click out 3 dots in that title bar, click the drop down again, and switch it back to always show ribbon. So far, there's one tab at the top here that we haven't really spoken about in any great depth, and that is the File tab. Now, the File tab is different from these other tabs as it doesn't contain a ribbon. So when we click on File, instead of getting a ribbon, it takes us into what we call the Backstage area. And this area is a little bit similar to the start screen that we see when we first launch Excel. But there are some major differences. We have a lot more options that we can select in that left-hand menu from File. And this Backstage area is really what we consider to be the admin area. This is where we can come to create new blank workbooks or even select a template. We can open workbooks from here. We can save workbooks from here. We can also do things like print workbooks, share them with other people, export them out to different file formats, and even publish them to the Power BI service. And we're going to be using each of these options throughout this course. But just for now, know that in order to get to these options, you need to click on File and go into what we call the Backstage area. Now, one page here that I do want to draw your attention to is this Info page. Now, in Info, we kind of have 2 parts to this. This is where we can come to do things like protect our workbook. So if we want to add a password to our workbook to protect which parts of the workbook other people can edit, we can do that from here. We can also inspect our workbook, so we can check for any metadata or information that's stored in the background of each file, such as things like the author's name, when the document was created, things like that, we can remove all of those things before we send this out to other people. This is also where we can effectively recover any unsaved workbooks. So if we're working away in a workbook and we haven't saved it and Excel crashes, we're going to be able to see our unsaved workbooks listed here, and we can effectively recover them. And then finally, we also have some browser view options. So if somebody else was viewing this Excel workbook on the web, we can control how they're viewing it. And once again, we are going to go through all of these options as we go through this course. Something else we also have in here are the document properties. Now, I haven't saved this document yet, so we don't have too many document properties. It hasn't got a title and it's blank, so it doesn't really have any size as yet. But we do have a little bit of information about this document. I can see when it was last modified, when it was created, when it was last printed, and I can also see that I'm the author and I was the person who last modified this. Now, the only other option that I really want to highlight in this Backstage area at this stage is close at the bottom here. If you recall, previously when we were working in our Excel workbook, I mentioned that if you click the cross in the top right hand corner, that's basically going to close all of Excel. So if you've got multiple workbooks open, it's going to close them all. If you simply want to close the workbook that you currently have open, you would choose Close from here. Now, it's recognizing that I haven't saved this file. And that's fine, we don't really need this, so I'm going to say don't save. That file is going to close down, but notice that Excel remains open. And remember, if I want to quickly create a new blank workbook again, I can use my keyboard shortcut of Control-N. Notice the file name at the top is now Book 3. So every time you create a new blank workbook and you don't save it as something else, when you create another one, it's going to be Book 3, Book 4, Book 5, so on and so forth. So just be aware of that. This close in here will close the current workbook. The cross in the top corner will close all of Excel. Now, if you want to backtrack out of this Backstage area and go back to your Excel workbook, you have a couple of different options. At the top here, just above where it says Home, we have a back arrow. If I click this, it's going to take me back to my workbook. Another way that we can do this is we can also press the Escape key on our keyboard, and that's going to take us back as well. So now we're a bit more familiar with the general overall layout of Excel. It's time to switch our attention to the Quick Access Toolbar. And again, this is something I briefly mentioned at the start of this course when we were exploring the Excel interface. Now for me, my Quick Access Toolbar is right at the top here in the left-hand corner. And it's this tiny little toolbar that has a few little icons on it. So where you can see the Save command, we also have Undo and Redo. This is basically my Quick Access Toolbar. And currently I don't have a great deal on there apart from the default commands that display when you enable the Quick Access Toolbar. So what exactly is this? Well, the Quick Access Toolbar, or QAT as it's known for short, is where we can add commands that we use frequently. So instead of having to go through and hunt through different ribbons for commonly used commands, we can simply add them to this Quick Access Toolbar, which makes them super easy to access. Now, before we start doing that, let me show you how you can change the position of the Quick Access Toolbar. Because currently mine is kind of shoved up in that top left-hand corner. And when I leave mine up there, I tend to forget that it's even there and I very rarely use it. So I prefer to have mine displaying underneath my ribbons. So how do we change the position of the QAT? Well, if we hover our mouse over this little drop-down arrow, notice that the screen tip says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. And when I click it, it's going to open up a menu of different items. And right at the bottom of this menu, we have an option to Show Below Ribbon. And that's going to move this to underneath your ribbons. Now notice that the Save icon is still showing up in this title bar. So this save icon isn't actually part of that quick access toolbar. You're going to find that this is just part of Excel's title bar. So the only commands that I currently have on my quick access toolbar are undo and redo. Now, if I click this drop down arrow again, you can see that I have a few different commands in this menu that I can add on to my quick access toolbar with one click. And these are really the 15 or so commands that Microsoft have deemed are going to be useful to you. So if I want to add any of these that I can see in this list to my QAT, I simply need to just select them and it's going to add that command. Let's also add spelling in here as well. Now, if I want to add save to the quick access toolbar, maybe I forget that it's up here in the top left-hand corner, I can add another save icon to the QAT as well. Now, if you're looking at your Excel and you're thinking, well, I don't actually see anything that resembles this quick access toolbar, it might be that you don't have it turned on. And this is one of the things that's very different from older versions of Excel. In the last version of Excel 365 that I used, and in versions before that, the quick access toolbar was turned on by default. And there was no way for us to control if we have it toggled on or if we have it toggled off. But now in Excel 2021, we do have that option. So let me just show you that. Let's jump up to File. And again, we're jumping back into our Excel options. Now notice in this list, we have a whole page dedicated to customizing the quick access toolbar. And we're going to come back into here in a moment and start adding commands this way. But I want to draw your attention first of all to this bottom section. Notice I have Show Quick Access Toolbar selected. If I deselect this box and click on OK, it's going to get rid of that quick access toolbar altogether. So if you find that you never use it and it's just taking up additional room, you can definitely turn it off. Now, I quite like having my quick access toolbar turned on, so let's jump back into there and put a tick in this box. Another thing we can do is also display labels for the items on our quick access toolbar. So if I select this checkbox as well and click on OK, now look at my quick access toolbar. Instead of just the icons, I have the actual labels. So it's a lot easier for me to determine what each of these does. I can see undo clearly, redo clearly, email, so on and so forth. So now that we've established how to activate the quick access toolbar and how we can very simply add any of the commands from this customized quick access toolbar menu, let's take a look at some other customizations we can make. Now, obviously, in this right-click menu, we're not seeing all of the commands available in Excel. So what if I want to add a completely different command onto my quick access toolbar? Maybe I'm always using conditional formatting. Well, this is very simple. What you can do is right-click on any command on any ribbon, and the first option that you're going to have in that contextual menu is Add to Quick Access Toolbar. Notice as soon as I do that, it appears with its label. Now, I mentioned in an earlier lesson that not all commands available in Excel have an icon on the ribbons. There are some commands that purely exist in the background, and they're usually commands that you don't tend to use all that often. So what about if I want to add one of those to my quick access toolbar? Well, this is where we can jump back into Excel options. So let's go to File, into Options, and we're going to go straight to Quick Access Toolbar. Now, over on the right-hand side, this is where you can see the current Quick Access Toolbar. And you can see the icons that I have showing undo, redo, email spelling, save, and conditional formatting, which is the one I just added. And on the left-hand side, currently, I'm showing all of the popular commands in Excel. If I wanted to see the full list, every single command available in Excel, I can choose all commands from this first menu. And now I have every single command in Excel available listed out in alphabetical order. So I can now go through and I can choose any of these that I want to add. So let's say I want to add shape after. Click the Add button in the middle, and that's going to put that onto the Quick Access Toolbar. And I can carry on going through, adding different buttons to my quick access toolbar, like so. And of course, if I want to remove them, I can do exactly the same thing. So I'm actually going to remove these separators. And I'll explain to you what separators are in a moment. Let's select the first one, click remove, select the second one, click remove. So now that I have all of my quick access toolbar commands showing, I can reorganize these using the arrows on the right hand side. So maybe I want to move save so it's the first icon on my quick access toolbar. I just need to select it and use my arrow keys to move it up. So don't be afraid to reorganize your commands on your QAT. Now, we just deleted out a couple of separators there, so let me explain to you what separators are. Separators will effectively separate your commands on your quick access toolbar into groups that you specify. And all it really is a tiny little line. It's actually barely visible, but it just does give a little bit of structure to the quick access toolbar as opposed to just having a horizontal list of commands. So at the top of any list you select, whether it's all commands or popular commands, you're going to see separator. And you can add in as many separators as you like. So I'm going to add 3 into here. And then I can move these into the correct position. So maybe I want to separate save from everything else. Maybe I want to separate undo and redo from the rest of my commands. And then finally, let's just move this one up to, let's put that just there. Once you're happy with how you have your QAT organized, if we click on OK, it's going to update with those changes. And I don't know if you can just see, very faint line in between these, that is the separator. So I definitely recommend that once you've been using Excel for a while, you're going to get an idea of the kinds of commands that you use all the time. And once you do know that, start adding them to your quick access toolbar to make them super easy to access so you're not digging around the different ribbons looking for your commands. It's also worth noting that if you want to remove commands that you've already added to the quick access toolbar, you don't have to keep going into Excel options. You can simply right-click on the command and then in the contextual menu you have a remove from quick access toolbar option. So I'm actually going to remove the 3 that I just added. In this lesson, we're going to run through some of the most useful keyboard shortcuts. And we've used quite a few keyboard shortcuts so far in this course, and for me, they are the #1 thing to learn if you want to improve your efficiency when working in Excel. Now, there are hundreds and hundreds of keyboard shortcuts, and you are definitely not going to remember all of them. And what I would say is that most people have 10 to 15 that they use all the time. So let me show you some of the most popular ones. Now, if you take a look at my workbook, I currently don't have anything open. And as we've already seen, if we want to create a new blank workbook, we can use the keyboard shortcut of Control-N. If I now wanted to save this workbook, and bear in mind we haven't really discussed saving in any great detail at the moment, we could press Control-S, and that's going to prompt us to save this file into a location. Now I'm not going to do that at the moment because we have an entire lesson on saving. Let's just click Cancel. So now let's type something into a cell. So I'm just going to pick a random cell somewhere in the middle here. H7 is the cell reference, and I'm going to type in the number 1000. Now, what about if I want to format this number? Well, there's a couple of things I can do here. The Control-B keyboard shortcut is going to apply bold formatting. If I then choose Control-I, it's going to apply italic formatting. Now notice, as I've used these keyboard shortcuts, if we take a look up on the Home ribbon in the font group, notice that now both bold and italic are showing as being toggled on. What I could also do is Control-U. That's going to toggle on the underline. And if I want to undo the underline, the italic, and the bold, a very important keyboard shortcut which you're going to use all the time is Control-Z. That's going to undo your last action. So I can go all the way back to how the number was originally simply by doing Control-Z 3 times. What about if I want to move this number to a different cell in the worksheet? Well, for that, I can use Cut. And we have a keyboard shortcut for Cut of Control X. Notice as soon as I press Control X, I now have what we refer to as marching ants or sometimes dancing ants around the outside of the cell. And that really just lets me know that I've cut this information. Now, if I was to click the diagonal arrow next to clipboard, if you remember previously we looked in here, this is where any cut items will be gathered. So you can see at the top here, because I haven't pasted this yet, I've simply cut it. It's now being held on this clipboard until I paste it elsewhere. Okay. So now what I can do is click in another cell and use the paste keyboard shortcut, which is Control V. And that is going to move that number from one cell to another. But what about if I want to make a copy as opposed to cutting it? Well, the keyboard shortcut for copy is Control C. Again, I have my marching ants. I can select another cell and I can do paste Control V. And now I have a copy. Notice that the original is still showing with marching ants around the outside. So I need to press the Escape key to deselect that cell. Now, to demonstrate some more super useful keyboard shortcuts, we're actually going to open a file that contains more data. And there is a keyboard shortcut for Open. If we press Control O, it's going to jump us into that Backstage area and straight to the Open page. And the file that I want to open, I've accessed recently, so I'm going to go to my recent list of workbooks, and it's this one here. So I can just click once to open that file. So now we have quite a bit of data in here. We can demonstrate some other useful keyboard shortcuts. Now, if I'm clicked in cell A1, where we have the word date, and I want to jump down to the last row in this data set, I can press Control down arrow, and that's going to jump me to the last row. If I want to jump back up to the top, Control up arrow. If I want to jump to the last column in my data set, Control right arrow and Control left arrow to go back. What about instead of just moving around, I want to actually make a selection. I want to select all of the data in column A. Well, for that, we can just add in the Shift key. So Control, Shift, down arrow will select all of the data in that column. If I do Control, Shift, right arrow, it's going to select everything. Now, another way that we can select all of the data in this little table here is to press the Control A keyboard shortcut. Control A is Select All, and this functions slightly differently depending on where you're clicked. So if you're clicked within some data and you press Control A, it's going to basically select all of the data that surrounds where you're clicked. So it's super useful for making very quick selections of tables and data sets. But if I was clicked somewhere over here, just in a blank cell on this worksheet, and I press Control A, that's going to select every single cell in my workbook. Now, a keyboard shortcut that we've already been introduced to is Control F1. That is going to minimize up the ribbon. Control F1 again to bring it back. What about if I want to print this spreadsheet? Now, again, we haven't really covered printing yet, but this is a very popular keyboard shortcut. Control P is going to jump us across to that Backstage area and into the print page where we can then select our printing options. Remember, to come out of this Backstage area, we can press the Escape key. So those are some of the ones that I use all the time. Now, if you're somebody who finds it maybe difficult to work with a mouse, I know some people who have wrist injuries really struggle working with a mouse and very much prefer to do the majority of their work using the keyboard. Now, if you're one of those people and you want to navigate entirely around Excel using just the keyboard and really cutting down on the amount of times that you're using the mouse, this next shortcut is going to be super useful to you. If you press the Alt key on your keyboard, notice what happens to my ribbons. I get a special shortcut key assigned to all of the tabs, the search area, the items on my Quick Access Toolbar, so on and so forth. So maybe I decide that I want to insert a shape into this worksheet. And I know that shapes are on the Insert ribbon. Instead of clicking on Insert with my mouse, I could use the assigned letter. So I can see that that is N. If I press N, it's going to jump me to that Insert ribbon, and I get a whole new set of keyboard shortcuts. So I want to go to Shapes. I can see the key combination there is SH. So I'm going to press SH, and it's going to drop down that Shapes menu. What I can then do is use my arrow keys to move down and select the shape that I want to use. So it could be any of these. I'm going to go with a rectangle. And all I need to do to select this is press the Enter key on my keyboard, and it's going to insert my shape. If I want to nudge this or move this off of my data set, instead of using my mouse to drag it, I could use my arrow keys, which is going to move this shape along. So you can pretty much navigate and execute actions entirely using your keyboard. So don't forget about that Alt option. And if you find yourself in here and you want to come out of this setting, just press Alt again to get rid of those letters. And finally, if you're really interested in keyboard shortcuts and you'd like to know the full comprehensive list of all of them available in Excel, and as I said, there are hundreds, then your best bet is to go to the Help file. And this in itself has a keyboard shortcut. So if we press the F1 key, this is going to pop open Excel Help. And again, we do have an entire lesson on how to access help, but just to show you, if we just type in keyboard shortcuts and hit enter, it's going to search the help files. The top option here will show us all of the keyboard shortcuts available in Excel. So if I click this, it's going to open up this little pane, and if I scroll down, the keyboard shortcuts are divided down into different topics. So if I go to frequently used shortcuts, I'm going to see what all of those are. So some of these we've already used: close a workbook, Control W, open, Control O, save, Control S, cut, copy, paste, undo, that one that you're going to be using all the time. So this is a great little reference guide if you are super keen on using shortcuts as opposed to using your mouse to click on commands. To finish off this introductory section, I just want to make sure you know where to go if you ever need help when you're working in Excel. Because let's face it, we all need a little bit of help sometimes. It might be that you're not sure what a particular command does. Or maybe you know the command that you want to use, but you don't know which ribbon it's located on. Or maybe you just want to do some additional reading about a command so that you know if it's going to be fit for purpose. And there are a few different ways that we can get help in Excel. Now, two of them we've already kind of had a little look at. The most basic way to get some help is by hovering over any of the commands in this ribbon. These screen tips in themselves are help. If you just want to know what a command does, the screen tips are going to show you this information. For example, I'm hovered over Merge and Center. I can see underneath a short description, and it tells me that if I click this button, it's going to combine and center the contents of the selected cells in a new, larger cell. This is a great way to create a label that spans multiple columns. And if I want any more information, if I want a bit more detail, notice that I have this little Tell Me More link at the bottom. If I click this, it's going to jump straight into the Excel help files and to the exact place in these help files that I need. So now I get help on merge and unmerge cells. And notice in here I have a little tutorial video that I can play, and then underneath I have some instructional text that walks me through the process step by step of how to merge cells and also unmerge cells. So these screen tips are a really great way to get a quick look at what it does, and if you need more information, you have the Tell Me More link at the bottom. And you'll notice that you have this for all of these commands. Conditional formatting, I have a Tell Me More link. If I go to font color, I have a Tell Me More link. So a really nice way of getting to help. Now these help files can also be accessed by pressing the F1 key on your keyboard. And if you have the help ribbon showing at the top, notice that the first command on here is basically what you get when you press the F1 key. It's exactly the same thing. We do have some other options on this help ribbon as well. So if you're in the US, you might want to use this contact support option. Now, I'm in the UK, and unfortunately, this feature isn't supported if you're outside the US. We have a feedback section. So this is where we can provide some feedback to Microsoft, maybe about features that we think could be improved. We have a show training section. So this is super useful if you're looking for a little bit of training in the form of video files. You can come into here and you can search for what it is that you're looking for. So maybe I want to find a video that's going to show me how to format a table. I can click on the link to format an Excel table. I will say there isn't a video for everything that you search for, but at the very least you will get step-by-step instructions. Now we also have a group here called Community, and these are going to take you to external websites. So if we click on the Community command, it's going to open up a web browser and jump me straight across to the Microsoft Excel community. And this is where I can come to get some really good information. I can become a member, I can start discussions. So if I have a particular issue, I could post it here and get help from the Excel community. So a really nice little option there. I could choose Excel blog. Again, this is going to jump me across to the Microsoft web page and to the blog specifically about Excel. And blog posts are posted here on a frequent basis, and it's a great place to come if you're interested in keeping up to date with new things in Excel and you're somebody who enjoys reading blog posts. And then finally, we have the Suggest a Feature button, which again allows you to make some suggestions to Microsoft. Now, aside from all of these options for help, we have a couple of other options. Now, notice at the top of the screen, we have a search bar. Now, if you're clicked somewhere down here on your Excel spreadsheet and you want to quickly jump up to that search area, notice the keyboard shortcut Alt-Q. It's going to pull your cursor up to the top. So what I can do here is I can search for something in Excel. So maybe I want to know how to format a table again. And what this will do is it will find if what I've typed is a command that exists in Excel. So format as a table is an actual command, and it's listed up here, and it basically jumps me straight to the command that I need. It also gives me some other selections that are similar to what I've typed. It's also going to show me any Excel files I have that contain the words format a table. And if I want to get some help on this, I can also get help from here simply by clicking Get Help on Format a Table. And it's going to pop open that help area again. Now, the final way that you can get help is what we call contextual help. So let me show you an example. If I click the diagonal arrow in the bottom corner of this font group, notice that in this Format Cells dialog box, I have a little question mark icon. I have a question mark symbol, and if I hover my mouse over this symbol, it says help. And what this does is it provides contextual help. So because I'm in the Format Cells dialog box, clicked on the Font tab, when I click on Help from here, it's going to find me help related to the Font dialog box, which is where I currently am. So that option is a great way of getting contextual help. Notice that if I do the same thing in this alignment group, which is basically the Format Cells dialog box again, we're just on a different tab. If I click the question mark this time, it's going to open up a web page and take me to the correct page of help information. So those are all of the ways that you can obtain help when you're working in Excel. It's now time for us to do our first exercise of the course, Exercise 1. And in this exercise, I'd like you to practice the skills that you've learnt in this section. So first, I would like you to launch Excel. And I would also like you to pin Excel to the taskbar to make it easy to access. Once you've done that, I would like you to customize the Quick Access Toolbar and add the following 3 commands: Autosum, Wrap Text, and Fill. I'd then like you to add a separator to the Quick Access Toolbar. And then the final thing I'd like you to do is to practice creating a blank workbook using the keyboard shortcut. See how you get along with that? And if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to launch Excel and then pin it to the taskbar. Now I'm using Windows 11, so I'm going to jump down to my search, type in Excel. There it is in the list. I'm going to right click on the application and choose to pin to taskbar. Now that I have it pinned to the taskbar, I can simply click on the icon to launch Excel. The next thing I asked you to do was to customize the Quick Access Toolbar and add the commands Autosum, Wrap Text and Fill. So let's jump across to the Formulas tab, find Autosum, right click, Add to Quick Access Toolbar. Let's go to Home, find Wrap Text, right click, Add to Quick Access Toolbar, and the final one is also on the Home ribbon, right click, Add to Quick Access Toolbar. I then asked you to add a separator to the commands on the QAT. And I don't really mind where you place this separator, but to do this you need to go into File, into Options and Quick Access Toolbar. And from here we're going to select the separator at the top and click Add, and then we can move it into position using our up and down arrows. And the final thing I asked you to do in this exercise is to create a blank workbook using the keyboard shortcut. So all we need to do here is press Ctrl N. Sometimes it can be a little bit daunting if you're asked to put together a spreadsheet from scratch. If you're faced with just a blank workbook and your manager asks you to create a budget spreadsheet or maybe something like an invoice, you might not really know where to start. And that is where templates can be your best friend. A template is simply a pre-built spreadsheet. It contains formatting, formulas, and lots of other items. And the great thing about Excel is that we have a whole host of inbuilt templates that we can use for free. So if we want to find our templates, let's jump up to the File menu to go into that Backstage area, and let's jump down to New. Now, if we scroll down to the lower half of this page, notice we have a tab at the top that says Office and one that says Personal. Now, I'm going to get into what Personal is in a moment. Let's now concentrate on this Office section. This is where you're going to find all of your templates. And all of the templates in Excel are organized into different categories to make them easier for you to find. And you'll notice just under that search bar at the top where it says Search for Online Templates, we have some suggested search categories. So for example, if I was looking for some kind of budget template, I could click on the Budgets link just here. It's going to search through all of the inbuilt templates in Excel and just present me with the ones that are related to budgets. And you can see in there we can go through and take a look for the one that most suits our needs. For example, I have some monthly company budget templates. We have a wedding expense budget, college budget, holiday planner budget, so on and so forth. Let's click the back arrow to go back to the main template page. What I can also do is I can search for templates as well using the search bar at the top. So maybe I need to create an invoice. I don't want to do it from scratch, so I'm going to search to see if Excel has any invoice templates that I can use. And you can see that yes, we do. We have quite a few in here. So once you find a template that you want to use, and I think I'm just going to choose this simple invoice template, let's click it once. It opens up a little window that gives me a little bit of information about this template. It also tells me who is providing this template, in this case Microsoft, and I also get to see the download size as well. And I can check in that preview to make sure that this is the template that I want to select. Notice that I have arrows either side, so if I want to scroll through and take a look at some other templates, I can definitely do that as well. Now I'm pretty happy with this template, so I'm just going to click the big old green Create button in the middle there. And that is going to load up that template into the main window of Excel. Now, one thing to notice here is if you look up in that title bar, you can see that it just says Simple Invoice 1. And that is the name of this actual template. And the cool thing about these templates is that they are reusable. So if I was to come into here and make some changes, so maybe I need to change the company name. Let's just change that to IT Train Now. If I try and save this template, it's going to ask me to save it under a new file name. So effectively, I can't overwrite this template, which means that if I want to reuse this, I can just go into File New and reselect it again. Now, all of the elements of these templates can be customized. So if you don't particularly like the colors that are in use here, you can change things like that by simply using your formatting tools at the top. Also notice that all of these fields are editable. I can just double click in them if I want to add information. And also notice that I have some formulas included in this template as well. So if I click on cell G9, if you take a look up in the formula bar, you can see there's already a formula in that cell. And what this is basically going to do is when I start adding in line items, it's automatically going to calculate. So if I add in the line item, let's just add something in. I'm going to put in webinar. We've got 1. The unit price is 250 and there's no discount. Notice that it automatically totals for me. So by using this template, I've saved so much time because it means that I don't have to hash out the main structure of this invoice myself. I don't have to add formulas. I don't have to add formatting. Now, once I've finished editing this, I have two options when it comes to saving. And I'm going to talk a bit more about this when we get into the lesson related to saving, but I could choose just to save this as a regular Excel workbook, or I could choose to save this as a template file. And in fact, I can save any workbook that I create as a template file if I want to. So maybe, let's delete out what we've added in here. Maybe I make some changes to this template. So let's just change the background fill at the top here. I'm going to change that to this dark red color. Maybe I've made some other changes. Maybe I've added my company logo, something like that. And now maybe going forward, I always want to use this template, which I've now customized a little bit, instead of starting from the blank invoice template every single time. So if I want to use my customized template, I would need to save this as a template file. So if I jump up to File and go down to Save As, I'm going to browse for a location to save this in. And for the time being, I'm just going to save this on my desktop. But what I need to do here is I need to give it a name. So maybe I want to call this Train IT Now Invoice Template. But I need to change the type of file that I'm saving it as. So instead of just saving it as a regular Excel worksheet, I want to save this as a template file. And you'll see if we click the drop down just here, we have this file type .xltx, which is an Excel template file. Now notice that as soon as I change this save as file type, it jumps me to an entirely different folder. If you remember, I had selected my desktop to save this to. As soon as I change this, I am now in the Custom Office Templates folder. And this is the default folder where Microsoft saves any templates that you create. Now you could choose to override this and go back and save it to whichever folder you prefer, but there is one big advantage of saving it into the default folder. So let's click on Save. I can now see that that file name has changed, and I'm going to close down this template. And for this, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control-W. Now, if I want to reuse that template, if I go to File and down to New, this is what this personal section is for at the bottom. So when you save a template into the default templates folder, it's going to save it to personal in here. And it just means that any template that you create, you can access very quickly from this personal section. And you can see there is my template on the end here, Train IT Now Invoice Template. If I'd chosen to save this template to my desktop as opposed to in the custom templates folder, I wouldn't be able to select it from this personal section. So I'll leave that up to you to determine if you want to save it in here or if you have a specific folder that you'd like to save your templates into, but just be aware of that distinction because saving it into personal makes it so much easier to access. Let's just click to open this again. It's now opened my template with my customizations. I can update this file, maybe for a new client, and then I could choose to just save this as a regular Excel file if I need to send that to the client, and then reuse my template again for the next client. So templates are definitely worth checking out if you want to get a head start on spreadsheet creation. As I mentioned previously, every workbook in Excel can contain numerous different worksheets. And you can have up to 255 worksheets per workbook. So that is a lot of data. So you have the potential to have a lot of data stored within each workbook. The workbook is the overall container that houses the worksheets. So if we take a look at my workbook, this workbook is currently unsaved, but the workbook is called Book 1. And currently I have one worksheet in this workbook called Sheet 1. And you can see that as a tab at the bottom of the screen. And it's fundamental to your understanding of basic Excel to know how to work with your worksheets. So let's take a look at some of the basic things that are important to know. Each worksheet in your workbook contains a grid structure of what we call cells. Each workbook contains columns represented by letters and rows represented by numbers. And these rows and columns, where they intersect, we have what we refer to as cells. And it's in these cells where we type all of our information. And each cell can contain numerous different types of data. It might be that we're typing text into a cell, or it could be that we're typing numbers into a cell. We can type things like percentages into cells, or even dates. And everything you type into a cell in a worksheet can be formatted so that it looks exactly as you want it to look. And as we already know, we identify different cells in a worksheet by using the cell reference. So where the column and the row intersect, we get our cell reference. So currently I'm clicked on cell G5. And it's these cell references that are used consistently throughout Excel when we're building things like formulas, and pretty much when we're doing anything in Excel, it all relates to the cell reference. Now, when it comes to your different worksheets, you'll notice that when you create a new blank workbook in Excel, you're just going to get a default worksheet that's called Sheet 1. And each worksheet contains over 1 million rows. If I click in cell A1 and press Control down arrow, that's going to jump me down to the very last row in this workbook. So you can see there just over 1 million. Control up arrow to jump to the top. If I do Control right arrow, it's going to jump me to the last column. And there are just over 16,000 columns in one worksheet. Control left arrow to jump back to cell A1. So what that means is that within each worksheet, we have roughly 17 billion cells, and we have the potential to fill all of those with data. Now, this is not something I would advise when you start getting into spreadsheets that are that large. You're probably going to find Excel starts to slow down greatly. But just be aware of the potential amount of data that you can squeeze into every worksheet. Now, what about managing different worksheets? Well, again, if we go down to the bottom where we have Sheet 1, this isn't a particularly meaningful name. It's rather generic. So what I would probably do here is immediately rename this worksheet to make it a little bit more meaningful, depending on what I have on this worksheet. Now, I don't have anything at the moment, but let me just show you how you can rename your worksheets. If you right-click on the tab, it's going to pull up that contextual menu, and we have a number of different worksheet-related menu items in here. And one of them is Rename. You can now see Sheet 1 is highlighted, and I can just go in and call it something else. It's also worth noting that to rename, you can simply double-click on the tab and it will let you rename that way as well. Let's right-click again and take a look at some of these other options. Now, if I want to insert another worksheet in this workbook, I have an Insert option just here. It's going to ask me what I want to insert. The first option that's highlighted is Worksheet, so I'm just going to click on OK, and now I get a brand new worksheet. Now, a much quicker way of doing exactly the same thing is simply to click on the plus just here. So when I click on plus, I get yet another worksheet. And once again, I can right-click and I can rename. So let's call this one Calculations. Let's right-click and call this one Tables and hit enter. If I want to reorder my worksheet, so maybe Summary needs to be the first worksheet in this workbook, I can simply drag and drop. So let's click on Summary, drag it over. Notice I get that little down-facing black arrow, which is going to show me where this tab will be placed when I let go of my mouse. Let's let go to reorganize those tabs. Let's right-click again. I have a Move or Copy option in here. So from here, what I could do is I could choose to move or copy this particular worksheet to a completely different workbook that I have open. Now, I don't currently have another workbook open, I just have book 1. But if I was to select New Book and click OK, it's going to move the Summary tab to a brand new Excel workbook. If I want to create a copy as opposed to moving it, I would need to make sure I select Create a Copy. If I click on OK now, what you'll see is that I now have a new book at the top, book 2, which contains that Summary tab. Now I don't need this, so I'm going to do Control W to close this down. Let's right-click one more time, and on the subject of moving and copying, if I want to make a copy of a worksheet within the same workbook, I can simply hold down my Control key, drag and drop, and it's going to make an exact copy of that worksheet. And it will copy across all of the data contained on that worksheet as well. And of course, we can right-click and delete any worksheets that we no longer need. Another cool thing to do is to change the tab color of the different worksheets and essentially color code your workbook. This is particularly useful if you are working on a large project where you have numerous different tabs. Grouping them together using colors is a really nice visual way of adding some structure to your worksheet and letting people know that these tabs are related. So if we right-click, we have tab color just here. I can choose green from the palette. And maybe tables and calculations are related, but summary isn't. So maybe I want to make the other two tabs exactly the same blue color. And one final little tip before we move on. If you're interested in knowing the keyboard shortcut to quickly insert a new tab, it is Shift F11. Let's move this by dragging and dropping. I'm going to right-click and change the color to blue, and then I'm going to rename this to Pivot and hit Enter. So far in this course, we've been working away inside different workbooks, but I haven't yet shown you how to save your workbooks. So let's take a look at that now. Now, most of us are familiar with saving documents and spreadsheets. And I will say that if you're used to saving documents in other Microsoft applications such as Word and PowerPoint, then this is pretty much exactly the same. Now, there are a few different methods that you can use when it comes to saving workbooks in Excel 2021. And there is a fundamental difference between Excel for Microsoft 365 and the new Excel 2021 version. If you're used to using Microsoft 365, or specifically Excel in Microsoft 365, you may have noticed that in the Quick Access Toolbar, there is an Auto Save slider. And basically what this means is that as you work away in your worksheets, Excel is constantly saving your workbook. And the cool thing about that is that it means you are very unlikely to lose any work if Excel was to unexpectedly crash. Now, in Excel 2021, because this is a standalone version and not a cloud version, we don't have the auto save toggle. So this means that you need to save your document or your workbook as you're working. Now, of course, we do have some backup to that. There are autosave capabilities within Excel 2021, which I'll show you in a moment. But just be aware of that fundamental difference if you are coming to this course after using Microsoft 365. Now, when it comes to saving, you have a few different options. We have a Save button on the Quick Access Toolbar. And you can see as I hover over that, you can also see the shortcut key for Save, which is Control S. And that is probably the quickest way to save your workbook as you're working. I know that for me, I am now in the habit of periodically, sort of every 5 minutes or so, just quickly doing Control S to make sure that everything that I'm doing is saved. Also notice we have a save icon up in that title bar. And if we go to the File tab to jump into that Backstage area, we also have Save and Save As in here. Now, what is the difference between these two? Well, you would use Save As if this is the first time that you're saving your workbook. So if you create a new blank workbook, as we have done here, it's going to be assigned the generic name of Book 1, Book 2, Book 3, so on and so forth. So effectively, when I save this, I'm going to be saving it for the first time. So I would need to do File, Save As. Now the thing is here that if I was just to press Control S to save, it's going to basically ask me to save as anyway. The same thing is going to happen if I go to File and down to Save as opposed to Save As. It's going to jump me across to the Save As tab anyway because it's the first time I'm saving. So now from here I can browse to a location where I want to save this file. Now I'm going to save all of my course files on my desktop. And I would recommend that for the purpose of this course, you find a location like your desktop or maybe even My Documents. Create yourself a little folder and call it something along the lines of Course Files, just so you have somewhere to save all of these files that we're creating during this course. So I've created a brand new little folder. Let's double click to open it up. And now I can give my file a name. Now, when it comes to naming files, a lot of people like to use some kind of naming convention. And it might be that within your business, you have a standard way that you name files. For example, if you're saving an invoice, you might start all file names with IMV and then maybe the date and then the invoice number, something like that. Now for this first file, because it is our first one, I'm just going to call it My First Workbook. Now by default, if you want to save an Excel file, the file extension is .xlsx. And you can see that underneath, that is the default file extension that it's giving me. And basically the main point of file extensions is really to help identify what type of file this is. For example, if I'm in File Explorer, and I double click to open a file with the file extension .xlsx, File Explorer knows that that's an Excel file and it needs to launch Excel. Now in this Save As type, if we click, you can see that we have so many different file types that we can save our workbooks as. And we will dip in and out of some of these as we go through the course. In fact, in the last lesson, we briefly took a look at saving files as Excel templates. But for the time being, we just want to save this as a regular default Excel file. So let's just click on the Save button. Now, as soon as I do that, it jumps me back to my workbook. And you can now see in the title bar, it's updated to say My First Workbook. So now I can go in and I can start to work. So maybe I'm just typing some numbers into this workbook. And if I want to save as I go along, I can press Control S, keyboard shortcut, or I can click the Save button on the Quick Access Toolbar. Now, what about if I've been working for 2 to 3 hours and I've just completely forgotten to save? If that does happen, I have the potential to lose quite a lot of work if I accidentally close down Excel or maybe it unexpectedly crashes. So to help with this, we have some auto-save options that we should be reviewing before we really start working in Excel. And we'll find those options underneath the File tab. And if we go all the way down to Options at the bottom, notice in here we have a page specifically related to saving Excel workbooks. Now it's this section just here that you want to double check. I can see here that I'm saving files by default in the standard Excel format, which is perfect. And then underneath I have this little checkbox selected, Save Auto Recover Information Every, and then I have mine set to 5 minutes. Now you could choose to take this down to 1 minute, 2 minutes, or even take it up to 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But that basically means that if Excel does crash and you haven't saved it, you're really only going to lose up to 5 minutes of work because Excel is going to auto-save every 5 minutes. Also note that I have checked underneath, keep the last auto-recovered version if I close without saving. So what does that exactly mean? Well, let's click on OK. I'm going to make a few further changes to this workbook. I'm just going to add some numbers in here. And I'm not going to save, but I'm going to just close this workbook. Now notice it says want to save your changes to myfirstworkbook.xlsx. So it's recognized that I have unsaved changes and has prompted me to save. So I can now choose to save or don't save. Now I'm going to click cancel here. Now sometimes if Excel crashes, it's not going to pop up that message. But because we've chosen to auto recover, the next time we open Excel, we're going to get a message at the top saying that files have been auto recovered and we're going to get the chance to restore them. And in that scenario, what I could also do is go to File, into Info, and underneath this Manage Workbook area, I have an option to recover unsaved workbooks. So this is going to pop me to a folder where any unsaved files are stored. And you can see that I have one in here. So this is one I was working on yesterday, I think. And my laptop actually ran out of power and just closed itself down. So you can see that Excel has actually recovered that book just there. If I want to reopen that, I can just by clicking the Open button. So the main takeaways here are the different methods you can use to save your file, how you can save as into a folder, and also how you can review your auto save and auto recover options. All different types of data can be entered into cells in an Excel worksheet. We can enter text. We can enter numbers, decimal numbers, percentages, formulas, and many other data types. So let's take a look at some of the basic things you need to know when it comes to entering and editing data in cells. So currently I am in my first workbook and I'm clicked on the Calculations tab. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up to cell B3 and I'm going to type in the word months. So to type into a cell, simply select the cell and start typing. Now notice as I type into the cell, the word that I've typed also appears in the formula bar. So anytime you click on a cell that contains numbers or text, you're going to see the contents of that cell also reflected in the formula bar. And you could, in fact, if we just backspace out of here, if I wanted to use the formula bar instead of typing into the cell, I could click up in the formula bar, type the same thing, and it's going to enter it into the cell. Now, one thing to note here is once you've finished typing in your piece of data into the cell, you have a couple of different options. If I press the Enter key, the cursor is going to move down to the cell below, ready for me to type in my next piece of data. Now, if I type into a cell and I want to stay in the same cell, I can press Control Enter and it's going to leave my cursor there. And that's particularly useful in many, many different scenarios. If I want to type something in the cell to the right of where I've typed Jan, I can simply press the Tab key, or I could use my mouse to click on the cell. I can also use my arrow keys to navigate horizontally and vertically in a spreadsheet. Now that I have Jan in here underneath the heading Months, what I effectively want to do is I want to list out all of the months of the year. So what I could do, I guess, is go through and just type them all in. There aren't that many, so it's not going to take too long. But we have a special little tool in Excel which recognizes certain standard patterns. So things like months of the year and days of the week. So if I just delete out, and I'm just highlighting both of those cells and pressing the delete key on my keyboard, What I could do is use my autofill handle to fill the rest of these months into the worksheet. Now the autofill handle is this tiny little solid green square in the bottom right-hand corner of the cell. If I hover my mouse over it, you can see that it changes to a small black cross. So what I can do now is click and start to drag down, and notice the screen tip. It's telling me what it's going to fill into the cell when I let go. So I can drag this all the way down to December, let go, and I haven't had to type those in. Excel has done all the hard work for me. So Excel recognizes certain patterns. If I go to cell C3 and type in days and hit enter, and now type in Monday, this would be a good example of when I want to stay in the same cell, because I want to use that little autofill handle again. Control Enter to stay in the cell, and then I can drag down and complete the days of the week. So a really nice quick way to get that information into a spreadsheet. We could also do this with things like dates. So if you need to type in lots of dates, let's just say the 1st of the 1st, 2021, I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the cell. And if I drag down, you can see it goes up by different days. And just a quick point to note here for all of our American viewers, I'm actually using the British format for my dates. We do switch around the day and the month, so if that's confusing you a little bit, that is why. Now, what about if I type in something like, let's say, week number? Now, the first thing to note here is that week number kind of breaches the boundaries of column E. You can see it looks like it's spilling across into column F. Well, in fact, it actually is all contained within cell E3, but it's too wide for the current width of the cell. So in this type of scenario, you're going to probably want to resize the width of column E to accommodate the full length of the text. And there's a very quick way that we can do this. If we hover our mouse over the boundary between column E and column F and double click, that's going to auto fit that column to the width of the longest item in the column. And that is a really useful little trick. You can also apply that trick to multiple columns. So if I select all of these columns, again, I can double click and it's going to resize or auto fit those columns. Now, what about if I type in numbers? Well, if I start to type in 1, 2, 3, I could carry on going, but again, I could use my autofill to make this even more useful. So what I could do here is select all of those numbers, carry on dragging down, and you can see that it's going to fill in the rest of them for me. And a bit later on in this course, when we talk about autofill, I'm going to show you an even quicker way to fill in lots of different numbers. So if you need to type into an Excel spreadsheet numbers 1 to 10,000, there is a very quick way of doing that. Now, what about if I want to go back and edit cells? So maybe I want to change where it says Jan to January. Well, again, there's a couple of different ways that I can do this. I can click on the cell and double click my mouse, and that's going to put me in edit mode. And I can now just go in and change that to January and hit enter. And for this, I think I'm probably going to want to widen out this column, and I can actually drag this and customize how wide I have that column. Another way that I can edit cells is to press the F2 key on my keyboard, which again puts me into edit mode, and I can simply jump in there and edit. The third way I can edit is to go up to the formula bar and make any changes I need to from up there as well. And now that I have these all in long format, I'm going to select them all and re-drag down, and it's going to switch or autofill the rest of those long format months. Now, other common ways for getting data into your worksheet is to import data from other worksheets or other sources. You can even import things from Word or PowerPoint if you wanted to, using copy and paste. And you can even copy and paste things from one part of your workbook to another part of your workbook. So for example, if I now wanted this little column of data here where we have the months, if I wanted to copy that and paste it over here in column L, I can simply do that using copy and paste. So I'm going to select all of these months. Up on the home ribbon, you can see in the clipboard group, we have options for cut, copy, and paste. And all three of these have keyboard shortcuts. Control X, Control C, and then Control V. So it's up to you which method you use. And the difference between cut and copy is that cut will move and copy will copy. So I'm going to click copy. Notice that as soon as I click, that cell range now has those marching ants around the outside to show that I've selected and I'm about to copy. I can then click in cell L3 and I can click the paste button to paste that information in. Remember, if you want to deactivate this selection that you've made, just press the Escape key. Now, cut, copy and paste works across the Microsoft applications. So if I have something in Word that I want to bring into Excel, I can do that by using copy and paste as well. So here I just have Hello World in a Word document. I can select it. I can use the same tools on the Home tab. I can copy. Let's go back to Excel. I can choose a cell and then I can simply click the paste button to paste that text in. And of course, if I want to, I can reformat this so it matches the font of everything else in my workbook. So currently I can see that this is Calibri font and the rest of my workbook is in Arial. So I can simply go in and also change this to Arial. Now, the final thing that's worth noting here is that if you're going to use the formula bar to enter data in, so for example, if I select, let's select cell C4, if I want to change this to Monday, I can do that up in the formula bar and I can simply type in Monday. Notice that I also have a little tick and a cross next to the formula bar. And the tick is basically the same as pressing the Enter key. If I decide I want to cancel and just go back to the word MON, I could click on the cross to cancel. So in this case, I'm happy with this. Let's click the tick, which is basically the same as clicking Enter. And I'm now going to drag down to change all of those to the long version of the day. Another important thing to know when you're learning Excel is how you can make different selections in your worksheet. Now, for this example, we're going to switch to another workbook that contains a lot more data. Now, before we do that, let's just very quickly give my first workbook a save. So I'm going to press Control S just to save those changes. So now what we're going to do is we're going to flip across to a larger data set that contains sales data. And you'll find this file saved in the Course Files folder. Now notice here, this is standard sales data. We have some column headings running across the top, and then we have our data. And this data set is reasonably large, at least a lot larger than the ones that we've been working on in previous lessons. And if I press Control down arrow, as we know, that jumps us to the last row of our data, you can see that I have just over 21,500 rows. Control up arrow is going to jump me to the top. Also remember, when it comes to navigating, if I press Control right arrow, it's going to jump me to the last column of data, and Control right arrow will jump me to the first column. Now, there are lots of different ways that you can make selections in Excel. And a basic cell selection would be simply clicking on a cell in our worksheet. If we want to select more than one cell, we can simply click and drag our mouse to select the cell range that we're interested in. So maybe I want to apply some formatting to the column headings in this worksheet. I can make my selection just by clicking and dragging. And then I can go up to my font formatting area. I'm going to click the font color drop down and I'm going to change this to a red font. So cell selections are very straightforward. Simply click, drag to make your selection. Now notice here, all of the selections that I've been making using this method are cells that are all next to each other. What about if I want to select what we call non-contiguous cells, so cells that aren't next to each other? Well, what I could do here is select the first few cells, hold down my Control key and then make another selection, hold down my Control key again and make another selection, and just keep doing that. So the addition of the Control key when you're selecting cells will allow you to select cells which aren't necessarily next to each other. And if I wanted to apply formatting to all of these cells, for example, bold, I can simply click bold and I get the effect that I want. Now I don't want these to be in bold, so let's just toggle our bold back off. Now what about if I want to make a selection in my worksheet of an entire column of data? So for example, in column H, where we have some sales figures, I have some numbers. They're currently unformatted, as in they don't have any currency symbols or decimal places or anything like that. What about if I want to change the format of all of the sales figures in here? Do I really want to be clicking and dragging my mouse down 27,000 rows in order to select this cell range? Well, no, not really. It's not the most time-efficient way to do this. What I could do instead is click in the first cell, H2, and press the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift down arrow, and that's going to select every cell downwards that I have in my dataset. Now that I've made that selection, I can simply go in and apply some currency formatting. And we haven't really spoken a great deal about number formatting so far in this course. So I am going to jump ahead very slightly here. So just above in this number group, I can click the drop down and I'm going to say that I want this formatted as a currency. And you can see how that affects those numbers. So don't forget that very useful keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift down arrow to make a selection of all of the data in the column. Now so far we've been very much focused on making cell selections. But cell selections aren't the only things that we can select when we're working in Excel. For example, maybe I want to make a column selection, or maybe I want to select an entire row. So this is very straightforward. If I want to select a column, I can simply hover my mouse over the top of the column where we have the letter. Notice that I get a little black downward facing arrow, and if I click, that is going to select the entire column. And I mean it's going to select the entire column, as in it's going to select every single cell in that column all the way down to the bottom of the workbook. If I want to select multiple columns, again, I can simply drag my mouse across to make multiple selections. If I want to select columns that aren't next to each other, again, I just add in that Control key when I click. And the same works for making row selections. I can hover my mouse over the row until I get the right pointing black arrow. I can click to select one row. I can click and drag to select multiple rows, or I can add in that Control key to select non-contiguous rows. It's also worth noting that you can make selections just using your keyboard. So if I'm clicked in cell A2 and I want to select all of the data in this particular row, if I hold down Shift and then use my arrow keys, it's going to allow me to select that data. If I keep Shift held down and use my down arrow key, it's going to go down the rows. I can use my up arrow to refine my selection further. And then the final thing that's worth pointing out about making selections is select all. And select all functions differently depending on where you're clicked in your worksheet. So if I'm clicked within my data and I press Control A, which is the keyboard shortcut for select all, it's going to select all of the data that it finds surrounding where I'm currently clicked. Now, if I was clicked on a blank cell somewhere else in the worksheet, so not within my actual data, and I press Control A, it's going to select every single cell in my worksheet. Now, I find myself using Control A inside my data all the time. If I want to format this data as a table, or maybe I want to add borders or something like that, I'll find myself making this selection, and then from there I can go up and maybe add a border around the outside of every single cell. It just makes this entire process a lot quicker. So that is how you can make basic cell, row, and column selections when you're working in your worksheets. So guys, it's time for exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice the skills that we've learned in this section. So the first thing I'd like you to do is create a template. So I'd like you to search for the keyword invoice in the template library. I'd like you to open one of the invoice templates, and I'll leave it up to you to decide which one you want to open. And I'd like you to save it as invoice template with the correct template file extension. And I want you to make sure that you save it to the default templates folder. Once you've done that, I'd like you to create a new blank workbook. I'd like you to rename Sheet 1 to Summary, and then add 3 more worksheets. And then rename each of those worksheets to Sales Data, Calculations, and Charts. Next, we're going to practice entering data into our worksheets. So on the Sales Data worksheet, in cell A1, I'd like you to type in a title that says Sales Data for 2020. I'd like you to format that title, so make sure that the font size is 14 points and it's in bold. Then, in cells A3 to C3, I'd like you to enter the headings Month, Revenue, and Profit. And then in cell A4, enter the word Jan. I'd then like you to use the fill handle to copy down the months February and March. And then finally, I'd just like you to add some values for revenue and profit like I have in the screenshot. And then the final thing we need to do for this exercise is simply save this Excel workbook. So I'd like you to create a folder on your desktop and name it Excel Practice Files. And then save the workbook as Exercise 02 Practice. That's it, guys. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is search for an invoice template in the template library. So let's go to File and down to New. I'm going to scroll down to my templates, and in the search box, I'm going to type in invoice and hit enter. Now, I didn't mind which one of these you chose, so I'm just going to choose this first one just here. Let's double click to open it up and load it into Excel. Next, I asked you to save this as a template file into the default templates folder. So we're going to say File, Save As. Let's click on Browse, and remember we need to change the Save As type to an Excel template. Now that is automatically going to jump us across to the correct folder, and I'm just going to call this invoice_template and click on Save. Next, I asked you to create a brand new blank workbook, so Control N to do that. We're going to rename Sheet 1 to Summary, so we can double click and type in the word Summary. I then asked you to add 3 more sheets, so let's click the plus once, twice, 3 times, and then rename these worksheets to Sales Data, Calculations, and the final one is going to be Charts. We're then going to switch to the Sales Data tab, and in cell A1 we're going to add a title. So this is Sales Data for 2020. We're going to format this font so that it is 14 points and also bold. And then in cells A3 to C3, we're going to type in some headings: Month, Revenue, and Profit. And then underneath, we're going to type the word Jan, Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and I'm going to use my autofill handle just to fill down February and March. I then asked you just to enter some numbers into the revenue and profit fields. And again, I don't really mind what numbers you entered in here. And just to finish this off, I'm going to give these headings a bit of bold formatting, and we're also going to apply a background fill. Next, I asked you to create a folder on your desktop and call it Excel Practice Files. So all we need to do here is right-click our mouse, go to New and Folder. We'll call this Excel Practice Files and hit Enter. And then we're going to save this file into that folder. So let's go to Browse, to our desktop, and open up that new folder, and I'm going to call this Exercise 02 _ Practice, and click on the Save button. It's now time for us to move on and concentrate on the exciting part of Excel, and that is formulas and functions. Formulas are really what Excel is most known for. And all formulas are, if you're not familiar with them, are basically calculations. And the most simple example of the type of formula that you can do in Excel is a sum calculation. And what I mean by that is just simply adding up a list of numbers in a worksheet. Now, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's fully explore what formulas and functions are, and I'll show you the basics of how they work. It's really important that you understand how formulas are constructed and the general layout and how they calculate before you can move on to more complex formulas. Now, you'll notice there that I've used the words formulas and functions kind of interchangeably, and in many respects that is absolutely fine. A formula is a calculation that uses Excel functions. And if you're wondering what a function is, well, if you take a look on your Formulas tab, notice here we have a function library. And there are over 500 functions in Excel that will help you construct very simple to very complex formulas. Each function is assigned to a specific group, so really whatever it is that you're trying to do determines which function you're going to use in your formula. Now, I will say that throughout your Excel career, you're probably never ever going to use all 500 formulas. A lot of them are very specialized and tailored towards specific industries like engineering or accounting. But there are definitely 15 to 20 formulas that you'll find yourself using all the time. And it's really important that you have knowledge of the basic formulas, or what I call the big 5 formulas in Excel. And that is what we're going to start out with in this section. So let's take a look at how formulas are constructed. Now, I'm working in the Formulas and Functions Explained workbook, and you'll find that in the Course Files folder. We have 3 tabs at the bottom, and I'm currently clicked on the Intro tab. So let's start out with a basic sum calculation where we're adding numbers together. If I have a couple of numbers in a worksheet, so let's just say I have 10 and 20 in here, and I now want to add both of these together, I could construct a very basic formula. Now, when you're typing in any formula into Excel, you must always start with an equals in the cell. That tells Excel that you want to type an actual formula as opposed to typing text into the cell. So if I want to add 10 and 20 together, I could type 10 plus 20. And when I hit enter, it's going to give me that correct answer of 30. Now, the way that I've done this, and if I click on this cell, you can see it in the formula bar, this isn't the most efficient way of working with numbers in Excel. Because what this means is that if either of these numbers above were to change, so let's change the 10 to a 5, the formula isn't going to update because I've hard-coded the numbers into the formula. A much better way of working with numbers when you're doing calculations is to use the cell references instead. So what I could type instead is equals F3 plus F4 and hit enter. So that gives me the answer of 25, but because I'm using the cell references, now when any of the numbers change in either of those cells, the formula is going to automatically update. So this cuts down on the amount of editing I'm having to do if numbers are constantly changing. So my first tip is always use cell references in your Excel formulas. So that is one way I could add up some numbers. But what if I have a much longer list of numbers like I have in this little table? I have some figures in here, let's just say they're sales figures for the months January to December for the year 2020. And I want to add them all up so that I get a total in cell C15. Well, what I could do here, I guess, is I could type in equals, and I could use the same method. I could select cell C3, plus, I could go to C4, plus, C5, plus, so on, and so forth. But that's going to take me quite a bit of time. Imagine if I had 10,000 rows of data and I wanted to add up all of the numbers in 10,000 rows. Do I really want to go through and start individually selecting cells and separating them with a plus symbol? No, I don't. So this is where we could use an Excel function instead of just the cell references. So let's escape out of here because we're going to use the SUM function instead. And SUM is normally the first formula that everybody learns in Excel. Now notice as I typed in the word SUM, I have a list of functions appear underneath. And this is something called IntelliSense. As I start to type in a formula, Excel searches through its massive function library to try and match what it is that I'm typing. So currently it's brought up all of the functions that have something to do with SUM. Now the one that I want is the one at the top of this list. So I could press the Tab key simply to select it. Now notice what it's also done there. It's put in an open bracket or a parentheses if you're in the US. And brackets contain what we call our function arguments. That is the information that we need to provide to the function so it knows what to calculate. And you'll notice underneath we get a little bit of helper text. So it's telling me that I need to provide some numbers basically. What do I want to add up? So what I can do here is simply select the entire cell range that I want to add up. Now notice that I have two dots separating C3 and C14, which basically means cell range C3 to C14. Now if you've got an open bracket, you must always remember to close off as many brackets as you've opened. So now if I hit enter, it's very quickly used the SUM function to add up everything in the cell range above. Now notice that I have a little green triangle in the left-hand corner of this cell. And I'm going to talk to you more about what exactly that is and why it's appearing when we talk about error checking. So now that we've seen our first very basic formula, I just want to talk to you in a bit further detail about operators. So let's jump across to the operator worksheet. Now when you're doing calculations in Excel, you can do additions, subtractions, multiplications, divisions, and other things. These are by no means all of the operators that we can use in Excel. They're just really the main four, and the four we're going to be focusing on in this section. So again, if I had a couple of numbers in some cells here, and I wanted to subtract these, what I could do is I could say Excel F5 minus F4, and that's going to give me my total. Similarly, I could do F5 multiplied, which is the asterisk symbol on your keyboard, by F4 to get a different total. And if I want to do a division, I can select the cell and we want to put a / in there and then select our other cell to perform that calculation. So don't forget about these different operators and make sure you know where to find those on your keyboard. Now, so far, we've been taking a look at very simple formulas in their structure. And what I mean by that is that we've just been adding, subtracting, multiplying two numbers together. Now, what about if I have a more complex calculation? So what if I wanted to type in something like 10 plus 2 divided by 2? What do you think the result of that calculation is going to be? Because in my mind, this calculation is doing 10 plus 2, which is going to be 12, divided by 2, which is going to give me 6. Now, if I press enter, Excel comes back with 11. Now, why is it giving me a result of 11 as opposed to 6? Well, this has something to do with what we call the order of operations. And this is going to take you all the way back to maths class when you were at school. So let's jump across to the BODMAS worksheet. Now in maths, we have the BODMAS principle or the BODMAS rule. And I know that the acronym for this rule is different in different countries. In some places it's referred to as PIDMAS, sometimes PEDMAS, but the rules are effectively exactly the same. So I've got two versions of it listed out here. And what this rule does is it tells us the order in maths that calculations are performed. So basically, anything that's in brackets within a calculation is going to be calculated first. It will then calculate the orders, so things like square roots. It will then do division, followed by multiplication, then addition, and then subtraction. So based on this rule, we can work out why we're getting the answer of 11 as opposed to 6. So if I go back to my BODMAS page, and let's just type this in again, 10 plus 2 divided by 2. So if we now look at the BODMAS rule, do I have anything in this formula in brackets? No, I don't. Do I have any orders? No, I don't. Do I have any divisions? Yes, I do. So Excel is going to do the division first. So in this case, 2 divided by 2, which gives us the answer of 1. It's then going to do any multiplications, additions, or subtractions, and we have an addition remaining. So then effectively what it's going to do is 10 plus 1, which is why we get the answer of 11. If I wanted this to calculate so that we have an answer of 6, the easiest thing to do here would be to put the 10 plus 2 within brackets, because then Excel is going to calculate 10 plus 2 first, and then it's going to do the division, which will give us an answer of 6. So this is a really important rule to get your head around because it runs through every single formula that you construct in Excel. In the last lesson, we started to take a look at the SUM function. And as I said, the SUM function is by far the most popular function in Excel and one you'll find yourself using all the time. And all the SUM function does is it takes a range of numbers and it will add them together. And as you get into more complex formulas, you can use the SUM function for many different things and combine it with other functions to make it really powerful. Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves at this stage, but let's delve into the SUM function in a little bit more detail. Now, once again, we have a very basic spreadsheet here. We have some years running across the top and some months of the year. And then we just have some random numbers here, possibly sales figures, something along those lines. And what we want to do is we basically want to complete the total for each of the different years. Now, as we've already seen, we can simply click in the cell, type in equals, and as we start to type in the word sum, it's going to come up in the list below. We can press Tab to put that first bracket in. And then all we need to do is select the list of numbers that we want to add up, in this case C3 to C14, close off the bracket and hit Enter to get our result. Once again, we have that little green triangle in the corner, and I'll explain what that is in a couple of moments. Now, there are other ways that we can perform this SUM function. Now, it might be that when you're first starting to learn formulas, you don't particularly like typing functions directly into the cell. And I know that a lot of people who are new to Excel prefer to use the functions dialog box to construct their formulas. So let me just show you what that is, and then you can decide for yourself which method you prefer. So instead of typing equals sum into this cell, what I could do is jump up to this little FX button. And you'll notice here it says Insert Function. It's also worth noting that we have this button on the Formulas tab as well. It's this one just here with the keyboard shortcut of Shift F3. So when we click this, it's going to open up the Insert Function dialog box. And this is a really nice method to use if you're not entirely sure what the function name is that you need to use. You can see at the top here, you can search for any function available in Excel, or you can browse through the different categories of functions. Now I'm going to select all just here, because what I could do is I could type a brief description of what I want to do. So maybe if I just type in add numbers and click on go, it's going to pull up all of the functions that will help me do that. And I can see that one of them in there is the sum function. Now I can double click to select this, and it's basically going to open my function arguments. Now remember, when we're typing the function into the cell, these function arguments appear in that little screen tip underneath where we're typing. And this is basically exactly the same. It's just saying, provide the numbers that you want me to add together. And you can see here it's made a good guess based on where I'm clicked as to the numbers that I want to add up, D2 to D14. And if I check my spreadsheet, that's not quite correct because D2 is actually a date. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove those numbers and make my selection again, which is D3 to D14. Notice it puts the formula in the cell for me, click on OK, and then I get my result. So that's another method you can use, not only with the sum function, but with any function that you're using in Excel, the functions dialog box. Now, another way that we can very quickly add up numbers is to use the Autosum button. Now, Autosum you're going to find on the Formulas tab in the Functions Library group, and this is one of those double-sided buttons. So I can click the top half or I can click the lower half. Now, if I click the lower half, it's going to show me the different functions that I can use Autosum with. So I can use it for other functions aside from sum. However, the default action for the Autosum button is to use the sum function. So that means I can just click the top half of this button. So if I do that, notice what happens. Again, it tries to select the data that it thinks I want to add up. And most of the time, this selection is fairly accurate. But again, if I look at my data, I can see that within this range that it's selected, it's also including the column heading, because effectively the column heading is also a number. Now, what I could do in this scenario is I can simply adjust my range. Notice I have these marching ants around the outside, and in the corner there, I have these little blue squares. As I hover my mouse over, it allows me to adjust the selection. So I'm going to move it down one cell, and then I can simply hit enter to complete my sum formula. And an even quicker way of invoking Autosum is to use the keyboard shortcut, which you can see there is Alt plus equals. Now again, if I do Alt plus equals, it's going to make the cell selection, but for this example, I need to readjust that cell selection so it doesn't include the date, and hit enter. So a few different methods that we can use there to quickly input a sum formula. Now, the final thing I want to talk about here are these little green triangles in the corner of each of these total cells. What are they and why are they there? If you see a green triangle, this is some kind of warning. And warnings are always worth checking into further so you can determine if this is actually an error that needs to be fixed or if it's something inconsequential. Now, when I click on a cell that has one of these green triangles, notice that I get a little icon next to it, which is a little warning icon. And if we click this, this is kind of going to give you an idea as to what the problem is. So I can see here at the top of the list, it says formula omits adjacent cells. So what this is basically telling me is that in this sum formula, and if we look in the formula bar, C3 to C14, it says it's found other data nearby that I haven't included in my formula. And that would be correct, because I have these dates at the top here, which are effectively numbers to Excel, but to me they're dates and I don't want them included in the formula. So that is what this error is referring to. It's basically saying, hey, you've missed out a number in cell C2. Do you want to correct this before you go on? Now, I know that these years are not supposed to be included in these formulas. So what I can safely do here is select all of the cells where I have this little warning, click the drop down and just say ignore error to get rid of them. Another function that belongs in the category of the big 5 functions that everybody needs to know in Excel is the count function. And what this function allows you to do is basically count the number of items in a range or a list. So let's take a look at a basic example because there is a very important point here that you need to understand. Now in this worksheet, I just have a list of student names and I have the score that they've achieved in a test. And basically all I'm trying to do here is count the number of students that took a test. So I just want to count the number of items that I have in this list. Now bear in mind that this list is a very short list and this is probably something I could just do visually. But again, remember with all of these examples, imagine if you have a list of thousands and thousands of students. That is where the count function is going to be really useful. So what we can do here is we can type into the cell equals, and this function is simply called count. And notice again as I start to type it in, Excel's IntelliSense is pulling up a list of all of the functions that it finds in its library related to count. And if you find the one that you want to use, and if the one that you want isn't at the top of the list, you can use your arrow keys to move further down and select the one that you want. Also notice that with count highlighted, I get a little bit of informational text to the side, which tells me what that function does. So it says, counts the number of cells in a range that contains numbers. And that is the really important part, in a range that contains numbers. So let's press the Tab key to make our selection and put in that first bracket. Now our arguments here are basically the values that we want to count. So I want to count the number of students. So I'm going to go across to my little table. I'm going to select all of the student names, so that I have my range B3 to B15. I'm going to close off my bracket and hit enter. I get a result of 0. Now why is that? Well, it's down to that very important part of instructional text. The count function will count numbers in a list. So because I selected these student names, which are effectively text for my formula, that's why I'm getting an answer of 0. If I double click to edit this formula, and instead of cells B3 to B15, I'm going to count using the test scores instead. So this time my range contains numbers. I'm going to close off my bracket, hit enter, and now it's working. It's telling me that I have 13 items in the range that I selected. So what do I do if I want to count anything in the cell, regardless of whether it's text or if it's numbers? Well, for that, I need to use a slightly different function. So let's double click on our cell. I'm going to delete everything out. So if I want to count basically all, I would use the count A formula. Notice this time it says counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. So it's not going to count empty cells either. So now that I'm using count A, which will count all or count everything, if I open a bracket, I can use either the student range or the test score range, and this formula should work. So let's use the student name because this is the one that didn't work when we were just using count. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and now I'm getting the correct result of 13. Now, how does this work if we have blank cells? Well, let's go in and delete out Olivia from this list. So now effectively I have a blank cell in this cell range. Notice immediately as soon as I did that, the number of students decreased to 12. So count A doesn't count blank cells. What about count? Well, let's try that. Let's double click. Let's type in our formula again. Let's do count. I'm going to count the test scores because with count, we can only count numbers. Close the bracket and hit enter. And again, that also gives me 12. So it also doesn't count the blank cells. Now, what about if I just wanted to count the blank cells in a range? Well, we have another count formula that we can use for that as well. And that is count blank. I can see it's the third one in my list. So I'm going to use my arrow keys to go down. Tab key to select it, and this time I just need to select my range of cells. So if I select these student names, cells B3 to B15, and hit enter, it's returning the result of 1 because in this range it's found one blank cell. So there's 3 formulas there related to counting items. Count, which will count numeric values in cells, count A, which will count anything, and count blank, which will count just the blank cells. Now I'm going to Control Z a few times just to put Olivia back into my student list. Because remember, with these formulas, you can also use other methods as well. So we looked at previously the functions dialog box. We can use that for count as well. So if I click the FX icon, I could go in here and search for count. There it is at the top of the list. And basically I can then go in and select the values that I want to count. So I'm going to select the test scores, click on OK, and the formula works. I could also use that auto sum button. So if we go back to the formulas tab, click the lower half of auto sum, we can also use this to count numbers. Now notice a problem as soon as we do this. Because the cell where I want my result to be returned is far away from the actual data, it doesn't know which values I want to count. So it's just put the count formula in there for me, and now it's asking for me to select these values. So I would need to go in, select the range, and hit enter. If I was doing this formula directly underneath where I have these numbers, if I choose auto sum and count numbers, because the results cell is right next to the numbers that I want to count, it's recognized that those numbers are there, and it's automatically input the cell range for me, so I just need to hit enter. So just be aware of those little things when you're using things like AutoSum. But that, in its essence, is how you can construct 3 different types of count formula. Another one of the big 5 functions that all Excel users need to know is the average function. And the average function is pretty much what you would expect it to be. It's a function that helps you find the average of the values in the selected cell range. And much like the other functions that we've looked at in the last few lessons, the sum function and the count function, we can either type this function directly into the cell or we can use the functions dialog box. So let's take a look at how the average function works. So on this worksheet, I have some years running across the top and then again some months running down column B. And then we have some values in this table. And what I want to do is at the end here in column G, I want to find the average amount of sales for January across all 4 of these years, 2018 to 2021. So for this, we can simply type in average into the cell. Once again, as soon as you can see it in Excel's IntelliSense menu, you can just press the Tab key to select it. And we have very similar arguments to the sum and count functions. Here, Excel just requires us to select the cell range that we want to find the average of. So I want to find the average of these 4 cells, C3 to F3. I'm going to close my bracket and I'm going to do Control Enter so that I stay in the same cell. And there I have the average sales figure. So really nice and straightforward. Now, of course, we've seen how we can do this using the functions dialog box. It's a simple case of searching for the average command, double-clicking, and then we can go in and select the cell range that we want to find the average of. So pretty much the same as what we've done in the last 2 examples. So just to finish off this lesson, let's jump up to the Formulas tab, and we're going to go to the Auto Sum drop-down. Because notice in there, we can also use AutoSum to find the average. So if we click Average, again, notice it's made an incorrect selection. So all I need to do here is select the cells that I actually want to work with, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. Now, if you have a scenario like this where you need to complete the averages for a number of different values like we have here, we need to complete these average totals, you don't need to go to every single cell and complete an average formula. And this is going to lead us on nicely to a lesson that we're going to do a bit later on. Because what we have in Excel is the ability to autofill or copy formulas down. And this is such a useful time-saving utility. Now, if I hover my mouse over cell G4, where I have my last average calculation, notice in the bottom right-hand corner, I have that little green square. That is my autofill handle. So if I want to copy this formula down to fill the rest of these cells, I can simply drag all the way down like so, or alternatively, and I'm just very quickly going to Control Z to undo that, I can double click and it's also going to copy that formula down. And notice if we pick any of these, so let's go to this cell just here, G9, notice that the references C9 to F9 are highlighted in blue in the formula, and it's also showing me the cells that that formula refers to in the table highlighted in blue as well. And I can see that as this formula has moved down, Excel has automatically adjusted the cell references that it needs to use for this formula. And that is what we call relative referencing. When we drag a formula down, Excel will adjust the cell references accordingly. And again, we're going to talk more about that a bit later on because there are two other types of referencing aside from relative, and that is absolute and mixed. But for the time being, just be aware of this concept of relative referencing when you copy formulas down. So far in this course, we've looked at 3 of Excel's big 5 basic functions that everybody needs to know. So it's now time to finish off this little list with the final 2. And the final 2 functions that everybody needs to know are the min and the max functions. Now, what the min function does is that it will return the lowest value in a range of cells. And as you would expect, the max function does the exact opposite. It will return the maximum value in a range of cells. So these are pretty simple to construct. Let's start with min. I'm going to type in equals min. I'm going to press the tab key to select it from the list and put in that first bracket. And once again, we have some very simple arguments. We're just required to select the numbers or the cell range that we want to find the minimum value of. So I'm going to select this cell range just here, C3 to F3, and what this is going to do is tell me which value is the lowest. So when I hit enter, it's telling me that 6247 is the lowest value in that range, so I can see at a glance that for January we had the lowest sales in 2019. I can do exactly the same for max. Let's type it in, let's select our cell range, close the bracket and hit enter, and now I have the maximum value, which was in 2021. Now, once again, I'm going to want to copy all of these formulas down both of these columns. So let me show you another way that you can very efficiently do this. I'm going to select the 2 formulas that I've already done and all of the other blank cells. And if I press the keyboard shortcut Control D, that's going to copy that formula down each column. And if we just double check one of these, so let's double click somewhere down here, just to double check that it's actually calculating correctly. So C9 to F9, the lowest value there is 5538, and I can see that yes, that is correct. So Control D is another really useful little shortcut when it comes to quickly copying a formula into other cells. In this lesson, I'd like to start introducing you to some of the basic errors that you might come across when you're working with formulas and calculations in Excel. Because a very important skill to have is to know how to check your spreadsheets for errors and also what those errors mean and how you can resolve them. The last thing you want, particularly if you're sharing a spreadsheet with other people, is to send it out with all different types of errors all over the place. So in this lesson, we're going to look at some of the most basic ones. Now, in a previous lesson, I showed you how to deal with these little green triangles that you can see in the top left-hand corner. And in most cases, when you get something like this, you can click on that warning symbol, and the first item in the list will give you some idea as to what that error is there for. So as we determined for this one, I'm getting these little green triangles because the formula has recognized that I also have numbers in the top row that I'm not including in my formulas. And because these are the actual years, I don't actually want to include them in the formula anyway. So for these ones, we can simply select and choose to ignore the error. So what other types of errors might we come across? Well, you can see that I have 3 of them listed out in column I. Now the first one is a name error. And if you see a name error in any of your cells, it normally means that there's some kind of issue with your formula related to either the name of the formula or maybe something like the named range that you've used within your formula. Now we haven't covered named ranges yet. We're going to cover those in the next section. So let's take this from the standpoint that we've got a problem with the name of our formula. So the first thing I would do here is I would double click so I can take a look at this formula. And I can see here immediately that the name of the function is wrong. Now this might be a simple typo. Maybe I was typing sum particularly quickly and I've accidentally added an X on the end. So I can immediately see here that this is what is causing that name error. But what about if I wasn't so sure? Maybe I didn't know that SUMX wasn't the name of the function. How else could I troubleshoot the formula in this cell? Well, let's press Control Enter. I could jump up to the Formulas tab, and we have a formula auditing section just here. And this is where you can come for all of your tools that will help you find where errors are located in your spreadsheets. For example, for this particular formula, if I click on Trace Precedence, this is going to show me any of the cells that are being used in this formula. So I can see here I've got an arrow pointing to these total sales figures highlighted in blue. So it's basically telling me that this cell range is referenced in the formula. So it might be that when I click on Trace Precedence, this arrow is pointing to a completely different set of cells that I didn't mean to include in my formula. So then it's fairly easy for me to adjust that cell range. I'm going to remove the arrows. What about trace dependence? Well, I don't have any dependence for this formula. Nothing relies on this particular formula to calculate. What about if I click on Show Formulas? We'll take a look at what this does. This is going to show all of the formulas that you have on your worksheet. So you can see here, I can now see actually on the worksheet without having to double click to edit the cell, all of those sum calculations in that total row. I can also see the formulas that I have over in column I. So Show Formulas is a great way if you just want to quickly see all of the formulas on your worksheet. Now what about error checking? What happens if I click here? Well, this is basically going to evaluate my formula. And it's telling me that there is an error in cell I3. Now I have a few different options here. I can ignore the error, I can edit the formula in the formula bar, I can get some help, or I can show the calculation steps. So I'm going to show the calculation steps, and it basically takes me into this Evaluate Formula window. Incidentally, I also get this window if I click on the Evaluate Formula button in the Formula Editing group. Now what this allows you to do is walk step by step through your formula and evaluate each part separately so you can pinpoint where the error is occurring. So I can see that the first thing that's going to be evaluated in this formula is the actual formula name, in this case SUMX. So if I click on Evaluate, I can see there it's coming up with name. So this is where my issue is occurring because that is where the error is appearing. So this Evaluate tool is pretty useful, particularly when you start to get into more complex formulas, which maybe combine multiple different functions. Being able to step through them and evaluate each part individually to really determine where the error lies is so helpful. So let's click on Close and let's click on Close again. So I now am pretty confident that this is causing the problem. So let's delete out the X, hit Enter, and like magic, my formula is now fixed. What about this next error? We have a reference error. Let's double click and take a look at this. Now this doesn't really tell me much. It says sum and then we have reference. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go straight to Evaluate Formula. And I can see that the sum part of this formula is fine. It's this part that's causing the problem, the hash reference. Now, you normally get things like reference errors when you've maybe referred to a cell in the formula that no longer exists. So you can see here, this cell is supposed to be displaying the total sales for December. So I bet there was probably a sum calculation in here that was totaling all of December's sales. And if I take a look at my table, where's December gone? December has actually been deleted. So that is why I'm getting this reference error. The row was there when I first constructed the formula, but at a later time, someone's gone in and deleted that row out, which means my formula is now invalid. So look out for things like that when you see reference errors. It normally means whatever you're referring to, whatever cell, has either been pasted over with something else or deleted entirely. So for this one, because we no longer have December totals, I maybe will want to change this to the last month, which is November. So now let's do a sum calculation of November. And there we go, that looks a little bit better. Another type of error that you might see is a div error. And this comes up when you've tried to divide a number by 0. Now, the formula that I've got here is just very simply 1 divided by 0, just to show you an example of what that error looks like. In most cases, when you get a div error, it's not that clean cut. You might be doing, again, a longer, complex formula, and somewhere along the way, in the way that you've constructed that formula, you've ended up dividing it by 0, and maybe you haven't even realized that you've done that. So if you see that div error, it's worth taking a look at that formula and checking to make sure your calculation is correct. So for this one, let's just take that out, and we're just going to do the total sales for Q2, so that is going to be all of these figures just here. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I have a spreadsheet that's completely error-free. Now there are a number of other different errors that you'll see pop up from time to time in your spreadsheets. You might see a value error, or you might see a null error as well. And we'll come across more of these as we progress through the course. But for now, that should give you an introduction as to some of the most common errors and how you can use the tools available in Excel in that formula auditing group to do some troubleshooting. One of the most important concepts to understand when you're learning Excel is the difference between absolute and relative referencing. And I did mention this briefly a couple of lessons ago. And it's worth noting that by default, Excel uses relative referencing. So let me show you a very quick example of relative referencing, and then we'll dive into absolute and why it's different from relative. So just to demonstrate relative referencing, I'm going to type in some numbers just down here, and we're going to type in some numbers next to these, like so. So maybe here I want to have the totals of these numbers. So what I could do is type in sum. I can select the cell range, close the bracket, hit enter, and then I can drag to copy that formula down. Now, as I drag this formula down, Excel uses relative referencing to adjust the cell references. If we double click in this first total, you can see the cells that this formula references, I6 and J6. If I take a look at the last formula, you can see that Excel has adjusted those cell references as I've dragged that formula down. So now it's summing I8 to J8. And it's this relative referencing that allows me to copy this formula down and all of my formulas remain correct. And relative referencing is the default in Excel. But as you'll soon find, it doesn't always work in every situation. It's not always the most appropriate type of referencing to use. So with that in mind, let's take a look at an example of absolute referencing. Now what you can see here on this worksheet is that I have in column A some employee names. In column B, I have the departments that they work in. In column C, we have the number of years they've been working there. And then finally, in column D, we have their salary. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to change these to British pounds because that is what my Excel is currently set to. So I'm going to keep everything nice and consistent. Now, what I want to do here is I want to work out the bonus amount for each of these employees. And I can see over in cell J1, all staff members are getting a bonus of 2%. Lucky old them. So how would I do this calculation? Well, this is going to be a straightforward sum calculation. What we want to do here is we want to take the salary in cell D2 and we're going to multiply it by the bonus amount of 2% in cell J1. I'm going to close my bracket and hit enter, and now I can see there that the bonus is 697.56. So that amount is 2% of their total salary. Now once again, I'm just going to change the formatting of this column to pounds. So great, everything is working so far. And what I want to do here is I want to do exactly the same thing for all of the other employees. So effectively, I should be able to grab my autofill handle and drag this formula down, right? Wrong. Take a look at what happens. It's not working. I'm getting 0 in all of these other cells. So why am I getting 0? Well, let's double click and take a look at one of these formulas a bit further down so we can see which cells the formula is referring to. So here we go. It's doing a sum of D11, which is correct in this case. We want to multiply the salary, but take a look at J10. J10 is over here, and that is a blank cell. Because Excel has assumed that if I'm dragging this formula down, it needs to modify the cell references and move those down one each time as well. And for the salary part of this calculation, that is absolutely fine, but it's not fine for the bonus. In this example, we always want this formula to refer to cell J1. We don't want it to adjust and move down to any blank cells. So with that in mind, we need to make cell J1 absolute. So let's delete out everything we have and let's do our formula again. So we're going to say equals sum. It's still going to be D2. We're still going to multiply it by J1, but we need to make J1 absolute. Now the way that we do that is we press the F4 key once on our keyboard. And what that will do is it's going to place $signs in front of the column and the row number. So basically what those $signs are a way of locking to that particular cell. So I'm saying lock column J and column 1. I can close the bracket, hit enter, and now if I double click to copy this formula down, the formula is working. If we take a look at one of the formulas a bit further down, we can see again the cells this is referring to, and this time this is absolutely correct. It's referring to cells D17 and it's multiplying by J1. So knowing when to use absolute referencing is a really important skill in Excel. Now there is another type of referencing that you can do called mixed referencing, and that is where we basically either lock just the column or just the row. And those are by far the least common ways of using cell referencing. Most of the time you're going to be using absolute or relative. So for the time being, we're just going to stick to those two so you get some practice, and then later on we'll take a look at mixed referencing. So now these calculations are correct, the only thing left for me to do here is complete the new salary for everybody. And the new salary is basically going to be a sum calculation again, where we're going to do the salary plus their bonus. So equals sum, and we want to say salary plus bonus. This time we're fine with relative cell referencing because we want to copy down, and it's fine for the cell references to adjust each time. So let's double click to copy that down. And once again, I'm just going to change this to currency format. And now we have a completed bonus spreadsheet. In previous lessons in this course, we've briefly had a look at how Autosum and Autofill work. So it's time now to take a deeper dive into these two really powerful utilities. So currently I'm working in the Autosum and Autofill workbook, and I'm clicked on the Example 1 tab. And on this tab we have a table with some values that we need to complete. So the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to complete this totals row at the bottom. And as we've seen previously, we're just doing a sum calculation here. We can use the AutoSum button. And if you recall AutoSum, you'll find that on the Formulas tab in the Function Library group. Or alternatively, you can use the keyboard shortcut of Alt equals. Now remember, because I have a number in that top row, I need to adjust the selection and then I can hit Enter. And because we want to copy this formula across to the other years, we can simply use the autofill handle in the bottom right-hand corner and drag that formula across. Now we have our little warning triangle, so I'm going to click the warning symbol and I'm just going to say ignore this error. So now let's use autofill to complete the rest of these empty cells. So the first thing I'm going to do in this totals column is we're going to do a very simple sum calculation, and we're going to add up all of the sales figures for January C3 to F3. Close the bracket, and I'm going to do Control Enter so that I stay in the same cell. Now notice over on the right hand side, I've just listed out there 4 different methods for auto-filling formulas down. And we've already seen a couple of these, but there are a couple in there as well that we haven't yet taken a look at. Now the first way to autofill down a formula is to hover your mouse over the autofill handle and double click to copy that formula down. Let's move to column H and let's work out the averages. And again, we're using the same cell range. And this time what I can do is simply drag that formula down. In the next column, we're going to do a min formula. And remember, min returns us the lowest value in our cell range, C3 to F3. Now, the third method that I can use to fill down is I can select all the cells that I want to fill this formula in, go to the Home tab, and then over in the Editing group, notice we have a drop down here next to Fill. And I can choose Fill Down, and that's going to fill that formula into those remaining cells. And similarly, an even quicker way of executing that, let's just put in our max formula at the top here, Control Enter. We can pretty much do exactly the same thing by highlighting all of the cells and using the keyboard shortcut instead of Control D to copy that formula down. And then of course, once these are done, if I want to complete the totals as well, I can simply drag my totals formula across. And in a couple of minutes, we have a completed worksheet. Now, staying on this subject of autofill, there are still a number of different options that we haven't looked at yet. And all of these little autofill options are so helpful when it comes to being able to input data into your worksheets quickly and efficiently. Now, I did mention earlier I was going to show you a quick way of adding in lots of numbers into a worksheet. For example, maybe I need to enter into this worksheet numbers 1 to 200. So instead of going through and typing in 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, I can get Excel to do all the hard work for me. Now what I'm going to do here is a little trick, which involves accessing a hidden menu. So I'm going to type number 1 into this first cell. And then what I'm going to do is using my right mouse button, not my left, my right, I'm going to hover my mouse over the corner of that cell so that I get the little autofill cross, hold down my right mouse button, drag down one cell, up one cell, and release the mouse, and it's going to present me with a little secret menu. And this allows me to fill my cells in different ways. So I'm going to say fill series. And what I want to do here is I want to fill the column with numbers. The step value is the value which I want the numbers to increase. So I want them to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So my step value is 1. And I want it to stop at 200. And if I click on OK. Check that out. I now have all of those numbers input. Control down to go to the bottom. The last value there is 200. So that's a really nice quick way of getting lots of numbers, long lists of numbers into your worksheet. Now we can do a similar thing here if we want to fill down dates. So quite often in spreadsheets you'll have dates. So maybe if you're putting together an invoice spreadsheet, you're going to have the dates listed out of all of the invoices. So what you could do is type in the first date, let's say the 1st of November 2021. And if I autofill down this time, notice that it autofills down consecutive days. So simply by using that autofill handle, I'm going to get the 1st of November, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, so on and so forth. And that's absolutely fine if that's what you want. In some cases, you might want a different kind of date. So maybe I want to fill down the last day of every month. So how would we do that? Well, let's type in the last day of January. So that is the 31st of the 1st, 2021. Now, as I said, if I go to copy this down, the next date it's going to fill in is going to be the 1st of February, 2nd of February, so on and so forth. Now we can change this simply by dragging the autofill button down, and I'm just going to drag down to there. But notice when we drag down, we get this little what we call a smart tag at the bottom. And if you click this, it's going to open up some additional autofill options. And from here, we get to choose what dates we're filling down. So if I want the last day of the month, I could say fill months. And it's going to change all of those like magic to now display the last day of the month. So don't forget about this little smart tag when you drag down. It's always worth having a look in there and seeing if something else fits more with what it is that you're trying to do. Now we've already seen how we can type in the name of a month and then simply use the autofill handle to drag down to fill in the other months. The same works with days, and this works with the long version of the day or the short version of the day. Once again, I can drag down to complete those days, and it will just loop around until you choose to stop filling cells. So where does this come from in Excel? Well, these are actually what we call custom lists, and you'll find your custom lists underneath Excel options. If we jump into File and go down to Options at the bottom, and then into the Advanced page, if we scroll all the way down to near the bottom, you'll notice that we have this little button just here, Edit Custom Lists. And when we jump into here, you're going to see all of those patterns that Excel recognizes. And it's because this exists here that Excel is able to copy down the months of the year and the days of the week. And if you wanted to, you can create your own custom lists and use them in the same way. Now I could choose to import a list that I've got in a worksheet, so maybe in some cells, or I could choose to create my own custom list. So if you click New List at the top, I can then type in my list entries. So maybe on a frequent basis, I have to type in the names of all of the people that work in my department. And instead of doing that manually, I want to be able to just type in the first one and autofill down. So I'm going to create a brand new list with the names of everybody who works in my department. So we're just going to have 4 people. And let's say Add. And you can now see that I have a new custom list. So if I click on OK and OK again to come out of options, now if I want to fill in those employees, all I need to do is type in the name of the first one, and then Excel is going to recognize that custom list so I can simply drag down. So all of these autofill options are definitely worth exploring because they really do make you more efficient when you're working in Excel. Flash Fill is possibly one of my favorite utilities in Excel. And Flash Fill hasn't been around forever. It was introduced in Excel 2013. And if you find yourself having to split up data or even combine data from different columns fairly frequently, Flash Fill is going to be your best friend. This takes all of the hard work out of it. So the best way to demonstrate flash fill is to really dive into some examples. And I've got 3 different examples to show you here. So in this first example, in this first table, notice that I have a list of employee names. And what I've been asked to do is break up the full name into a column full of first names and a column full of last names. Now, before the introduction of flash fill, it was possible to do this, but you would have to use the text to columns utility or possibly use an Excel formula. But now we have flash fill, so this is a piece of cake. So let me show you how it works. All you need to do is basically tell Excel what you want the pattern to be. So in the first name cell, I'm going to type in how I want the first one to look. So I basically just want it to list out my first name. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I'm going to invoke the Flash Fill tool. And we find Flash Fill up on the data ribbon. In that Data Tools group in the middle there, we have a Flash Fill button. Let's click, and would you take a look at that? Like magic, it recognizes the pattern and it copies it down. And the best thing about this is that there are no underlying formulas that you need to get rid of or are going to cause you any problems. Let's do the same, but this time we want to complete the last name. Once again, we just need to type in what the pattern is going to be. Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and we can invoke flash fill in an entirely different way. So if I press Enter just here, as soon as I start to type, the second name goes down the rest of them and basically says to me, is this what you want to input? I can quickly do a visual check. Yes, those are all of the last names, so all I need to do is hit the Enter key to accept that. So nice and easy. We could even use flash fill to complete email addresses for people as well. Now there is a bit of a caveat to this, and that is that everybody needs to have the same email address. And more often than not, if you're filling down a list of people that you work with, you're all going to work at the same organization, and so you're all going to have the same email address. So what I can do here is again give Excel the pattern. So I want Excel to pick out that I want the person's initials at, and then we're just going to say companyx.com. Control Enter to stay in the cell. And a third way that I can invoke flash fill is to basically highlight all of the cells that we want to fill and use the keyboard shortcut Control E. And again, take a look at that. It's recognized that I want the initials of every single employee, and then it's put companyx.com. We could also utilize flash fill if we want to extract parts of an order number, or maybe an invoice number, or a part number, something like that. For example, all of these long order numbers have ORD at the beginning. I don't really need that part. I just want to extract the last 3 characters. So once again, we can use flash fill for that. 1, 2, 3 is what I want to extract, and I can use any of the flash fill methods. So Control Enter to stay in the same cell. I'm going to select all the cells I want to fill and Control E to fill those down. So quick and simple. The final example here is another way that we can extract different parts of a product name. So in the product name column, you can see that I have red shirt and then I have the item code, and I basically want to split this up so we have the color of the product name, and then the item code in 3 separate columns. So for this, I can say red, Control Enter. I'm going to highlight and Control E to flash fill down. Next, I want the product. So let's tell Excel what the pattern is. Control Enter. And this time, I think I'll use my flash fill button to fill those down. And then finally, we need to type the item code 123. Let's hit Enter. And this time, if I start to type the next item code, it's going to fill them all down for me, and I can simply hit Enter to accept. In this exercise, exercise 3, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section on working with formulas. So for this exercise, we're going to be using the data on the Customer Data tab. So what I'd like you to do first is to calculate the total sales for all customers in column D. So this is what we're doing first. Just calculate the number of sales based on the quantity and the price per item. I'd then like you to autofill that formula down. Next, I'd like you to calculate the sales tax for all customers in column E using the sales tax figure in cell I2. So we're calculating the sales tax in this column using the sales tax figure. And one thing to think about when you're doing this is think about whether you're doing absolute or relative referencing. I'd then like you to calculate the total including the tax in column F and then autofill that formula down. Then finally, just to make sure that your formulas are all updating, I'd like you to change the sales tax amount to 6% and just ensure that the values in the table update. Next, we're going to take a look at how you can use functions in calculations. So this section, we're performing calculations in this table just here. So the first thing I would like you to do is in cell I4, calculate the total sales. In cell I5, I'd like you to calculate the average quantity of items bought by each customer. In cell 6, I'd like you to calculate the minimum price per item. In cell 7, I'd like you to calculate the maximum price per item. And finally, in cell I8, I'd like you to calculate the total number of customers. So quite a bit to do there. See how you get along. And if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to calculate the total in column D. So this is going to be a very basic sum calculation. We want to do the quantity multiplied by the price per item, close the bracket, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. I then asked you to fill this down, so we simply need to double click to copy the formula down. Next, I asked you to calculate the sales tax, and currently we have the sales tax listed over in cell I2. So again, this is a sum calculation. We're doing the total multiplied by the sales tax. Now, when we copy this down, we don't want that sales tax to move. So we need to make cell I4 absolute by pressing the F4 key. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and then we can double click to copy that formula down. The final calculation we need to perform here is just a very simple sum calculation where we add together the total and the sales tax. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and double click to copy the formula down. In the second part of this exercise, I asked you to complete the values in this smaller table. So the first thing I asked you to calculate were the total sales. Now, I didn't actually specify in the exercise whether I wanted you to calculate the totals excluding tax or including tax, so whichever one of these you did, that is absolutely fine. I'm going to do it excluding tax, so I simply want to do a sum calculation, and then I'm going to select Control Shift down all of the numbers in this column. Close the bracket, hit Enter, and there we have the total. Next, I wanted you to work out the average quantity. So we're going to use the average function, go to the quantity column, Control Shift down arrow, close off the bracket, hit Enter, and there we have the average quantity. Next, we're going to use the min function to work out the minimum price per item. So once again, click, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, hit Enter. Next, we want to do the reverse, so we're going to use the max function, the same column of data, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, and hit Enter. And then finally, we want to work out the number of customers. So for this, I'm going to use Count A because I want to count text. So click, Control Shift down arrow, close the bracket, hit Enter, and I can see that we have 50 customers. The final thing I asked you to do was just to change the sales tax from 4.5 to 6%, just to make sure that all of these figures update. So in I2, I'm just going to type in 6, hit Enter, and yes, I can see that everything has now updated. In this section, we're going to explore the wonderful world of named ranges. And named ranges are another one of my favorite things in Excel. Not only can you use named ranges to help you navigate across multiple workbooks, but you can use them in formulas so that your formulas are not only easier to construct, but also easier to interpret and read. Now, before we get into how we create named ranges and how we use them in calculations, let's start out by discussing exactly what a named range is so that you understand. Now, as we've already seen, we can select different groups of cells using our mouse. And when we select a group of cells, this is referred to as a range of cells. And we often use cell ranges when we're performing calculations. For example, if I wanted to sum all of the totals, I would select the cell range F4 down to F17, and that would be my range. And what a named range is basically assigning a meaningful name to a range of cells. So instead of just identifying a range as, for example, H10 to H14, I might choose to call this range blank cells, something like that. And I can then use that name in my formulas as opposed to having to go in and select the cell range each time. Now, in this workbook, I have numerous different named ranges already set up. And you can see all of your named ranges by clicking this drop-down arrow in the name box. Notice I have 5 named ranges in here, one for customer, orders, price per unit, quantity, and total. And what you'll also notice is that each of these named ranges corresponds to the column headings in this table. And if I click on the price per unit named range, it's going to highlight that range of cells. So effectively, this cell range, E4 to E17, is called price per unit. So each one of these cell ranges has been assigned a name. This is the cell range assigned to customer. This one, quantity, and you can see it in the name box just here. We have total just here, and then we have the orders range. And in the table on the right-hand side, we have some calculations. Now, if you take a look up in the formula bar at this first calculation, this is going to look a little bit different to the formulas that we've constructed previously. I'm doing an average calculation. I'm trying to find the average quantity. But instead of selecting the cell range, which would be D4 down to D17, notice it just says quantity in there. It's using the named range as opposed to the cell references. If I go to the next formula down, this one is doing a count of all of the orders. And again, instead of using a cell range, I'm using the named range. And instantly, by looking at this formula, it's a lot easier for anybody looking at this worksheet to kind of figure out what it is that you're trying to do. Instead of just some random cell references in there, they can see, okay, it's doing a count of the orders. So it makes it more meaningful. Another thing that you can use named ranges for is quick navigation. So if I was clicked on another worksheet, let's just create another one very quickly. If I was working away over here and I wanted to quickly jump back to one of those ranges, I can simply select it from the name range drop down, and it's going to jump me back to that worksheet and highlight that range of cells. So it's also quite nice if you want to use it for navigation. I would say that that is kind of its secondary purpose, and most of the time the primary use of named ranges is to create meaning when you're constructing formulas. Now in the next lesson, we're going to take a look at how you create named ranges, because there are a number of different methods that you can use. But just to give you a heads up, we're going to be working on the Formulas tab at the top in the Defined Names group in the middle here. This is where you'll find all of your options for creating named ranges. So I'm going to head over there now, and I look forward to you joining me. So now we know what a named range is, let's look at the different ways that we can create them. Now what we're going to do here is basically what I showed you in the example in the previous lesson. We're going to create named ranges for all of the columns that we have in this table. And I want the named ranges to be called whatever the column heading for that particular column is. Now, by far the simplest and quickest way to name a range is by using the name box. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select the range of cells, click up in the name box, and then give my range a name. So this is going to be called orders. Now, it's really important when you're typing in names for your ranges that you don't have any spaces in the names. Now, my range is just one word, orders, but if I wanted to call it order numbers, for example, I wouldn't be able to put a space in there and type in numbers. That's not going to work. I would either need to type it in as order numbers, or one word, or I need to separate the words with an underscore instead. So just remember that when you're naming your ranges. Also really important to remember to hit the Enter key to set that named range. So that is the first method you can use. The second method you can use is to select the range of cells that you want to name, including that column heading, and then on the Formulas tab in the Defined Names group, use the Create from Selection button. Now what this will do is it's going to create a named range for you, and it's going to name the range based on the values in whichever row or column you specify. So because I've highlighted the top row, I want it to name this range based on the value in the top row. So that is customer. Let's click on OK. And if you want to check to make sure that your named ranges are setting effectively, you can click the drop down and you can see them listed out here. The next method you can use to create a named range is to click on the Name Manager button. And notice this has a keyboard shortcut of Ctrl plus F3. So if we jump into the Name Manager, this is basically where we come to manage all of our different named ranges. And you can see in there the two named ranges that I've currently set up. What I can also do is create a new named range from here as well by clicking the New button. I can give my range a name, so let's call this range Quantity. I want it to be available in this workbook. I could add a comment if I wanted to, and then I select the cells that this range refers to. So that's going to be these cells just here, and click on OK. So now I have 3 named ranges created. And then the final method I can use to create a named range is the Define Name option in the Defined Names group. Again, I can just give my range a name. So this one is going to be price per unit. Remember, we're separating with underscores. And then I can specify which cells this range refers to. So that is my cell range E4 to E17. And another thing to note about these named ranges is take a look at the cell references. They're all absolute by default. And this is a really important point when it comes to using your named ranges in your formulas. So I'll talk more about this at a later stage. Let's click on OK. And now I have 4 named ranges set up. Let's do the final one. And I'm just going to do this using the Create from Selection method. And now I have all of my named ranges created. So that is it. Those are the 4 different methods that you can use to create named ranges. Before we move on to using named ranges in formulas and calculations, I just very briefly want to show you where you go if you want to edit your named ranges or delete named ranges. And we have actually been into this little area once already in this section. So if you want to manage your named ranges, you need to make sure that you're clicked on the Formulas tab, and then we're going to click on Name Manager. And as we've seen, this opens up a little panel which we can make bigger if we need to. And that's going to show us all of the named ranges that we have in the workbook. That's a really important distinction. The scope for these named ranges is the workbook. And you can see that in this column just here. And what that basically means is that these named ranges will be available to use in any worksheet that I create in this specific workbook. If I was to create a brand new workbook, then I'm not going to have access to these named ranges. Now, the other information that we can see in here is basically the name of the range, the values contained within that range, the worksheet name, and the cells that this range refers to. So you can see that all of my ranges are on the Named Ranges worksheet, and then we have those absolute cell references. And then, as we just mentioned, the scope is just this workbook. So if I want to go in and make any changes to this information, I have an edit button just above, which will allow me to edit certain elements of this named range. So if I wanted to change the name of the range, I can do that from here. I can add some comments if I want to. And I can also change which worksheets or which cells this named range refers to. So super simple to make edits to any of these ranges. We've already seen that we can click the new button and create a brand new range from here. And this is also where we have the delete button as well. So if you want to delete out any named ranges that you're no longer using, this is where you can come. And then all the way over on the right-hand side of this window, notice that we have a filter button. Now, I will say that if you have a fairly short list of named ranges like I do here, I only really have 5 of them, then this filter is a little bit of overkill. However, you might find that in some more complex workbooks, particularly if you have lots and lots of worksheets, you could have many named ranges. So you're going to need a quick way of filtering out the ones you're not interested in and just viewing the ones that you are interested in. And that's where this filter comes in. This basically allows you to filter your list of named ranges. So I can search for ranges which are just scoped to this worksheet or just to this workbook. I can filter for ranges with errors or names without errors. So this is particularly useful for error checking. And then I can also filter by defined names, so named ranges or table names. Now, we haven't got on to talking about tables as yet, but we'll come back into here when we do so you can see what the difference is between these bottom two. And then, of course, if you have applied any filters and you want to restore the entire list, we have a clear filter button at the top just there. So that filter button is great if you have a lot of named ranges that you need to sort through. So that is pretty much it. Let's click on close to come out of here. That is where you go if you need to edit, delete, or manage named ranges. So now that we've created our named ranges, it's time to take a look at how we can use them in formulas. So we're going to complete this little table on the right-hand side and utilize some of those big 5 formulas that we've already learnt in this course. So the first formula that we need to construct is an average formula. And what we want to do here is we want to find out the average quantity. So let's start out by typing in average. I'm going to press my tab key to select it from that list. And now we need to provide the values that we want to find the average of. Now it's at this stage, normally I would go in and select the cell range in this worksheet. But because we've set this range up as a named range, I can simply use the name. And this range is called quantity. Now to pull that up or input it into the formula, if I start typing the word quantity, notice that IntelliSense also picks up any named ranges that you have in your worksheet. So it's not just formulas that you're going to see in that menu underneath, you're also going to see any named ranges that you've created. So once it's found the named range, it's highlighted, so I can simply press the tab key. Notice that the word quantity is in blue and the range is highlighted in blue in the table. All that's left for me to do here is close off my bracket, hit enter, and there I get the answer. So that is a really nice, easy way of incorporating those named ranges into your formulas. And if you look at this formula, it's very simple to see exactly what this formula is doing. Let's do this one more time. This time, we want to do a count of the number of orders. So we're going to type in count, press the tab key. And this time I want to use the range that I called orders. Again, we can start to type it in. It finds it in the list, tab key, close the bracket, hit enter, and we are done. Now, so far in those two examples, that has very much relied on me remembering what I've called my named range. And it might be that if you're working in a spreadsheet that maybe you last looked at 6 months ago, you can't necessarily remember all of the names of the ranges in your spreadsheet. So let's do this next one, and I'm going to show you a little workaround for that. So now we need to find out what the minimum sales are. So we're going to use min, press that tab key, and if I can't remember that it's the total range that I want, if I press the F3 key on my keyboard, that's going to pop open a little window that's going to list out all of the named ranges that I have in this workbook. So now I can take a little look through the different names. Yes, that's the one I want, total. Select it, and it's going to input it into my formula, close off the bracket, hit enter. And I can do exactly the same for max. Once again, I can press F3, select total, click on OK, close the bracket, and hit enter. And then the final one here is just a sum calculation, so we can type in sum. And this time I'm just going to start to type total, select it from that list, close the bracket, and hit enter. And I need to just adjust the formatting on these to make them British pounds. And there we go. That is how you can use named ranges in your formulas. Now, another important point to note here is if you have used named ranges in your formulas and then that named range gets deleted, that's going to mess up your formula. Let me show you what I mean. If we jump up to the Formulas tab, and remember to delete named ranges, we need to jump into the Name Manager. So if I decide that I want to delete this totals range, let's click on delete and OK. Notice what happens to my formulas. I now get this name error. And if you remember in a previous lesson when we were looking at errors that you can come across in Excel, one of them was this name error. And I said to you that a name error either means that you have a problem with the name of the formula, maybe you've misspelt it, or you have a problem with the name of the named range. So in this case, the formula name is correct, but the name range no longer exists. So what I would need to do to fix this is either go in and replace these with cell references. So select the cell reference, close the bracket and hit enter. Or I could create the named range again. So let's select this, create from selection. I'm going to call it total. And now that has fixed those two formulas. So just be aware of that. Deleting named ranges can affect any formulas where you're using the named range. In this exercise, we're going to practice the skills that we've learned in this section related to named ranges. So in the first part of this exercise, I'd like you to practice naming different ranges in your worksheet. And the worksheet that we're using is the Customer Data worksheet. So the first thing I'd like you to do is go through and name the following data ranges. A2 to A52, I'd like you to name that range Customer Name. B2 to B52, I'd like you to name that range Quantity. And what you'll notice is that these ranges are basically just the ranges that you see here. And they're all going to be named according to the column heading. So go through and create all of those named ranges. I'd also like you to create a named range for the tax rate. So this cell reference just here, H2 to I2, I'd like you to name tax rate. And if possible, try using all of the different methods that I showed you for creating named ranges so that you can practice them. Once you have your named ranges set up, let's use them in some formulas. So the first thing I'd like you to do is replace the reference to cell I2 in the sales tax formula in column E with the named range. I'd then like you to recalculate the formulas in cell range I4 to I8 using the named ranges instead of cell references. So that should keep you busy for the next few minutes, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do was to create named ranges for all of the columns in the table. So a quick way to do this would be to select all of the column headings, Control-Shift-Down arrow to select everything, and then on the Formulas tab, choose Create from Selection. I'm going to use the top row, so my column headings, as the names for each of my ranges. Click on OK, and let's just check that those have set in that name box, which I can see that they have. I also asked you to create a named range for the sales tax as well. So what we're going to do here is we're going to select cell I2, and in the name box, I'm just going to call this tax_rate and hit enter. And then I asked you to use that named range in this formula in column E. So if we double click to edit the first formula, instead of I2, I want to use the named range instead. So let's delete our I2, and I'm going to start to type the word tax rate. There it is in my list. Tab to select, hit enter, and double click to copy that down. And then finally, I asked you to do the same thing for all of these totals in column I. So instead of the cell references, we want to use the named ranges. So total sales, I used column D for this, so I'm going to click up in the formula bar and delete out D3 to D52, and we're going to use the total named range, hit enter. For the next one, the average quantity, so for this one we're using the quantity named range. We're going to replace this with quantity, tab, and hit enter. For the next one is the minimum price per item. So I'm going to select the named range, delete it, and this time I'm going to press the F3 key on my keyboard and select price per item and hit enter. And we're going to do exactly the same for the next one. Let's delete it out, F3, price per item, and hit enter. And then finally, we're doing a count A of the customers. So let's delete out this cell reference, and this time we're going to use the customer name named range and hit enter. Number formatting plays a vital role when it comes to the readability of your worksheets. When we add a value into a cell in a spreadsheet, we can decide how we want that number to look. For example, it might be that we want it just to look like a plain old number. Or maybe that number is representing monetary values and we want it to look more like a currency. Or maybe we want it to show as a percentage. This is where number formatting comes into play. So on this worksheet, I have a few numbers and I've just repeated these numbers, so we kind of have a little table going on over here. And notice the column headings. These are the four main types of formatting that I tend to use for numbers. Now, before we get on to applying this formatting, let's just take a look at what we mean by number formatting. Now, we're going to be doing a lot of work on the home ribbon in this lesson, and we're going to be using this number group just here. This is where you're going to find all of the tools that relate to number formatting. Now, notice currently my number formatting is set to general. And general is the default number formatting that's applied to all cells. So if you don't specify any other kind of formatting, this is the formatting that you're going to get. And what that basically means is if I was to type some numbers into these cells, they are simply going to display with no formatting. So effectively, they're going to display as I've typed them. And in some scenarios, that's absolutely fine. You don't necessarily have to apply number formatting to every single column or range of cells. If general works for you, that's absolutely fine. However, we do have other different types of formatting that we can apply to change the look of our numbers. And that's a really important point. You are literally just changing the way that these numbers are displaying. You're not actually changing anything related to the underlying number. And this will be illustrated more once we start applying different number formats. And number formatting is effectively applied to the cell that contains the number as opposed to the actual number. So if we take a look at this table, I'm going to select all of the numbers in this first column. And what we're going to do is we're going to jump up to our number formatting group, click the drop down, and this is going to open up a menu that shows me all the different types of number formatting that I can apply. And you'll see the top one there, general, no specific format. The next one down is number formatting. Now if I click this, take a look at how that changes my numbers in the worksheet. I now have 2 decimal places after the number. So if you have some long numbers and it's important that you display those decimal places, this is a good format option to choose. Now, of course, we can also customize this. So maybe I want more decimal places, or maybe I want less. Well, again, up in this number group, notice we have these 2 little arrows for increased decimal and decreased decimal. So I could click once, twice to take those decimal places down, or I can increase them simply by clicking this button. So you have quite a bit of control there. Now, another thing to note here, and this is very much what I was saying, that you're not actually changing the underlying value, you're just applying formatting over the top. If you take a look at the cell I currently have selected and then glance up in the formula bar is showing me what the actual value underneath that formatting is. So in the formula bar, you can still see that the value of the cell is 20, but because I've applied number formatting, it looks different in the actual cell. Okay, so just bear that in mind. Let's apply some currency formatting to this second column. We're going to jump up to our drop down and go to currency. Again, this changes the look and feel of my numbers. This time I'm getting the pound currency symbol in front of all of my numbers. And again, I have 2 decimal places. If I wanted to take those down again, I could, or I could increase them. Now, another thing I could do here is I could change the currency symbol that I'm using. So I'm in the UK, so by default, my Excel and my Windows PC is set up to use British pounds. Now, if I want to change the currency symbol that I'm using, what I would need to do here is either click the drop down and go down to more number formats, or alternatively, I can click the diagonal arrow to take me into the Format Cells dialog box and the currency section. And from here, I can also adjust those decimal places and also change the currency symbol that I'm using. And we have pretty much all currency symbols in here. So it's just a case of scrolling through and finding the one that you want to use. Let's now take a look at accounting format. I'm going to select all of these cells, click the drop down, and this time we're going to go for accounting. Now take a look at this one because it is slightly different from the currency format. Again, this is just adding a currency symbol, but notice that with this format, the currency symbol is pushed all the way over to the left-hand side of the cell. And this is the main difference between accounting format and currency. Accounting format was really created for the accounting industry. And in the accounting industry, they generally tend to have to read down lots of line items of numbers. So to make that a little bit easier, accounting format moves that currency symbol out of the way, but it also makes sure that all of the decimal places are lined up. So it's much easier to read down a list of values. And then finally on the end here, we want to apply some percentage formatting. Now this is a little bit of a strange one. If I highlight all of these numbers, click the drop down and select percentage, look at what I get here. That isn't really what I was hoping for. Even if I decrease the decimal places, I'm still getting figures that I wasn't expecting. So let's undo a couple of times, because what I want these to say is basically 10%, 20%, 30%, so on and so forth. Now, if you have your numbers written out like this and you simply try to apply percentage format over the top, you're not going to get what you were expecting. In order for that to work, you would need to break these percentages down and divide them by 100 effectively. To get 10% when I apply the percentage format, I would need to have this written out as 0.10. Now, if I apply percentage format to that, and take those decimal places down, it gives me 10%. And an issue that I find that comes up all the time is that people have numbers written out like this in a spreadsheet, and then they're not sure how to get all of those numbers quickly converted into percentages. So we can fix this using a simple formula trick. All we need to do is select the cell D5, divide it by 100, and that gives us the value that we're looking for. We can then double click to copy this down, and then when we apply the percentage format, take those decimal places down, we get exactly what it is that we're looking for. Okay, so that's one way that you can do this. Another way is that you can simply type the percentage sign in when you're typing the number. So if I want 10% in a cell, if I type in 10 and then add the percentage sign, it's going to keep it on 10%, and oddly, it changes the number formatting of that cell to percentage. So just be aware of that. If you have numbers already in a spreadsheet and you try to apply percentage formatting, quite often that's not going to work. So you either need to type the percentage sign or add a formula that divides it by 100. Now, some of these other buttons that we have up in this number group, if we click this drop down, this is just a quick way for me to switch between three currencies I use most often. We have the percentage symbol just here that will quickly apply the percent style. And I also have a comma style here as well. And you'd use this if you had a longer number. So let's say I've got 2,500 written in a cell. If I want to add a comma to that, I can simply click comma style. It's going to add the comma, give me a couple of decimal places. I can get rid of those if I want to. But I now have comma style formatting applied to that number. Now, of course, when we click in this drop down, we have a whole host of other formats in here as well. And we're going to cover the next three, short date, long date, and time, in the next lesson. Some of these others you won't use as often, so things like fractions, scientific format, and then we also have text. And as we've seen, if we click more number formats, that's going to jump us into our format cells dialog box, which gives us access to yet another menu item, which is custom. Because what you can do from here is create your own custom formats. Now, this is outside of the scope of this beginner's course, but just be aware that that is something you can do when you move up towards your more intermediate and advanced skills. In the previous lesson, we started to take a look at the different types of number formatting that you can apply to values in cells. And in this lesson, I just want to shift the focus specifically to applying date and time formatting, because there are a couple of little things that are really useful to know. Now, if you take a look at this little table, you'll see that I've got three columns: short date, long date, and time. And in this short date column, take a look at what I have in here. I have some seemingly random numbers. And this is something you'll come across fairly frequently in Excel. And I know for sure that when I first started learning Excel and I was sent a spreadsheet that had all of these weird numbers where dates should be, I was super confused as to why that was happening. Now, if you do see numbers where you're expecting dates, all this means is that you have the incorrect number formatting applied to your column or the range of cells. So what is this number? Well, basically, all dates in Excel are numbers. And according to Excel, the start of the universe was the 1st of January, 1900. Excel considers that date to be day number 1. And you can see that if I type in the 1st of the 1st, 1900, and hit enter, if I change this to general formatting, you can see it's showing me the number 1 because that is day 1. And so the numbers that you see here are basically the number of days past the 1st of January 1900. And because I have general formatting applied to these cells, it's showing the number as opposed to the date. So the easiest way to fix this is simply to jump up to the drop down and then either choose short date format or long date format. Now I'm going to choose short date, and that immediately converts those to the correct date format. And of course, if I want to display these in the long date format, I can select my cells again. And this time I think I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift-Down to make that selection. Up to the drop down, and this time long date, and there I have that long date format applied. Again, note the formula bar. Even though we've changed the way that this date looks in the cells, the underlying number is still the original date. Now, as most of you can probably tell, I am in the UK, and the way that we write our dates is a little bit different to other parts of the world. We write the date as the 1st of January 2021, whereas a lot of countries write the date as January the 1st, 2021. Now, for me, I do a lot of work with American clients, so what I'll normally make sure I do is that I switch my date format around so that it's not confusing for the people who are watching the video. And again, this is something that you need to do in your Windows settings. You need to select the correct region and then make sure that Excel is set up to use the region that you have set in your Windows settings. So if you take a look at the top section here, it says Match Microsoft Windows. Another thing to look out for here is if you open up the number formatting window, you can also change your locale for dates as well. So I have mine set to English United Kingdom, but if I wanted to change that to English United States, I could select that, and notice it flips those dates round the other way. So now effectively we have the month first, the day second, and then the year. So just be aware of that locale setting as well when you're using things like dates. Now, the final thing to show you here is the time formatting. And again, if you have a bunch of times written out in your spreadsheet, you may choose to format these in any number of different ways. So if we click the drop down, I currently just have the regular time formatting applied, which uses a 24-hour clock, and it shows me the hours, minutes, and seconds. If I want to modify this, once again, I can click the arrow to jump into my number format options, and I can choose any of these that I have in the list. So maybe I want it to display as a 12-hour clock with AM or PM at the end. So I can select that number format and apply it, and that's how that's going to look. And if I really wanted to get granular and customize exactly how these time and dates are looking, that is again when I would go to custom, and I would either select one of the formats in this custom list, or I can create my own from scratch. As I said, outside of the scope of this beginner's course, but just be aware that you do have the ability to do that. Another thing that's worth noting here is that you don't necessarily always have to apply formatting to values within cells. You can apply formatting to empty columns, cells, and rows as well. So if I select these 3 columns, which currently have no formatting applied, if I select all 3 of them and I switch these to short date format, it means that when I type something into here, it's going to do its best to convert it into a date. Formatting worksheets not only makes your data come alive and look a lot more interesting, it also makes your data a lot easier to read. For example, take a look at what I have on this worksheet. I have some data, but currently it's not really in the greatest format. It's going to be very hard for anyone looking at this to decipher it and understand it. So we could probably do with formatting this a little bit better, so that it's easy to interpret. So let's take a look at some of the utilities that we have available in Excel which can help us with this. Now, looking at this data, the first thing I can see here that doesn't look too great is that the column headings where we have date, description, and amount are kind of cut off halfway. And I can see here that that is because row 7 isn't wide enough to accommodate that information. And you'll see this again very frequently when you import data in from other systems. Sometimes these columns and these rows can end up kind of collapsed up like this so that you can't see the values in them. Now, this is something that's very easy to fix. All we need to do here to increase this row height is hover our mouse over the dividing line between rows 7 and 8 and double click. And that is effectively going to invoke AutoFit in Excel, and it will adjust the height of that row to accommodate the height of the values contained within. It's also worth noting that aside from that double click, you can also access the autofit options from the ribbon. So let's just say I had a few rows which were kind of collapsed up like this. Let's just manually make this look even messier. What I could do here is I could select all of the rows, like so, up to the Home tab, across into the Cells group, and we have this Format drop-down. Now notice here at the top here, we have two options that relate to the row height. I can specify an exact row height, or I can choose to auto-fit the row height. So if I click this option, it's going to basically do the same thing and auto-fit all of those rows. If I wanted to make each of these rows a very specific size, again, I could go to Format, Row Height, and I could enter in my own row height. So let's put 25 in there. When I click on OK, you can see it's going to widen out those rows. Now, I don't really want them that large, so let's undo to take us back to the regular row height. Now this works the same for columns. So you can see here that column B, currently that description is kind of cut off. I can double click to widen out that column. Or if I wanted to be very specific about how wide I wanted each column, I could select all of the columns, go to Format, and this time I want to choose the column width. And maybe I want these to be 50 each. Click on OK, and I get 3 equally sized columns. Let's undo those changes. So now that we've seen how we can kind of modify the row and column height and width, let's take a look at the actual data. Now in the first column here, I have some dates. I can see that those are showing as numbers, so they don't have the correct number formatting applied. Control-Shift down arrow to select everything. And then a quick way that I could do this would be to press Control-1 to jump me into my Format Cells dialog, and then I can go in and I can apply Date Format. I'm going to choose the top format there, click on OK, and that formatting has been applied. Now the description, that looks to be okay. I do want to apply some more formatting to these amounts. So Control-Shift down, Control-1, and now I can choose either currency or accounting format. And I think I'm going to use currency for these. I'm happy with 2 decimal places and a pound symbol, so let's simply click OK to apply that formatting. Now this isn't looking too bad, but I could make this look even better by applying more formatting. In its current state, it's readable, definitely, but there isn't much of a distinction between those column headings and the actual values, the information underneath. And it doesn't really look particularly interesting or engaging. So let's change that. I'm going to select the column headings, and then we're going to go up to the Home tab and into the Font Formatting group. And this is where you're going to find all of your options to change the look and feel of the font. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to choose a different font to use for these headings. And I want something a little bit bolder, so let's go with Arial Black. I'm going to increase the size of that font from 11 to 12. And don't forget, if you want to make minor adjustments to that font size, you have the increase font size button just here and the decrease font size button as well. Now I could choose to make this bold. I'm not going to do that because it's already bold. What about italics? Yep, that looks pretty good. I could add an underline. I think in this case that is a little bit of overkill. But what I do want to do is I want to make the background of this heading a different color. So for that, I can click the drop down and choose a color from the palette. Now the colors that you see in your palette underneath this theme colors heading are dictated by the theme that you're using in Excel. And we have a whole lesson dedicated to themes, so I'm not going to delve too much into this right now, but I'm using the standard Office theme, and these are the colors that come with the theme. Of course, if I don't like any of those, I can also choose from a small standard color palette, or I could go to more colors and really get very granular about the colors that I'm choosing. Now for this, I'm going to stick with my theme colors. I think I'm going to make this, let's make it a dark green color. And now I'm going to change the font color as well so that it stands out to white. So just with a few small formatting tweaks, we can really see the difference between those column titles and the rest of the data. Now, something else I might want to do in here to make this look a little bit neater is maybe start adding some borders. So the first thing I would need to do here is select the cells that I want to put a border around, and then I can either jump up to the borders drop down and choose what type of border I would like. You don't necessarily have to have a border around every single cell. You can choose if you want it running across the bottom, across the top, so on and so forth. You can also choose the color of the border from here and also the border style. So whether you want a solid line, a double line, a dotted line, so on and so forth. Now, I always find when I'm working with borders, it's much easier just to jump into More Borders option, which is going to take us into Format Cells and that Border tab. From here, I can select what I want. So I'm going to say I want a solid line. In fact, let's make that a bit thinner. I want it to be the same color as the heading, so we're going to choose that forest green color. And from here, I can choose which borders I want to apply. And we have 3 presets at the top. So if I click Outline, you can see in the preview window, it's going to put a solid fill green border around the outside of where I'm selected. If I decide I don't like that, I can click the None preset and then maybe go in and choose some different options. So maybe I want a border across the top of the cell and across the bottom, but I don't want anything around each cell. Now, in my case, I do want a border around everything. So I'm going to choose the None preset just to get rid of all of those. And I'm going to say I want an outline border and also an inside border. Now, if I click on OK, you can see how that affects my data. To me, this makes my data not only a lot easier to read, but also a lot more interesting to look at. Format Painter is one of those great efficiency tools in Excel. What Format Painter enables you to do is quickly copy formatting from one place and reuse it in another place. So the very quick example that we're going to walk through here is using the table that we formatted in the last lesson. If you remember, we applied numerous pieces of formatting to make this table a lot more readable than it originally was. And if you take a look on the right-hand side, we basically have the unformatted version of this table. And what we effectively want to do is make this table on the right, the one that currently isn't formatted, look like the table on the left. And of course, we could do that by going through and reapplying the formatting. So I could select the heading here, I could go up to the font group, I could change the font style, change the font size, make it italic, change the background color, change the font color, but that's quite a lot of clicking around that I'm having to do. And whilst that is only a few seconds worth of clicking, over time, that is going to add up. And why bother doing that when there is a one-click option? If I want to take the formatting that already exists in this worksheet, for example, the formatting applied to the column headings, and copy it somewhere else, I can simply use the Format Painter. All I need to do is make sure that I'm clicked on a cell that contains the formatting that I want to copy across. Now, I want to copy across this formatting to effectively 3 different cells: date, description, and amount. And one thing to note here is that you don't necessarily have to select 3 cells in the first table. You can just select one, as long as that one cell contains the formatting that you want to use. So all I need to do now is go up to the Home tab, and in the Clipboard group, I have a Format Painter button. Now, if we click this, this effectively toggles on the Format Painter. You can see that it's toggled on in the Clipboard group. Also notice that my cursor has changed to a paintbrush, and the cell where I'm copying the formatting from now has marching ants around the outside. So now all I need to do is take my cursor and effectively paint over the cells where I want to apply the formatting. So we're going to click and drag, and then when I let go, like magic, that formatting has been applied and I haven't had to go through all of those different steps. Now, one thing you'll notice is that as soon as I've finished painting my formatting, Format Painter deactivates and my cursor goes back to a regular cursor. So effectively, when you click the Format Painter once, you can only use it once before it deactivates. Now, what if I have lots of formatting that I need to apply? For example, let's say that we have this item highlighted in bold. And maybe I want to highlight numerous items in the table on the right-hand side in bold. Well, what I would need to do then is select my bold formatting. I can select the entire thing, or I can choose just one cell. But instead of clicking once on the Format Painter, I want to double click. And that means that I can use it multiple times. So I can paint and then notice it doesn't deactivate. I can paint again and again and carry on going until I choose to deactivate. And to deactivate the Format Painter, you can either click on the Format Painter button again, or alternatively, a quicker way is to press the Escape key on your keyboard. Now notice as I've copied those over, it's also copied over the border formatting as well. So I want everything to have a border, so let's select a cell that looks like the formatting I want to use. Let's click Format Painter, and I'm going to paint over everything in here. And there we go. Also remember that even though we've used the same table of data, you can use Format Painter on pretty much anything. If I have a cell up here and that cell is an orange color, and I decide that I want to use that somewhere else, I can select the cell, click Format Painter, and then swipe it wherever I want to use it. In this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section related to applying formatting. And we're going to start out with applying number formats. So for this, we're going to be working on the formatting worksheet. And the first thing I'd like you to do is apply the short date number formatting to column A. I'd then like you to apply a counting format to column C, and also percentage format to the value in cell I4. I'd then like you to complete this worksheet by using a formula to complete the sales tax in column D. And again, I want you to make sure that you're applying accounting formatting there. And then finally, use a formula to complete the total in column E and apply accounting format. Once you've done that, I'd like you to make this data look a little bit more interesting and give it some structure by applying some more formatting. So I'd like you first to apply formatting to the title where it says Client Invoices. And I'd like you to apply bold, light grey background fill and font size 14 points. I'd then like you to format all of the column headings with bold and a light green background fill. And then finally, I'd like you to apply borders around all of the data. So you're looking for the all borders option, but I want you to make sure that that border, the line color, is dark green. See how you get on with that, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to apply the short date format to the dates that we have in column A. So let's select everything, Control-Shift down arrow, up to the Home tab, and we're going to choose the short date format. Next, I asked you to apply a counting format to everything in column C. Control-Shift down arrow, and from the drop down, we're going to choose a counting format. And if yours has come up as dollars as opposed to pounds, then don't worry about that too much. Next, I asked you to apply percentage format to the value in cell I2. So let's select it. This time I'm going to do it a slightly different way. Let's press Ctrl+1 to go into Format Cells, and I'm going to choose Percentage Format and just take those decimal places down so that it displays as 15%. Next, I asked you just to complete this table, so we need to use a formula to work out the sales tax. So this is going to be a simple sum calculation of the amount multiplied by the sales tax in I2, F4 to lock that cell, close the bracket, Control, Enter. Let's double click to copy that down. And then our final sum calculation is a simple addition. So we're going to add the amount to the sales tax, Control, Enter, and fill down. Next, I asked you to apply some formatting to this worksheet to give it a little bit of structure. So the first thing I wanted you to do was to apply formatting to the title. So we're going to select the Client Invoices row. We're going to change the font size to 14. We're going to make it bold, and we're going to fill the background with a light grey. Next, I asked you to format the headings of each of the columns. And for this, I asked you to change it to a light green background and bold font. The final thing I asked you to do was apply dark green borders around the outside of this data. So what I can do here is press Ctrl A to select everything, jump up to my borders drop down, and the first thing I want to do is make sure that I've got the correct line color selected. So I'm going to choose a dark green color, and then we're going to go back and apply all borders.
We've made the accompanying exercise files for this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to this course on Excel 2021 Intermediate. My name is Deborah Ashby and I'm a Microsoft IT trainer, and I specialise in the design, delivery and facilitation of Microsoft courses both online and in the classroom. And I've been working in the IT industry for about 26 years now, which makes me feel extremely old. And I've been an IT trainer for 16 years. I've also been a certified Excel geek since 1996. So hopefully everything I've just said there qualifies me to be sitting in front of you and hosting this course for you today. And what an amazing course we have for you. This course is designed for the latest standalone version, Excel 2021. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, what does that mean? I don't really understand how these versions work anymore, then you are not alone. Basically, the standalone versions are for people who haven't subscribed to Office 365. With a monthly Office 365 subscription, Microsoft push all of the new updates to Excel out to you automatically. But for those people who don't have an Office 365 subscription, in general, you need to wait for the next standalone release in order to receive those newer features. And that is exactly what we have here. So Excel 2021 is pretty much in line with the current version of Excel for Office 365. So all of those new features that maybe your friends or other colleagues who work elsewhere have been talking about, you now have access to those in this latest version. And we're going to be looking at all of the new stuff, as well as some of the older intermediate skills in this course. So let's dive in and take a look at what we're going to be covering over the next few hours. Well, we're going to start out with an introduction. That is pretty much what we're doing now. And we're then going to move on to our first section, designing better spreadsheets. So in this section, I'm going to go through with you some really important golden rules when it comes to spreadsheet design, which is going to really help keep you organized. We're then going to dive straight into the good stuff, logical functions. So things like ifs, nested ifs, SUMIFs, COUNTIFs, average ifs, all of those really useful logical functions. We're then going to move into everybody's favorite lookup functions. So if you don't know your VLOOKUP from your HLOOKUP, then hopefully we're going to solve that mystery for you today. We're also going to take a look at more complex lookups using things like index and match, and we're going to be taking a look at our first brand new function for Excel 2021, and that is XLOOKUP and XMATCH. After lookups, we're going to move straight into advanced sorting and filtering. And there's a couple of new formulas in that section as well. We'll then take a look at those so important date and time functions before moving on to our section on preparing data for analysis. And this is a really important section where you're going to learn some really valuable skills. So again, lots of new formulas to learn in that section, as well as a step-by-step guide as to how to clean your data and prepare it for our next subject, which is pivot tables. one of the most useful things in Excel when it comes to analyzing data. We're going to completely demystify them, take all the hard work out of them, and I'm going to show you just how simple they are when you break them down. We're also going to take a look at pivot charts and how they work with pivot tables, and then we're going to move on to adding interaction to our pivot tables and pivot charts using slicers and timelines. Then the extension of the last three topics is really interactive dashboards. This is kind of where we bring everything together and create ourselves a really nice dashboard to show high-level statistics. We're then going to move into formula auditing. So we're going to take a look at some of the errors that you can get in Excel. I'm going to show you how you can identify them and also how you can fix them. We're also going to go through how you can use some of the really useful features in Excel to audit your formulas. We'll then move on to data validation. I'm going to show you quite a few different examples of the different types of validation that you can add into your spreadsheets. And we're also going to take a look at a more complex example of custom validation. And then in the final section, we're going to explore Excel's what-if analysis tools. So things like goal seek, one variable data tables, two variable data tables, and of course, scenario manager. And then finally, we'll just close out the course and say our goodbyes for now. So lots on the agenda. So before we begin, let's just run over the structure of this course. This course contains 15 sections and 70 lessons. And each lesson contains a video demonstration or tutorial that is 5 to 15 minutes long. And you'll find all of the files that I use in the demonstrations available in the course files folder for you to download. So if you want to follow along with me, just look at the file name that I'm using in the video and you'll be able to find the corresponding course file in the course files folder. And at the end of each section, you'll find a downloadable exercise that you can use to practice the skills that you've learned in the section, along with quizzes to test your knowledge even further. So plenty of resources and ways that you can practice. So with all that said, it is just about time to get started. The only prerequisite to this course is that you have a copy of Excel 2021 downloaded and installed on your PC. If you want to grab yourself a coffee or some other kind of drink, then please do that now because we're just about ready to dive into the first session. Once again, my name is Deb and I am super excited to be your host for this course. So throughout this section, we're going to start to take a look at some of the things that I mentioned in the previous lesson when we were talking about the golden rules of spreadsheet design. And the first one I'm going to talk to you about is how to use cell styles in your workbooks to help improve readability. And I always find that cell style seems to be one of those things that I don't see a lot of people using, but can be extremely helpful, particularly if you're going to be sharing your workbook with a lot of other people. Cell styles effectively tell people what type of cell they're using. So what exactly do I mean by that? Well, I have my spreadsheet just here. We have some basic data on it, just some invoice numbers for some clients. I have an amount column. I have the amount of VAT. So VAT is 20% of the amount. And then I have a simple sum calculation in column F to work out the total of that invoice. Now, if this is a worksheet that I'm sharing with other people in my team, maybe other people are going to be adding more invoices onto the bottom of this. And I want to make it super clear to everybody who's using this spreadsheet which cells they can type into, which cells contain formulas, which cells are headings, so on and so forth. And I can do that by using color in the form of cell styles. So if we go up to the Home tab, we have a Cell Styles drop-down. And we have numerous different default cell styles that we can apply to different cells in our worksheet. Now, it's worth noting that the colors that you see here, particularly these themed cell styles at the bottom, are all based on the theme that you currently have in use in Excel. So I'm using the standard Office theme, and this is the color palette that comes with this theme. And all of the cell styles are divided down into different categories. And all this really is formatting. So you'll see as I hover over some of these, you can just see behind where I have this drop down, the cell is changing depending on which one of these I've selected. And of course, if you don't like the colors or the format of these, or you have a very specific color palette that you need to use at your organization, all of these can be modified and updated to reflect your own colors. For example, if I didn't like the way that this calculation cell style looked, I could right click, I can go into modify, and I can change the format of that particular cell style. So you can change these. Now we're not going to do that right now. I just want to show you how in general I would use these in this type of worksheet. So if I take a look at my data, I want to let people know which cells they need to input information into. And that is going to be all of these cells just here. So other people will need to enter in the invoice number, the date, the client, and the amount. But VAT and total are calculated using formulas. So I want to denote these cells just here as input cells. So we're going to select them, go up to cell styles, and I'm going to choose this one just here, input. Now it might be that you definitely do want to go in and change this formatting. A lot of people don't necessarily like this orange background fill with this blue writing. So if you don't like it, just remember you can change that. Now these other two columns contain formulas or calculations. So I'm going to select this group of cells and I'm going to let people know that these are calculation cells. So simply by the use of cell styles, it's fairly obvious to see which ones are input and which ones are calculations. Now this VAT rate over here, I'm going to let people input whatever they need to input into here because that might change. So I'm going to denote that as an input cell as well. And I have a title at the top. So maybe I want to select these cells and denote that as a heading too. And I could carry on going. I can even create my own new cell styles from here as well. So if you want to create your own, you can definitely do that also. And then what I would generally tend to do is create a welcome sheet at the beginning, which has a legend on it that explains what these cell styles are. So I might put something like input cell. Let's just add two of these that we're using. And I might put something like input values into these cells, and then I might have calculation cells, just so it's super clear for anybody looking at this worksheet. So that is basically how you use cell styles. It's simply formatting, which lets other people know what type of data goes into the worksheet and where they should be typing. One of the golden rules that we discussed in the first lesson of this section was how we can control data input. Because again, if you've spent a lot of time working on a spreadsheet and you've put together some really nice complex formulas, if you send that out to a group of people who maybe don't have the level of skill that you do when working with Excel, you might find that it comes back to you full of errors and all that hard work we put in has been undone. Or it might be that you send this out to other people and they start entering in invalid information into the spreadsheet. So we can put in some safeguards which will help keep our spreadsheets as error-free as possible. So the two that I'm going to demonstrate to you in this lesson are data validation and also protection. So let's take a look at the data that we're going to be using. Now this is just a very simple list of employees. I have the employee ID, the employee name, the department they work in, and then their salary in column D. And what I have over on the right-hand side are actually a couple of formulas. Now, currently these formulas are showing me NA errors. That's okay, that's going to be fixed in a moment. But if we click on cell I4, for example, and take a look in the formula bar, you can see that I have an index and match formula in there. Now, don't worry if you have no clue what this is doing. We are going to cover index and match in a couple of sections' time. But what we're basically doing here is a lookup. So what I want to be able to do is just above here in cell I3, I want to be able to have the employee name and then have these index and match formulas return the department that that employee works in and also their salary. So the formula is basically going to look at the information in cell I3. It's going to compare it in the table. it's going to find the employee, and then it's going to return the department and the salary for the employee that we've selected. Now, if I give this spreadsheet to a colleague and their manager says to them, find out for me the department and the salary for Laurie May. So the employee comes up here, they type in Laurie May and hit enter, and it doesn't bring anything back. Now, the reason why it's not bringing back the correct information is because the employee has spelled Laurie incorrectly. It should be Lori. So instead of that employee going back to their manager and saying, couldn't find any details, or the spreadsheet wasn't working, which could reflect badly on you if you put the spreadsheet together, you want to make it so it's impossible for them to select the wrong name. And we can do that by using a data validation drop-down list. So what we're going to do here is we're going to click in cell I3. Let's go up to the Data tab and into the Data Tools group. Now, if we click Data Validation and Data Validation again, it's going to open up this little dialog box. And we want to be on the Settings tab. If we click the drop-down underneath Allow, you can see that there are a few different options in this menu. Now, the one that we want is List. We want to create a drop-down list of all the employee names so that other people can select them. Once we've selected List, we then need to provide the source for our list. So what are the names that are going into this list? Now, my names are listed in column B in this table, and they are all unique names. Now, I'm going to show you how you would do this if your list items weren't unique a bit later on. But for now, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. These are all unique. So in the source field, I'm simply going to select all of the employee names. These are going to be in my drop-down list, and click on OK. Now notice that I get an in-cell drop-down, which is listing out all of those names. So now if the same employee wants to find this information for Laurie, they can simply select them from the menu, and now these formulas are set up in such a way that they're going to look at the value in cell I3 and return the relevant information from the table. So simply by adding a drop-down list, we're controlling what's input into this particular cell and ensuring that our worksheet is a lot less prone to errors. So drop-down lists are a fantastic way of controlling what's going into your spreadsheet. Now, with all that said, what if I want to go a stage further? Maybe I need to send this worksheet out to other people. I want them to be able to select an employee from this list, but I don't want them to be able to edit any of these formulas. Currently, anybody can jump in here and start making changes to these index and match formulas, but I really want to lock them down so that they don't get broken. Now, before I do that, let's just make this a bit clearer. I'm just going to add in employee into here, and I'm going to use my format painter just to copy across that formatting so everything's nice and neat. So what I'm going to do here is I'm basically going to lock down these two cells so that they can't be edited and leave everything else on this worksheet editable. And this is what we call protecting cells. Now, the thing that I always found slightly confusing about this is that it feels like it works a little bit backwards. The concept you have to understand is that by default in Excel or in a worksheet, every cell is locked. Now, this is the part which always used to confuse me because I used to think to myself, well, if every cell is locked, how can I go into every cell and just start typing? Well, it's because the locking doesn't take effect until you protect the worksheet. So the first step here is to select the cells that can be edited and then unlock them. So it might be that I want this cell to be editable so that people can select employees from the drop-down, and maybe I want the table information to be editable as well. So I'm going to select this cell, I'm going to hold down Control, and I'm just going to select all of the information in the table, right-click the mouse, and go into Format Cells. Remember, you can press the shortcut key of Control 1. Now in here we have a Protection tab, and notice by default, Locked is checked. And that is because all cells are locked by default. Now we want to unlock these cells, so let's remove that check mark and click on OK. Now, for all of this to take effect, I need to protect my worksheet. So up to the Review tab, into the Protect group, and we want to select Protect Sheet. Now I'm going to put a password on this worksheet, but notice underneath we have a whole list of basically exceptions to this rule, so I could choose other things that I want to allow users to do in this worksheet. So currently I'm only going to allow them to select locked and locked cells, meaning they can click on the cell. That is absolutely fine. Now let's put a password on here. And then we need to confirm that password. So now what you should find is that I can still do things like select employees from this drop-down list. I can make changes to cells over here because those are also unlocked. But if I try and change these formulas, these two cells, I'm going to get this message. The cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. So effectively, I've protected both of those formulas from editing. And again, this is something that is invaluable if you want to keep your spreadsheets as error-free as possible. Now, if you want to unprotect your sheet once you've protected it, just click the Unprotect Sheet button, and you'll need to know what the password is in order to unprotect. Now that I've done that, if I go back in, I can now edit these formulas again. Something that I didn't actually include in my golden rules for spreadsheet design, and probably should have if I'm honest, is making your spreadsheets easy to navigate by adding things like navigation buttons and links. We really want to make our spreadsheets easy to navigate as well as easy to understand. And if you have a particularly large workbook that contains lots and lots of different worksheets, you want to make sure that users have a quick way of jumping to the different worksheets and navigating efficiently between the different tabs. So let me show you a couple of examples, and then you can have a think about how you might implement these. So I've got this workbook here. We have quite a few different worksheets running across the bottom, and it might be, if I go to the sales data worksheet, maybe I want to have a button on here which says something like click here to see analysis. And what I effectively want this button to do is when the user clicks on it, it's going to jump them to the analysis worksheet so they can see the pivot table and the pivot chart that's been created based off of this data. Now, I can implement this in a few different ways, and this is really a stylistic choice which you're going to make yourself. I could just add a piece of text. So if I click just here, and I think in this example, this is going to be a bit easier if I turn grid lines back on temporarily, I could just add a text-based link. So maybe I want to type in, please click here to see analysis. Something like that. Doesn't look particularly interesting, but it does work. I can select this text and I can create a hyperlink to the analysis worksheet. Now we can create hyperlinks in a couple of different ways. I could go to the Insert tab, and all the way over in the Links group, we have a link button just here. Keyboard shortcut Control+K. Now this is going to open up the Insert Hyperlink dialog box, and there are tons of different things you can link to from here. I could link to an external website, I could link to an email, or I can link to a place in this document. And that's exactly what I want to do. So I'm going to select Place in this document. Now notice it brings up on the right hand side all of the different worksheets that I have in this workbook. So it's very simple for me to just select the worksheet that I need, which is analysis in this case, and I can even choose where I want their cursor to land on this particular worksheet. So I'm going to leave this on A1. What I could even do up here is I could add a screen tip so that when the user hovers over this piece of text, it's going to show a little pop-up box that tells them something like where this link is going to take them. So maybe I just want to put jump to analysis worksheet, something like that, and click on OK. So I've selected my worksheet, I've selected the cell, I've added a screen tip. Let's click on OK, and now this is a hyperlink. Notice as I hover my mouse over it, my cursor changes to a little hand icon, and there is that screen tip popping up. So if I click this link, it jumps me to the analysis worksheet, and notice that my cursor is in cell A1 by default. So that is the first method I could use. It works, but it's not particularly interesting. So how can we make this a bit more interesting? Well, we could create something that looks more like a clickable button. And we would do this simply using shapes. So up on the insert ribbon, let's go to shapes, and I can choose any one of these. Now, I think I'm going to use this one here, the rounded rectangle. Let's grab that tool. My cursor has changed to a small cross, and I can simply draw something which kind of resembles a button. Now, of course, we have all of our usual formatting options on the Shape Format contextual ribbon. So if I want to change the color of that, I can. Maybe I want to change it to something which matches the spreadsheet colors a little bit better. I can change the shape outline. Let's give it a dark green outline. And then I can add some text. Now, with shapes, if you've got them selected, you can simply start typing to add some text. So let's say, please click here to see analysis. I don't particularly like the font that's in use in this particular template, so let's change that. Let's go to the home ribbon. I'm going to change this to, let's go with Arial, and I need to make this a bit bigger, and I also might want to move that text into the middle. And of course you can play around with this as much as you like. You might want to make the font slightly bigger. You might even want to add some shape effects to this to make it look even more like a button. So if I was to add something like that, that kind of gives it more of a button look. So now that I have my button created, I can simply click on the shape. I could go up to Insert and choose Link from there, or I could right-click my mouse and go to Link. It's going to pop up the same dialog box. We want to place in document. We want it to link to the analysis workbook, but this time let's choose a different cell to link to. So I'm going to say B10. I could add a screen tip if I wanted to. I'm not going to in this case, and click on OK. So now we have a clickable button. When I click on this, again, it's going to jump me to the workbook. Take a look at where my cursor is, cell B10. And personally for me, that looks a lot more effective than just the text. Let's take a look at one more example, and this time I'm going to use something which was a reasonably recent addition into Excel. I say reasonably recent, they've been around for the past few years, and that is using icons. You can set up links on pictures, icons, 3D models, text, shapes, pretty much anything you want. So if we click on icons on the insert ribbon, maybe instead of a shape, I want to use one of the icons from the icon library. So I'm actually going to search for the word analysis, and let's just use this icon and insert it. I can put it somewhere down here. I might want to add some text to it to make it super obvious as to what it's going to do, but I think you get the idea. Let's just set up our link. This time I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut of Control K to open that dialog box. We're linking to the analysis workbook, and let's choose A5 this time. I will add a screen tip for this one because it is simply an icon. It's not so obvious. Jump to analysis, click on OK, OK again, and now this icon, when we click on it, is going to jump us to the relevant worksheet. Now, as I said, you could insert a picture and set this up in exactly the same way. You could insert a 3D model, a different type of shape, lots of different ways that you can create hyperlinks. One thing I find that's sometimes quite nice to do, particularly if I have a workbook structure like this, is sometimes I like to have just a little icon in the corner which will enable users to jump back to the How to Use page. So again, I might choose to use an icon, and let's just search for a home icon just here. Let's use this one. Of course, I can change the color of this icon so that it matches my worksheet. Might want to make that a bit smaller. I could place that in the corner or somewhere else on my worksheet, and I could copy this across to all of my worksheets simply by doing Control C and Control V. I might want to place this in the corner of all of them. And then I'm going to set up a link, Control K, which is going to jump me to the How to Use page. Let's add a screen tip that says jump to How to Use. click on OK again. When we click it, it's going to jump us to that page. So a few different methods there for creating clickable buttons to help you navigate around your worksheets and workbook. In this section of the course, we're going to dive into the magical world of using logical functions in Excel. Because logical functions are some of the most important functions that you can know or have in your toolkit when you're working in Excel, particularly if you're an intermediate user. And what logical functions help us do is basically make decisions. Now, there are quite a few different logical functions. You'll find them on the Formulas tab in the Logical group of the function library. And you can see all of them sitting in there. And we're going to use quite a few of these throughout the balance of this section. But what I wanted to make sure that we do in this first lesson is just do a quick recap on some of those basics, just to make sure that we're all on the same page and we're starting from the same baseline. Because it's really important to understand the concept behind how logical functions work before we can move on to doing more complex calculations using things like ifs, SUMIFs, COUNTIFs, and nested if statements. So let's talk about logical statements in their most basic form first of all. And we're going to do this using an example because it's always the best way to visualize this. So on this first worksheet, I have a very small table, and this lists out some expenses. So we have the person's name in here, we have the total of their expenses, and what I want to do is work out if an approval is required. Now we have some additional information next to this that says expenses over the following amount must be approved. So if the expense is over $1,000, then it needs to be approved by a manager. So I can work this out by using a very simple logical statement. Now, what exactly are logical statements? Well, it's basically like performing a test. So in this particular example, if we take the first expense just here, I would want to construct a logical statement that says if this value in cell B5 is greater than or equal to this value in cell G5, then it needs to be approved. And I want to perform that same test on all of these expense invoices. Now, when we're doing things like this, we use what we call operators. And you can see I've just pasted in a little picture of a table that shows different operators that you might be using in your logical statements. So things like equal to, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, so on and so forth. So let's do this first one just here. We're going to type in equals to let Excel know we're about to do a formula, and this is very straightforward. We perform our test. So is the value in cell B5 greater than or equal to, we're going to say that because if it's 1,000 dead on, it needs to be approved. Is it greater than or equal to the value in cell G5? Now remember, if you want to copy this formula down, we don't want that figure in cell G5 moving, so we need to lock it by pressing the F4 key and making it absolute. Now if I hit enter just here, it's giving me a result of false. And what I can do is I can now copy that formula down, and I can see here that all of the results showing as true are the invoices that are greater than or equal to 1,000 and need to be approved. Now notice here that all of my answers are either true or false. And if you perform a logical calculation in this particular way using these operators, the output is always going to be true or false. Now that might be absolutely fine for whatever it is that you're doing, but sometimes it might be that you want to make this more meaningful. So instead of it saying false just here, I might want it to say okay. Instead of saying true just here, I might want it to say approval. So effectively what I might want to do is attribute meaning to the true and false values. And I'm going to show you how you can kind of move on from this and do that in the next lesson. But for now, let's just get this concept of logical formulas straight in our head. We perform a test. Now, because of the way that I've set this up, if this threshold in cell G5 was now to change, so maybe this now changes to 1200, notice that all of my results update. If I was to change this to 500 and hit enter, everything is now true. Okay, so a really nice effective way of putting this formula in and making it dynamic and easy to update. Now, just to go back to changing these values and adding meaning to them. In order to do that, instead of just having a basic logical function, we would need to turn this into an if statement. And that's basically what an if statement allows us to do. It's basically this same logical formula, but it allows us to attribute more meaning to the results. And we're going to cover if in a lot more detail in the next lesson, but let me just show you how we would change these values. Now, I'm just going to delete these out. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to wrap basically our logical statement inside an if statement. Now, notice here it says check whether a condition is met and returns one value if true and another value if false. So the first argument here is our logical test. So our logical test is pretty much what we just did. Is this value greater than or equal to this value? F4 to lock. Press comma to move on to the next argument. This is where we can attribute meaning to the true or false result. So it says value if true. I can now define what I want it to say if the result is true. So if the result is true, effectively the number is greater than 1,000 and it has to be approved. So in quote marks, because text in formulas must always be in quote marks, I want it to say approval, comma. If the value in the cell is false, I don't want it to do anything. I just want it to say OK. Let's close the bracket. So I've attributed meaning to the true and false results. Let's hit enter. And I can now double click to copy that down. And it's a lot clearer for me to see which invoices need to be approved. So simply by adding in that if statement, we've changed the rather generic true or false output to something that's more meaningful and easier to understand. And that's basically what an if does for us. Let's look at a few more examples of if in action. Now in this first table, again, a very small table, we have some test scores. So we've got some student names and we've got the score they achieved in a test. And the pass mark is 85. So I want to create an if statement that says if the value in this cell is greater than or equal to the value in this cell, 85, I want a result of pass. If it's not, I want a result of fail. So again, we're going to use if. Our logical test is if the value in B4 is greater than or equal to the value in H3. We're going to copy this down, so F4 to lock. If that is true, then they have passed. Hooray! If it's false, then unfortunately they have failed. Close the bracket. I'm going to do a Control Enter to stay in the same cell, copy that down, and I get my results. So much more meaningful than simply true or false. Let's take a look at another example of if. And we're going to add in a little bit more complexity just here. So in this second table, we have some products, we have the weight in kilos, and then we have the price for those products. And I'm actually just going to change these to dollars just to keep everything in this spreadsheet consistent. Now, what we're going to say here is that if the weight of the product is greater than or equal to 30 kilos, then there's going to be a 20% shipping fee. And that shipping fee is going to be 20% of the price. So let's construct our if. What is our logical test? Well, if the weight is greater than or equal to 30 kilos, again, F4 to lock. Now, what do we want it to do if that is true? So if the product is greater than or equal to 30 kilos, well, there's going to be a 20% shipping fee. So our true result is going to be a calculation because we want it to work out that shipping fee. So if it's true, we want to do the price multiplied by 20%. F4 to lock, comma. If it's false, there's going to be no shipping fee. So we're going to put a 0 on the end there. Close our bracket, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. And if I copy this down, I should find that the only two products that have a shipping fee are the ones that are greater than or equal to 30 kilos. And this amount should be 20% of the actual price. So we can incorporate formulas into our logical if statements as well. Now, I just want to finish off this lesson by running through a couple of other basic logical statements, and that is and or. Now, what and allows you to do is basically perform two logical tests. So we're taking this example of test results again. So we have our students, and we have the score they achieved in test 1 and the score they achieved in test 2. And what we're going to say is that they need to have achieved above 75 in test 1 and above 65 in test 2 in order to get a result of pass. So we're effectively performing two logical tests here. So if we want to do more than one, and we need both of these to be true to get a positive result, we use the AND formula. Notice the arguments logical 1, logical 2. So our first logical test is if this score is greater than or equal to the pass mark for test 1, F4 to lock, and the second test score is also greater than or equal to the pass mark for test 2, F4 to lock. Both of those have to be true in order to pass. Now I'm going to hit enter. It's going to give me a result of true or false. If I want to add meaning to this and have pass or fail, I would need to edit this formula and wrap it in an if statement. Remember, that is how we add meaning. The first argument for our if statement is the logical test. Well, those are being generated by our AND formula. So I can go straight to the end and just define what I want it to say. So if both of those are true, it's going to be a pass. If both or one of those are false, it's going to be a fail. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I've combined two functions together to perform two logical tests, and I've given them meaning using if. Or works in a very similar way, except what we're saying here is that they need to have achieved the pass mark in test 1 or in test 2 in order to achieve a result of pass. So we're going to go straight in and type in our if formula. Our logical test, well, we want to generate this using our OR calculation. Logical 1, logical 2. So if score 1 is greater than or equal to the pass mark, F4 to lock, or score 2 is greater than or equal to the pass mark for test 2, F4 to lock, close off our OR. We're now back into our if statement. We can now set up the value if those are true. So if that's true, we have a pass. If it's false, we have a fail. Control, enter, and then I can copy that down. So notice here that the only one that comes up as fail is where both of these scores are less than the pass marks. So we've looked at basic logical functions there. We've seen and, we've seen or, and we've seen how we can add meaning by using if. And in the next lesson, we're going to look at if statements in a lot more detail. In this lesson, we're really going to isolate that if function and take a look at it in a little bit more detail. Now, we saw in the previous lesson some basic uses of if and how we can use if to add meaning to true or false results. Now, the ifs that I've showed you so far, we've been typing them directly into the cell. Now, that might be your preferred method, but also remember that you can use the functions dialog box if you find that a little bit easier. Now, you can access your functions dialog box simply by clicking on this FX icon and then searching through your functions list for the function that you want. So in this case, if I click go, there it is at the top. Alternatively, I could jump across to the Formulas tab, and in my functions library from the logical group, I could choose if. And that's basically going to open up my arguments, but in a dialog box as opposed to just having them appear underneath the formula in the cell. Now, some people find this method a lot easier, particularly when they're learning more complex formulas. I'm somebody who prefers to just type it into the cell, but I'm going to show you this example using the functions dialog box so you can see the other option that you have. Now, before we get on to doing this, let's just take a look at our data. So here I have a list of furniture sales for 2018 and 2019. We have the products listed in column A, the customer, the date, the item cost, the number of items they purchased, and the total cost. And the total cost is a calculation. It's basically the item cost multiplied by the number of items. And what we need to do here is complete the shipping column and the total column. And I can see over here for orders over $1,500, there's going to be a shipping charge of 2% of the cost. So we need to make sure we incorporate this calculation into our if formula. So let's widen out this column just a little bit so we have more room. And I'm going to click in cell G4. Let's jump up to formulas, into logical, and select if. Now notice as soon as I've done that, it's put the word if into the cell, and now I can perform my logical test. So my logical test in this scenario is if the total cost in cell F4 is greater than 1,500. Now, if I'd hard-coded 1,500 into here, the formula is still going to work. But this goes back to one of those golden rules I was speaking about earlier. If you do hard-code your numbers into your formulas and then those numbers change, it means you're going to have to go back in, find the formula and edit it, and then copy that formula down for however many rows that you've got. It's much more beneficial, efficient and safer to use a cell reference instead. So that is why instead of typing in 1,500, I would in general have the amount listed in a cell so I can simply select the cell. So if this value changes, I only need to update it in one place and all of my formulas will update automatically. Now I am going to copy this formula down, so we need to make sure we lock cell K3 so that it doesn't move, F4. And notice here in this functions dialog box, it's telling me what the result of this logical test is for this first row, which is false. So here the total cost is not over 1,500. Now I can specify what I want it to say if this is true. Well, if the total cost is greater than 1,500, we need to apply a 2% shipping charge. And that is 2% of the total cost. So we need to perform a calculation here. So if it's true, we want to do the total cost multiplied by 2%, the result that we have in K4. F4 to lock that cell because we're going to copy it down. If it's false, so if it's under 1,500, well, there's going to be no shipping charge, so I can simply put a 0 in there. Let's click on OK and double click to copy that formula down. Notice for all of the values which are under 1,500, we have no shipping charge, but as soon as we get to one that is over 1,500, the shipping charge is 2% of that total cost figure. So now, just to complete this table, we can perform a very simple sum calculation. We just need to add together the total cost and the shipping cost. Control Enter and double click to copy that down. So now if any of this information changes over here, so maybe for orders over 1,000, when I hit Enter, my table's going to update and I've only had to change it in one place. If the percentage changes, so maybe it changes to 5%, I can simply change it here and all of my numbers are going to update. So everything is very efficient. In the previous couple of lessons, we started to explore the usage of if to make logical decisions. And in this lesson, I want to move your knowledge on a little bit and start talking about nested if statements. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, what on earth are nested if statements? Well, basically what they are if statements inside other if statements. So let's take a look at an example of what I mean. Now in this table of data, again, we just have some employee data. So we have employee names, location information, department, the date they were hired, the number of years they've been at the company, their salary, and then the job rating. And it's this column here that is going to be important in this particular lesson. Because what we're trying to do here is we're trying to dish out end-of-year bonuses based on that employee's job rating. And notice I have another little table on the right-hand side, which basically sets out the bonus amount assigned to each job rating. So if they have a job rating of 5, which is the best in this case, they're going to get a bonus of $3,000. If their job rating is 4, it's going to be $1,500, 3, 900, 2, 100, and if it's 1 or 0, they're going to get nothing. So what I'm having to do here is basically I need to perform multiple logical tests. Because I want the formula to look at this cell and say, if it's 5, the bonus is this amount. If it's 4, the bonus is this amount. If it's 3, the bonus is this amount, so on and so forth. And this is where nested if statements come in. And I will say these can get quite complicated, but when you break them down, they're actually pretty logical. So let's take a look at how we would construct this. Now, the result that I'm actually looking for in column H is I basically just want it to output the amount of the bonus. So 3,000, 1,500, 900, so on and so forth. I don't want it to say bonus or no bonus at this stage. So we're going to type in equals if and open our bracket. So we want our first logical test. So we're going to say if the job rating in cell G4 is equal to 5, which we have listed in cell J4. Remember, I could have hard-coded this in and typed 5, but we want to try and get away from hard-coding in values and use the cell reference instead. Now I'm going to lock this cell because I don't want it to move. Now, if that is true, they're going to get a bonus of 3,000. So I simply want to select the cell and again, make sure that I lock it, comma. Now, normally at this stage, I would then go and type in the value if false. But I need to add in more logical statements. So I'm going to go straight into my second if. And this is where we get the terminology nested ifs, because you have if statements inside other if statements. And I basically go through this process again. So if the job rating is equal to 4 this time, so J5, lock the cell. If that's true, they're going to get a bonus of 1,500, lock the cell, comma, next if statement. If the job rating is equal to 3, then they're going to get a bonus of 900. If the job rating is equal to 2, then they're going to get a bonus of 100, and then the final if, and then we have our final if the job rating. Now I could put here equal to 1, but if they've got a 0, I also want it to include that. So what I'm going to say is if it's less than or equal to 1, then they're going to get nothing. And then the value if false is going to be 0. Now that is a really long formula, and it's a little bit easier to see in that formula bar. Now when you're constructing formulas like this, remember you need to close off as many brackets or parentheses as you've opened. So I've got quite a few there. If I count them, I think I've got about 4 or 5. So let's just add 4 onto the end here. When I hit enter, if I haven't got enough, which I haven't in this case, Excel is going to automatically correct me. So I'm going to say yes to select the correction. Let's double click to copy this formula down, and I should find that everything in here works. So the job rating of 1 is going to give a result of nothing, which is correct. A job rating of 4, they're going to get 1,500. Job rating of 5, 3,000. Job rating of 2, 100, so on and so forth. Now notice here that I have this little green triangle in the corner. This is denoting that there is some kind of warning or maybe an error on these cells. And what this is basically telling me, if I click this little warning icon, is that I have unprotected formulas. So it's a long formula that I haven't protected. So anyone can go in here and make changes to this formula. Now I'm actually fine with that. So what I'm going to do is Control-Shift down to select all of the cells. And I'm going to say ignore error just to get rid of those green triangles. Always worth checking your warnings. Sometimes they are errors that you need to fix. Sometimes they're just kind of notifications letting you know that maybe you haven't included enough data, or maybe in this case, a long formula is unprotected. So that is a nested if statement. We have if statements inside if statements. Now it might be that I want to do this in a slightly different way. So maybe instead of having the actual bonus amounts listed out just here, maybe I just want it to say if they're going to get a bonus or if they're not going to get a bonus. Because basically everybody with a job rating of 2 to 5 is going to get a bonus. It's only those with a job rating of 1 who aren't going to get a bonus. So Control-Shift down, I'm going to delete this formula out and we're going to just reconstruct it in a slightly different way. So we're going to say if our logical test, if the job rating, now this time I'm going to say is greater than or equal to 2, remember we need to lock that. If that is true, then they're going to get a bonus. If that is false, so if the job rating is less than 2, they're not going to get a bonus. So that formula is a lot shorter to construct. So it really all depends how you want to do these and set this up. Now I will say that with that nested if statement, it is a very long formula. And there is a newer formula that's been released in the later versions of Excel, so from Excel 2016 onwards, called IFS. Not to be confused with nested ifs, we have a formula called IFS, and if I type it into a cell, you can see it sitting just there. Now this is a way to make our nested if statement formulas a little bit shorter. I will say not that much shorter, but a little bit quicker to construct. And that's what we're going to take a look at in the next lesson. In the last lesson, I showed you how you can create a rather long nested if statement in order to perform multiple logical tests. And what we ended up with was a pretty long formula. Now, I did mention that in recent versions of Excel, there's been a new formula added called IFS, which makes constructing nested if statements a little bit more efficient. And I emphasize the word a little bit. It really just means you don't have to keep typing in if each time. You can go straight into the logical statement. So it is a little bit more efficient, but don't be expecting it to drastically decrease the amount of time you spend constructing this formula. So let me show you a couple of different examples. Now we're going to do the same example again, just so you can see how it compares to the nested if statement on familiar data. So if I want to do basically the same thing as what we did in the last lesson and output the bonus based on the job rating, instead of doing all of those if statements, I could use the IFS function. I'm going to press the Tab key to select it from the list. Logical test 1. So we're doing the same thing here. So if the job rating in G4 is equal to 5, F4 to lock that cell, if that is true, we want it to return a bonus of 3,000, F4 to lock the cell. Now, in the old nested if way of doing this, we would then need to go in and start typing in our if statement. Now, with the IFS function, we don't have to do that. We can literally go straight into logical test number 2. So we don't have to type in if, we can simply say if G4 is equal to 4, F4 to lock, then they're going to get a bonus of 1,500. We don't need the if statement again. We can say if G4 is equal to 3, then they're going to get a bonus of 900, so on and so forth. I also don't need a false argument here, so I can literally carry on going through. I'm going to stop there because I think you've got the idea. I simply need to close my bracket. If I do a Control Enter and then copy down. Notice that for the ones that I've set this for, so job rating 5, 4 and 3, I have values in there. Now this time I have NA because I haven't assigned job ratings 1 and 2 to anything. So Excel doesn't know what to do here, so that is why I have an NA error. And towards the end of this section, I'm going to show you how you can deal with things like NA errors in your worksheet and make those more meaningful as well. But hopefully you get the idea as to how IFS works. It's basically the same as doing nested if statements, except you don't need to keep typing if into the formula, and you don't need to provide a false result on the end. Let's take a look at another example of how we can use IFS. Now here we're going to construct a basic IFS formula that's going to return the day of the week when a day number is typed in. So the way that I see this is that Sunday is day number 1, Monday is day 2, Tuesday day 3, so on and so forth. And I want people to be able to come down here and enter in number 4 and have it return the day from this list above here. So we can do this using IFS. So we can say equals IFS. So if the value in this cell, which is currently empty at the moment, is equal to 1. Now I am going to hard code this in here, but as I said, you may want to list 1 to 7 out somewhere in your spreadsheet so you can use that cell reference. But for the time being, let's just leave it on 1. So if the number in A11 is equal to 1, if that's true, I want it to return the result of Sunday, comma. Straight into logical test 2. If the value in A11 is equal to 2, it's going to return a result of Monday. I'm going to carry on going. So if A11 is equal to 3, we're going to get a result of Tuesday. So let's just carry on going through all of these. If A11 is equal to 4, then we're going to get Wednesday. A11 is equal to 5, we're going to get Thursday. If A11 is equal to 6, then we're going to get Friday. And then finally, if A11 is equal to 7, we're going to get Saturday. Close off the IFS and hit enter. Now, currently we have an NA error in here because I don't have anything in cell A11. And this formula consistently refers to that cell looking for a number. But now if I add, let's say 2, it's going to give me my result. Let's add 7 and it changes. If I add something outside of the criteria that I've specified, I'm going to get an NA error. Now it might be again that you want to add in some error checking so that if somebody types in a number outside of 1 to 7, instead of just getting NA, you want it to say to them, please type a number between 1 and 7. And we're going to explore how we would do something like that towards the end of this section when we look at error checking. But those are a couple of different examples of how you can use IFS, and hopefully that illustrates quite nicely the differences between nested ifs and the IFS formula. I recently conducted a poll on LinkedIn where I asked all of my followers and connections to let me know which functions in Excel they find the most useful. And by far the clear winner was COUNTIFs and SUMIFs. And both of these functions, as well as their sister functions, average if, min if, and max if, are effectively if statements which have conditions or have criteria. And there's a really important distinction to make here. In this lesson, we're going to talk about COUNTIF, SUMIF, and average if. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about COUNTIFs, plural, SUMIFs, average ifs. And those latter three are newer additions to Excel. The original functions that we've had for quite a while now are the singular COUNTIF, SUMIF, average if. So let's start out in this lesson by taking a look at how those work, and then we'll add a bit of complexity to it in the next lesson. What we have here is a small table. We have some sales team members. We have the company that they work for. We've just got 2 companies in here. We have their job titles, so they're either a sales rep or a sales manager. And then we have the total amount in dollars that they've sold. Now, what I want to find out is some information, but based on criteria. So if we take a look at this first table and just concentrate on this first one, my criteria is going to be microworld, because what I want to work out here are the total sales for microworld. So we're adding in a condition where we have to tell the formula, perform a sum calculation of the total sales, but only when the company is equal to microworld. So we only want to add up those total sales. So in this scenario, where we have one piece of criteria, which is microworld, we use the singular form SUMIF. And this is a fairly straightforward calculation to do. So let's type in equals SUMIF. What arguments do we have here? Well, our first argument is range, our second argument is criteria, and then we have a third optional argument. How do I know this is an optional argument? Well, it's enclosed in square brackets. So every time you see an argument that has square brackets around the outside, it means it's not a mandatory piece of criteria. You don't have to include it in order to get this formula to work. Now, we are going to include some range in this calculation, so we're going to use all of the arguments. Now, our first argument here is range, and then we have criteria. Now, I like to work backwards when I'm thinking about this. What is my criteria in this formula? Well, my criteria is microworld. So my range is going to be wherever I'm going to find the word microworld. So I'm going to find that in the company range. So my first argument here is the range, and then I can specify the criteria that I'm looking for. So the criteria I have listed in cell F6. Now again, I could have hard-coded in the word microworld, in quote marks of course. But as I said, wherever possible, try and use cell references. Now the final argument here is that optional argument of sum range. Now in this case, I do need this, because otherwise Excel isn't going to know what I want to add up. I haven't told it to add up the total sales yet. So my sum range is going to be total sales. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there is my result. So let's review. We're saying sum if the company range equals microworld. If it does, sum the total sales. So that is SUMIF, where we use a single piece of criteria, in this case microworld. Let's take a look at how this would work if we're counting as opposed to summing. So in this second example, again, we have one piece of criteria. I want to work out the total number of employees at COMPUTEC. So effectively, I want it to look through this table, and wherever it finds COMPUTEC, I want it to count the number of entries, and that's effectively going to give me the number of employees that work there. So for this, we have one piece of criteria, so we're using COUNTIF singular. This time we have 2 arguments, range and criteria. Again, I like to work backwards. My criteria is going to be COMPUTEC. Which range am I going to find that in? I'm going to find it in the company range. Comma, my criteria is COMPUTEC, effectively cell F14. Close the bracket, hit enter. It's telling me there are 6 employees at COMPUTEC, and because my dataset is reasonably small, I can just do a quick visual check just there, and yes, I do have 6 employees. It's also worth noting that down in the status bar, if you take a look over on the right hand side, it's telling me the count is 6. Now, if you can't see that information, a little quick tip here: if you right click in the status bar, make sure you have average count, numerical count, min, max and sum turned on, so that when you start selecting things in your worksheet, you can see all of those values in the status bar at the bottom. So let's do the final calculation down here. This is just doing an average. So this time I want to find the average sales for COMPUTEC. Again, one piece of criteria. So this time we're going to use average if in its singular form. We have 3 arguments just here. My criteria is COMPUTEC, so the range is going to be company. The criteria is COMPUTEC, and the average range, well, I'm looking for the average of the sales. So I want to use the sales range. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I get my average. So that is how we can use those 3 super useful formulas to return results based on one piece of criteria. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you how you can do the same thing, but how we can incorporate multiple pieces of criteria. In the previous lesson, I showed you how to construct 3 conditional if formulas: SUMIF, COUNTIF, and average if. And all 3 of those formulas use one piece of criteria. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move our knowledge on a little bit, and I'm going to show you how you can use COUNTIFs, SUMIFs, and average ifs to create formulas that use multiple pieces of criteria. And I will say that these formulas, the plural versions with the S on the end, these are newer formulas in Excel. These were introduced a few years ago, and they've quickly become the favorite formulas of a lot of people simply because they are so useful. Now let's take this first example. The only real difference between SUMIFs and SUMIF is the number of pieces of criteria we're using in the formula. When we use a SUMIF, we can only specify one piece of criteria, whereas if we use SUMIFs, we can specify multiple pieces of criteria. So let's take a look at this second example. What I'm trying to do here is work out the total sales for all sales reps who work at Microworld. So I have 2 pieces of criteria here, Microworld and sales rep. So because I have 2 pieces of criteria, I need to use SUMIFs as opposed to SUMIF. Now another difference between this formula and the SUMIF formula is the way that the arguments are organized. In the SUMIF formula, the sum range argument is at the end, and you specify your criteria and range first. Whereas when you're using SUMIFs, you're asked to specify the sum range first of all. And I actually find this a lot more logical to understand. So the first thing we need to do here is specify the sum range. So what are we trying to add up? Well, we're trying to add up the total sales. Criteria range 1. What is our first piece of criteria? Well, our first piece of criteria is going to be Microworld. So our first criteria range is going to be wherever we find the word Microworld, which is the company range. Criteria 1 is Microworld, comma. Notice the arguments have now moved on to criteria range 2. So I can now add in my second piece of criteria. So once again, I like to work backwards. What is my second piece of criteria? Well, that is sales rep. Where am I going to find that? I'm going to find it in the job title range. So we're going to select the criteria range and then select the criteria, which is sales rep. I can then close my bracket because I only have 2 pieces of criteria. And when I hit enter, it's going to give me my result. And again, because I have a fairly small data set here, I could do a quick visual check. Let's look through for Microworld sales reps. So we have one just here. We have another one just here. And that is it. So basically my result should be the total of these 2 cells. And I can see that yes, that looks to be correct. What about if I have 3 pieces of criteria? Well, again, we can use SUMIFs. Our sum range is the total sales. What is our first piece of criteria? Well, it's Microworld. We're going to find that in the range company. Our criteria is Microworld. Our second criteria range is going to be the job title because the second piece of criteria is sales rep. And now we have a third criteria range. So we only want to see sales that are greater than $7,000. So criteria range 3 is going to be the total sales range, and our criteria is what we have listed in here. greater than 7,000. Again, I could have hard-coded that in by typing in greater than 7,000, but if that changes, it makes it a lot more difficult. So I'm going to stick with the cell reference. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there I get my total. And I could carry on going. If I had 6 pieces of criteria, I could use SUMIFS for that as well. And this works pretty much the same when you're using COUNTIFs. For this example, we have 2 pieces of criteria. I'm looking to find the total number of employees at COMPUTEC with the job title Sales Manager. So for this, we can use COUNTIFs this time. Criteria range 1. Well, our first piece of criteria is COMPUTEC. We're going to find that in this range just here. And our criteria is COMPUTEC. Our second criteria range is going to be the job title range because our second piece of criteria is Sales Manager. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we go. Let's do the final one because practice does make perfect. Criteria range 1 is the company. Our criteria is COMPUTEC. Criteria range 2 is the job title. And our criteria is Sales Manager. Criteria 3 is less than 9,000. So we're going to select Total Sales. And less than 9,000 is our criteria range. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. Hopefully you're getting the idea, but let's just finish this off by doing the average. So we're going to say average ifs. Our average range is going to be our total sales. That's what we want to find the average of. Criteria range 1 is going to be the company, and the criteria is COMPUTEC. Criteria range 2 is the job title, and the criteria is Sales Rep. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there I get my average. Now it's worth noting that we have these formulas for min and max as well. So if I just show you a quick example, we do have a min ifs that we could use if I wanted to find the minimum value in a range. So if I wanted to find the minimum sale, I could choose the total sales as my minimum range. My criteria might be the minimum sales for COMPUTEC. So my criteria range would be the company. Criteria 1, let's just grab COMPUTEC from over here. I could carry on going if I had more pieces of criteria, but effectively I would do exactly the same thing. It's going to give me the minimum amount of sales for COMPUTEC. I just want to finish off this section on logical functions and if statements by talking a little bit about how you can use ifs to handle errors in your spreadsheets. Now, if we take a look at this example just here, we're fairly familiar with this data. This is that bonus spreadsheet we were looking at previously. Now, in this bonus column, if we take a look at the first formula, I've basically set up a formula to work out the bonus only for people who have a job rating of 5 or 4. And so you can see that reflected in this column. So where they have a job rating of 4 or 5, we have the bonus amount. Anything under 4, so 1, 2, or 3, we have an NA error in the cell. And that's because I haven't accounted for job ratings 1, 2, and 3 in this particular formula. Now, it might be that you are happy to leave your spreadsheet looking like this, but what I will say is that if you do have a spreadsheet that has lots of errors contained within cells, even if those errors are correctly there, which they are in this case, it makes your spreadsheet not only look a little bit messy, if you were to send this to somebody else who's maybe not familiar with the data, they might think that these are actual errors that need to be fixed. What would be much better here would be to add some meaning to these NA errors. So maybe instead of NA, I wanted to say no bonus, which makes it a lot clearer. Now we can do this by using error handling formulas. And if we jump up to the Formulas tab in this logical group, you're going to find the 2 that we're going to use in this lesson in here. We're going to take a look at if error and if NA. Now let's start out with if NA. Now what if NA will do is it will help you deal with any NA errors that you have in your spreadsheet. Now, NA isn't the only type of error that you might see in cells. You might see a div error, or a value error, or a name error. And all of these different errors mean different things. But if you specifically have an NA error in a cell, you can use the IFNA function to assign meaning to that. Now, as we do have an NA error, we're going to use that function. Now, what I want to do here is let's select the first cell that contains a formula. Let's jump up and edit this in the formula bar. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to type in IFNA. That's the formula we're going to use. Now, notice underneath this particular function has two arguments, value and value if NA. So in other words, value if we find an NA in the cell. Now, the first argument, the value, well, the value in this cell is generated by that IFS formula. So effectively, the IFS formula is our first argument. It is our value. So we can click on the end, press comma, and now all we need to do is simply specify what we want to say in the cell if it comes across an NA error. Well, I want it to say no bonus. We need to add this in quote marks and close the bracket. So we've wrapped an IFNA formula around our IFS formula. Hit enter and take a look at that. Now, if I copy this down, I've replaced all of those NA errors with something that is a lot more meaningful, a text string that says no bonus. Now, the IFNA formula can only be used when you have NA errors in your spreadsheet. And as I said, there are lots of different types of errors that you can get in a cell. And for any other error, you can't use IFNA to assign any meaning. That is where we would use the second error handling formula, if error. If error works in a very similar way to IFNA, but it will handle all types of errors, not just NA errors. So let's take a look at this in action as well. Now, if we jump across to the if error spreadsheet, if you recall, we put together a little formula here, and again, it's an IFS formula, which gave us the day of the week when we enter in a day number. And what I said was that if somebody enters a day that isn't 1 to 7, so for example 8, it's going to produce an error because the formula doesn't account for that. Now in this case I am getting an NA error again, so I could effectively use the if NA error handling. But we're going to do this in a different way, and we're going to use if error instead. So if error we can use for any type of error, and we edit the formula in exactly the same way. So we're going to type in if error at the beginning. We have the same two arguments, value and value if error. The value, again, is going to be generated by our IFS formula, so we can go right to the end, press comma, and then we can enter in what we want it to say. Now, in this case, I wanted to say, please enter a number between 1 and 7. So what I'm doing here is basically giving the user a little bit of guidance if they enter an incorrect value. So let's hit enter, and there we have that piece of text. And if I choose a different day, it doesn't come up. But if I put in day number 10, I'm going to get that piece of text. So using error handling in this way can really help you keep your spreadsheets consistent, meaningful, and easy to understand for anybody who might be using them. The only takeaways here are if you have NA errors in the cell, you can use if NA or if error. If you have any other type of error, you can only use if error. It's time now to do exercise 1. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section on logical functions. So in the first part of this exercise, I'd like you to use either nested ifs or the ifs function and complete the prize money field in the table. And you'll notice on the right we have a smaller table which contains the information that we're looking for. And remember, if you're going to copy this formula down, then you need to make sure that you're locking those cell references in place. In the second part of this exercise, we have a similar table, but this time I'd like you to practice using COUNTIF, SUMIF, COUNTIFs, and SUMIFs. And I want you to use those formulas and complete the results in column H. So it's time to pause this video and give that a go. If you'd like to see the answer, then please keep watching. So in this exercise, we need to use nested ifs or the if-s function to work out the prize money. So I'm going to use if-s to do this. So we want our first logical test. Well, our logical test is if the medal is equal to bronze, F4 to lock that cell reference. If that's true, then they're going to get $100 in prize money, F4 to lock, comma. Because I'm using if-s, I can go straight into logical test number 2. If the value in cell D4 is equal to silver, then they're going to get $250 in prize money. And the last logical test is if the value in D4 is equal to gold, then they're going to get $500 in prize money. Close off the bracket, hit enter, and now we can copy this down. And if we do a quick spot check, let's take a look. Every time we have gold, we have 500, bronze, we have 100, and silver, we have 250. Let's take a look at the second part of the exercise. Well, here we need to use COUNTIFs and SUMIFs. So in the first table here, we need to find the number of athletes from the USA. Now, we only have one piece of criteria, so for this, I'm going to use COUNTIF. My criteria is going to be USA. Where am I going to find that? I'm going to find it in the country column, Control-Shift-Down arrow. I'm going to work on this up in the formula bar. And my criteria, because I don't have it contained within a cell, I'm going to need to type that in. So let's put USA in quote marks, close the bracket, and hit enter. The next one, we have two pieces of criteria, so we need to use COUNTIFs. So our first piece of criteria is going to be that the athlete is from Australia, so our criteria range number 1 is going to be the country column, Control-Shift-Down arrow. Let's work on this up in the formula bar. Our first piece of criteria is Australia. Criteria range 2, well, our second piece of criteria is female. So our criteria range is going to be the gender column, comma, and our criteria is going to be F. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there I get my result. And finally, we have 3 pieces of criteria here, so COUNTIFs again. We're looking for athletes from the UK who are male who achieved a silver medal, so 3 pieces of criteria. Our first criteria range is the country, Control-Shift-Down arrow. Up in the formula bar once again. And criteria number 1 is UK. Criteria range 2 is the gender. So let's select that, Control-Shift-Down arrow. And our criteria this time is male. And our third criteria range is the color of their medal. So let's select that. And this time we are looking for silver medals. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we get the result. And finally, I asked you to work out the total prize money for various different pieces of criteria. So for this, we're going to use the SUMIF function. For the first one, we just need SUMIF because we only have one piece of criteria. Our criteria is the USA, so our range is going to be the country, Control-Shift-Down arrow. And then we need to put our criteria in quote marks. And then our sum range is going to be the prize money, Control-Shift-Down arrow, close that bracket, and hit enter. Now we need to do SUMIFs because we have multiple pieces of criteria. This time we have the sum range first of all, so we're going to sum the prize money once again. Criteria range 1 is going to be the gender, and the gender we're looking for this time is female. And then our final piece of criteria is that we're looking for Canadian athletes only. So we want our criteria range to be the country, and our criteria is going to be Canada. Now, the final one was a little bit unfair of me, really, because I didn't actually show you this in the lesson. But I wanted to show you this in the exercise just so you can see something else that you can do with SUMIFs. Now for this one, we want to total the prize money for North America. So that's going to be the USA and Canada. So we have two pieces of criteria that are coming from the same column. So how would we do this? Well, if you worked this out, well done. It's not too hard to work out, but what we need to do here is basically perform two SUMIF calculations. So let's start out with our SUMIF. We want our range. So our criteria is going to be USA, first of all. So our range is going to be the country range. And our criteria is going to be USA. And we want to specify our sum range, which is going to be the prize money. Now what we need to do here is close off the bracket and then say that we want to plus and then go straight into the next SUMIF. So again, our range is going to be the country, but this time the criteria is Canada. And then finally the sum range is the prize money, and close the bracket. So we're just doing two SUMIFs and we're adding them together so that we can get the total for two pieces of criteria that are coming from the same column. Let's hit enter, and there is our answer. So hopefully you got most of those. I wouldn't expect you to get the last one, but if you did, very well done. I will see you in the next section. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to look up information using some of the best loved functions in Excel, and those would be lookup functions. And probably the most well-known lookup function is VLOOKUP. And VLOOKUP is one of those functions that you'll always see at the top of the list when it comes to most useful functions or functions that everybody should know. And that's because you can use VLOOKUP in so many different scenarios. Now, when it comes to using VLOOKUP, there are two different ways that you can use it. You can do an exact match or you can do an approximate match. And in this lesson, we're going to start out by taking a look at the more common of those two, which is VLOOKUP exact match. Now, before we get on to how you construct a VLOOKUP, let's first make sure that we all understand what exactly a VLOOKUP is and how it can be useful. So I've just got a little example of a VLOOKUP on this page. So I have a small data table which contains some order numbers, the items that these order numbers relate to, and then the price of those items. And what I've done over here is I've constructed a little data validation drop-down list for all of the different order numbers. And what I can do here is select an order number from this list, and it's going to return the item and the price. And if I click on any of these cells just here, notice in the formula bar, I'm actually using a VLOOKUP. Now, what this formula is actually doing is it's basically saying, look up whatever value we have in cell G3, look it up in this table over here, and then return the information from column number 2. And then the VLOOKUP underneath is basically doing exactly the same thing, but it's saying instead, return the information in column number 3. So that is how VLOOKUP works. Now, a couple of really important points when you're working with VLOOKUP. What you're using as your lookup value, so for us in this example, that is the value in cell G3, it has to exist in the table of data. Because without the lookup value, Excel doesn't know which of these results it needs to return. So that is basically how a VLOOKUP works. So now let's look at how we construct it using a different example. Now, if we jump across to the next worksheet, you can see that I have on here just a few different part numbers, and currently the description and the unit price columns are blank. And then on the third worksheet, I have a parts catalogue. And this contains the part numbers in column A, the descriptions in column B, and the price in column C. So basically what I want to do here is I want to use the part number as the lookup value because this is the column that is common between these two tables. I want to look up the part number in the parts catalogue, and then I want to return either the description or the price depending on which one I'm doing. So let's construct our VLOOKUP. Now, the first thing that we want to return here is the description for part number 19232. So I'm going to type in equals VLOOKUP. Let's take a look at our arguments. The first argument here is the lookup value. So that's the piece of information that is common between the two tables. So for us, the part number is our lookup value. We then need to specify where we're looking up this part number. So what is the table array? Now it might be that you have your table on the same spreadsheet, and that is fine. You can just select it. If I jump across to Parts Catalog, I can select this entire table, and that is my table array. Now I'm going to go to the formula bar to continue my editing, and notice what I have in that formula bar now. Because my table is on a different worksheet, it's put in the worksheet name, Parts Catalog, and then the cell range. I now need to specify the column index number, and that is basically the column of information that we want to return. Now we're looking up the description first of all, and this is a really important point about VLOOKUP. When it comes to the column index number, VLOOKUP numbers columns in the table from left to right. So part number would be column 1, description column 2, and price column 3. So if we want to return the description, we're returning column number 2. And our final argument, which is an optional argument because it's in brackets, is a true or false argument. And what we select here determines if we're doing an approximate match or an exact match. Now we're going to do an exact match because we exactly want to match the part number in the table. So we can have a false argument on the end here, or alternatively, we could just put 0. That would also do an exact match. Or because this is an optional argument, I don't even need to have that on the end because the default behavior for VLOOKUP is to do an exact match. So I'm going to leave it off. Let's hit enter, and it brings back that description information. Now I'm going to widen out this column a little bit, and I think I'm going to wrap this text around just so it doesn't take up so much room. Let's do the same thing, but let's do it for unit price instead. So we're basically going to construct the VLOOKUP in exactly the same way. It's just the column that we're returning that is different. So this time we want to return column number 3. So equals VLOOKUP. Our lookup value is still the part number. Our table array is our parts catalog, and I'm going to show you a simpler way of doing this in a moment. Let's select the entire table and go up to continue editing in the formula bar. The column index number, well, we want to return the information from column 3, and we're exactly matching that part number, so we can have false, 0, or nothing on the end there. Hit enter, and there we get that unit price. Now you might want to do a little bit of messing around with the formatting of this cell, but that is basically how VLOOKUP works. Now, if I was to try and copy these formulas down, they're actually not going to work correctly because I haven't locked the cell range. So I know it looks like they're working fine. It's actually returning the wrong results down here from the table because I didn't lock the cell references. So as I drag down, this entire table is moving down as well. So a way that I like to do this, I find this a lot easier, is if I'm doing a VLOOKUP, in general, I will make my table of data a named range. So let me just very quickly do these again and show you how that works. So I'm going to go to my parts catalog, Control A to select everything, and in the name box, I'm going to call this parts underscore catalog. Now by naming this range, it makes your VLOOKUP a lot easier to construct. So let's go to VLOOKUP. Our lookup value is the part number. Our table array. Well, this time I don't need to jump across to the other worksheet and select that range. I can simply press the F3 key on my keyboard and it's going to bring up all the named ranges that I have in this workbook. There is mine, parts catalog. Let's select it. And the cool thing about this is that when you create a named range, it's basically very similar to locking the cell, so they're never going to move. Column index number is 2, and we're doing an exact match. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and then I can double click to copy down and my results are correct. Let's just do this again for the unit price. Lookup value is part number. F3 to pull up my named ranges. Let's select the parts catalog. The column we're pulling back this time is column number 3. And we want to do a false argument on the end, or a 0, or absolutely nothing. It's all good. Double click to copy down. Now, one thing to note here is take a look at this part number. I have NA errors in these cells. Now, I'm going to hazard a guess that I've got these errors because this part number doesn't exist in the catalogue. So if I want to do a quick check, I can jump across to my parts catalogue. I'm going to do a Control F for find, and I'm going to try and find that part number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Find next. It can't find it. So that is why I'm getting that NA error. Now, as we saw in the previous lesson when we were talking about error checking, I might want to tidy these errors up a little bit by adding in some error handling. So let's click on that first formula. Up in the formula bar, this is an NA error. So I'm going to use the if NA function. The value is going to be generated by the VLOOKUP, and I'm going to make this a bit more meaningful by just adding on to the end here, part not found. So anyone looking at this spreadsheet is going to know that that is the reason why we don't have a description and unit price. Let's do the same for this one. Up to the formula bar, if NA, click at the end, and this time I'm going to say price not found. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and then I can double click to copy down, and now this table doesn't look like it includes errors. We've added some meaning. So that is how you do a VLOOKUP using that exact match option, that false argument on the end. In the next lesson, I'm going to show you another example, but this time we're going to be doing an approximate match using the true argument on the end. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can use VLOOKUP with the exact match false argument on the end to return results. So in this lesson, we're going to look at the true argument, the approximate matching option. So what is the difference between these two? Well, you would use approximate matching for your VLOOKUP if your lookup value doesn't exist exactly in the table. So what do I mean by that? Well, if we take a look at the data that we have on this worksheet, in this first table, I have effectively some salary bands. And this is showing me the low end and the high end of this band, and then the tax rate that applies to each of those bands. And what I want to do in the second table is I want to look up the salary and I want it to return the marginal tax rate for that salary. Now, if we take a look at the first one here, 55,000. Does 55,000 exist exactly in this table over here? Well, if I take a look at my values, I can see, no, I don't have exactly the value 55,000 listed here. This annual salary falls in this bracket just here. So if I was to do an exact match, it's not going to find it because the exact match argument, that false argument, exactly matches the lookup value in the table. So for this, I'm going to need to use the approximate matching option, which is the true argument on the end. Now, I'm going to do exactly what I did in the last lesson, and I'm going to create a named range for my table simply to make this whole process a lot easier. So let's select the table. In the name box, we're going to say tax underscore rate and hit enter. So now I can construct my VLOOKUP. So we're going to type in equals VLOOKUP. My lookup value is going to be the annual salary. The table array, well, I can press the F3 key and there is tax rate. Click on OK. The column index number, so what do I want to return here? Well, I'm looking for the tax rate, which is column number 3. And this time we want to do an approximate match. So we want the true argument on the end, or alternatively, we could just type a 1. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And if I just double check this table, I can see that yes, 55,000 falls in this range just here, and the tax rate is 25%. Let's do that one more time just to practice. VLOOKUP. Lookup value is cell E6. Table array, we can press F3. Alternatively, you can just start to type in your named range and it will appear in the list underneath. Double click to select, comma. We want the third column and we're doing an approximate match, 1 on the end this time. Close the bracket, hit enter, and let's double check to make sure this is correct. This salary falls in this bracket up here and the marginal tax rate is 10%. And just to show you how you can do this using the functions dialog box, if that is your preferred method, let's click on the FX button. I'm going to search for VLOOKUP. Let's click go. There it is. Double click to select. And now we can complete our arguments in this way. So the lookup value for the final one is cell E7. Table array, I can press the F3 key and select tax rate. Column index number is 3, and the range lookup is true, or a 1 on the end there. Let's click on OK to complete that final one. And if I double check this, well, 90,000 is going to fall in this range here, and that has a tax rate of 28%. So that is really the only difference between VLOOKUP exact and VLOOKUP approximate. It all relates to the lookup value and whether that lookup value exists exactly in the table or if it doesn't. Both of the VLOOKUP formulas that we've looked at so far in this section have been using data that runs vertically down the page, hence why it's called VLOOKUP. So in this lesson, I want to show you an example of HLOOKUP where our data is running horizontally across the page instead. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, on this worksheet, I have an example of data that runs vertically down the page. We have our column headings at the top and then our rows of data underneath. And this is by far the most common way to display data. A less common way is to have your column headings in the rows as opposed to in the columns so that your data runs horizontally across the page. And whilst this is definitely not as common, you need to be able to have the tools to be able to deal with that scenario and still perform your lookups. So what we're going to do first of all is we're going to grab this data and we're going to flip it the other way around. And this is also a good opportunity for me to show you a little command you can use if you need to switch data around for any specific reason. So I'm going to click in my data table, Control A to select everything, Control C to copy, and then I'm going to go across to my HLOOKUP worksheet and I'm going to paste this data onto the worksheet, but we're going to paste it running horizontally as opposed to vertically. So what we can do here is on the Home tab, up to Paste, click the lower half and go to Paste Special. And if we choose the Transpose command, that will basically flip your data around the other way. When I click on OK, you can see what that's done. I now have my column headings in the rows and my data runs horizontally across the page. And if I zoom out a little bit, because I do want to do a little bit of resizing so we don't have those hash symbols in some of the cells. Let's double click to resize all of those and then zoom back out again. Perfect. Now, as I said, this is by far not my favorite way of displaying data. It really does look quite messy, but you will come across data sets throughout your Excel career, which will be structured in this way. So if we have our data this way round, how can we do a lookup? Well, the simple answer is pretty much in exactly the same way, just using the HLOOKUP function as opposed to VLOOKUP. So what I want to do up here is I want to be able to type in a movie name. So let's just start with La La Land. And I want it to return the year, what it's rated, and the genre. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a named range for my data set down here. Control A to select all, up to that name box, and we're going to say movie list and hit enter. So now if I want to return the year, I'm going to use HLOOKUP. We have exactly the same arguments. There is one minor difference in here, which I'll speak about more when we get to it. First argument is the lookup value. Well, we want to look up the film, so B5. Table array, where are we looking it up? Well, we've created a named range. I can press F3 and select my movie list. This time it's asking for a row index number as opposed to a column index number. So instead of counting across columns from left to right, we simply need to count down rows until we get to the one that we want to return. So we want to return the year in this example, and that is row number 2. And then we get to use our approximate or exact match. Well, I want to exactly match the movie name in the table, so we're going to have a false argument on the end here. Close the bracket and hit enter, and it's telling me that La La Land was released in 2016, and I can see that yes, it was. Let's do it again. So equals HLOOKUP. Lookup value is the movie. F3 to select our table array. Row number this time is row number 3 because we want to return what it's rated. And we're doing an exact match. So I'm going to put a 0 on the end here. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we go. Let's complete this set. This time I'm going to use the functions dialog box and we're going to search for HLOOKUP. There it is. Double click to open. Lookup value, movie name, table array. Let's press F3. Select our movie list. Row index number. Well, this time we're looking for the genre. So that is row number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Row number 6. And our range lookup, we're doing an exact match, so it's a false. Let's click on OK, and there we go. And if I was to change this film name, so let's type in Jackie, I should find that all of these results update. Let's check our table. There is Jackie. Everything is looking good. So that's really the only difference between VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. It's all about how your data is structured and whether you have those column headings in the rows or the columns. Whilst VLOOKUP is an amazing function to know to perform powerful lookups, after you've been using it for a while, you're going to start to come across some of its limitations. So in this lesson, I want to just briefly talk about the limitations of VLOOKUP and then show you a better, more flexible way of performing lookups. So let's just review. Now, when it comes to VLOOKUP, if we take a look at this first example that we were using, we're looking up the part number in the parts catalogue and we're returning either the description or the price. And the way that we construct the VLOOKUP is we say look up the part number and then return me either column 2 or column 3. Now the big limitation with VLOOKUP is that your lookup value must always be to the left of what it is that you're looking up, because we can't count back columns. For example, I couldn't use the price to look up the part number using VLOOKUP. Because when it comes to the part of the formula where we have to enter in a column number, I can't say count back -2 columns to get the part number. It always has to be a positive going from left to right. So the biggest limitation here when using VLOOKUP is that your lookup value either has to be in the first column or to the left of whatever it is that you want to return. Now that might be absolutely fine in 90% of scenarios that you're going to come across. But you're definitely going to come across some situations where you're going to need a more powerful and flexible way to perform lookups. And that is where index and match come in. So let's take a look at these two functions. Now, index and match are two separate functions in their own right, but you often hear them used together in the same sentence because they are used together so often to perform complex and powerful lookups. And the beauty with using index and match to perform your lookup as opposed to something like VLOOKUP is that it doesn't matter where your lookup value is in the table and what column you want to return, it's always going to work. So let's take a look at this example first of all. I have a table over here which shows me some categories, some apps, the revenue those apps have generated, and the profit. And what I want to do is be able to select an app from this drop-down list and have it return the category, the profit, and the revenue for that app. Now I'm going to be using the app as the lookup value in this table. Now the app is in column number 2. So when it comes to returning the category, I'm effectively having to look up a column going from right to left. So this is a perfect example of where VLOOKUP wouldn't work because we can't have the lookup value in column 2 and return a result from column 1. So we need a better way of doing this. Now, before we actually combine index and match together to perform this lookup, I want to show you what each one does in its own right, which will help you understand why they work so well when used together. So I'm going to click in cell H6 and let's take a look at what index does first of all. Now index has a couple of different sets of arguments that you can use here. And I would say that the first group of arguments is the one that you're going to use most of the time. Now the first argument here is array. Now the way that I like to remember this is, what is it that I'm looking to return here? I'm looking to return the category. So my array is going to be the category. And an array is effectively another word for range. So our first argument is going to be the category range, the category array, comma. I now need to provide the row number of the item I want to return. Now I want to return the category for the application OneDrive. So if I take a look at my table and find OneDrive, it's just here. What is the row number? Well, if we start at the top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's row number 7. So if I type row 7 in here, close my bracket and hit enter, it's going to pull back the category of productivity. And if I take a look at that, I can see that yes, that is correct. Now I know exactly what you're thinking at this stage. You're probably thinking, well, that's a bit tedious having to manually count down to find the row number. And you would be correct. We have a very small data set here, so it's not too much of a bother for me to count down. But what if I had a data set that had hundreds or thousands of rows? I'm really not going to want to spend time counting down the rows to find the value that I need. So we need to find a way of automating the finding of this row number. So with that in mind, let's take a look at what the match function does on its own. We're going to type in equals match. Now for this one, we have 3 arguments. The last argument is an optional argument. The first argument is lookup value. Well, our lookup value is OneDrive. What is the lookup array? So where will we find the value OneDrive? Which range? Well, we're going to find it in the app range. So that is our lookup array. Do we want to do an exact match here? Yes, we do. I want to exactly match the word OneDrive in the table. So I want a 0 argument on the end. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And take a look at that. It returns the row number that OneDrive sits in. So the match function will do what we need it to do. It's going to automate the finding of the row number. So now we know what each of those functions do. We can combine them together to perform this lookup. So let's start from the top. We're going to type in index. What is our array? Well, our array is what we're looking to return, the category, comma. Now we need to provide the row number. So this is where we're going to use our match function. So we're going to go straight into match. Our lookup value is OneDrive, cell H5. Where are we going to find that? Well, it exists in the app range. So this is our lookup array. And we want to do an exact match of the word OneDrive in the table. We need to close off our match, close off our index, hit enter, and now we get our category. And I should find that if I change this to something else, that's the same category, let's choose something else, it's going to work correctly. Let's do it again. Equals index. What is our array? Well, this time we're looking to return the profit, so this is our array just here. Row number, well, we want to use match to automate that for us. The lookup value is H5. We're going to find that value in the apps list, that is our lookup array, and we want to exactly match the word Instagram. So we want a 0 on the end there. Close off our match, close off our index, and hit enter. Let's double check. So let's find Instagram in this list. Yes, it is in the category social media, and the profit is 786.80. Now we're going to do this again for the revenue. I'm going to do this in a slightly different way so you can see a couple of other techniques. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a look at my data and I'm going to create named ranges for each of these columns. And then I can use those named ranges in my formula. Now, a quick way to do this is to select everything in the table up to the Formulas tab, and then in the Defined Names group, I'm going to say Create from Selection. And I want to use the top row as the names for my ranges. Let's click on OK. So now what I should find if I click the name box drop down is that I have 4 different named ranges here, and they've all been named according to the column heading. If I select category from here, that is the range that it refers to. If I select revenue, that is the range. Now you don't have to do this. I'm just showing you a different way that you could construct this formula. I could then say index. This time I'm looking up the revenue. So instead of selecting this range of cells, I could use the named range. So we can type it in, or we can press the F3 key and select it from here. We then straight into our match to find that row number. Lookup value is whatever we have in cell H5. Our lookup array, where are we going to find this? Well, we're going to find it in the apps list. Now, because I also have this as a named range, I can press F3 again and choose app. And I want to exactly match the name Instagram in the table. So we've got a 0 on the end. So let's just take a moment to review what we have there, because we've used 2 named ranges in this formula. And the reason why I like to use named ranges is because it does make it a lot easier, particularly if you have a much larger data set than I have here, because it means you're not having to keep selecting cell ranges. You can just use the name. But it also makes formulas a lot easier for anybody who's looking at this spreadsheet to understand. Now I need to add another bracket on the end here, hit enter, and there I get my result. Let's check to make sure this is working. Let's choose something else. Twitter, let's double check in the table, that is in the social media category. Revenue is 17,760 and profit is 800. Now that I've shown you how you can combine the index and match functions to perform a powerful, complex lookup, we're going to see how we can do exactly the same thing in a different way. And when I say in a different way, I mean using 2 brand new functions in Excel 2021, and that is XLOOKUP and XMATCH. Now, as I said, these 2 functions are brand new to Excel 2021. And XLOOKUP is really another way of performing a lookup very similar to index and match. So it has all of the same flexibility that we love about index and match, but it's a lot easier to construct. So let's use the same examples, but this time, instead of index and match, we're going to use XLOOKUP. So let's click in our cell. I'm going to type in equals XLOOKUP. Now, the first difference you'll notice here is that we do have a lot more arguments. And it's only the first 3 that are mandatory. All of the others, the last 3, are all optional arguments. Now, we're going to go through all of them just so you can see exactly what they do. But if you just wanted to do a basic lookup, you could just use the first 3 arguments. So the first argument is lookup value. So our lookup value is going to be whatever we have in cell H5, comma. What is our lookup array? So where are we going to find Google Docs? Well, we're going to find it in the apps list. So this is our lookup array. And then we simply need to specify the return array. So what do we want to return? We want to return the category. So all we need to do is select the return array. That is basically it. I could close off my formula, hit enter, and I'm going to get my answer. Now, how much easier is that than doing the same thing using index and match? Now, let's double click to go back into this formula because I did say I wanted to run through all of these arguments. So the next argument is if not found. So we have some additional things we can specify here. So if the lookup value is not found in the table, we can choose to return a value that we specify. So that might be a piece of text. Remember, text needs to go in quote marks. So I might just want to say here, not found, comma. I can choose what type of match I'm doing. Do I want to do an exact match? Do I want to do an exact match or next smaller item or next larger item? Well, I'm going to do an exact match. I want it to exactly match Google Docs. And then the final optional argument that we have here is the search mode. So with this particular argument, we can choose which way or how we're searching through this table. So I can choose to search from first to last or last to first. Now, if I do first to last, let's type 1 as our final argument, it's going to return the result of productivity. Now we're going to do XLOOKUP again to return the profit and the revenue, but we're going to do this in a slightly different way again. Now, so far we've seen how we can create named ranges and use those in our formulas, but what about if I want to put this data in an Excel table? Well, what I'm going to do is click in my data and press Ctrl T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. Now, I don't particularly like this formatting, so let's change that. That looks a little bit better. And I'm going to give my table a name. So let's call this apps_list and hit enter. So now what I could do when I'm constructing this XLOOKUP, let's do it again. So XLOOKUP, our lookup value is what we have in cell H5. My lookup array is a table this time. Now I've called my table apps list, so I'm just going to start to type it, double click to select that table. Now it's selected the entire table, but my lookup array is just the app column. So what I can do here is press the square bracket and it's going to show me all of the different columns of that table. So I can then go through and just select the app column. Press the tab key to select it and close that bracket. So now I've isolated that column. Comma, what is my return array? Well, my return array this time, I want to return the profit. So again, I could use my table columns. Let's choose the table, square bracket, and I want to choose the profit column this time. Tab key to select and close that square bracket. Now, if I want to essentially skip over an argument, so I don't particularly want to have any if not found text, I can just press 2 commas to move on to the next argument. I want to do an exact match and I want to search first to last. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to return my result. Let's double check to make sure that this is correct. So let's find Google Docs and I can see that yes, the profit is 1166. Now for our final XLOOKUP just here, I want to focus in on that search mode. So which way we're searching through our data. So let's do our XLOOKUP one more time. Our lookup value is H5. Our lookup array, well, I'm going to use my table range again. I'm looking up the app in the app column. The return array this time is going to be the revenue. So let's select our table and the column. I'm not going to put in any if not found text. Let's press another comma to go on to the next argument. I want to do an exact match and I'm going to search first to last. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. Now with that search mode, searching first to last, that works perfectly fine for the data that I'm using. But what if I have Google Docs listed twice in this table? So what I'm going to do is on the bottom here, I'm just going to add another row for Google Docs. And we're going to assign it to a different category. So let's say utility. It's going to be Google Docs again. And let's just give it a value of 50,000 with a profit of, let's say, 5,000. Now I'm just going to expand my table out to accommodate that new data. So now effectively I have Google Docs listed twice in this apps list. Now currently, if we use the revenue as an example, it's showing me the revenue of the first Google Docs that it finds in this list because I chose to search from first to last. But if we double click to edit this formula, what I could do is I could change this to something different. So let's do search last to first, -1, and hit enter, and we get a completely different result. This time it's searching from the bottom upwards, and the first Google Docs entry it comes to is this one just here. So it's returning a result of 50,000 for the revenue. So that's how that search mode option works. But as I said, in its most basic form, if you don't want to use all of those optional arguments, you just have 3 arguments: lookup value, lookup array, and return array. Super simple. So now we know what XLOOKUP does. What does XMATCH do? Well, XMATCH is fairly similar in many ways. We have a lot more arguments than we do when we're using just the basic match. So what I could do up here is, if I want to go back to using index and match, I could do an index with an XMATCH instead. Our array is the category, so let's select it. And notice that because I have this data in a table, it's automatically going to put the table name and the column name in for me. Row number. Now, if you recall previously, we were using the match function to automate the finding of that row number. But what I could do is use the new XMatch function instead. Again, the last 2 arguments here are optional arguments. Now, my lookup value is what we have in H5. My lookup array is where I'm going to find that, so that's in this apps list. I can then choose a match mode, so I want to do an exact match. And then I also get that search mode option when using XMatch as well. So I can choose if I want to search from first to last, last to first, or start doing a binary search and sorting in ascending order. So let's do last to first again, -1. Close the bracket, hit enter. I can see that I've forgotten to add an additional bracket on the end, so I'm going to accept the correction. And it pulls back the category of utility because it's finding this entry first because it's searching last to first. Now you can also use XMatch on its own when not combined with index, and it works very similar to the match function on its own. It's basically going to tell you what the row number is. So the arguments are pretty similar. Lookup value. Lookup array is where we're going to find that, which is just here. My match mode is exact, and I'm going to search. Let's do first to last this time. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to tell me what row Google Docs resides in from the top. So pretty much the same results that you get with match, but it's just a little bit more flexible. You have a few more options in there. So that is your introduction to 2 brand new functions in Excel 2021. In this lesson, we're going to explore how the offset function works. And offset is a function that you'll see quite often used on its own, but a lot of the time you'll see it combined with other functions to produce some really powerful results. So what exactly is the offset function and how does it work? Well, we're going to take a look at a basic example first of all, and then I'm going to show you a more practical way of using offset. Now, the data that we're using in this first example is just some basic sales data for different regions across different months. And what the offset function will basically allow you to do is return a result from a cell that is a specified number of rows or columns away from your starting cell. Now, that is really hard to picture without seeing an example. So let's just click somewhere over here and type in equals offset. Now notice here that we have 5 arguments, and the last 2 are optional arguments because they're in those square brackets. Now the first piece of information, this is the most important piece of information when you're using the offset function, is the reference. You always need to have a starting point, a starting cell, and that cell is used as your reference point. Now, which cell you choose to use as a reference is entirely up to you. But for the purpose of this example, I'm going to use cell A3, comma. The next argument is rows. So what I can say here is I can get this function to move down whatever number of rows I specify. So if I want to, for example, let's say if I want to return the result for the North region for March, I need to move down 3 rows, comma, and I need to go across 1 column, comma. I can then choose the height and the width of my range. So for example, if I choose a height of 1 and a width of 1, that basically means 1 cell. If I was to choose a height of 2 and a width of 2, that would be a selection of 4 cells. So if I close this bracket now and hit enter, I should find that the result I get returned is the March value for the North region. And if I take a look at that just there, that is exactly what I've got. So you specify your starting point, you specify how many rows you want to move down, how many columns you want to move across, and then basically how many cells you want to select from that point. That can be 1 cell, or it can be multiple cells, a range of cells. So let's do it again and take a look at what happens if we select a range of cells. So equals offset. I'm going to use the same reference point, A3. This time, let's say I want to return the July figures for the South region, and I want to basically return July to December. So rows, how many rows do I need to go down? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need to go down 7 rows to get to July. I want to return them from the South region, so I need to go across 2 columns. Now, because I want to return all of the results from July to December, the height is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cells effectively. But I only want to return them from 1 column, so it's going to be 1 for the width. Close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to return all of those results. Those should exactly match what we have just there. Let's do it one more time so you get the hang of this. Equals offset. Let's choose a different reference point this time. Let's choose cell E3, comma. How many rows do I want to go down this time? Well, I'm going to select a random region in the middle. So let's go down to the April value for the East region. So I need to go down 1, 2, 3, 4 rows. Now I need to go back 1 column. So for this, we can use minus values if we need to go back. So minus 1. I can then specify my column height and my column width. Now I'm going to say I want, let's just do 2 and 2. Close the bracket. Let's see what we get. So it's bringing back this range just here. We moved down 4 rows. We moved back 1, and then we said that we wanted a range that was 2 cells in height and 2 cells in width. So that is basically how the offset function works. Now you might be thinking to yourself, okay, I get it, that's totally fine, but how is this function useful to me? Well, let's take a look at a practical example. Now, if we go across to this next spreadsheet, you can see here I have an offset formula and I've combined it with a sum function. And that's what I said, you quite often see offset combined with other functions to create a really powerful formula. Now, what it's done here is it's looking at my little table and it's summing together the last 3 months of sales figures. So basically, these figures just there are being added together to produce this result. Now, why would we use offset just here? Well, it might be that with this data, every month new sales figures get added to the end. And if I was to add another month on the bottom here, so let's just drag this down and let's say 1,500. Notice that the sales figure has now updated to $4,000. So I've added a new value on the end. It's still looking at the last 3 months. So if I select these cells, you can see down in the status bar, the sum is actually 4,000. So it's adjusted the positions once I've added a new value onto the bottom. and I haven't had to change anything in the formula. Now it's done that because I'm using the offset function. So I'm going to undo just to get rid of those values, and let's go through how we constructed this. Now I'm combining offset with sum because I want to basically add up the last 3 months. Now for this example, let's do the last 6 months. That's what I want it to add up. So we need to start this calculation with a sum function and then go straight into our offset. So now we have our arguments. Let's choose a reference point. I'm going to choose cell B3, comma. We now need to specify how many rows we want to count down. Now if I was just to put something in here like 5, this formula isn't going to work. Because that number's hard-coded in, it's not going to adjust its position when I add new data onto the bottom. So here, in order to find the rows, we need to do a count A. And we want to count all of the values in this range, B4 to B15, comma. Now I don't want to move across any columns, so I'm going to put a 0 in here. And then the height, well, I want the last 6 months of data. So we're going to go from the bottom because we want the last 6 months. So effectively -6 needs to go in here. And then our last argument is width. Well, it's the width of one column, so we want to have a 1 on the end here. Let's close off our offset and close off our sum and hit enter. So I'm getting a result of 6,300, and if I check that simply by highlighting the last 6 months of values, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's take a look in the status bar. That's the quickest way. The sum calculation there is 6,300, which matches my result in cell E4. Now let's see what happens if I add some more data onto the bottom of this table. So I'm just going to add another month. Let's add a value of 2,000 in there. Now notice that this formula hasn't automatically updated to include that new value, because now the last 6 months, the sum of those 6 months, should equal 7,500, and my result is still showing the old total. Now I can see that I've got a green triangle in the corner, so what I could do is click here, click the triangle, and I could update the formula to include the new cells. That is one way of fixing this problem. The other way that I could fix this would be to modify this formula so that my cell range extends past the last value that I have in here. So instead of B4 to B15, I might change this to something like B23. So let's go up to the formula bar and change B15 to B23. Now if I hit enter, I get the correct result because my new result is being included in the formula. Another way of doing this would be to use a table. So if I click in my data set, Control A, Control T, yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And you can obviously change the formatting of that table if you want to. What I can then do is add another month, and the table auto expands to accommodate that. So when I add in a new total, you can see that now that total automatically updates. Let's just double check that that is exactly the last 6 months. And if I look down in that status bar at that sum total, yes, 10,600. So you have 3 different methods there to get offset to update automatically. You can click on that warning triangle, you can extend the formula past the end of your data, or you can put your data set into a table. So that is a practical use of offset with the sum function. In the last lesson of this section, we're going to take a look at the indirect function. Now, what the indirect function does is it indirectly references another cell to return a result. So let's take a look at a very basic example of indirect in action. So I'm just going to go somewhere down here on the spreadsheet. Let's select cell I10, and I'm going to type in another cell reference. So let's go for, let's say K10 in here. Now in cell K10, maybe I have a number like 300. So what I could do over here is I could use INDIRECT, and notice that we have two arguments. The first argument is the reference text. So I could select this cell just here, close the bracket and hit enter, and the result I get is going to be 300 because I've indirectly referenced this cell over here. The indirect function is referencing directly cell I10, but in cell I10 we have a cell reference to cell K10, and cell K10 contains 300, which is why we're getting the result of 300. So that is indirect in its most basic form. So again, you might be looking at that and thinking, okay, I understand that, but how is that going to be useful to me? Well, let's take a look at our first practical example. What I have here are a number of sales managers, and we have the different regions, north, south, east, and west, and the amount of sales each of those managers have generated. And basically what I'm trying to do here is in cell H4, I want to pull back the total sales for whatever region I have in cell G4. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, can't you just do a sum calculation here? Well, yes, I could. I could say equals sum. We're looking for the north figures, so I could select this range just here, close the bracket and hit enter, and it's going to give me the total sales for the north region. Notice in the formula that I have the different regions set up as named ranges. Now the drawback with this is if I was to change the region, so let's change that to south, my values don't update because I've got nothing in this formula which is referencing these region names. So I can get around this by using indirect with sum. So we're going to start out with sum, and we're going to go straight in to indirect. Now our first argument is the reference text. So the reference text I'm going to use to do this sum calculation is the region that we have stored in cell G4. Let's close off our indirect function and close off our sum. So if I hit enter now, I'm getting the total sales for the south region. And if I select this cell range and take a look down in the status bar, I should find that my sum calculation matches what I have in cell H4, which it does. Now the advantage of doing it this way, because we are indirectly referencing this range of cells via this cell just here, if I change the region, so if I change that to north, the figures are all going to update. So that is one practical example of how you can use the indirect function. Let's look at something now a little bit more complex. Now on this spreadsheet, I have a list of different tours, or the countries that these tours go to, and I have how much those tours have generated in sales from January to July. And right at the bottom, I have a totals row showing me the totals for each of those months. Now what I'm interested in when I'm looking at this worksheet are basically the total sales for the month just gone. So effectively the current sales. So the current sales is always going to be this value here. It's going to be the total for the previous month. Now bear in mind, this data is going to change each month. So next month we're going to have another column in here, which is going to have all of the August figures. So we need to build our formula so that as we add columns of data in, the current sales is always updating. So it always moves across one, across one, across one to grab that total sales figure. And we can use indirect to help us do this. So let's click in cell K4. We're going to type in equals indirect. Now this time we're going to use both of these arguments. Now the first argument here is reference text. Now one thing you need to understand is when you're working in Excel, there are two different ways that you can reference cells. Now the most common way is to use cell references, so A1, B2, C3, so on and so forth. The other way that you can reference cells is to use what we call R1, C1 referencing. And the only difference with this is that R1, C1 lets you specify the row and the column. So if we just come out of here for a moment so you understand what I mean, something that was written out like R10, C2, that would basically mean row number 10, column number 2. That is R1, C1 referencing. Now for this formula that we're constructing, we need to use that style of referencing. So let's type in indirect. There it is. So the reference that we're going to be using this time is R1C1 style referencing. And what do we actually want to reference? Well, we want to reference the total row. That contains the value that we're interested in. So the total row is row 15, but the column that we're choosing is going to change depending on how many columns of figures we have in this table. And remember, that's going to change each month. So we need to do something a bit different. Now, when we're using this R1C1 style, we need to put this in quote marks. So the first part of this is fairly straightforward. We want to reference row number 15. But when it comes to the column that we want to reference, I don't know the number of the column because it's going to change each month and we need to allow for that. So I'm going to add some more quote marks and we're going to use the ampersand to concatenate. And then we're going to go straight into a count A. We're going to get Excel to count the total number of columns in order to find where that last column is. And we're going to count in row 15. Now the reason why I'm selecting the whole row here is because this is going to accommodate any new rows that we add. Let's close the bracket. And then the last argument on the end here for this indirect function is the style of referencing that we're using. Now we're using R1C1 style in this case, so we need a false argument on the end. And let's close off our indirect. Now this is a reasonably complex formula that I'm showing you here. This might be more suited to the advanced Excel course. But I thought I'd throw this in here just so you can kind of get an idea as to how you can combine these functions together to get the result that you need. So let's hit enter and see what we get. What we should get is the total for the last month, which is July. And I can see that yes, we do. Now I'm just going to apply a little bit of formatting so this looks the same. So the way that we've constructed this formula, if I was to add another column in here, so I'm just going to copy this across and let's change this. So we've got August there and let's change some values so that we have a different total. So let's say 5,000, we'll go 10,000 in here. Let's drag the total across and would you take a look at that? Now this is updated and it's showing me the new month's total. So we've introduced a lot of new concepts in there. We're just getting our head around how indirect works. We've also introduced the new R1C1 style of referencing, and we've introduced a little bit of concatenation and how you can use count to find the last value in the last column and future-proof this formula a little bit for when you add new columns onto the end. This one is definitely one that you should have a little practice and play around with so that you really understand exactly what you're doing when you're using this style of formula. But hopefully that gives you a better idea as to how indirect works and a couple of practical examples of how you can use it. It's time now for us to do exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in relation to lookup functions. So we have a table on this worksheet that just shows us some athlete names, their bib numbers, the event that they ran in, the route that they took, and the position. So this is really an athlete's finishing table. And what I'd like you to do is in cell H3, I'd like you to create a data validation drop-down list that lists out all of the athletes. And just a quick tip here, all of the athletes in column A are unique, so we don't have any duplicates. I'd then like you to construct a formula using a lookup function of your choice so that when we select an athlete from the drop-down, it's going to return their bib number, the route they took, and their position. And the final thing I'd like you to do is just add some error checking into your formula. So it might be that you add if error, or maybe you add if NA, just to make sure that if there is an error in this data, we're handling that error with a meaningful message. See how you get on with that, and if you want to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is create a data validation drop-down list in cell H3 that lists out all of the athletes. So let's click in cell H3, up to data and into data validation. Now we want to create a drop-down list, so let's select that from the menu, and our source is going to be the athlete names. So Control-Shift-Down arrow to select all of them. Let's click on OK. So now I should find that I have my little drop-down list with all of the athletes listed out. Time now to move on to our lookup formula. Now for this example, I'm going to use index and match. But if you'd rather use VLOOKUP or even XLOOKUP, then please feel free. So we're going to do our index, our array. So what are we looking for here? We're looking for the bib number. So our array is going to be the bib number column, B4 to B27, comma. We now need to find the row number. So we're going to go straight in with our match because we're going to match the athlete name. That's going to be our lookup value. We want to match the athlete name in the athlete name column, Control-Shift-Down arrow, comma. We want to do an exact match of the athlete name, close off match, close off index, and hit enter. Now it says NA in there. And if you remember, I said I'd like you to add some error checking into these formulas. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight up to the formula bar and we're just going to wrap this in an if NA. And if we do come across an NA, we want it to say not found, like so. So now if I select an athlete, I should find that it either tells me what their bib number is, or if it can't find it in the table, it's going to come up with not found. Let's complete our other two index and match formulas. So equals index. This time we're looking for the root. So that is going to be our array, Control-Shift-Down arrow, comma. We automate the finding of the row number by using match. Our lookup value is whatever we have in H3. We're looking up the athlete name in the athlete name column, and we want to do an exact match. Close off match, close off index, hit enter. And remember, you could also add your error checking into this formula. Let's do the final one. This time I'm going to switch things up and I'm going to use a VLOOKUP. This time I need my lookup value, which I'm going to find in cell H3. My table array, well, this is my table array over here. I'm going to select everything. Which column do I want to return? Well, I want to return the position. And counting from left to right, I can see that this is column number 5. What type of match do I want to do? Well, I want to do an exact match, so we want a false argument on the end. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my result. Let's double check to make sure this is correct. So let's find Donald Holland. His bib number is 1090. He ran the East Loop route and he finished in position number 7. In this section, we're going to talk about sorting and filtering data, because sorting and filtering are two of the primary tools when it comes to helping you analyze your data. And we're going to start out in this lesson by running through how to sort on multiple columns. Now, when we sort our data, it basically allows us to organize our data into a more logical format that is a lot easier for us to read and interpret. And most of us know how to do a basic sort. So for example, if I wanted to sort this table of data by the last name in alphabetical order, I could click in that column, and then I have a few different options when it comes to sorting. I could use my Home tab. Over in the Editing group, I have a Sort and Filter drop-down, and I can choose to sort that column in A to Z order or Z to A. I could also right-click my mouse, and I have sort options in here, once again, A to Z or Z to A. And I have a third option of the Data ribbon. In the Sort and Filter group, we have Sort A to Z and Z to A buttons in here. Now, I'm not going to demonstrate those because this is an intermediate course, so by now we should know that that is how you do a basic sort. What I want to focus on in this lesson is how we can do a more advanced sort where we're sorting on multiple columns. So a lot of the time when you're faced with a data set, you don't just simply want to sort by one column, you want to sort by maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth. And in fact, you can sort by every single column in your data set if you wanted to. So let's take a look at how we would perform a sort on multiple columns. Now for this particular sort, you don't need to click in any column in particular. And as we're already on the Data tab, I'm going to use the Sort button that we have in the Sort and Filter group. So when we click on this larger button, it's going to open up this little Sort dialog box. And this allows us to choose which columns we want to sort on. So if I click this first one, where we have Sort By, it's going to show me all of the columns that I currently have in my data set. So I want to sort by the last name first of all. I can then choose what I want to sort on. So I can sort on cell values, cell color, font color, or a conditional formatting icon. Now in this example, we're going to sort on the cell value, and then I can choose my sort order, A to Z, Z to A, or using a custom list. And I'm going to show you how to sort using custom lists in the next lesson. For the time being, I'm just going to sort by last name, A to Z. Now if I then want to sort by another column, I can simply add a level and then repeat this process. So once we've sorted by last name A to Z, I might then want to sort by the city on the cell values A to Z. Add another level, and this time let's sort by the town on the cell values, but this time let's do Z to A. And I could carry on going in the same way. If I want to copy a level, I can. I have a copy level button above, and that's just going to give me another one just here. If I want to delete a sort, I can select it and click Delete Level. And I can also reorder my sorts. So if I decide that I want to sort by the town first of all, I can select it and move it up to the top of the list. Now I don't, so let's put that back down again. And then we have an options button in here as well, which allows us to specify if our sort is case sensitive, and we can also choose the orientation of our data. So when I have my data organized in this way, so vertically with my column headings in the columns, I want to sort top to bottom. But if I had my data organized horizontally, I could choose to sort from left to right. So don't forget about that options button. So let's click on OK and see how that affects our data set. Well, there we go. So the first sort I did was to sort by last name A to Z, and I can see that yes, that looks to be correct. I'm then sorting by city A to Z. So this becomes more obvious when we go down to a last name where we have 2 entries. So here we have 2 entries where the last name begins with C, and these 2 should be in alphabetical order. So East Sussex and then London. The same here for Hernandez because we have 2 of them. These are in A to Z order. And then finally we sorted by town Z to A. So our sort appears to be working correctly. Now you're not just limited to performing multiple sorts using the cell value. For example, if I had some rows in my data that had a background fill, so I'm just going to go through and let's just fill these. Let's fill them with a bright yellow. Just going to do a few rows just here like that. What I could do if I wanted to bring all of the highlighted rows to the top is I can sort by the cell color. So once again, let's right click this time and take a look at a different way of getting to our sort options. I can right click, go to sort and custom sort. And what I'm going to do is just delete out the current sorts that we have applied. So now I can add a level. I can choose to sort by, and let's go for last name again, but this time instead of sorting on the cell values, I'm going to sort by the cell color, and then I get an additional box just here called order, and that's going to pick up all of the background fill colors that I have in this data set. So I only have one, so I want to sort by the yellow background fill, and I want to place those items at the top of the list. Let's click on OK, and it pulls those to the top. Now I'm going to undo a few times just to remove that yellow background shading because the same works if the font is a different color as well. So let's just make these, a few of these red, for example, those ones just there. And this time we're going to use the home ribbon in the editing group, Sort and Filter, and Custom Sort. Once again, I'm going to delete out all of these current sort levels, add a new level. I'm going to sort by the last name, but this time we're going to sort by font color. Now when I click the drop down here, you can see I have two options because my heading rows contain a light blue colored font. So I want to sort by the red font entries. I want them on top, click on OK, and those are pulled to the top of the list. And in the same way, if I had conditional formatting icons in any of these cells, on the conditional formatting icon and bring those entries to the top of the list as well. So pretty easy to sort. Have a little play around with that and see how you get on. So now we know how to sort on one column or multiple columns. The final sort option I want to show you is how to sort using your own custom list. Now, what do we mean by sorting using a custom list? Well, it might be that you have a data set that you want sorted in a very specific way. One that is outside the boundaries of simply sorting A to Z or Z to A. For example, if we take column A just here, you can see that I basically have three items: Miss, Mrs, and Mr. Now, if I want to sort this dataset A to Z, I can right-click, go to Sort and A to Z, and it's going to put the Misses at the top, the Misters in the middle, and the Misses at the bottom. If I right-click and sort Z to A, it's going to put the Misses at the top, the Misters in the middle, and the Miss at the bottom. Now, in either of those two options, I don't get Mr at the top of my sort. And what if I actually need that? Maybe I need to sort this list by Mr first, then Miss, then Mrs. Well, this is where we can use a custom sort. Now, the first thing you would need to do here is basically write out or type out your list in the sort order that you prefer. So, in a blank cell somewhere over here, I'm going to write my sort order. So I want Mr first, then I want Miss, and then I want Mrs. And I can set this up as a custom list. So to create a custom list, we need to go into File, down to Options, and into our Advanced Settings. Now, if we scroll all the way down to the bottom, and it is quite a way down, in the General section, we can edit our custom lists. And custom lists are basically those lists that when you type the first one in, you can then use your fill handle to drag down and complete the others. And you might be more familiar with that when you're typing in dates or months of the year. You can see that I also have some other custom lists that I've created in here as well. So I'm going to set up my sort order as a custom list. And because I have them typed out in the cells over here, I can choose to import them. Now, you don't have to import them from cells in a spreadsheet. You could choose to create your own new list and simply type the entries in this box here. But we're going to import them. So let's just simply select the list and click Import. So there is my new custom list. Let's click on OK. And OK again. So now I have those set up as a custom list. What I can do is use that custom list as the sort order for my data. So on the Home tab, let's go to Sort and Filter and into Custom Sort. So now I'm going to sort by the title. I want to sort on the cell values, but the order I want to use is determined by a custom list. I can then just simply select my custom list, click on OK again, and it's applied my very specific sort order. Now, if I was to go and delete these entries from here, let's just delete those out, it doesn't affect that sort order at all. It's time now to talk about two new functions in Excel 2021, and that is Sort and Sort By. So now, instead of using ribbons and commands in order to perform a sort, we actually have some very specific functions which are going to help us sort. And Sort By are brand new functions in the latest version of Excel, and they're part of a list of new dynamic array functions. Now, both of these functions are classed as lookup and reference functions. So if you're looking for them in the functions library, you'll find them in the lookup and reference group all the way at the bottom here, sort and sort by. So let's have a quick demonstration of both of these so you can see how they work and how they might be useful to you. So let's start out with the sort function. Now, the data that we're going to sort is, again, some very basic data. We have some students, we have the block that they reside in, an exam that they've taken, and their pass mark. And we're going to use the sort function to sort these results. Now, previously, when we've been doing sorts, we've been right-clicking and selecting different commands to use here. And all of these commands really rely on you already having your data in the table in order to sort it. Now, with the sort function and also the sort by function, we can basically output this data into a different range of cells, but the data that we output is going to be sorted as we want it to be organized. So what I've done here is I've copied across the column headings into another range of cells. And we're going to use the sort function to sort this data. So let's click in block and type in equals sort. Now we have 4 arguments here, and notice that 3 of those are optional arguments. The only one that's mandatory is the array. Now the array is basically the cell range that contains the data that you want to sort. So for this sort, my array is going to be all of this information just here. Now notice that I'm not including the column headings there. I don't want those included in my sort. Now, because that is the only mandatory argument, I could stop my formula there and close the bracket. And if I hit enter, it's going to sort my results effectively by that first column. The default is to sort my results by the first column, A to Z. So this list is now sorted by the block in A to Z sort order. Now that might be absolutely fine, and if that's what you want to do, then you can just leave it just there with one argument. However, what if I want to sort by one of the other columns? So maybe I want to sort by their mark in descending order. So I have the highest mark at the top going all the way down to the lowest. So let's undo. This is where we can use some of these other arguments. So I'm going to select my array again. That's this range just here, comma, sort index. So this is where I tell Excel what column I want to sort by. And much like VLOOKUP, which numbers columns from left to right, this works in the same way. So my sort index is going to be a column number. So if I want to sort by the mark column, that is column number 4, comma. The sort order is where I can specify if I want to sort in ascending order or descending order. Well, I want to sort in descending order because I want the highest pass mark at the top going down to the lowest. So my argument here is -1. And then the final argument on the end, which again you don't have to put in, is if I want to sort by the column or sort by the row. And I will say the majority of the time you're going to sort by the row, so we want a false argument on the end there. Let's close our bracket and hit enter and see what we get. So now I have my results sorted in descending order by the mark. So very simple and straightforward. And because these are dynamic arrays, it means that if any of this data changes, then my sort is also going to update. So if I make a change to, let's say, the block just here, maybe I want to have East Wing in here and hit enter. Notice how it's also changed in the sorted results. Now I'm going to undo that. Now what if I added another entry on the bottom here? Is my sort going to update? Well, let's add East Wing at the bottom and press Tab. Notice that it doesn't update. Now I could get around this problem by putting this data in a table first of all. Because remember, with tables, they auto expand to accommodate any new information. So let's do this again. But let's put our data into a table first of all. So Control T to create a table. Yes, my table has headers. Click on OK. You could go in and change that formatting. I'm not going to bother right now. Let's do our sort. So let's say equals sort. I want to sort by this range just here. And notice now, because I have this data in a table, It's giving me the table name, which is simply table 2 because I haven't renamed it. My sort index, well, this time let's sort on the student name A to Z. So the student name column is column number 2. I'm going to sort A to Z, so I'm going to say ascending order, and I don't really need the last argument on the end, so let's just close the bracket and hit enter. So now I have this list sorted by student A to Z, and because this is in a table, if I add another entry on the bottom, so let's say East Wing, as soon as I press tab, take a look at that. It automatically adds it to the bottom of this list. Let's just add the rest of these details, like so. So think about incorporating tables if you want everything to dynamically update. Now, when I'm making my table array selection just here, I don't necessarily always have to select the entire data set. For example, if I just wanted to extract the block and the student name, when I do my sort over here, when it comes to the array argument, I don't have to select the entire table. I could select just the columns that I want to sort. So block and student. Let's go all the way down to the bottom. Again, notice what I have in my formula. It's giving me my formula name and then both of the column names. I want to sort by the student name, so that is column number 2. And this time let's sort in descending order, -1. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we have our information sorted. And just another point on that, if I wanted to sort by these 3 columns, so let's just copy and paste those over there. When I do the sort this time, my array, I only need the student, the exam, and the mark, so I can select this array just here. Now, when it comes to the next argument where we select the column isn't going to be column number 2, it's column number 1 of the selected array. So our sort index, in this case, if we want to sort by the student, is going to be column number 1, and then we can do our sort order, let's say ascending, and hit enter. So a few different examples there of how to use that sort function. Now, one little thing here is you cannot perform a sort on non-contiguous columns. So you can't sort data that isn't next to each other. So for example, I couldn't have 2 column headings over here for, let's say, student and also mark, because the student column and the mark column have an exam column in between. They're not adjacent, they're not next to each other. So now we know how sort works, let's take a look at sort by, because it's a very similar thing. Now, this function will allow us to specify which column we want to sort by, so kind of similar to sort in many ways. We have the same data, so let's see what sort by can do for us. Now, the first argument here is the array. So again, I'm going to select all of the data that I want to sort. Our next argument is by array 1. So I can go in and choose the column that I want to sort by. So maybe I want to sort by the mark, so we're going to select this column, and then we need to provide the sort order. So I want to go from 100 down to the lowest mark, so we're going to say in descending order -1, comma. My next argument is by array 2, so this method allows me to sort by multiple columns, because my by array 2 argument will let me go in and select another column, a second column to sort by. So this time I'm going to sort by the block. So let's select that column. And I'm going to do that in ascending order, which is a 1 argument on the end. And I could carry on going. Let's do another column. I can choose another column to sort by. So let's do the student name. And I'm going to sort A to Z, which is a 1 on the end there. Now I'm going to leave it there. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And there is my sorted list. I'm sorting by mark, then by block, and then by student. So now we've had a thorough look at sorting our data, it's time to move on to filtering. Now, most of us are familiar with using the drop-down arrows to filter our datasets and extract exactly the information that we're interested in. But did you know that there is also an advanced filter option? And in my opinion, this is one of the most underrated commands in Excel. because it's not something I see talked about very often. So let's take a look at how the advanced filter works, because it has many uses. Now in this first example, I'm going to show you how you can use the advanced filter to extract a unique list of values from your dataset. So if we take a look at the table on the left-hand side, I have a list of sales reps, I have the region that they belong to, and then their sales information. Now notice here in the sales rep column, I have the sales rep names repeated over and over again. So technically, there's only roughly 5 sales reps. They're just repeated throughout this data. Now, maybe I want to extract from this column just a unique list of all of the sales reps. And I find this is something I have to do all the time. Now, we can extract a unique list using Excel's advanced filter. So let's take a look at that first of all. So if I click somewhere over here, I'm going to say unique list of sales reps. And then underneath here, I just want the 5 or so names of the sales reps. So what we can do here is jump up to the Data tab, and in the Sort and Filter group, we have an Advanced Filter option. And you can see here with the screen tip, it says it contains options for filtering using complex criteria. So let's click on Advanced. Now, the thing with this advanced filter, when this little pane opens up, is it does hold in it the last criteria you used. So we're going to delete that out in a moment. But the first thing we need to specify is what action we want to perform. Now, do I want to filter this list in place, or do I want to copy it to another location? Well, I want to extract a unique list of the sales rep names to a different cell. So we want to copy to another location, and then we have 3 blank fields to complete. Now, when you're extracting a unique list of records, we only actually need to complete 2 of these. And the first one is the list range. So where are the values that we want to extract? Well, they're in the sales rep column. Now, for this one, we don't need to specify any criteria, but we do need to let Excel know where we want to copy these unique values to. And I want to copy them to this cell just here, F11. And the most important thing is to make sure you select unique records only. When we click on OK, take a look at that. I now have my unique list. Now, there is a way to do the exact same thing by using a formula. And this is, again, one of those new formulas in Excel 2021. And I'm going to show you how that works in the next lesson. But for the time being, you can also use your advanced filter to extract a unique list of values. Now, what else can we use this advanced filter for? Because that is by no means all we can do with this. Well, let's jump across to our next worksheet where we have the same data. We can also use the advanced filter to extract values based on specific pieces of criteria. And the way this works is you have to have your criteria listed out in your spreadsheet. So you can see here in this little table over here, I want to extract from this table all of the records where the region is Asia and the sales total is greater than 7,000. And we can do this again using our advanced filter. So I'm going to click somewhere underneath. Let's click on Advanced. Now I want to copy to another location, so let's make sure we select that underneath Action, and then I'm just going to delete out all of this old criteria. Now for this one, we are going to utilize all 3 of these boxes. Now the first thing we want to select is the information we want to extract. Well, I want to extract the date, the sales rep, the region, and the sales information. So basically everything in my table. So my list range is going to be my entire table. I then need to specify my criteria range. And I have my criteria listed in this small table just above, so I need to select the entire little table. Then I can specify where I want to copy these results to. So let's click on cell F9. I don't need to select unique records this time, because that's not what we're doing. All I need to do here is click on OK. And take a look at that. I now have a filtered list that's showing me just the records where the region is Asia and the sales are over 7,000. So effectively what we've done here is a filter using AND criteria. Filter for Asia and sales greater than 7,000. Now I can also filter using OR criteria. So let's take a look at what that would look like as well. So I'm just going to clear everything from here, and let's change our filter criteria. Now, if you want to do an OR, your criteria needs to be listed one above the other. So maybe I want to filter for records where the sales rep is Ben or Deb. And let's just keep our formatting consistent. Let's just apply that. And let's also apply that like so. So now I have these in here. It's going to do an OR filter. So let's go back to our data tab, into advanced, and we're basically going to do a very similar thing. We're going to copy to another location, and let's remove all of these. I like to start from a clean slate. Our list range, well, we want to pull back all of the information, so we select the entire table. Our criteria range is this table just here, and we want to copy to this cell and click on OK. And now I should find that my filtered results are only for the sales reps Ben or Deb. So that is how the advanced filter works. It's great for extracting unique lists of information, but it's also great for filtering data using more complex criteria. In the last lesson, I showed you how you can use the advanced filter to extract a unique list of values. And I mentioned in that lesson that now in Excel we have a brand new for Excel 2021 function that'll do exactly the same thing. And not surprisingly, it's called the unique function. And I have to say that if I need to extract a list of unique values, this is my go-to method. I don't tend to use the advanced filter as much as I do unique. And I'm sure this is one of those functions that you're going to find yourself using all the time. Now, the unique function does exactly the same as the advanced filter. It lets us extract a unique list of values. So if I want to use the unique function to extract a unique list of all of the sales reps, all I need to do is click in a cell and type equals unique. Press the tab key. Notice I have 3 arguments. Now the last 2 arguments are optional arguments. They're showing in square brackets. So if you simply just want to extract a unique list, you only need to specify the array argument. So the array argument is basically the column that contains the unique values, B5 to B28. So all I need to do is select it, close the bracket, hit enter, and I get my unique list of values. And because this is a dynamic array, if any of these were to change, this list is going to update as well. So if I was to change one of these to Mark, you can see it now adds Mark onto the end of the unique list of sales reps. Now, once again, if I was to add something to the bottom of this list, so if I just drag this down and let's say Matthew, it's not going to update that unique list because we've chosen to extract this unique list from this range only. It stops short of any new items added onto the end. So of course we could combine this with a table which will auto expand and our dynamic array will update automatically. So let's just take a look at that. Let's click in our data, Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. Now I'm going to give my table a name. So let's click on Table Design. And in the table name group, let's call this Sales Reps and hit Enter. So now I can use this table and this will be completely dynamic. So I want to extract my unique list from the Sales Rep column. And notice because I've put this data into a table, the annotation is different. It's showing me the table name, which is Sales Reps, and then I have the column that I've selected in square brackets. So if I close this and hit enter, I get that same unique list. But if I was to add another entry on the bottom, so let's just drag this down and add in Matthew, when I press the tab key, you can see that that unique list now dynamically updates. So just bear that in mind when you're working with this unique function. Now, as I mentioned, when you're using unique, there are some other arguments, some optional arguments that we have. So let's just take a look at how those work. So let's type equals unique again. The array, well, let's stick with the sales rep column, comma. Now I can specify if I want to return unique columns or unique rows. So if I was to choose the true argument here to return the unique columns, if I had column headings that were repeated running across the top, I could use the true argument just to extract the unique columns. I will say that most of the time you're going to use this to return unique rows, and that is in fact the default if you don't specify this option. So let's just type in false. And the last argument we have here allows us to either return items that appear exactly once in our range or return every distinct item. So if I want to return the 6 individual sales reps, I would use the false argument. And again, that one is the default if you don't specify anything. But what about if I just wanted to see sales reps that appeared exactly once in my selected range? And because I've just added Matthew on the bottom here, he only occurs once in this list. So if I just wanted to see Matthew, I could use true on the end here because it's going to pull back values that occur exactly once. Hit enter. Oh, I actually have 2. Yes, I do. I've got Mark in here. He only occurs once as well, and also Matthew. So those are the additional arguments that you have when using the unique function. A super useful function that I think you're going to find yourself using all the time. In the final lesson of this section, I'm going to show you how you can use yet another new function in Excel 2021. There are so many of them in this latest release. And that is the filter function. Now we've seen how we can use our drop-down arrows to filter. We've seen how we can use the advanced filter to extract filtered results. And now I'm going to show you how you can utilize the filter function to do a similar thing. So let's start out basic and then we'll build up into a more complex filter. So we're going to use our good old student data again. And what I'm aiming to do here is I want to filter for all students who sat the English exam. And I want to output that list of students into this range of cells over here. And we're going to use the filter function in order to do that. So let's click in cell H5 and type in equals filter. Now for this particular function, we have 3 arguments with the last one being optional. Now the first argument here is the array. So what results do we want returned? Well, I actually want all of the results returned because I want to know the block, the student, the exam, and the mark. So the array is going to be everything in this table, A5 to D29. And remember, if you do want to make this completely dynamic, then you can put this data into a table beforehand. Comma. Now we need to tell Excel what we want to include. So this is effectively where we specify what we're filtering by. Now we're filtering by the exam English. So we need to say we want to include the exam, and we select the range here, when it equals English. Now I've got mine listed out in a cell. If you wanted to hard code this in, you could just simply type in English in here and put it in quote marks, and it would effectively do exactly the same thing. But as we have it listed in a cell, I'm going to use the cell reference. Now those are the only 2 mandatory arguments, so I could close off my bracket and get my results. But let's just take a look at that final optional argument, if empty. So what we can do here additionally is specify what we want it to say if the result of this filter is nothing. So if it doesn't match the word English in this table, what do we want it to say? So I'm just going to say, just produce a blank cell. So 2 quote marks. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and see what we get. Now take a look at that. I'm now getting a list of all of these students that sat the English exam. So this works really well. And if anything changes within this data, then this is going to update. But if we add new values to the bottom, we would need to make sure that this data is in a table in order to get our filter to update dynamically. So that is how you can use the filter function when you have one piece of criteria. So in the next example, let's take a look at how we can filter by multiple pieces of criteria, multiple columns effectively. So let's jump across to the next worksheet. So now let's just delete out these results. I have pretty much the same thing, but we've added in a piece of criteria. Now we want to filter for all the students that sat the English exam who reside in the West block. So we have two pieces of criteria, so we need to structure our formula in a slightly different way. So let's type in equals and filter. Again, the first thing we need to specify here is our array. What do we want to return? Well, I want to return everything, so we're going to select all of the data. Now we need to specify what we want to include. So this is where we set up our filter, or in this case, filters, because we have two. Now, because we have multiple filters, we need to enclose them within brackets. So our first filter is the exam. So we need to select the exam range, and that needs to equal English. Close our bracket. That is our first filter. We now need to specify our second filter, and we separate our two filters with a multiplication sign. Let's open our bracket and do our next filter. So this second filter, we're filtering for the block West. So we need to select the block range, and that needs to equal West. Close off the bracket. Now I could carry on going. If I had more pieces of criteria, I would just type in another multiplication sign and carry on going. But we only have two in this example. Let's press comma and let's specify what we want it to say if it doesn't find any records. Now this time I wanted to say no records, and that needs to go in quotes and close off our bracket. Let's hit enter, and there we go. We have our results list. And if this exam changes, so maybe now I want to see the results for the French exam, that's going to update, and the East block. Maybe I want to see results for the maths exam. Now take a look at that. The maths exam for the East block has no records. Now I do have a small typo there, so let's just retype that to make sure that that still works. Yes, it does. So this is all extremely dynamic. Now in the final example of using filter, I want to apply 3 filters this time, but I also want to sort my results. And we can do this by combining the filter and the sort functions together. So this time I want to filter for all students that sat the English exam who are located in the West block and who have a pass mark that's greater than 50. So let's click, and the first thing we need to type in here is we need to type sort and then go straight into our filter. What are we filtering for? What do we want to return? Well, we want to return everything in this list, comma. Now we can set up our filters, and this time we have 3 separate filters. Now remember, if you have multiple filters, they need to be enclosed in brackets. So our first filter is going to be when the exam equals English. That's our first filter. We separate our separate filters with an asterisk, and now we can specify our second filter. So when the block equals West, close off that filter, and we have a third one, so asterisk again, open a bracket. When the mark is greater than 50, close the bracket, comma. We now have that optional argument where we can specify what we want it to return if it doesn't find any results. So I'm just going to say once again, no records. Let's close off our filter, and we're now back into our sort. So this is where we can specify exactly how we want this list sorted. And what I'm going to say is here, once I get my filtered results, I want to sort them in descending order by the mark. So the first argument for sort is the array. Now the array is going to be generated by that filter function. So we can press comma to move on to the next argument. This is where we specify the sort index, so the column that we want to sort by. And remember, when we were looking at sort numbers columns from left to right. So I want to sort by the mark column, which is column number 4. Comma. Now I can specify if I want to sort in ascending or descending order. Well, I want to sort in descending order, so we want a -1 in here, comma. We do have an optional argument on the end here. We don't actually need this, so I'm not going to add it. Let's close off our sort, hit enter, and take a look at our results. So we're only seeing the English exam for the West Block, and the marks are all above 50, and they're sorted in descending order by the mark. So if I change this filter and take this mark up to 80, you can see my results update. Let's put that back down to 50. If I change the block to East, I get one result. If I change the exam to French, I get a different set of results. So we've managed to really effectively combine their filter and sort to get a really nice filtered and sorted list using dynamic functions. It's time now to do exercise 3, where we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section on sorting and filtering. So there are a couple of different things I'd like you to do here. Once again, we have on the left-hand side just a small table. It shows me some countries listed out, the regions those countries belong to, the revenue and the profit that they've generated. And the first thing I'd like you to do here is I'd like you to create a unique list of all of the regions. And I'd like you to do that using an Excel function. And then once you have that unique list, I'd like you to use that list to create a data validation drop-down list in cell F4. And then finally, if we cast our eyes over to the right-hand side, notice that I have the same column headings running across the top. I'd like you to create a filter that filters results by the region selected in cell F4. And I'd like you to include a meaningful message so that if there are no records, we don't get an error, we get a message that says no records. So to give you a little bit of an idea as to which direction to go in, you're going to need to be using the unique function and also the filter function to complete this exercise. And then the second part of this exercise is sorting data. So once again, we have similar information, and I want you to use the sort by function to sort the athletes by route and position in ascending order. So now is the time to pause the video, give the exercise a go, and if you get stuck or you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to create a unique list of the regions. So to do this, I'm going to kind of go over here. So I'm in a blank space, and I'm going to use the unique function. Now for this, all we need to do is to select the range. So we want a unique list of the regions. So Control Shift down arrow. I'm working up in the formula bar now. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there is my unique list. So now I want to use this unique list to create a data validation drop-down list in cell F4. So let's click in cell F4, up to data, into data validation. We're going to create a list, and the source for our list is going to be our unique list in column M. Click on OK. And now I have my little drop down arrow and I can select my different regions. Remember, if you don't want these visible in column M, you can simply right click and hide that column. Now, the second part of this exercise was to create a filter that filters the results by the regions selected in F4. And I wanted you to add a meaningful message if there are no records. So what we're going to do here is we're going to use the filter function. Now for this, our array is going to be everything that we have in this table, and then we need to tell the function what it is we want to include. So I basically want to include all the records where the region is Australasia. So I'm going to include the region when it's equal to whatever we have in cell F4, comma. What do I want it to do if it's empty? Well, I want to add a message that says no records and close the bracket. Let's hit enter. And would you take a look at that? It's picked out all of those results from the table. And because this is dynamic, if I change the region to Europe, I'm going to get an updated list of results. The second part of this exercise was to sort our data. And I wanted you to use the sort by function to do this. And I'm going to sort the athletes by their route and position in ascending order. So once again, in cell G4, we're going to use the sort by formula. My array, well, this is going to be all of my data. So let's select everything that we have in here. I'm going to work up in that formula bar, comma. What do I want to sort by? Well, I want to sort by two things. I want to sort by the route and position in ascending order. So the by array 1 argument is going to be the route. So let's select everything that we have just there, comma. Sort order 1. Well, I want to sort in ascending order. So we're going to add a 1 just there, comma. By array 2. So now I want to sort by the position. So we're going to select the position column, comma, and I want to sort by ascending order again. So a 1 on the end there. Close the bracket, hit enter, and would you take a look at that? We're now sorting by route first of all in alphabetical order. So I have East Loop first and then West Loop, and then we're sorting by the position. In this section of the course, we're going to delve into date and time in a little bit more detail. And we're going to take a look at some date and time functions a bit later on in this section. But in this introductory lesson, I just want to make sure that we all understand the theory behind dates and times in Excel, because it does work a little bit different. So on this worksheet, I have a small table with 3 column headings: short date, long date, and time. Now, currently, I don't have any date or time formatting applied to these numbers. And this is the first rule when it comes to dates and times in Excel. They are essentially just plain numbers underneath. They become dates and times when we apply the appropriate formatting. So if you've ever received a spreadsheet from a colleague or a client and you've looked in the date column and you see numbers which look something similar to this and you've wondered why those were there, it's because this column doesn't have date formatting applied to it. If I take a look up on the home ribbon in the number group, you can see that currently I just have general formatting applied. So whilst these are dates, they're not displaying correctly because I don't have date formatting applied. Now, what exactly are these numbers? Well, the way that Excel works is that it takes the 1st of the 1st, 1900 as day number 1, and all days are numbered from that point respectively. So the numbers that you see in here are basically the number of days past the 1st of January 1900. And if you have incorrect formatting applied to date cells, you're going to see that underlying number as opposed to the actual date. Now notice if I select this column of numbers, go to my numbering drop-down, I have 2 options in here, short date or long date. So let's start out by applying short date format, and now those look a little bit better. We could do a similar thing, but apply a long date format as well. So we have those same numbers. Let's go to the drop down, and we can apply long date format. I need to make this column a little bit wider by double clicking, and now I get the longer version of the date. And there are tons of different date and time formats that we can use, which we're going to take more of a look at in the next lesson. Now in the 3rd column just here, we have some times. And these look a little bit different from the dates, but they are effectively still numbers. But the difference with times is that when we don't have time formatting applied, which we don't in this column, we just have general formatting applied again, all times are a fraction of 1. So let me show you what I mean by that. I've got this little fractions column just here, and I've just added some numbers. So we have 0, then 0.25, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, all the way up to 1. Now, if I just select these, and let's just make a copy of those cells, if I apply time formatting to these, like so, you're going to see what those fractions equate to. So 12 AM, according to Excel, is 0. 0.25, which is essentially a quarter of a 24-hour period to Excel, is 6 AM. 0.3 is 7:12. 0.5, so halfway through the day, is 12 PM. And then when we get to number 1, we're back to 12 AM. So Excel stores times as values between 0 and 1. They're effectively fractions. So again, if you see a spreadsheet that has times that look something like this is what those numbers represent. Now let's apply the correct formatting to these as well. I'm going to press Control Shift down arrow to select all of the data, up to the drop down, and this time we're going to use time, and now those times look a little bit better. So that is the basis of how Excel stores dates and times in your spreadsheet. They're stored as values, and we get them to look like dates and times by applying the correct formatting. So now we understand how dates and times are stored in Excel. Let's move on to taking a bit of a closer look at custom formatting. And I'm also going to show you just a couple of little really useful keyboard shortcuts for quickly applying some common date functions. So if we start at the top of this spreadsheet, you can see I have a little table here. It says date, time, date and time. Now I'm going to show you a couple of functions here which are a really quick way of inputting today's date and today's time. And I'm going to show you a couple of different methods, one dynamic and one not. Now, if you want to put today's date into a cell, there is a formula to help us do that. And that formula is simply called today. Now, the today formula doesn't have any arguments, but we do still need to have an open bracket and a closed bracket on the end. Now, if I hit enter, it's going to show me today's date. Now, when you're using this formula, this is a dynamic formula, which means it's going to update according to your system time. So if I was to open this worksheet tomorrow, that date is going to have changed to tomorrow's date. Now, more often than not, that's super useful because it means you're not having to update it every single day. But there are occasions where you might want to hard code that date into a cell. So, for example, in the accounting industry, a lot of time there is a need to have a historical date in the spreadsheet. So we can still use the today function for that, but we need to use the keyboard shortcut as opposed to typing the function in. So if I want to hard code into the cell today's date, meaning it's never going to change, the keyboard shortcut is Control semicolon. Now I have similar functions for the time as well. So if I want to input into a cell the current time, which updates automatically, depending on the day and the current time, I would use the function called now. And again, this is a function that has no arguments. We can simply input it, and it's going to give us the date and the time. If I want to hard code the time into a spreadsheet so that it doesn't change, again, we can use a keyboard shortcut, Control Shift semicolon. Now, if I wanted to hard code both the date and the time into this spreadsheet, I can just combine those keyboard shortcuts. So I would enter the date, first of all, Control semicolon, space, and then the time, Control Shift semicolon, and hit enter. Now, what about if I wanted to change the formatting on these dates and times? For example, the date that we have at the top here. Currently, I have date formatting selected, and I'm using short date format. Now, we've already seen how we could change that to long date format if we wanted to, simply by selecting that option. But we do have more options underneath the Custom tab in Formatting. Now to get to custom, you can either click the drop down and go to more number formats at the bottom, or alternatively, you can click on the little diagonal arrow in the corner and go to the number tab. And right at the bottom here, we have a custom section. And this is really where you can customize the formatting that's applied to the cell. And you can really go to town here. Now it's worth noting that these aren't just for dates and times. You can customize formatting for pretty much anything that you have in a cell, but there is a little group down here specifically related to dates and times. Now if we click on this first one, you can see the format there is month, day and year. And in the sample just above, it's going to show us how that's going to affect the value that we have in the selected cell. If I click on the one below, that's going to change it to a completely different format. So now we have 8 Jan 22. The next one down is just 8 Jan. The next one down, Jan 22. And you'll notice these are kind of set out as little pieces of code. So the D stands for the day, the M stands for the month, and the Y stands for the year. And how many of these you type in changes the format of this date. So if I decided I wanted this format where we have the word Jan, which equates to 3 M's, if I wanted that to say Jan 2022, I don't have a preset option for that, but I could change it up here. Now because I just have 2 Y's, it's giving me the last 2 characters of the year. If I add another Y, take a look at what happens just above. I get the full year. If I add another one, if that makes more sense to you, it's going to stay the same thing. So you can completely customize how your formatting looks. Let's click on OK. I could do the same for the date and the time. Now, I think in this one, I'm just going to add the time. So let's just do Control-Shift, semicolon. So we just have the time in here. Now, my time is currently displaying as 11:38 p.m. But again, I could jump into custom and I could use one of these time options down here. So if I want to display it in a 24-hour clock, I have an option for that. If I want to display the seconds, I can do that, so on and so forth. So I think I'm going to display it using the 24-hour clock and click on OK. Let's apply some more custom formats to our invoice tracker table below. Now I'm going to select all of these dates. And this time I'm going to click the drop down, more number formats, and let's go to custom. So what about if I want to display this date as 01/04/2020? Well, let me have a quick look through some of these. I don't think I have one that looks exactly as I want it to look. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to this type field. I'm going to add in another M, see what that does. That's exactly right. 01 is displaying now. So if I go to D and add another D, I get the 04. And if I just wanted it to say 01/04/20, I could delete out 2 of these Y's and click on OK. And I've completely customized that formatting. Now, custom formatting can get a lot more complex than what we've done just there. But in terms of this intermediate course, that's pretty much all you're going to need to know at this stage. So jump into custom formatting, have a little play around with some dates and times, and really make sure you understand how you can modify the formatting so that your values look exactly the way you want them to look. In this lesson, we're going to blast through some of the most useful date and time functions in Excel. And we're pretty much going to cover most of the date and time functions that you're going to come across. So on this worksheet, we have a column A, that contains a date. And this date is currently in short date format. And we then have an invoice total. And what I want to do is I want to extract certain parts of this date into separate columns. And we're going to do this using date functions. Now, the majority of these that I'm going to show you rely on the fact that we have the full date in column A, because we're going to use this column as our reference point to extract the various different parts of this date. So effectively, we're breaking up this date into its different parts. And I'm going to show you a function in a moment that kind of does the opposite. So if you have things like the day number, the month number, and the year, how you can combine them all together into a short date format. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's run through all of these different functions. So in column C, we want to extract the day number from the date in column A. So we have a function called day. Now notice there is only one argument for this, and that is serial number. And this is slightly misleading because what Excel means by a serial number is just the cell that contains the date. So in this case, A4. Close the bracket, hit enter. It's extracting the day part of this date. So in this case, 10. I can then double click, which is going to copy that formula down and extract the days for the rest of the date. Super easy. Now, what if I want to extract the day name from this date? And what I mean by the day name is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, so on and so forth. Now, this works in a slightly different way, because if the answer that you want to extract from a date is a text-based answer, such as the day name or maybe the month name, you need to use the text formula. This function has two arguments, value and then format text. Now the value, again, is just the cell that we want to extract from. And then we need to provide the format for this day. So this is where those MMMs and DDDs come in again. So if we're extracting the day, we want to use the D, but how many Ds we use will determine if I get MON, M-O-N, or Monday. And this needs to go in quote marks because it is essentially text. Now, if I type in 3 Ds, first of all, and close my quotes and hit enter, I'm going to get the short version of the day name. Let's double click to edit. If I was to add another D in here and hit enter, I get the long day name. And then I can double click to copy that down. So just remember that when you're trying to extract things from dates, if it's text, you need to use the text function. Let's move across to the next column because this time we want to extract the month number. And for this, we use the month function. Again, one argument, which is the serial number, A4, close the bracket, hit enter, and we get the month number part of this date. Now, once again, the next thing that we're extracting is the month name. So this is going to be January, February, March, and this is text. So we need to use the text function again. Let's select our value, which is A4, and then we can choose our format, which needs to go in quote marks. So this time we're dealing with the month, so we want M's in here. If I do 3 M's, I'm going to get the short version of the month, so Jan, Feb, Mar. If I put 4 M's, I'm going to get the long version of the month. Let's hit enter, and then of course I can double click to copy that down. Really straightforward. The next one is super easy. We're extracting the year, and we have a year function. You guessed it, serial number, close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to extract the year part of that date. And then finally, I can extract the weekday number. And we can do that using the weekday function. Now, the first argument here is the serial number, so we need the date again. And now we can specify how we number our weekdays. Now, I tend to number mine as in Monday is 1 all the way through to Sunday being 7. But some people in different parts of the world number their weekdays differently. Some people might start their week on a Sunday, and so that is number 1 to them. Some people might start on a Thursday, so on and so forth. And this is the argument where you can specify exactly that. So if I choose to put a 2 in here as this argument, it's going to number Monday as 1 through to Sunday 7. And that is exactly what I want. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I get the weekday number. Double click. So if I just take a quick look at this, this first one is 4, and yes, Thursday, according to me, is day number 4. And if I wanted to get super fancy, and this will even give us a chance to practice a quick if statement, I could type in an if statement here, which tells me if this date effectively in column A is a weekend or a weekday. So what I could say here is equals if my logical test. Well, what I can say is if the weekday is greater than 5, if that is true, then yes, it's the weekend. If it's not, then no, it isn't. Because Saturday and Sunday are effectively numbered 6 and 7. So if I hit enter and then copy this down, I should find that most of these are no, except when we get to anything that is a 6 or a 7, which will be yes, because these represent Saturday and Sunday. So some really useful functions in there. Now, I mentioned earlier that we can in fact do the reverse of that and combine values together to create a date. So if we take a look at this table at the top here, you can see I have the year in one column, the month in another column, and the day in another column. So what I can do here is use the date function. And all I need to do is specify the cell. So the year is cell K4, the month is L4, and the day is M4. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get that date, which I can double click and copy down. I could do exactly the same for time. So equals time. We need to specify the hour, the minute, and the seconds. Close bracket, hit enter, and there I get my times. Super useful functions. Now let's jump across to the time functions worksheet, because I just want to finish off by showing you how we can do pretty much exactly the same, but this time using time as our serial number. So I have some times in this first column, and we can break those down using more functions in Excel. So the first one is the hour function. Again, it just requires a serial number, and it's going to pull out of that the hour. Double click to copy down. We have a minute function. Again, serial number is required, and we can double click to copy that down. And then finally, we can add the seconds by using the second function. Serial number, close the bracket, hit enter, and then we can double click to copy that down. Now, because of the way that I have these times, these last two are just showing zeros, and that is actually correct. It's really only this first column that has different values in it. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at a couple of really quick little formulas that can be super useful. And that is the workday function and the workdays int function. So let's start out with the workdays function. Now in the table at the top here, I have a list of tasks that need to be completed. And I also have the start date of those tasks. So maybe this is some kind of basis for a project plan. And in column C, I've listed out the number of workdays that each of these tasks is going to take. Now, when I say workdays, I mean Monday to Friday, so excluding the weekends. And what I want to work out is the finish date based on the workdays and the start date. So the workdays formula will basically calculate 5 days after the start date, but it won't include any weekends in that calculation. So let's go to finish date. We're going to type in equals, and we're going to use the workday function. Now we have 3 arguments here: start date, days, and then we have an optional argument of holidays. Because what you can also do in here is get the formula to exclude holiday days as well. So those might be public holidays, Christmas Day, New Year's Day, Easter Monday, things like that. Now, in order to include the holidays, you need to have the holidays listed out somewhere. So you can see that I have all of the holidays in the UK listed out in a little table. So the first argument here is the start date. So I have that listed in cell B4, comma, days. So how many days is this task going to take? Well, this task is going to take 5 days. Now I could leave it just there. I could close the bracket and hit enter, and it's going to give me my finish date excluding weekends. However, if I wanted to include holiday days as well, let's double click to edit, comma. I can then select the holiday dates. So that is this little range just here. Hit enter, and then I can copy this formula down and I have my finish dates. So that is how the workdays function works. Now what about the workdays int function? Well, let's delete out our finish date just here and take a look at workdays int. And it's this one just here, workday.intl. Let's double click. Now this is pretty much the same, but it takes into account international weekends and holidays. So the first argument is start date, so B4, that's nice and easy. Number of days, well, that is 5, comma. Now the third argument is weekend. So if you have weekends that start on a different day, so maybe your weekend isn't Saturday and Sunday in your location. I know in the Middle East and other places, Sunday and Monday tend to be the weekend. You can account for that by selecting different days for your weekend. So let's just do Sunday and Monday for a change. And then if I want to add in holidays, I can do that as well. So I might want to use these holiday dates again, close the bracket and hit enter, and then I can copy that formula down. Once again, I'm going to get that little error because I'm not using all of the data. So let's do ignore error. So that's the difference between Workdays and Workdays International. In the previous lesson, we saw how we could return a finish date using the Workdays and Workday International functions when we have a start date and the number of work days. Now in this lesson, we're basically going to do something very similar using two different functions, Network Days and Network Days International. Now this is very similar, except we start with a start date and also an end date, and these formulas work out the number of days it's going to take to complete the task. So in the table underneath, again, we have some task names just here. We have the start date for that task, the end date for that task, and I want to know how many days it's going to take to complete this task. So how many days between these two dates effectively. And again, these two formulas will exclude the weekends and any holidays if you specify them. So let's start out with network days. These are very straightforward formulas. There it is. We have three arguments again. This time we have the start date, which is B18, comma. We need our end date, which we have in C18. And again, we have that optional argument on the end to include holidays. Now I'm going to select all of these here, and something I didn't actually do in the last lesson when I did this is I really need to lock these cell references in place because I am going to drag this formula down and I don't want this range moving. So I did forget to do that last time, so if you spotted that, well done. Let's press the F4 key to lock those in place, close the bracket and hit enter. Now notice I have something weird in here. If I double click to copy down, I have some dates in here in 1900, which is odd. Now why am I getting that? Well, if we take a look up at the Home tab, it's because I accidentally applied date formatting to these cells. So all I need to do is switch this back to General, and then I get the actual numbers. And Network Days International is pretty much the same, but again, this accounts for people in other locations. So let's select this. Again, we need a start date, comma, we need our end date, and then we can specify our weekend days. So again, if you're in a different location where your weekend days are not Saturday and Sunday, you can just choose those from this list. And then if you want to, you can add in your holiday days, F4, let's remember to lock, close the bracket, hit enter, and then I can copy those down. So again, two super simple but really useful functions that everybody needs to know. The DATEDIF function in Excel will help you work out the difference between two dates. And this is a little bit of a weird function, and I'll explain to you why in a moment. Before we get on to that, let's take a look at the data. So in this table, I have some employee numbers. I have the employee's first name, their last name, and their date of birth. And what I want to do is I want to work out how old they are. So what is their age based off of their date of birth, but also using today's date. So at the top of the spreadsheet, I have today's date, and I'm using the today function to get that date. Now, in this type of scenario, it's going to be more beneficial for me to use the function today as opposed to hard coding today's date in, because I want this age to update as the current day changes. And it's this piece of information, today's date and the date of birth, that we need in order to construct this formula. Now, as I mentioned, this is a bit of a strange formula, and you'll notice why straight away. So if we type equals, and then we want to type in DATEDIF, notice that nothing comes up underneath. Normally, when I type in a function, Excel recognizes it in the functions library, and it shows me underneath. For example, if I was typing in VLOOKUP, you can see underneath it says VLOOKUP, whereas when we do DATEDIF, it doesn't. It also means I can't press the tab key to put my first parentheses in. I need to add in the bracket. Now, as soon as I add that in, it does come up with DATEDIF underneath, but it doesn't show me any arguments. So basically, this function doesn't exist in Excel's information library, although the function does exist, which is very, very strange. So effectively, when we're constructing this, it's one of those cases where you either know or you don't, because you're not going to get any help with regards to the arguments you need to provide this function. Now, fortunately, this is a very simple function. Our first argument is going to be the date of birth, which is D6, comma. Our second argument is going to be today's date, so B3. And now we need to tell the formula what format we want to display this result in. Now, my result, I want the people's ages. So effectively, I want this in year format. So in quote marks, if I type in 1Y and close the quotes, that is my formula. Let's hit enter and see what we get. Looks pretty good. Now, can I double click to copy this down? No, I cannot. Why can't I do that? Let's undo. Well, if I double click to take a look at this formula, you can see here that with cell B3, which is where we have the today function, I haven't made this absolute. So when I copy this formula down, the cell reference for B3 is also going to start moving down into these first names. So that is why we're getting an error. So all I really need to do here is make B3 absolute by pressing the F4 key. Let's hit enter and try that again. Double click to copy down. And there we go. I now have everybody's ages in here. So just remember, with that function, you don't get any help with regards to arguments. And the thing that I find quite difficult here, it's not too bad on this example, but sometimes when I'm trying to use DATEDIF, I tend to get the cell references round the wrong way. I can never really remember if the date of birth is supposed to go first or if today's date is supposed to go first, but the only thing I can suggest to you there is just try it out. If it doesn't work, switch them around the other way. Now, another thing, if I double click to edit this, if I wanted to show their age in months, I don't know why I'd want to do that, but if I did, I would just substitute the Y for an M and hit enter, and it's going to show me their age in months. So MacBerry is effectively 216 months old. If I wanted to show their age in days, I would substitute that with a D, and there we go. Mac is 6,580 days old. So don't forget that you can change the format from here as well. Now, for this type of calculation, there is another way you can do this, so I'll just finish off by showing you this as well, because you might find it a bit easier. Let's Control-Shift down arrow and delete everything out. What I could do is, sometimes you don't even need to use a formula if you want to work out the difference between two dates. So what I could do is today's date minus the date of birth. Now notice that's going to give me my result in days. So what else would I need to do to this formula to get this to display as years? Well, I could divide it by 365. Now, if I just do divided by 365, because of the way Excel works out calculations, that's not going to be quite correct. So what I need to do here is I need to enclose the first part of this formula in brackets. So Excel is going to do the B3 minus D6 first of all, and then it's going to divide the result by 365. And what I also need to do is lock the cell reference for today's date. Let's hit enter. We can double click to copy those down, and then all I need to do is just have a little play around with the formatting. So I'm going to switch these to a number and then take those decimal places down, which is going to give me the same result. So two different ways there that you can work out the difference between two dates. Two other functions in Excel that can be super useful when you're trying to calculate dates are EO month and EDATE. So let's take a look at EO month first of all. Now, EO month basically stands for end of month. And in this example on the screen, what I basically have here is a loan amortization schedule. Now, don't worry too much if you're not sure what this is. We are actually going to look in great detail at how we put together one of these a bit later on in this course. But basically what this does is it works out the monthly payments for a loan. That's not particularly important in this example, but using the EO month function to work out the payment date is. So if we take a look at this table, this is basically our schedule table. And what this tells me is how much I'm going to be paying each month, how much of that payment is going to be interest, how much the principal loan, the loan amount effectively, is being reduced by, and then the ending balance. And what I want to add in here are the payment numbers and also the payment date. And this loan is going to be paid on the last day of every single month. Now, as we're doing this, I just want to show you a couple of other little bonus tricks as well. If I take a look at the table above, over the course of this loan, we're going to be making 360 payments. So effectively, this is a 30-year loan. So what I want in the payment number is I want numbers 0 to 360 listed out here. Now, I could go through and start typing in 0, 1, 2, but that's obviously going to take me a long time. There are other ways I could do this. I could type in the first few, so 1, 2, 3. I can select them all, and then I can drag those down, but still dragging down to 360 is a little bit tedious. So a little trick that you might want to use if you need to get a lot of numbers into a spreadsheet. Let's type in the first one. I'm going to press Ctrl Enter to stay in the same cell. And what I'm going to do is grab the little fill handle in the corner, and using the right mouse click button, I'm going to click, drag down a cell, drag back up a cell, and let go, and it opens up this secret menu. And if I click Series, I can then select Columns and then choose my step value. So we're going to step 1 each time, and my stop value is 360. When I click on OK, take a look at that. If I do Control down arrow, notice it's input all those numbers all the way down to 360. So that's a really neat little trick. Now what I want to do is I want to enter in the dates for each of these payments. Now again, if we look at the table at the top, the start date of the loan is October the 31st, 2021. So let's put that in as our first payment date. So we want 10/31/2021. Now if I want to fill all of these down, if I was to drag this date down, notice what it does. It goes to the next day. So we have October the 31st, then November the 1st, November the 2nd, November the 3rd, so on and so forth. Now, I don't want it to do that. What I want is for it to input the last day of the month. So one of the ways that I could do this is to use the function EO month. So let's type in equals EO month. The first thing we need to specify is a start date. Now, I'm just going to use this one up in the table, D12, and because I'm going to drag this down, I don't want this to move, so let's lock it. Now this little screen tip is in the way, so we can just drag that down. I now need to specify the month that I want to pull the end date from. Now if I was to put a 0 in here and close the bracket and hit enter, it's going to give me October the 31st. Now I don't want that. I want this one to be the end of November. So let's double click and let's adjust what we have on the end here. Let's change that to a 1. And there we go. That's what I get. So if you wanted to input the last day of the current month, you would use a 0. If you wanted to input the last day of the next month, you would use 1, so on and so forth. Now what happens if I try and drag this down? It doesn't work. Now why is that? Well, if we double click to take a look at this formula, it's because I'm using the date up here in the table and I've locked it. So it's always referring back to this date. So really what I should probably do here is if we delete that out, I'm going to use the date above and hit enter. And now if I double click to copy that down, I should get the last date in every single month. And if we take a look at February, it's picked up that February only has 28 days. And it's also worth noting that if this is a leap year, Excel does recognize leap years and will have the 29th in there instead. So EO month, a really good formula for just listing out the last day of every month. Let's move across to the EDATE worksheet. Now this is kind of similar. This is where you can start with a date and then you can return a date, a specified number of months before or after that date. So let's click in the cell and type in EDATE. Whoops. Like so. 2 arguments, start date and months. So start date is going to be A5, number of months. Well, if I put 2 in here and close the bracket, notice it gives me a number, and that's because I don't have these cells formatted as dates. So let's deal with that straight away. Let's jump up to here and change these to short date. And would you look at that? It's now giving me a date that is 2 months ahead of the start date. Let's do it again. EDATE, start date, comma, how many months? This time we want 3, close the bracket, hit enter. If I want 10, you get the idea. Start date, 10. Now what about if I want to go back? Well, we can do pretty much the same thing. So we want EDATE, then we want the start date. And what I can say here is -1. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I get the month before. Let's do it one more time. EDATE, start date, and this time we're going back 4 months and hit enter. And then of course I can grab all of these formulas in one go and copy them down.
Simon Says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to this course on Excel 2021 Advanced. My name is Deborah Ashby and I'm an IT trainer and Microsoft subject matter expert with over 25 years experience of using and training Excel to students, customers and delegates all over the world. And I am very much looking forward to hosting this course for you. And what a course we have for you. If you're looking to upskill and move out of the catch-all intermediate Excel user category and become an absolute guru, then this is the course for you. And we're going to dive straight into the good stuff first. We're going to start out by taking a look at the new dynamic array functions available in Excel 2021. So things like unique, filter, sort, sort by, XLOOKUP, and so many more. We'll see how to combine functions together and create complex lookups. We'll delve into the world of statistical and math functions and explore functions like round, aggregate, rank, and COUNTBLANK.
And if your thirst for formulas is not quenched by that stage, I'm going to show you two brand new game-changing Excel functions, let and lambda. The latter lets you create your own functions without the need for any programming knowledge. It's truly brilliant. Now, of course, no advanced course would be complete without at least taking a minor tour through some of the more advanced features of pivot tables and pivot chart techniques. And I'm going to show you how you can add more interaction into your worksheets by using things like form controls. And we'll finish out this course by taking a look at importing data from external sources, transforming it in Power Query, and we'll also predict the future with forecasting and learn the basics of automating our tedious tasks using macros and VBA. So there is so much for us to cover. Now, all of the files that I use in the videos are available for you to download from the course files folder. So if you want to follow along with me, then you can. Also, at the end of each section, there is an exercise so you can practice the skills that you've learned. So with all that said, and without further ado, grab yourself a drink and I will see you in the first lesson.
The first exercise in this course is less of an exercise and more of a way to set ourselves up for success throughout this course. So I just want you to check a few prerequisites before we begin. Now, the first thing you need to make sure you do is that you download the course and the exercise files to your PC. You'll find them in a folder within this course. Just make sure that you save them off to a folder on your PC that's easily accessible. The second thing you need to check is the skill level of this course. This course is very much designed for advanced Excel users, so we won't be covering a lot of the basic things. So basic formulas, things like customizing the quick access toolbar and using basic functionality like cut, copy, paste. So make sure that you do at least have an intermediate level knowledge of Excel before attempting to run through this course. And if you need to, we do have an Excel 2021 for beginners and an Excel 2021 intermediate course for you to review if required. And finally, ensure that you're using the correct version. There are so many different versions of Excel out there. This course is very much designed for Excel 2021, which is the latest standalone version from Microsoft. I will say that if you've come to this course and you have a Microsoft 365 account, then the course is pretty much the same, because the standalone version of Excel 2021 was really designed to bring it in line with the features and functionality in the Microsoft 365 version of Excel. So once you've checked all of those things, you are pretty much good to go.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
In 2018, Microsoft rolled out a version of Excel with 6 new dynamic array functions and a new calculation engine that allows us to write one formula and get multiple results. And it really is a game changer, because it eliminates the need for the CSE method to calculate array formulas. And CSE stands for Control Shift Enter. Being able to write a single formula and getting an array of dynamic results means writing fewer formulas, and that also means fewer errors. And what it generally leads to is more trustworthy spreadsheets. So dynamic arrays make formulas much easier to write, and they solve some really hard problems in Excel. Now, it is worth noting that dynamic arrays and all of the new functions are only available in Excel for Microsoft 365. So if you have a Microsoft 365 subscription, you should have access to these new dynamic arrays, and also in this version of Excel, Excel 2021. And as part of the dynamic array update, Excel now includes 6 new functions which leverage the power of dynamic arrays. And you can see the 6 new dynamic array functions listed out on the slide just here. So we have sequence, which will generate an array of sequential numbers, rand array, which will generate an array of random numbers, unique, which is one of my favorite new dynamic arrays, which will extract unique values from a list or range. We have a sort function, which will sort a range by column, sort by, which is going to sort a range by another range or another array. And finally, we have the filter function, which will filter data and return matching records. So what we're going to focus on in this section is just going through each of these new dynamic arrays so you understand how they work and how they can be helpful to you. Before we begin, it's important to understand spills and arrays because this is probably going to be new terminology for you. In Excel, formulas that return multiple values will spill these values directly onto the worksheet. Now, that might not make too much sense to you at the moment, so let's take a look at a couple of examples. So I'm going to show you an example of just a regular formula first of all, or a standard formula. So in this first little table, we have some employee names, and what I want to do is I'm just going to return their department from this little table that we have over on the right hand side. So what I could do here is just a very simple VLOOKUP. So we're going to type equals VLOOKUP. Our lookup value is going to be the employee name. We're going to look up that value in this table over here. And you can see that because I've named my table employee location, that's what I'm getting in the formula as opposed to the cell references. I need to provide the column index number. So what information do I want to return? Well, I want to return the department, which is column number 2. And am I doing an approximate or an exact match of the lookup value, the employee name? Well, I'm doing an exact match, so I can put 0 or false on the end here. So I'm just going to go with 0. Let's close the bracket and hit enter, and it pulls back IT as the department. And what I can do here is just drag this down to fill out those other departments for the rest of the employees. Now, this is what we call a standard Excel formula. When we construct it, the answer just appears in one cell. And if we want to copy that to other cells, we have to use our fill handle or other methods in Excel in order to do that. Dynamic array formulas work in a very different way, which you're going to see in a moment. Before we get on to that, let's just take a look at one other type of formula, and that is a CSE array. And this might be something that you're already aware of. The CSE part stands for Control-Shift-Enter. Because it's always been in Excel, if we want to perform multiple calculations within one formula, we need to press Control-Shift-Enter to make that into an array formula. And this is something that historically many people have found quite confusing. So let's have a look at a CSE array so you can understand exactly what they do if you're not sure. Now in this little table, we just have, again, some basic products. We have the quantity that's been sold, and we have the price of each of those products. So if I want to find out what the overall total is of all of the products, this would involve 2 different calculations. Because I need to multiply the quantity by the price for the first product, and I need to do that for all of these different products, and then I need to do a sum calculation to add up all of those totals. Now we could do this calculation all in one go using a CSE array. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to say equals sum, and all I would need to do is select all of the quantities multiplied by all of the prices. Now, in order to get this to work and to calculate correctly, we would need to make this a CSE array, which means we need to press Control-Shift-Enter and not just Enter. So let's do that, Control-Shift-Enter, and we get our total. So CSE Control-Shift-Enter allows us to combine multiple calculations in one formula. And another thing with these CSE arrays, you can always tell if you do have a CSE formula, because if you look at the formula bar, you'll notice that your formula is encased in these curly brackets. So that tells you that it's an array formula. Now, bearing in mind both of these examples that we've looked at, This is going to give you a better understanding of how spills work with dynamic arrays. And what I'm going to show you is a very basic example of a filter dynamic array. Now I am going to move through this section fairly quickly, but don't worry if you're not really understanding what I'm doing, because we do have an entire lesson dedicated to this filter function a bit later on. And we'll go through it slowly and we'll break it down. Really what I'm trying to get you to understand in this lesson is just the concept of how spills work. So what we're going to do is we're going to return the employee, the department, and the block from this table depending on what we have selected in column K. So we're going to use one of the new dynamic array formulas, and that is filter. So let's type it in. We need to select our array, which is going to be everything in this table. And then I need to tell Excel what I want to include. So I'm just going to filter for all of the employees in the marketing department. So we're going to select the department array, and that has to equal what we have in cell K4. And that's all I'm going to do. There are lots of other things we can do with filter and lots of other arguments we can use, but just for this basic example, let's close off our bracket and hit enter. Notice the results spill into multiple cells. So I don't just have one formula in one cell like I did when I was doing the VLOOKUP, and this is effectively a CSE array because I'm performing multiple calculations in one formula, and the results have spilled down into multiple cells. If I was to change this department to, let's say, sales and hit enter, those results will update, so everything is fully dynamic. And if we click in our results, notice that we get this blue border around the outside. This is effectively showing us what our spill range is. That is the terminology. And this spill range will expand and contract where necessary when new values are added or removed. So if I was to add another name to the bottom of this table, everything should update. So let's do that. I'm going to go down to the bottom here. Let's just add Adam Lacey, and we're going to put him in sales. And what we should see is that this employees table will update. And there we go, he's added onto the end. Let's put him in the East block, like so. Let's take a look at a couple of other examples of spills. I'm going to jump across to the spills worksheet and notice that we have a little table just here. And that's just listing out some first names and some last names of different employees. Now notice that the first names are in lowercase and the last names are in what we call proper case. Now I want everything in this first name column to be in proper case. And I also want to sort this list of names into alphabetical order A to Z. So the first thing I'm going to do here is put this data into a table, Control T. Let's click on OK. And I'm going to change the colours because those aren't particularly nice. Let's just change those to a purple colour. Now I'm not going to name my table for this example. We'll just leave it on table 2. And let's tidy up this data. So we're going to combine two things here. We're going to use another new dynamic array called sort by, and we're also going to make that first name column proper text. So let's type in proper as well. And we're going to select everything that we have in here. Close off our proper. I'm now back into my sort by formula. So I can choose which column I want to sort by. So I want to sort by the last name, comma, and do I want to sort in ascending or descending order? Well, I want to sort in ascending. Close off sort by, hit enter. Now take a look at those results. It's converted that first name into proper case. The results have spilled across both columns, and it's also sorted the list by the last name A to Z. Now, one other thing to notice is if you wanted to go in and edit this formula, if I click in a cell down here within the spill range, note the formula is kind of grayed out in the formula bar. You always must go to the first cell that contains the formula in order to edit it. Then you can double click and you can make your changes. Now, one other thing to note here is if I then wanted to do something like maybe a count on these names, let's type in count A. I'm going to select everything in this table. Notice what Excel does. Take a look at that notation. It's put a pound or a hash symbol in there. And what that basically tells us is that we're referencing a dynamic array. Now, if I was to press enter here, I'm going to get a result of 22 because it's counting each of these individual items. Now, that wouldn't be what I would want in this case. I just want to know how many members of staff we have. So I could go in here and I can do a divided by 2, and that's going to give me the correct result of 11. Now, what about if I was to add more names to this table? And you'll notice at the bottom here, I just have a little list. So let's drag this up. And because our original data is in a table, that table is going to auto-expand to accommodate those new names. But take a look at what's happened just here. We now have a spill error in column D. Now, why do we have that? If we click on it, take a look at the range. If you look at the blue lines around the outside, you can see that because I have another table underneath, there isn't enough room for these results to spill down. So this can easily be fixed simply by moving this table out of the way. So if we pick this up and let's just drag it over here, now I get my spill results. Also notice that my count has updated as well. So everything here is completely dynamic. So that's kind of how spills work. Hopefully you can now understand that and see the difference between just a standard formula, CSV arrays, and dynamic arrays. In this lesson and the next few lessons, we're going to be taking a closer look at the unique function, because this is such an amazing formula for extracting unique values from a range of cells. And this is something which I've always thought should be a lot simpler than it is in Excel. Previous to the release of this new unique dynamic function, it can be quite tricky to get a unique list of values from a range. Now, with the introduction of unique, the process is so much simpler. So let's start out in this lesson by taking a look at a couple of basic examples of how unique works. So in column A, I have a list of countries. And one thing you'll notice about this list of countries is that those entries are not unique. So we have the UK repeated a few times, we have the USA repeated a few times, so on and so forth. So if I just want to extract a unique list of all of the values from the range in column A, I can use the unique dynamic function. So let's click in cell C3. We're going to type in equals and then use unique. So let's start to type this in. Notice it comes up in the list. We can press that tab key to select it, and we have 3 arguments for this particular function. Now notice that the last 2 are optional because they are in square brackets. And in this first basic example, we're not going to use those optional arguments. We're just going to go for the first one, which is array. So all this basically means is select the range that you want to extract the unique values from. So we're going to select range A3 to A19. Let's close off our unique function, hit enter, and like magic, we now have a unique list that is a lot shorter than our original list because we're just seeing the 9 unique country names. Notice that this is a dynamic function, so we have this blue area around the outside showing me my dynamic array range. Now notice here that I don't have my list of country names in a table. And if we take a look at the unique formula, you can see it's just referencing a standard cell range A3 to A19. Now there are so many advantages to putting your data into a table. For example, if this country list updates, so let's add another country onto the end. We're going to add Brazil and hit enter. Notice that my unique list doesn't update. However, if I put this into a table, then it means that when I change anything in column A, or I add new countries to the bottom, this unique list will also update. So let's put this data into a table. Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. I'm going to leave the formatting as it is. That's absolutely fine. Now, notice this unique list hasn't automatically updated with that new entry for Brazil, as I'm still referencing just the cell range as opposed to the table. So let's construct our unique again. I'm going to delete the formula out. Let's go for equals unique. This time, when I select my range, notice it's going to give me the table name. Now, I didn't rename my table, so it's just called Table 1, and then we have the column heading in those square brackets, so country. I now have Brazil on the bottom, but if I add another country, let's go for Argentina, hit enter, notice that that now updates. So if you really want to make everything completely dynamic, it's always worth putting your data into a table. Just one of the many advantages of using tables in Excel. Definitely one of my favorite things. Now, another little tip here. This range of cells is essentially a dynamic array. And it might be that you want to use this data in other calculations, or maybe you just don't want to have a formula underneath this list of values. What we can do is we can throw away the underlying formula, so we just have a unique list as plain text effectively. So how do we do that? Well, we do it using Paste Special. So I'm going to select my unique list, Control C to copy, and if we go up to the Home tab, click the lower half of the Paste button, I'm going to choose to paste values only. So when I click this, let's press Escape to deselect. I now just have this as a plain text list. If we take a look in cell C3, I no longer have the unique formula listed there. Now, of course, this means that it's not linked to this table anymore. So if I add any other country names onto the bottom, so let's add Thailand, it's not going to update. But there are many situations where you just might want to use the unique formula to extract the list, but you actually just want to have those plain values. So don't forget about that little Paste Special trick. Now, the final thing I want to show you in this first lesson is how we can use unique and count together. So maybe I want to count the list of unique entries. So we can combine both functions. So we're going to start out with a count A because we're going to be counting text. And then we want to go straight into our unique formula. Now, I could select this unique list, but I'm going to select this one over here in the table. Let's close off unique, close off our count, hit enter, and it's telling me that I have 12 entries, which would be correct because this unique list contains 11 entries. You can see that information down in the status bar. We also added Thailand, which would make it 12. So we can combine unique with many other functions in Excel to make it more useful and get the results that we want. The unique function can essentially do two things. It can extract unique values or it can extract distinct values. So what is the difference between these two? Well, distinct means I want all entries in the source data one time. So for example, if the UK is listed out 3 times in a range, I only want to show it once. So we're getting a list of unique values. Whereas unique means show everything in the source data that appears only one time. So a good example of that in our data would be South Africa. That appears only once in this list, and so that would be included in the results of the unique formula. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, didn't we just use the unique formula to extract a distinct list of values? We extracted all entries from our range of data, regardless of how many times they're listed in the range. Well, yes, we did. But in these examples, we're going to be using more of the unique arguments. So we're going to start with distinct, but first of all, we're going to put our data into a table. Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And I'm going to choose a different table style because I don't particularly like this one. Let's go for a dark one this time. And I'm going to give my table a name. So let's call it country underscore population and hit enter. So now let's extract a distinct list first and then compare it to what we get when we extract a unique list. So we're still using the unique function, we're going to select our array. So we're going to stick with extracting the country names. And notice now, because I've named that table, I have the table name and then the column name, comma. Let's move on to the next argument, which is by column. So do we want to return unique columns or unique rows? Well, I want to return unique rows. So we're going to have false in there, comma. Now this is where we can choose if we're doing distinct or unique. So a true argument will return the items that appear exactly once, whereas a false argument will return every distinct item. So we're doing distinct, so let's type in false, close the bracket, hit enter, and now we get a list of all of those distinct values. Let's compare this list to what happens when we use a different argument. So we're going to do unique again. We're going to select the same range. We want to return unique rows, so we still want a false just here, but this time we want to return items that appear exactly once in the range. So we're going to use true instead. And let's hit enter. So this list is much shorter because it's only returning countries that appear exactly once in the selected range, whereas distinct will show all of the countries regardless of how many times they appear. In the examples that we've looked at so far, we've been using the unique function to extract just one list of values. So we've been extracting a unique list of countries. But in this lesson, I just want to show you how simple it is to extract multiple pieces of criteria using unique. And once again, we can either extract distinct values or unique values. So if we take a look at our table, we have our list of countries, but this time we have some additional information. We have the population of each of those countries in column B, and then the region or the continent that those countries belong to in column C. And what I want to do is I want to extract all three of these columns or all three of these pieces of information into the table on the right-hand side. So once again, the first thing I would probably do here is put this data in a table, Control T. Let's click on OK. And once again, I'm going to change this table style. Let's just change this to something fairly plain. In fact, I don't think I'm going to have any table style this time. Let's name our table. We're going to call this country underscore population underscore region. And let's hit enter. So now if we use unique, we need to select our array. Now, because I want to extract multiple pieces of criteria, I want to extract all three columns, my array is going to be all three columns. So effectively the entire table. If I only wanted to extract two columns, I would just select two columns, comma. Do I want to return unique columns or unique rows? Well, I want to return unique rows, so we need a false in here. And this time I want to extract every distinct item. So once again, we're going to add a false. Close the bracket, hit enter, and those results spill down, and it's going to pull through the other pieces of criteria. And of course, because we've put our information into a table, I could add additional countries onto the bottom. So let's add Spain. And it's going to update, so everything is still completely dynamic. Now let's just undo just to get rid of Spain, and once again you can see that that disappears. Now if we change this, so I'm going to edit the formula. Remember, you can only edit the formula in that first cell. If I click somewhere else, the formula is grayed out. Let's double click, and we're going to change this last argument from false to true. Press enter, and now we get that much shorter list again because it's only pulling out of this data countries that appear once. And once again, if I was to add Spain onto the bottom, because that does appear only once, it's going to populate in this table. So super simple to use unique and extract multiple pieces of criteria. It doesn't just apply to one column. So far in this section, we've been using the unique function to extract values by row. So in this lesson, I'd just like to show you a couple of examples of how we can extract information by column. So let's take a look at our information first of all. So at the top here, I have a small table, and this table represents some crayon packs. And each crayon pack contains a number of different coloured crayons. And we can see here for pack 1, all of the different crayons, and there are 6 in each pack, all of the different colours of those crayons. And we have 8 different packs with different colour combinations. And notice the difference here is that our information is running horizontally across the page. So when we're using unique, we want to extract our information by column as opposed to by row. And this pretty much works in exactly the same way as the examples we've seen in the previous lessons. We're just using a different argument. So let's extract the distinct crayon packs first of all. So we're going to type in equals, and then we're going to go with unique, press our tab key. Our array is going to be all of the crayons. And notice I haven't put this in a table, so I'm getting the cell range here instead of a table name. Let's press comma. Now this is where the difference lies. In previous examples, we've been using that false argument to return unique rows. But this time we want to look down the columns. We wanted to check each colour in the pack to see if that is unique or not. So we want to use the true argument just here, comma, and we want a distinct list. So we're going to do a false argument just here. Close off the bracket, hit enter, and here are our results. Now I'm going to select all of this dynamic range, and let's just move this along just so it's a bit easier to compare with the table above. So the results that we have here are basically packs that are distinct. Now notice it's only brought back effectively 6 packs. So that means that I have 2 packs that are the same in my data. And I can see here that yes, I do. So pack 2 contains these crayons, black, purple, green, yellow, red and blue. And I also have the same combination of coloured crayons in pack 8. So instead of returning this twice, it's just returned it once in my formula results. So that accounts for one of the missing results, but what about the other one? Well, I can see here that pack 1 has this colour combination and pack 4 has exactly the same colour combination. So again, that is why we only have 6 results as opposed to 8. So let's take a look at the final option here. This time we're going to return all of the unique crayon packs. So again, this works in a fairly similar way, equals unique. Our array is going to be our different coloured crayons. This time we're going to return the unique columns. So we want a true argument in here. Now remember, when you're adding these true or false arguments, you can represent true with a 1 and false with a 0. So if I put a 1 in there, it's going to work exactly the same. Now this time I want to return the unique list, so I want to return items that appear exactly once. So this is a true argument as well. I'm going to use a 1 for that also. Let's close off our bracket, hit enter, and now I get an even smaller list. So these are the crayon packs that appear exactly once in this table. So it's basically omitted anything that is a repeat pack. So it's brought back 4 packs of crayons. We have a total of 8, so 4 packs are essentially duplicates. And that would be correct because again, pack 1 and pack 4 are duplicated, as are pack 2 and pack 8. So extremely simple to search with that by column argument as opposed to by row. It's time now to move on to talking about another dynamic array function, and that is sort. So most Excel users are used to sorting lists of data. We can simply click anywhere in our data, and then on the Data tab, we have various different sort options. We can sort A to Z, we can sort Z to A, or if we want to do a more complex sort, we can sort by multiple columns. So bearing that in mind, why is it useful to have a specific function that allows us to sort our data? Well, with a sort function, it means that we're not restricted to keeping our data in one location. We can basically sort it and place that data anywhere on the worksheet. We can also use the sort function with other functions. So maybe we want to extract a unique list of values from a range and then sort that list of values. We can combine them both together because we're using functions. So let's take a look at how a basic sort works. Now, what I have here is a small table of data, and this is very much inspired by the Winter Olympics that are currently on TV. Now, I will say that these are not actual athletes, bib numbers, or medals that they achieved. This is just some dummy data. But that is where my inspiration for this example is coming from. So we have in column A listed out some athletes. We have the country that they're participating for. We have their bib number, and then we have the medal that they achieved. And what I'm going to do first is just a very basic sort. I want to output this information in the table on the right-hand side, but I want to sort the results A to Z by the country. So let's click in cell F4 and type in equals sort. Now notice with the sort function we have 4 arguments, and 3 of those arguments are optional because we have those square brackets. So let's take a look at this in its most basic form. We're just going to use the one mandatory argument first of all, and that is the array. So if I just wanted to do a simple sort on the athlete name, I could select the range, close off the bracket, hit enter, and it's just going to sort those names by the default sort, which is A to Z. Now we want to do something a little bit more complex than this, so let's delete it out. We're going to go back into sort, and we're going to use all of the arguments. Now I want to sort all of the data, so my array is going to be everything that we have in this table. I can then choose the column that I want to sort this data by. And this is kind of similar to VLOOKUP in a way, in that the columns in the table are numbered from left to right. So the athlete column is column number 1, country is column number 2, bib number is 3, medal is 4. So depending on which column you want to sort by, that is the sort index that you would use. So I want to sort this list by country. So my sort index is column number 2. My next argument is the sort order. So if I want to sort in ascending or descending order. Now I want to sort in ascending order, so that is a 1, comma. And our final argument is just, do we want to sort by the column or by the row? Well, I want to sort by the row, so we're going to type in false just here. Close off the bracket, let's hit enter, and now I get those results sorted in ascending order by country. So we have Australia at the top, going all the way down to USA at the bottom. So really nice and simple. And if at this stage I decided that I wanted to maybe sort by a completely different column, maybe I want to sort in descending order by the bib number, I can simply edit the formula. So I'm going to click on this first cell. Let's edit it up in the formula bar. The first argument here is fine. That is just the array. The sort index, well, column number 2, that needs to be changed because we now want to sort by the bib number. So that's going to be column number 3. Now the sort order, if we want to sort in descending order, that is -1. And then we still want the false argument on the end because we're sorting by row. So now if I press enter, all of those are going to update, and you can see that it's now sorted by bib number in descending order. So we have the highest number bib number at the top all the way down to the lowest. So pretty straightforward. Now let's just go down to this second table that we need to complete. Now notice here it just says sort by country descending order. Nice and easy, we've already done this. So let's do this and see what we get. Our array again is going to be everything in this table. Sort index, well, we want to sort by the country, so that is column number 2. Our sort order, well, we want to sort them in descending order, so -1. And we want to sort by row, so we have a false or a 0 argument on the end. Now what happens when I press enter? I'm getting a spill error. And if you remember back to one of our earlier lessons, in general we get this if there isn't enough room for those results to spill down. And I can see that if I click on cell A22, take a look at that blue border, it's kind of overlapping the table that I have underneath. So what I really need to do here to get these to spill properly is move this data out of the way. So let's just grab this and move it. And now all of my results update. And you can see that they're sorted in descending order by country. Now the final example I want to show you here is how we can sort by multiple different columns. So far we've simply been sorting by one column or another. So the first example we sorted by bib number, the second one we sorted by country. But what if I now want to sort the list by country in ascending order and then by bib number in descending order? How do we add in multiple pieces of sort criteria? Well, this is actually pretty straightforward. So let's go back into our sort function. Our array is still going to be the same thing. So we're going to select everything. Now we need to provide our sort index. And because we want to sort by two different columns, we want to sort by country and we want to sort by bib number. We need to put these in curly brackets. So we want our first curly bracket and then we specify all of the columns that we want to sort by. So the country column is column number 2, but we also want to sort by the bib number column, which is column number 3. Let's close our curly bracket and then we can specify the sort order for both of these columns. So again, we need a curly bracket. We want to sort by the country column in ascending order. So ascending is 1, and we want to sort by the bib number in descending order, which is -1. Let's close off that curly bracket, comma. Do we want to sort by column or by row? We want to sort by row, so we need a false argument on the end, and we can close off our sort. So let's just review that formula. We're selecting the range that we want to sort. We're then putting inside the first pair of curly brackets the columns that we want to sort by, and then in the second pair of curly brackets we're specifying the sort order for each of those columns. Let's press enter and take a look at our results. So we're sorting by country in ascending, so I should have A to Z, which is correct, and then we're sorting by bib number, and that is in descending order. So if we take a look at Canada's bib numbers, for example, we should find that they go from the highest to the lowest. And of course, with this formula, again, if we take a look at it in the formula bar, if you wanted to sort by 3 or 4 different columns, you could simply add more column numbers and more sort orders in between these curly brackets. So pretty nice and simple to be able to use the sort function and sort by multiple columns. In this example, we're going to use the sort function to sort data horizontally. And in this lesson, in the process of doing this, we're going to be utilizing a couple of other functions that we haven't yet spoken about. So before we begin, let's start out by understanding the data. So here I have a small table. We have some movie names listed in column A, and then we have actors that have been in each of these movies. And I've just listed out 4 actors to keep this data set manageable. Now, what am I aiming to do with this data? Well, what I want to do is effectively find out which actors have been in the same movie together more than once. Now, if I have a list of data that looks like this, it's quite difficult to be able to determine that simply by using our eyes. So we're going to need to use a formula or a couple of different formulas and techniques in Excel to help us out with this. And because there are a few steps, I've listed those out at the bottom. So the first thing I want to do is I want to take this first movie, La La Land, and I can see the 4 actors that we have for that particular movie. I want to take this range of actors and I want to sort the data horizontally in ascending order. So effectively, I should have Emma Stone listed first. So over in this little table, we're going to type in equals, sort, we're going to open our bracket. And this time, the only thing we want to sort is this first row B4 to E4. Now, do I need to provide a sort index here? Am I sorting on any particular column? No, I'm not. So I don't have to add anything in for my sort index. I can just press another comma to move on to the next argument. Now, do I want to sort these horizontally in ascending or descending order? Well, I want to sort them in ascending order. So we need a 1 just here, comma. Am I sorting by row or am I sorting by column? Well, this time I'm sorting by column. So this needs to be a true argument on the end. Let's close off our bracket, hit enter and see what we get. So now I basically have those 4 actors sorted A to Z. Now what I can do is just select all of these and use my fill handle and drag down, and it's going to apply that same sort to all of the actors in the rest of the movies. And notice that it's sorting by the actor's first name as opposed to their last name. This still isn't the solution to what I'm trying to find out, which is which actors have been in the same movie together more than once. So we need to do a few more things here to achieve our goal. Now, the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take this horizontally sorted list of actors, and I'm going to basically join the text in each row together. And for this, I'm going to use the text join function. And text join is kind of similar in many ways to something like concatenate or concat as it's now known. It will join pieces of text in different cells together, but we have a few different arguments that we can use. Now, a way that I can do this is to join all of the text together so it's in one cell. I can then sort that data and highlight the duplicate cells. So quite a few different steps there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to edit the sort formula, and we're going to join all of these actors' names together so they're effectively all in one cell. And we're going to do that by adding in the text join function. Now, the first argument of text join is to specify a delimiter. So do we want our actors separated with a space or a comma or a dash? Well, I don't want them separated with anything. I just want them in a horizontal list next to each other. So I'm just going to press comma to move on to the next argument. Do I want to ignore empty cells? Well, I don't have any empty cells in my data set, but it's not going to hurt to do a true argument just there. Comma. Now the next argument is text1. Now text1 is going to be generated by the sort. So I can click right at the end here, and I just need to close off my text join. Let's hit enter. And now all I need to do is double click to copy this down. And would you take a look at that? I now essentially have all of the actors together in one cell. So now that I have all this text joined together, I'm going to select it all, Control C, and I'm just going to paste in, and I'm going to use that paste special technique to paste just the values over the top. So now I've essentially thrown away the underlying text join and sort formula. Now that I have my data like this, I can use my regular sorting options on the Data tab, and I'm going to sort it A to Z. Now this makes it quite a bit easier for me to see all of the actors that have been in the same movie. And because we have a fairly short list, I can see that right at the bottom here, those names are all the same, and the same for this one just here. If you wanted to make this really obvious, you could apply some conditional formatting, which will highlight duplicate values. So let's select our data, up to conditional formatting, and we're going to select duplicate values. I'm happy with this fill of light red fill with dark red text. Click on OK, and now I can see the actors that have been in the same movies. So these 4 actors have all been in the movies The Interview and Superbad, and these 4 actors have all been in Burn After Reading and Insurgent. So quite a few steps to get to this place, but this is something that can come in very useful when you're working with real-life data. In the last few lessons, we've been taking a look at how we can use the sort function to sort data in Excel. And now it's time to move on to taking a look at another new dynamic function, which is very similar to sort, and that is the sort by function. So what exactly is the difference between sort and sort by? Well, if you recall in these sorts that we've done using the sort function, we can either choose to sort in ascending or descending order. Now, sort by differs from this because instead of selecting ascending or descending, we can choose another range or another array to sort by instead. So let's take a look at an example. Now, the dataset I'm using in this example is basically some very well-known books. We have the book title in column A, we have the author of the book in column B, we have the genre that the book falls into in column C, we have when it was first published in column D, and then in columns E to I, we have the number of 1 to 5-star ratings that the book has received. So we're going to use the sort by function to sort this data. So let's take a look at sort by, let's explore the arguments, and let's take a look at a few different examples. So let's type in equals sort by. Now for this one, we have 3 arguments. Now there are actually more arguments than 3. If you take a look at the end there, we have those 3 little dots, which basically tells us that there are more. Now the last argument and all of the ones that we can't see are all optional arguments. The only 2 mandatory arguments are array and by array 1. So array is the data that we want to sort. Now if you take a look just above, I have 2 column headings, book and author. So that is the only information I'm interested in seeing. So my array is simply going to be the book and the author columns, comma. Now I can choose a column to sort this by. So instead of ascending or descending, like we provide when we're doing just a regular sort, this time we can sort by a column. So maybe I want to sort this data by the number of 5-star reviews. So I'm going to choose the 5-star column, comma, and now I can choose how I want to sort this column. So do I want to have the most 5-star reviews at the top or the least 5-star reviews at the top? Well, I'm going to sort this in descending order. So we have a -1. Now, if I was to press comma here, notice that it goes on to by array 2. So we can sort, or we can use this function to sort our range on multiple different columns. Now we're going to do that in a moment. For the time being, let's just keep it simple and just sort by the 5-star column. Let's close off our sort by, hit enter, and now you can see what we get. So at the top here we have Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and if I take a look in my data set, let's take a look at the 5-star reviews. Well, I can see that this one has 1,000 5-star reviews, and a quick look down through the rest of the numbers, that is definitely the highest. So I don't necessarily have to have the value, the number of 5-star reviews, output into this table in order to sort the data by this column. So this makes it very simple for me to see, for example, the top 5 books based on 5-star reviews. Let's do another sort. I'm going to delete this out. I'm going to go into sort by again. Again, the array is just the book and the author because that's the only information that I'm interested in. We can choose what we want to sort by. So maybe this time I want to sort by genre, and I want to sort in ascending order of the genre, comma, and now I want to sort by something else. So maybe I want to see which is the worst performing genre, so which one has the most 1-star reviews. So my second sort is going to be by the 1-star review array, comma, and I'm going to sort this in descending order. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and see what we get. So the first sort we did here was A to Z by genre. So if we take a look at She, A History of Adventure, let's find that in the table. I can see that the genre is adventure. And because that begins with A, it's at the top of the list. The next one is The Catcher in the Rye. And if we find that in the table, it's right at the bottom. That is the coming of age genre, which is C. So I can see that these are going down in A to Z order. But we're then sorting them by 1-star reviews as well. And if we take a look at She, A History of Adventure, I can see that, yes, this has by far the most 1-star reviews. If we take a look at some books that are all by the same author, so for example, Harry Potter, I can see that the Harry Potter book that's received the most 1-star reviews is Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. And if we take a look at that, it is this one just here. I can see that yes, this number is greater than all of the other 1-star reviews for the Harry Potter series. So just remember, sort by differs from sort because you're using a column to specify the sort as opposed to just selecting ascending or descending. Much like the sort function, we can also do a horizontal sort by. And we're going to use this method to tidy up this small data set. So if you take a look at this data, notice that these column headings aren't particularly in the correct order. For example, we have the first name in column A, and then we have the title in column B, and their last name in column D. Ideally, we want the title in column A, the first name in column B, and the last name in column C. I then don't really mind if I have department or salary in columns D or E. Now, in order to tidy up this data and sort it so that everything is in the correct order, we need to assign a sort order to each of the columns. And you can simply do this underneath your data set. So what we're going to do here is simply mark the order that we want the columns to appear in. So I want the title column to be first. So we're going to put a number 1 underneath there. I then want the first name, so let's put number 2 just there. That's going to be followed by the last name, so that's a number 3. We're then going to have the department, which is going to be column number 4, and then finally the salary is going to be column number 5. And we can now use this sort order in our horizontal sort by. So let's click somewhere up here, and we're going to do sort by. Press the tab key. What do I want to sort? Well, I want to sort everything in this table. So I'm going to select the entire data set, A3 to E16. Remember, if you want to put this in a table, that is absolutely fine. Comma. What do I want to sort it by? Well, I want to sort it by this array just here, comma. How do I want to sort it? Well, I want to sort it in ascending order. Let's close the bracket, hit enter. And now you can see, like magic, we have all of our columns organized. So now I can go in and add the titles back in. So I'm going to grab title. Let's Control C and just paste this across. We want first name, last name, department, and salary. Now notice here in the salary column, we're probably going to want to apply some number formatting. I'm also going to widen out these columns by selecting them all, double-clicking so that we can see everything in each of these cells. The final thing to do is just select the salary column. Let's go up to number, and we're going to give this some currency formatting, and we're going to take those decimal places down. So very, very simple to do a horizontal sort by where you're specifying the order of the columns. It's time now to move on and take a look at our next dynamic array function, and that is the sequence function. Now what sequence does in its most basic form is it outputs a list of sequential numbers. And you can specify how many rows and how many columns and also what the step value is of those numbers. Now, before we get into a couple of practical examples of the use of sequence, let's just take a look at it in its most basic, simple form. So if we type in equals sequence, let's take a look at the arguments. So we have 4 arguments and 3 of them are optional. Now we are going to use all of them in this first example. So what we want to specify first of all is how many rows of numbers do we want. So let's say that we want 4 rows of numbers. We can then specify how many columns of numbers we want. So let's say 4 again. I can then specify my starting number. So for argument's sake, let's start at number 1, and then I can provide the step value. So do we want it to step by 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth? Let's start out with 1 so you can understand how this works. Let's close off the function, hit enter, and take a look at what we've got. So we have 4 rows and 4 columns of numbers. The numbers start at 1 and they increase or step by 1 each time. Now if we double click to edit this formula, let's change some of these numbers. So this time I'm going to say I want 10 rows, we're going to have 8 columns, the starting number is going to be 5 and we're going to step by 10 each time. Let's now hit enter and see what we get. So take a look at this. We're stepping by 10, so 5, 15, 25, so on and so forth. And we have 10 rows and 8 columns. So that's all well and good, but how is this useful when we're working in Excel? Well, let's take a look at a couple of practical examples. So let's delete this out and move to cell D4. So what we have here is a list of training courses in column A. And maybe it's my New Year's resolution that I'm going to complete a different training course every Friday starting on February the 11th, 2022. So what I basically want to list out are all of the training dates, so that is every Friday from this start date, and then I can start assigning what courses I want to attend on those specific training dates. So we can use sequence to help us with this. So let's type in equals sequence. How many rows of numbers do I want? Well, the number of rows is going to be the number of training courses I have in this list. Now, I don't particularly want to go through and count all of these, particularly if my data set was a lot larger than it is. So we're going to get count to do all the hard work for us. Now remember, we need to use count A because we're counting text and not numbers. So let's select all of the training courses, A4 to A17. Close off count A, and now we're back into our sequence formula. We can now specify the number of columns that we want. Now I'm just filling training dates down, so I only want 1 column. I can then choose my starting value. Well, my start date is going to be February the 11th, and because I have that in a cell, I can simply select this cell. What is my step value going to be? Well, I want to complete a different training course every Friday, so that is effectively every 7 days. So my step value is going to be 7. If I was going to complete a training course every 2 weeks, my step value would be 14. So let's stick with 7, close the bracket, hit enter, and now I get a whole bunch of dates. Now, this column isn't formatted as a date column, which is why we're getting these strange numbers. So if we select them and just jump up to number formatting and apply the short date format, you should see that the first date there is February the 11th, but then the next one is February the 18th, which is 7 days after the start date. So you can use sequence not only to produce some numbers, but also to do things like create a date schedule. And there are so many other ways that you can use this sequence function. What I can now do is go through and simply assign which courses I want to attend. So maybe Word is going to be my first course. I can just copy and paste that over. We can also use sequence to unstack records. And this is something that previous to this sequence command was actually quite difficult to do in Excel. Now, what do we mean by unstacking records? Well, again, notice in column A, we have some training courses listed out. And I have these listed vertically. So we have the name of the training course first, then we have the level, we have the location of that training course followed by the date. And it just repeats round. So again, training course, level, location, date, so on and so forth. And effectively, because I don't really like the way that this is laid out, I want to lay them out in this order. So course, level, location, and date. And I want this to be dynamic so that when new training courses are added, everything updates. So in order to do that, we need to put our data into a table. Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And I'm just going to turn off banded rows. So let's click in cell C4 and we're going to jump straight into our sequence function. The first thing we need to specify are how many rows do we want? Well, again, I don't want to be counting down this list, so I'm going to get count A to do all the hard work for me. Let's select everything in this column. Let's close off count A, and now we're back into our sequence formula. The next thing we need to specify are the number of columns. Well, I have 4 columns that I need to populate: course, level, location, and date. So we want 4 columns. Now, for what we're trying to do here, that is all we need. We don't need a start or a step value. So let's close off our formula and see what we get. Let's hit enter, and we get a whole bunch of numbers. Now, each one of these numbers relates to an item in column A. For example, this number 1 relates to the first thing that we have in this list. So this is basically Excel. Number 2 is beginner. Number 3 is the location. And number 4 is the date. So effectively, in this column, we have all of the courses, then we have all of the levels, all of the locations, and all of the dates. Now, I don't have 24 courses because that is how many cells I have highlighted just here. And you can see that down in the status bar if you're not sure. The count is 24. I only have 6 courses in column A. So what we need to do here is edit our formula, and I'm just going to click at the end of the count A, and we need to divide it by 4. So effectively, we're dividing by the number of columns. So divided by 4. Hit enter, and now we have 6 courses, 6 levels, 6 locations, and 6 dates. Now, this still isn't giving us exactly what we want. We don't really want to see these numbers. We want to see the name of the course, the level, the location, and the date. So we can use index to find this out for us. So we're going to type in equals index. So what are we indexing? What's our array? Well, remember, with index, the array is always the information that you want to return. So my array is going to be my list of training courses, comma. What is the row number? Well, the sequence function has provided the row number for us. So I'm going to select cell C4. Now, if I was to close my bracket just here and hit enter, it's just going to return the first one, Excel. Can you remember what symbol we need to add to reference an entire dynamic array? Well, if you said the pound or the hash symbol, you would be correct. So let's click at the end of C4, add a pound symbol. Notice it's selected the entire dynamic array. And now when I hit enter, I get exactly what I'm looking for. The only thing left to do here is change these dates. We need to apply some short date formatting. And we've now unstacked those records, and they're looking a lot easier to read. And of course, if we change anything here, so maybe this second course changes to a PowerPoint intermediate course, it's going to also update in our results. And if I add more data onto the bottom, so I have some additional data down here, let's just drag it up. It becomes part of this table, and our results also update. So you can see we now have those additional items added onto the bottom. And once again, I just need to apply some short date formatting. So you can use the sequence command in many different useful scenarios. The filter function is another brand new dynamic array in Excel 2021 that allows us to filter our data based on criteria that we specify. And we're going to be taking a look at the filter function over the next few lessons because there's lots of different ways that you can use this function. So let's start out in this lesson by understanding simply what the filter function does and how it might be useful. So on the left-hand side, I have a reasonably large table. And this table just shows a list of students. It shows the exam that they took, the grade that they achieved, and also the date of their exam. And what I want to do here is create a few different filters so that I can get a list of the students that match that criteria. So maybe I want to filter for all students that sat a specific exam, so maybe the French exam. Maybe I want to see what exams occurred on a very specific date. Or maybe I want to see all of the students who failed the exam, so I can send out letters inviting them to resit the test. I can do all of this using the filter function. Now, before we get into the actual filter function, we're going to do a couple of things to make our life easier. The first thing we're going to do is, you've probably guessed it, we're going to put our data set into a table. Control T. Yes, my data has headers. Let's click on OK, and let's immediately change that table style because it really is not very nice. And I think I'm just going to choose no table style. I'm also going to give my table a name. So we're going to call this Exam Results and hit enter. Now the next thing I'm going to do, just to make my life a lot easier, is I'm going to create a data validation drop-down list so I can easily select the exam from a list as opposed to having to type it into cell F4 each time. So we're going to utilize our unique function to get a unique list of all of the exams, and then we're going to use that list in our data validation. So let's click on a cell that's kind of out of the way. We're going to say equals unique. Let's select our list of exams, Control Shift down arrow, close off the unique function, hit enter, and now we have a unique list. Now I don't want these to have the unique formula underneath, so let's do Control C, and our little paste special trick, let's paste the values directly over the top. So now I have this list, I'm going to create a data validation drop-down so I can simply select them from a list. So up to data, we're going to go into data validation. We're going to create ourselves a drop-down list, and the source is going to be this range just here, and click on OK. So now that makes it a lot easier for me to switch between the different exams. Now I'm going to do exactly the same for the dates and also the grades. The process is exactly the same, so I'm going to do that off camera. Join me back here in a couple of seconds and we'll continue on with the filter function. So now I have my 3 data validation drop-down lists. Now one thing I did when I was creating a unique list of the grades, to get them to display A, B, C, D, E and then fail, I combined unique with sort. So I'm going to get you to have a go at that. We've seen how sort works and we've seen how unique works. So see if you can get these to list out in exactly the same way that I have. Now I'm going to leave date and grade blank at the moment and just focus on the exam. So I want to use the filter function to first of all show me all of the students that sat the maths exam. So we're going to type in equals filter. Now filter has 3 arguments and the last one is optional. Now the array, again, the array is the information that we want to return. Now we want to return student, exam, grade and date. So we need to select all of our data. Control Shift down arrow to select that entire range, comma. Now this is where we specify our criteria, so what we want to include. What is our filter? Well, our filter is the exam column, maths. So what do we want to include? Well, we want to include the exam column, Control Shift down arrow, and that needs to equal whatever we have in cell F4. So at the moment that is maths, comma. The final argument, which is the optional argument, is if we want to specify some text or something if it doesn't return any results. So in general, I tend to put in quotation marks, no records if it can't find anything. Close the bracket, hit enter, and like magic, we now have a list of all of the students who took the maths exam. Now, once again, column K doesn't have any formatting applied, so let's change this to short date format. So now, if I was to change this to French, that list is also going to change. So it makes it very simple for me to filter those results. Now, currently, we're just filtering by one piece of criteria, and that is the exam that the student sat. But it might be that we want to filter by two pieces of criteria, so maybe the exam and the date, or maybe three pieces of criteria, the exam, the date, and the grade. It might be that we want to see a list of all of the students that sat the science exam or achieved a grade of A. And this is where we start to build in logic to our filter function. And that's exactly what we're going to explore over the next 4 lessons. We're going to build in logic, and I'm going to show you all of the different operators you can use to really refine your filter results. But in its most basic form, that is how the filter function works. Pretty straightforward. Now, if you're wondering about these columns over here, which have the data that we use to create our data validation dropdown, if you want to hide those, that's perfectly fine. We can right-click, select hide, and that just removes them from view. In the previous lesson, we saw how to use the filter function to filter for one piece of criteria. And if you recall, we use the filter function to filter for all students that sat the maths exam. Now, in this lesson, we're going to move that concept on a little bit, and we're going to add in some logic to our filter. And there are many different types of logic that you can add to your filters, and we're going to start out with the plus logic. And all that means is that we're going to be using a plus operator. Now, when we use the filter function with the plus operator, we're basically doing an OR formula. So what does that exactly mean? Well, it might be that I want to filter for all students that sat the maths exam or achieved a grade of C. Or maybe I want to filter for all students that sat the French exam or sat a test on a specific date. So we use the plus operator to separate our criteria, and we're effectively applying OR logic. So let's see how that works. Now I'm just going to switch this filter back to maths for this first example, and we're going to type in equals filter. Now the array argument, as we've already seen, is what we want to return. Now we want to return the student, the exam, the grade, and the date. So our array is pretty much everything that we have in this table. I'm going to highlight that first row and use my shortcut keys, Control, Shift, down arrow to select everything. Now we get to specify what to include. Now, in the previous example, when we were just filtering for students that sat the maths exam, we simply selected the exam column and check that it was equal to maths. But now we want to add two pieces of criteria, because I'm going to filter for all of the students that sat the maths exam or achieved a grade of C. Now, when you have multiple pieces of criteria, you need to encase each piece of criteria in brackets. So let's open a bracket and select what we want to include first. So I want to include all students that sat the maths exam. So we're going to select the exam range, Control Shift down arrow, and that has to equal whatever we have in cell F4. So that is the first piece of criteria. Let's close the bracket. Now, if we want to do an OR, we then need to add the plus operator, and then we can specify our second piece of criteria. So I'm filtering for all students that sat the maths exam or achieved a grade of C. So my second piece of criteria is going to be the grade range, Control Shift down arrow, and that needs to equal what we have in cell F12. Close the bracket. Now, if I had more pieces of criteria that I wanted to add to my OR logical formula, I could carry on going. I could add another plus and then specify my next piece of criteria. Now, for this example, we're just going to leave it at two pieces of criteria. The only thing left to do here is finish off this filter formula. Now, the last argument here is an optional argument because it's in square brackets. And all we're specifying here is what we want it to return if it doesn't find any results. So in quote marks, we're just going to say no records. And then we're going to close off the filter function. Let's hit enter. Now, the first thing to note here is that column K doesn't have any formatting applied, so let's click the drop down and change this to short date format. So now what we're getting here are all students that sat the maths exam or achieved a grade of C. So we can see here for Ming Xia, he sat the maths exam, this girl sat the maths exam, these two, so on and so forth. But we also have in here any students that achieved a grade C. And of course, if we have these as data validation drop-down lists, we can simply select different pieces of criteria. So now I'm filtering for all the students that sat the French exam or achieved a grade of D. So that is how that plus operator works. You're essentially applying OR logic to the filter function. In the previous lesson, we saw how we could use the filter function to filter data based on logic. And we use the plus operator to do an OR logical filter. So we were filtering for all students that sat the maths exam or achieved a grade of C. So now let's take a look at using the asterisk operator. Because effectively when we use that, we're doing an AND logical formula. So for example, I might want to filter for all students that sat the French exam and achieved a grade of D. And this works pretty much in exactly the same way, we're just changing the operator. So let's jump into cell H4 and type in equals filter. The first thing we need to choose is the array. So we want to return everything, the student, the exam, the grade, and the date. So we need to select all of the information in the table. Remember, Control, Shift, down arrow to select everything. Comma. What do we want to include? Well, we're going to include two pieces of criteria again, and each piece of criteria needs to go in brackets. So the first thing that we're filtering for are all students that sat the French exam. So we need to select the exam range, Control, Shift, down arrow. That needs to equal whatever we have in cell F4. Let's close the bracket. Now we want to apply our asterisk operator because we want to say and then we can specify our second piece of criteria. So our second piece of criteria is the grade. So we want to select the grade range, Control, Shift, down arrow, and that needs to equal what we have in cell F12. We can then close the bracket. Now the final thing to specify here is what we want it to display if it doesn't find any records. So again, we're going to say no records and put that in quote marks. We're going to close off our filter, hit enter, and take a look at that. Immediately, I know that we have no students that sat the French exam and achieved a grade of D. So what about if we start changing some of these things? So let's go for grade E. Now I can see 3 students who sat the French exam who achieved the grade of E. What about if I change the exam to maths? We have 1 student who got an E. Now remember, if you want this table to dynamically update, you need to make sure that your original data is in a table itself. Now currently, my data isn't in a table. How can I tell that? Well, when I click inside the data, if we take a look at the ribbons at the top, I don't get my table contextual ribbons. When you're clicked inside a table, you will see a table design ribbon at the top. So let's press Control T and put this data in a table. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And once again, I'm going to change this to no specific format. Now, if I was to go and add a name onto the end here, my filter isn't going to update because I'm currently using a very specific cell range, A4 to D41. So I would need to really redefine my arguments for this particular formula. So let's delete it out, and I'm going to give my table a name. So on the Table Design tab, let's call this, we'll just call it Students. Now, if we then do our filter again,
Our array is the entire table, and notice now it's picked up the name of the table as opposed to the cell range. Then we specify what we want to include. So let's open our bracket. We're going to select the exam range, and that needs to equal what we have in cell F4. Close the bracket. We're doing an AND, so we want an asterisk in here, and then we can specify our second piece of criteria. So that is going to be the grade, Control-Shift down arrow, and that needs to equal whatever we have in cell F12. Let's close off our criteria. Let's specify what we want it to say if it doesn't find any records, and then close off our filter. And if we hit enter, we get the same result. Now the difference here is that if I go and add another student to the end of this table, I should find that my filter formula updates. So I'm going to add another student that sat the maths exam and achieved a grade of E. Currently, we only have one result. I would expect this to change as soon as we add somebody else. So I'm just going to add my name to the bottom here. And maths, we want a grade E, and let's just say the 8th, 2022. So if we scroll back up now, you can see that that's automatically added that to my results. So once again, I hope you're taking note of the importance of putting your data into an Excel table if you want everything to dynamically update. In this next example, we're going to take a look at using the filter formula with the equals operator. Now, equals is a little bit different, as it will produce a result that contains either both criteria or neither criteria. So we're going to use a different example here. Now in the table on the left, I have a small little table that I've named venues, and we have a list of 10 or so different venues. So this might be that we're looking to book a venue for an event, or maybe a wedding reception or something like that. We can then see the capacity of each venue in column B, and if they provide a DJ in column C. And what I want to do here is I want to use the filter function to get a list of venues that have a capacity of greater than or equal to 400 and a DJ, or they have a capacity of less than 400 and no DJ. So let's take a look at how we would construct this. So we're going to type in equals filter. The first argument is our array. So again, this is what do we want to return. Now I want to return the venues, the capacity and the DJ. So I need to select all of the information. And because I've named this table, you can see the table name as opposed to the cell references. Comma. What do we want to include? Well, we have two pieces of criteria. So let's put the first one in brackets. And our first piece of criteria is that the capacity is greater than or equal to 400. So we want to select the capacity column, and that needs to be greater than or equal to 400. Let's close off our first piece of criteria. Now we need to use the equals operator and then enter our second piece of criteria. So let's open a bracket. The second piece of criteria is that we have a DJ. So we need to select the DJ column, and this needs to equal yes. And we need to put that in quote marks because it's text. Let's close off our bracket and specify what we want it to say if it returns no records. So this time we're going to say no venues and close off our filter formula. Let's hit enter and see what we get. So what I should be seeing here in my results are all of the venues that have a capacity of greater than or equal to 400 and a DJ. So I can see here Grand Ballroom, that fits, and these two here are both greater than 400 and they also have a DJ. But what I'm also seeing in this list are all of the venues that have a capacity of less than 400 and no DJ. So that is basically these three just here. So it might be that if we have a very large venue, I want them to provide a DJ. But if we have a smaller venue, maybe it's in a small pub or something like that, we don't require a DJ. So this is where that equals operator comes in really useful. And of course, if we put this in a table, if I add another venue onto the end, maybe I'm still scoping out different venues, then our results are going to update. So let's add the magic room onto the bottom, and we're going to say that this has a capacity of 500, and yes, it has a DJ. And now you can see that because that meets our criteria of being over 400 and having a DJ, it's adding it to my list of results. So that is the equals operator. It's basically that both criteria are true or neither criteria are true. In the final example of using logic with the filter function, we're going to take a look at the minus operator. And the minus operator works in a similar way, but what we're going to do here is we're going to produce a list of venues that have a capacity of greater than or equal to 400, or a DJ, but not both. And as you would expect, this works in a fairly similar way to all of the other operators that we've been looking at. So we're going to construct our filter function. So let's type in equals filter. Our array, as always, is going to be everything that we want to return. And because I have that in a table, it's coming up with the table name. And then we specify what we want to include. Now, with this example, I'm hard coding greater than or equal to 400 into the formula. Now that in general isn't the best way to put together your worksheets. So maybe once I've put together the invite list, I find that I have more guests than I was expecting. If I want to change this to greater than or equal to 500 or 600, it means I'm going to have to come in and change the formula where I've hard coded that value. So let's lay this out in a different way that kind of adheres more to the rules of good spreadsheet design. So let's delete out filter. And what I'm going to do over here is we're just going to add a heading that says capacity. And we're going to add into here 400. Let's also add another column for the DJ, and I'm going to put in here yes. So now, instead of hard coding these values into the actual filter formula, I can just reference the cell. So if any of this information changes, maybe I change my mind on the capacity or decide that I don't want a DJ, I can simply change it in one cell and everything else is going to update. That's a much better way of working with your spreadsheets. So now let's construct our filter formula. So equals filter, our array is going to be what we want to return, which is everything, comma, what do we want to include? Let's open a bracket for our first piece of criteria. So our first piece of criteria is that the capacity is greater than or equal to, and now we can choose our cell reference, I4. Let's close the bracket to close off our first piece of criteria. Now we're going to use the minus operator, and then we're going to put in our second piece of criteria. And that is that the DJ is equal to yes. So we can select cell J4. Let's close off the bracket. Let's specify what we want it to say if it finds no records. So we're going to say no venues. Close off our filter and hit enter. And would you take a look at that? So this one is a little bit harder to understand, this minus operator. What it's showing us are all of the venues that have a capacity of greater than or equal to 400 or a DJ, but never both. So this first one here, Ritz's, that has a capacity under 400, but it does have a DJ, so it's appearing in our results. The same for this one and the same for this one.
Now, when we get to these three just here, these venues have a capacity of greater than or equal to 400, but they don't have a DJ. So one of these is true. That's basically what will appear in the search results. One of those conditions needs to be true. But one thing that we don't see is when both conditions are true. So what we won't see in here are any venues that have a capacity of greater than or equal to 400 and a DJ. So that is the difference with this operator. And as I said, if at any point details change, for example, if I change the capacity to greater than 600 and hit enter, you can see that automatically my results update and I haven't had to go in and start messing around with this filter formula. If I change the DJ to no, again, I'm going to get a different set of results. So outputting your criteria into separate cells and using the cell reference is a much better method than hard coding it into the actual formula. Another new dynamic array available in Excel 2021 is the rand array function. And rand array allows us to generate or randomize data. So let's take a look at it in its basic form, and then we're going to see how we can apply this in a real-world scenario. So I'm going to click just somewhere on this worksheet, and we're going to type in rand array. Now notice here that we have 5 different arguments, and all of them are optional. But we're going to use all of these 5 arguments so you understand what each one does. Now, as I said, rand array will generate a random list of numbers. So the first thing we need to do here is specify how many rows of numbers we want. So I'm going to say that I want 4 rows of random numbers. I can then choose how many columns, so let's go for 4 again. And then if I want to, I can specify a minimum and a maximum value. Now I don't have to utilize minimum and maximum because none of these arguments are mandatory. If I don't specify a min or a max, then Excel is just going to generate some random numbers of its choosing. But maybe I do want to be a little bit more granular about the numbers that I'm generating. So I'm going to say that I want to generate numbers between 5 and let's say 1,000. And the final argument is if I want those numbers to be decimals or integers. So let's take a look at decimals first of all. We're going to use the false argument. Let's close the bracket and hit enter, and that is exactly what I get. Now, of course, if you want to, you can take these decimal places down just by using your number formatting, and there you have your list of random numbers. And this is particularly good if you're just trying to generate some dummy data to use in maybe training videos like this one, or maybe if you just want to practice your Excel skills, it's good to know a few techniques just to get some random or dummy test data into your worksheet. And of course, because this is a rand array formula, you could throw away the underlying formula and just have the values in the cells by doing Control-C to copy, paste special, and paste those values. So really nice and straightforward. Let's take a look at rand array again, but this time we're going to use the integer argument. So let's choose rand array. This time let's do 10 rows and we're going to do 5 columns. The minimum value is going to be 1 and the maximum value is going to be 900. And this time we're going to use the true argument so that we get integers instead. Let's hit enter, and there we go. So that final argument really just specifies if you want decimal numbers or if you want integers. So really nice and straightforward. Now that's all well and good, but how can this be useful in practical examples? Well, let's take a look at this first set of data. Now we're going to pretend that we work for a company called Big Drop Bungee. And we have the list of all of the people who are going to be doing a bungee jump today. And we want to assign them to a jump order. So who's going to go first? Because if we were to ask all of these people, they're probably going to look towards everybody else to do the first bungee jump. So we want to assign a random order for these jumpers.
And we can use randarray to help us do that. So what we're going to do here is we're going to type in equals randarray. Now, how many rows do we want to generate random numbers for? Well, I want to generate random numbers for all of these jumpers. And because my list is fairly short, it would be quite easy for me to count the number of jumpers, but I'm going to get Excel to work this out for me by going straight into a count A. Let's select our list of jumpers, close off our count A, and now we're back into our randarray formula. Now, I don't actually want to specify a minimum or a maximum, and I'm not going to specify the integer. And if you don't specify what integer you want to use, by default, you're going to get a decimal, which is fine in this case. So let's close this off, hit enter, and this is what we get. Now, notice that one of these looks slightly shorter than the other, and that's just because there is a 0 on the end of this. So just to keep things consistent, I'm going to use my increase decimal button just to make that the same as all of the others. So now that I have this list, I'm going to use my copy and paste trick to throw away the underlying formula. So let's select the numbers, Control C, and then we're going to paste special and paste the values over the top. So now we have these random decimal numbers. I'm going to sort these into order. So let's click in the jump order column, and then on the data tab, I'm going to sort these smallest to largest. So what we could say here is that whoever has the smallest number is going first, and whoever has the largest number is going last. So effectively, we've generated a random jump order for all of these different jumpers. So it looks like Lonnie has drawn the short straw, and she's going to be doing her bungee jump first. So that is a very practical use of how you can use randarray. Now, before we move on from this lesson, I want to show you one more function. Now, technically, this function isn't a dynamic array function, but it is very similar to randarray, so I thought it would be a good time to introduce it into the course, because we are going to use this quite a bit later on. Now, if we jump across to the next worksheet, I want to show you how you can use rand_between. And I will say that rand_between is one of my most used functions in Excel. Because of the type of job that I do, I'm always running training sessions, and I need to be able to generate dummy exercise files and practice files with random data. And rand_between really helps you do this. So let me show you an example of how it can be useful. So let's just say that these people are employees, and I want to generate a worksheet that shows some random employees, some random salaries, and the dates that they were hired. And I want to use this to maybe showcase sorting and filtering. So instead of going through and just typing in a salary for each of these people very manually, I want to use rand_between to generate some random numbers which I can use as salaries. So we're going to type in equals rand_between. Now rand_between just has two arguments, bottom and top. So you just specify the bottom number and then the top number, and the formula will generate random numbers between those two numbers. So let's say the bottom salary is going to be 25,000 and the top salary is going to be 50,000. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now we can double click to copy that down. Let's Control C and then paste just the values over the top. And now all I need to do is apply some currency formatting, and effectively I've very quickly created myself some random salaries. I can also utilize rand_between to generate random dates. So let's take a look at this. Now again, we just have these two arguments, but because we're using dates, we want to go straight into the date formula. So now we can specify our bottom date. So let's see, we're doing dates that people have been hired. So we're going to say that everybody was hired between 2005 and 2021. So the bottom date is going to be 2005 for the year. And we'll say the month is January and the day is the 1st of January. Let's close the bracket, comma. We now need to specify our top date.
So we go straight into the date formula again. So my top date is, we're not going to have hired anybody after December 31st, 2021. So the year is 2021, the month is 12, and the day is 31. Let's close off the date function, close off round between, and if we hit enter, we're going to get a number. Let's double click to copy that down, and we need to apply the correct date formatting. So let's jump up to here and select short date, and like magic, we've now generated ourselves some random dates between 2005 and 2021. So round between can be so helpful if you're quickly trying to create data sets to practice with, or maybe do some training with. Another great addition to dynamic array functions is the XLOOKUP function. And this is the perfect function for anybody who has ever struggled using index and match to perform lookups. The index and match formula in itself is a reasonably complicated formula, and it can be quite difficult to remember, particularly if you don't use it all that often. With the introduction of XLOOKUP, not only is it more powerful and more flexible, the notation is a lot easier. So let's take a look at a couple of examples of how we can use XLOOKUP. Now in this table on the left-hand side, I have some apps listed out. I have the category that the app belongs to, the app name, the type of app it is, the revenue, and the profit. And effectively, what I want to be able to do is select an app from the data validation drop-down list and have it return the category, the type, the profit, and the revenue. Now, normally you would look at using VLOOKUP or something like index and match for this. And in fact, in order to return the first result of the category, you would have to use index and match. Because remember, one of the big limitations of VLOOKUP is that you can't use a lookup value that's to the right of what you're trying to return. So in this case, Google Docs is to the right of the category. So this would need to be an index and match. Now, just so you get a good comparison as to how simple XLOOKUP is, let's do an index match first of all. So we're going to type in equals index. And the first thing we need to select here is the array. Now the array is what you want to return. So in this case, we want to return the category. So we need to select the category column, Control Shift down arrow to select that, comma. We now need to provide the row number. And remember, we can use the match function to help us automate the finding of that row number. Our lookup value is whatever we have in cell H3, and our lookup array is wherever we're going to find that lookup value. So that lookup value exists in the apps list, Control Shift down arrow. The final argument that we have here is the match type. And for this, we want to do an exact match of the app name in the apps list. So we want a 0 argument on the end. We're going to close off match, close off index, and hit enter. And that's going to give us our result. So let's just double check this. We need to find Google Docs. Here it is in row 9, and the category is productivity. So that's all working, and if you can remember this formula, that's fine. You can still carry on using index and match. But now let's take a look at how we can do the same thing, but this time using XLOOKUP, because I think you're going to find this a lot easier. So we're going to type in equals XLOOKUP and press the tab key. Now the XLOOKUP function has 6 arguments. And you'll notice that the last 3 are optional arguments because they're in square brackets. So you don't necessarily have to use all of these arguments. The first argument that we need to provide is the lookup value. So that's fairly straightforward. We're looking up whatever we have in cell H3. We then need to provide the lookup array. So where are we going to find that app? Well, we're going to find it in the apps list. Control Shift down arrow to select that column. The only other thing we need to provide is the return array. So what do we want to return? We want to return the category, so we need to select the category column. Control Shift down arrow. Now, if I wanted to, I could just stop right there. I don't have to go ahead with the final 3 arguments. So if I close my bracket and hit enter, it's going to give me the correct result. So now let's do the same thing, but for the type, we're going to use some of the other arguments. So let's type in equals XLOOKUP. Our lookup value, again, is whatever we have in cell H3, and we're looking it up in the apps list. We then specify the return array, so this time we want to return the type. So we need to select the type column, comma. Now let's take a look at the first optional argument, if not found. So this is where you can specify what you want it to say if it can't match the app in the table. Now if it can't find it, I just want it to say not found, and we need to put this in quote marks. The next optional argument is match mode. So this is the type of match you want to do. So much like the match function, we can choose to do an exact match, but we also have some other options here. We can do an exact match or next smaller item. We can do an exact match or next larger item, or we can do a wildcard character match. So the wildcard character match, that would be relevant if I had, for example, maybe Google asterisk as my lookup value. So we can do wildcard character matches. And these other two, where we're looking for an exact match or next smaller or larger item, I'm going to show an example of that in a moment. It's very similar to when you do a VLOOKUP approximate match. Now I want to do an exact match. I want to match the words Google Docs exactly in the table. So the next argument is a 0, comma. Now I can choose how I want to search through this list. So this is something else that you can't really do when you're performing a lookup with index and match. I can choose to search first to last or last to first. And I can even do a binary search. So if I have my items sorted in ascending or descending order, I can specify that here too. Now, if you don't provide any argument just here, the default is searching first to last. So it's going to start at the top of the table and search through the entries, top to bottom. So let's do first to last, close the bracket, hit enter, and now I get the type. Let's double check to make sure that that is correct. I can see yes, the type here for Google Docs is free ads. Let's just finish these off. Let's do the profit. So we're going to do XLOOKUP again. The lookup value is Google Docs, comma, the lookup array is where we're going to find that. That's in the apps list. The return array this time is the profit column, and I'm not going to use those optional arguments. Let's just close this off and hit enter, and we get our result. Let's just do the final one, because practice does indeed make perfect. Lookup value is H3. We're looking it up in the apps list. And we want to return the revenue this time. So we want to select the revenue column. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our result. Let's just make sure that we are still all correct. And I can see that yes, everything seems to be working. So now if I change the app that we're looking up in the drop down, everything should update nicely. So XLOOKUP is not only a lot easier in its notation, it's a lot easier to understand and remember, it also allows you to specify a few different pieces of criteria. Let's take a look at another example of XLOOKUP. Because remember, XLOOKUP is part of the dynamic array set of functions, which means that it can spill and return multiple results. So let's take a look at a quick example of that. I have a small employee table just here. We have some employee IDs, some employee names, and their department. And what I want to be able to do is type in the employee ID and have it return the employee name and the department. So we're effectively returning 2 pieces of information from this table. So we're going to type in equals XLOOKUP. Our lookup value is going to be the employee ID. We're looking it up in the employee ID range, and we want to return the employee name and the department. So when it comes to the return array, we simply just need to select everything that we want to return. I'm going to add a piece of text if it's not found. So we're going to say just not found in here. I want to do an exact match and I want to search first to last. Close the bracket, hit enter, and take a look at that. If I now change this employee ID to 1005, you can see that everything updates. It looks like Terry's in the same department. Let's choose something else, 1008. There we go. Now, if I was to enter in an employee ID that doesn't exist, so let's say 2000, I'm just going to get that if not found text in the cell. So you can use XLOOKUP to return multiple results because it is a dynamic array formula. Let's take a look at our last example. And this is where we're going to focus on that match mode argument. And this is very similar to how VLOOKUP works when you're doing an approximate match as opposed to an exact match. So what we have over here are some tax rates and some salaries. And what I want to be able to do is type in a salary and get it to return the tax rate. Now, what if the salary that we have in cell D6 doesn't exactly match a salary that we have in the table? So maybe I have in here 30,000. Now I want to apply some formatting to that, so let's just apply some accounting format and take those decimal places down. And I want it to return the tax rate. Now, because we don't have 30,000 listed exactly in this column, I effectively need to do an approximate match. So I want it to return the tax rate that it's nearest to, so I can choose if I want to return the next highest or the next smallest. So let's type in equals XLOOKUP. Our lookup value is the salary. We're looking it up in the salary column. We want to return the tax rate. I'm going to skip over the if not found option because we want to go straight to match mode. So this is where I can choose if I want to do an exact match or I match it to the next smallest item or the next largest item. Now I can't do an exact match here because 30,000 doesn't exist in the table. So do I effectively want to round it down to the one below or round it up? So I'm going to say I want to do an exact match or next larger item. So that's going to be a 1 argument. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and it's going to give me a tax rate of 25%. So if we look at the table just here, it's picked this one out because 30,000, if we were to round it up, the next tax rate would be 25%. If I was to change this to, let's go for 14,000, it's giving me a result of 12% because again, it's rounding it up to 15,000 effectively. So that match mode is very similar to VLOOKUP approximate match. The final new dynamic array formula that we're going to look at in this section is XMATCH. And this is like match on steroids because we can do so much more with XMATCH than we can do with match. So the best thing to do here is just dive in and take a look at a few different examples. Now I have 3 different examples here that we're going to run through. And this first example, we just have a very simple list of different applications. And what I want to do is I want to search for the application and return its position in the list, because that's basically what the match function does. It's going to provide you with the row number or wherever the lookup value is located. And what you'll notice about the application that we're looking up is that I'm using a wildcard character just here. So let's take a look at how we would construct this XMATCH. So we're going to type in equals, let's choose XMATCH, and we have 5 different arguments here. Once again, the last 2 are optional, so we don't need to complete those if we don't want to. Now the first argument is the lookup value. So we're looking up whatever we have in cell C5. Where are we going to look it up? Well, we're going to look it up in this list just here. What type of match do we want to do? Are we doing an exact match of the word GOO asterisk? Do we want to match exactly or to the next smaller item or to the next larger item? Well, it's going to be none of those because we're using a wildcard character. So for this one, we're going to choose number 2. And then finally, we get to specify the search mode. So if we want to search first to last, last to first, or if we've sorted our list in ascending or descending order. So I want to search first to last. So we're going to add a 1 onto the end there, close the bracket, hit enter. And I can see here that using this wildcard character, it's picked out of this list that I'm looking for Google Docs, and it's returned the position of 1. So XMatch shares many similarities with the XLOOKUP function. Let's take a look at another example. Now this time we just have a very small list of employees and we have the monetary value of the sales that they've generated. And what we're going to say here is that any of these sales agents that have generated more than $17,000 in sales are going to get a bonus. And what the XMatch formula will do is it will basically do a count because we're using numeric values, and it's going to tell us how many employees in our list will receive a bonus. So let's type in equals XMatch. Our lookup value is going to be our threshold. Where are we looking this up? Well, we're looking it up in the sales column. Now, what type of match do we want to do here? Well, I don't want to do an exact match because we're not matching exactly 17,000 in that column. What I want to say is that everybody who's achieved greater than that amount of sales is going to get a bonus. So I want to do an exact match or next larger item. So we want a 1 in there. And we're going to search first to last. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And it's telling me that 2 employees have exceeded 17,000 in sales and are going to get a bonus. Now, if I check the table over here, I can see, yes, it's only these 2 people, Adam Lacey and Lucy Jones, who will receive a bonus. Now, the third example here is an example of how you can use index with XMatch. So you're probably more familiar with using index with the match function, but you can expand on that by using XMatch. So let's return the department and the location for the employee that we have in cell G29. So we're going to start out with an index. We need to choose our array. So remember, our array is the information that we want to return. So in this case, that's going to be the department, comma. Next, we need to find the row number. Now, normally, if we were doing just a regular index and match, this is where we would go straight into our match formula. And we're going to do exactly the same thing here, but we're just going to use XMatch instead. We can now specify our lookup value, and our lookup value is the employee. We're looking up the employee name in the employee name range. And now we can choose match mode and search mode. So I want to do an exact match of the employee name, and I want to search through the list first to last. So we want a 1 on the end. Let's close off XMatch, close off index, and hit enter. Let's do that one more time for the location. So we're going to type in equals index. This time we want to return the location. So this is our array. We want to automate the finding of the row number by going straight into XMatch. Our lookup value is the employee. We want to look that up in the employee range. We want to do an exact match, and we're searching first to last. So we have a few more additional pieces of information that we can add into our formula when we're using XMatch as opposed to match. Let's close off both of our formulas, hit enter, and let's double check our result. So Adam Lacey, he's in the marketing department and he's located in the West block. If I was to change this to, let's say, Ming Sia and hit enter, all of those details update. So XMatch is pretty much the same as match. It will return the position of a lookup value, and you can combine it with index to perform a powerful and complex lookup. It's time now to complete exercise 2. And in this exercise, I'd like you to practice some of the skills that you've learnt in this section related to dynamic array functions. Now notice at the bottom we have 4 different worksheets that I want you to work through. We're going to start out on the first worksheet where we're going to practice using the unique function. So the first thing I'd like you to do is extract a list of unique months into column G. I'd then like you to extract a list of distinct months into column H. And then finally, I'd like you to count the number of unique months. Once you've done that, you can click over to the Filter and Sort worksheet. Now for this exercise, I'd like you to first create a data validation drop-down list containing unique values for the sales agent and unique values for the month. And what I'd then like you to do is use the filter function and create a filter that filters for the sales agent Ben. And I'd like you to ensure that the text No Records is displayed for 0 results. Once you've done that and it's working, I'd like you to then modify the formula to filter for sales agent Ben and the month of February. And once you have those results, I'd then like you to modify the formula again to filter for sales agent Ben or the month of February, which should give you a longer list. Once you have that longer list of results, I'd then like you to modify the formula and sort the results in ascending order by sales agent. And I'd like you to use the sort function as opposed to sorting utilities on the home or data ribbons. And then a final thing I'd like you to do is enter the total profit generated by Claire for the month of March, and I'd like you just to input that into cell P4. Once you've completed that, it's time to move on to the XLOOKUP worksheet. Now for this exercise, once again, I'd like you to create a data validation drop-down list in cell I4 containing the unique values for the sales agents. And then I'd like you to construct an XLOOKUP formula to return the team, the revenue, and the profit for whichever sales agent is selected in cell I4. And then the final part of this exercise is practicing the RAND-array function. So I'd like you to use RAND-array to add some dummy data into columns B and C for revenue and profit. And I'd like you to use the COUNTA function to work out the number of rows required. I'd like you to use 100 as the minimum value and 1000 as the maximum value, and output the values as integers, not decimals. Once you've done that, I'd like you to use paste values to just throw away the underlying formulas. So quite a bit of work to do in this exercise. Have a go at it, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is extract a list of unique months into column G. So this is fairly straightforward. We're just going to select the unique function. Our array is going to be the list of months, and that is it. Close the bracket, hit enter, and that is our unique list. Now remember, distinct is slightly different because that will return only the months that appear exactly once. So we're going to go for unique again. We still want to extract the months. We want to return the unique rows, so we need a false in here, but we want to return items that appear exactly once. So we're going to add a true on the end here and hit enter. And then finally, I asked you to count the number of unique months. So because we're counting text, we need to use COUNTA. We can then go into unique, and we can select our months, close off unique, close off COUNTA, hit enter, and the result there is 7, which should basically be the same as the number of values returned in column G. And if we take a look down the status bar, you can see that the count is in fact 7. Let's jump across to the next worksheet. Now this is where we get to practice the filter and the sort functions. And the first thing I asked you to do was to create a data validation drop-down list containing unique values for the sales agent and months. So the first thing I'm going to do is just somewhere down here is I'm going to use unique again to get a unique list of the sales agents and also a unique list of the months. So now I can use these to create my data validation drop-downs. So in cell G5, let's jump up to Data, into Data Validation. We want to create a list, and our source is going to be these values just here. We need to do exactly the same for the month, so up to Data Validation. We want to create a list, and our source are our unique months. So let's make a couple of selections. The next thing I asked you to do was to create a filter to filter for Sales Agent Ben and ensure that the text No Records is displayed if there are no results. So we want to come over here and put together our first filter. Now we want to return everything, so our array is going to be everything in this table. We now need to specify what we want to include. Now we're only including Sales Agent Ben, so we only have one piece of criteria. So we're going to include the sales agent when it's equal to what we have in cell G5. And in a moment, I'm going to switch this to say Ben. Comma. What do we want it to say if it doesn't find any records? Well, we want it to say no records. Let's close our filter and hit enter. At the moment, we're seeing the results for Claire, but we need to switch this to Ben, and there we go. This time we want to modify the formula to filter for Sales Agent Ben and the month of February. So let's switch our month to February and let's edit our formula. Now I'm going to edit this up in the formula bar. So if we delete out what we have there and just take it back, we've selected our range. Now we need to specify what we want to include. Now remember, if you have more than one piece of criteria, they need to go in brackets. So our first piece of criteria is that the sales agent needs to equal Ben. Let's close the bracket. And if we're doing an AND filter, we need to add the multiplication symbol, because our second piece of criteria is that the month is equal to February. Let's close the bracket. We want it to say no records. If it doesn't find anything, let's close and hit enter. And now we get two results for Sales Agent Ben in the month of February. Next, I wanted you to modify the formula to filter for Sales Agent Ben or February. So this is where we're changing that operator. So let's go back up to our formula, and instead of an asterisk in here, we just need to switch this out for a plus instead. So now we're getting a slightly longer list of results because we're filtering for Sales Agent Ben or the month of February. Then I asked you to modify the formula and sort the results in ascending order by sales agent. So once again, let's jump up to the formula bar and we're just going to add sort onto the front. The array is generated by the filter formula. Let's go to the end. Our sort index, well, we want to sort by the sales agent, which is column number 1. And we want to sort in ascending order, so we need another 1 on here. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our new list of sorted results. The final thing I asked you to do was to enter the total profit generated by Claire for the month of March in cell P4. So let's switch our filter to Claire, and we're going to change our formula. So this time, we're going to say filter. We want to select everything. We have two pieces of criteria. The first piece is that we want to filter for Sales Agent Claire. So Sales Agent must equal Claire. And so we need an asterisk in there. We want to filter for the month of March. So let's select month. That needs to equal what we have in cell G8. And again, I'm going to change this to March in a moment. Let's close the bracket. Let's add our text for no records. Close the bracket again and hit enter. Now let's make sure that we switch this to March, because the final thing we needed to do was enter the total profit for Claire in cell P4. So this is a very straightforward sum calculation. Let's just type it in. We're looking for the total profit, so let's select both of those cells, hit enter, and there we go, 555. Let's move on to the next part of this exercise. The first thing we need to do here is create a data validation drop-down list containing unique values for the sales agents. Now, all of these sales agents are unique, which makes this a little bit simpler. We can go up to data validation. We don't need to do unique first of all. We're going to create a list, and our source is going to be this range just here. Let's click on OK. And I'm just going to select a sales agent from here because now we want to use an XLOOKUP formula to return the team, the revenue, and the profit. So let's type in XLOOKUP. Our lookup value is whatever we have in cell I4. Our lookup array, well, our lookup array is the sales agent range. And our return array is going to be the team. Close the bracket, hit enter, and that gives us our result. We're going to do exactly the same to lookup, the revenue, and the profit. So our lookup value is I4. We're looking it up in the sales agent column, and this time we're returning the revenue. Close the bracket, hit enter. And finally, we need to do the same for the profit. Lookup value is I4. We're looking that up in the sales agent range, and this time we're returning the profit. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we go. And we should find that when we select somebody else from this list, everything updates. The final part of this exercise was to practice using the rand array function to add some dummy data into columns B and C. So let's click in cell B5 and type in rand array. Now the first argument here is how many rows of numbers do we want? Well, I want the number of rows to be equal to the number of sales agents. So I'm going to use the COUNTA function to work out how many rows I have. How many columns of numbers do I want? Well, I want to fill revenue and profit, which is 2 columns. I want the minimum value to be 100, the maximum value to be 1,000, and I want to show these as integers as opposed to decimals. So we need a true argument on the end. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and like magic, I get my dummy data. The final part of this exercise was just to throw away the underlying rand array formula so that these are just values. So let's select them all, Control C to copy. Let's go to the Home tab and we can just paste special, paste values. And that is it. So quite a long exercise for this section. I hope you got on okay with that, and I will see you in the next exercise. In this section of the course, we're going to take a look at some more advanced lookup and reference functions. And we're going to start out in this lesson by taking a look at how we can perform two-way lookups. And I'm going to show you two different methods. We're going to use index and match first of all, and then I'm going to show you how you could do the same thing but using the new XLOOKUP function. Now, what exactly do we mean by a two-way lookup? Well, effectively, what we want to do is we want to look up information using two pieces of criteria as opposed to one. Now, if we take a look at the table that we have on the worksheet, this basically just lists out a few different travel companies. We then have the months, January to December, listed across the top. And then in the middle here, the main bulk of our data is some sales figures that each of these companies have generated by month. And what I'm aiming to do is I want to be able to select a month and a company and have it return the sales figure. So we're doing a two-way lookup because we need to use two lookup values. We need to look up the month and then we need to look up the company to get our result. Now, before we get into constructing the formulas, there's some prep work that we need to do here. And all of this prep work is really just to make your life a lot simpler and easier. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is put my data into a good old Excel table, Control T. Yes, my table has headers. Let's click on OK. And immediately I'm going to change that to no particular format. Let's give this table a name. So let's call this travel_data. Now, one thing I don't really need here are these filter buttons in the column heading. So if we go up to Table Design, we can simply deselect Filter Button to get rid of those. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to create two data validation drop-down lists so I can simply select the month and the company. I don't really want to spend time typing each one in to get my result. Now, what I've found in the past is that if I create a data validation drop-down list and I use this range running horizontally across the page, it doesn't tend to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to output January to December, and I'm going to flip them around so we have them in a vertical list, and then I'm going to use that list for my data validation. Now, a quick way of just flipping around data is to use the transpose function. Now, this is something you may have used in Paste Special previously, but there is also a function to do the same thing. And all we need to do is select our range, press enter, and it's going to give us a vertical output. Now, I want to throw away the underlying formulas, so Control C, and then we're going to Paste Special and paste the values. So now that I have this list, I'm going to create a data validation dropdown. So up to Data, into Data Validation, we want to create a list, and our source is going to be this over here, and click on OK. So now I have all of those values listed in a drop-down. We're going to do the same for the companies. Now, I have these in a vertical list already, so this is straightforward. Data validation. We're going to create a list, and our source is just going to be these values here, and click on OK. Now, the final step of preparing this data that I'm going to do is I'm going to create some named ranges to make our formula a lot simpler to understand. So I'm going to create a named range for the company's range, for the months, and also for the data. So let's start out with the months. I'm going to select all of those cells, and then in the name box, we're just going to call this months. Let's select the companies. We're going to call this companies. And then let's select our data set. And we're just going to call this data. So now let's go in and let's build our first two-way lookup. And the first method I'm going to use is index and match. So let's type in equals index. The first thing we need to choose is our array. Now remember, the array is where we're going to find our answer. So our answer is going to be somewhere within these numbers. Now, instead of selecting the cell range, because I've named my ranges, I can simply press the F3 key, and that's going to show me all of the ranges that I have in my workbook. So I can choose the data range. We need to automate the finding of the row number using match. What is our lookup value? Well, we have two different lookup values. We need to look up the month, but we also need to look up the company. So let's deal with the month first of all. My lookup value is going to be B13. Where am I going to look that up? Well, I want to look it up in this month range at the top. Now again, because we named that range, we can simply press the F3 key and select the months range. Comma. We want to do an exact match of that month name in that range. So we want a 0 on the end there. Let's close off our first match. Now, because this is a two-way lookup, we need to go straight into another match. And this time we're going to look up the company. So our lookup value is A14. Where are we looking it up? Well, if we press F3, we're looking it up in the company's range. And we're doing an exact match. Let's close off our match, close off our index, and then when we hit enter, we should find we get the correct result. So let's double check. We're looking at May, sun and sales, which is this value just here. And I can see that, yes, that is the same. Let's select something else. Let's go for January and go explore. There we go. That's exactly right. So a few steps there to achieve a really nice two-way lookup. Now that is the method using index and match. But of course, we can do exactly the same thing using the new XLOOKUP function. So let me show you how this works. Let's delete it out. We're going to type in equals XLOOKUP. So what is our lookup value? Again, we have two different lookup values. Let's deal with the months first of all. We're looking up January. Where are we looking it up? Well, we can press that F3 key. We want to look it up in the months, comma. The next argument is the return array. Now, when we're using XLOOKUP, we specify the return array last. So we want to go straight into our next XLOOKUP. Our lookup value is the company, and we're looking that up in the companies range, F3, companies, comma. Now we can specify what our return array is. So our return array is going to be those numbers. F3, let's select the data, and I could carry on going. So if I want to specify a value, if it's not found, a match mode, a search mode, I can definitely do that. So let's do that. I'm going to add in not found if it can't find what I'm looking for. The match mode is going to be exact, and we're going to search first to last. Let's close off both of our XLOOKUPs and hit enter. And now take a look at what we get. That looks good so far. If we switch to April and let's say footsteps, I'm getting the correct value. The choose function in Excel returns a value from a list using its given position or index. And choose can be useful in many different scenarios, and its power increases when it's combined with other functions. So let's take a look at choose in its most basic form first of all. So what I could do here, if I just click in a random cell somewhere on the worksheet, if we type in equals choose, notice we have 3 arguments just here. Now there are actually more than 3 arguments again because we have those 3 dots at the end. Now the first argument is the index number. Now I'm going to type in a 2 here. This won't make too much sense to you at the moment, but just bear with me because it will all become clear. Comma, value number 1. Now I'm going to enter in 3 values. We're just going to use colors. So let's go for red as our value 1. We're going to say blue is our value 2 and green is our value 3. Now if I press enter, what result do you think I'm going to get here? It's going to return blue. And that's because it's using this index number here, the number 2, to pick the second item that I have listed out. If I was to change this index number to 1, I'm going to get red. And as you would expect, if I change this to 3, I'm going to get green. I could even do this using cell references instead. So if I have red, blue, and green listed out in cells, I could say equals choose, index number, let's say 3 this time. And instead of typing the values out, I can use the cell references. So we have value 1. I'm going to lock that cell reference, value 2, and finally value 3. Close the bracket, hit enter, and because we're selecting the third item, it's returning the word green. So choose can help you choose a value based on an index or a position number. Now that's all well and good, but how can this be useful? Well, let's take a look at a couple of examples. Now, if we take a look at this first table, we just have some employee names and we have a code next to them. And we need to complete the department for each of these employees. Then over on the right-hand side, we have the code and then we have the department that that code relates to. So effectively, what I want to do is I want it to look at the code, I want it to match it over here and return the corresponding department. Now we could use a VLOOKUP to do this. So let's do that first of all, and then I'll show you why there is an advantage to using choose instead. So I could do equals VLOOKUP. The lookup value is going to be the code. The table array is this over here, F4 to G7, and we need to make sure that we lock that. The column index number, so what do we want to return? We want to return the department, which is column number 2. And we're going to do an exact match, which is a false argument. Hit enter, and then I can copy that formula down. And that's going to give me the correct result. Everything corresponds to this little table. However, what happens to this formula if I was to delete this table over here? Well, if I delete it out, I suddenly get NA errors because this VLOOKUP doesn't have anything to refer to. So this is where choose has an advantage, because we're actually specifying all of our arguments within one function when we're not referring to an external table or external data. So let's undo, and we're going to do this again, but this time we're going to use choose. So let's type in equals choose. Our index number is going to be the code, and then we can specify our values. So I could type directly into here, sales, then we have HR, then marketing, and then finally we have finance. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and then when I copy this down, it's giving me exactly the same results as the VLOOKUP, but if I was to delete this data over here, it's not going to affect the choose formula because we're referring to the different departments directly within the formula. Now, of course, if we were to use cell references in the choose formula for sales, HR, marketing, and finance, instead of actually typing out the words, we're going to have the same situation as we do with the VLOOKUP. Because the formula would be referring to cells over here, if we were to delete this data, then that's going to give us some errors in our formulas. But we can use choose in a similar way to a VLOOKUP, and then it doesn't matter if we delete the data or not. Now, another way that you can use choose, and this is something, again, that I do frequently, and this is particularly useful if you want to create some data that you can just use for training or practicing Excel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these departments, Control C, let's just paste those. I'm going to paste them all the way over here because this formula can get quite long. Now I'm going to add a few more departments onto the end here. So let's say projects, development, and IT. Now it might be that for this list of employees, I want to assign a random department to them. I can use a combination of choose and rand between to do that. So we can type in equals, let's go for choose, and this time we're going to go straight into rand between. Now remember, with this formula we need to define a bottom and a top number. And rand between will generate random numbers between those two numbers. So my bottom number is going to be 1, and my top number is basically going to be the count of the number of different departments that I have. Now I only have a short list. I could type in 7, or I can get Excel to do the hard work for me by using account A, selecting the range, and we need to lock that range if we're going to copy this formula down. So we can close off our count A, close off our rand between, and now we're back into our choose formula. So now I can specify my different values. So my first value is cell J23. Let's lock that. The next one is HR. Then we have marketing. Next is finance, projects, development, and finally we have IT. Let's close off our choose formula. If we hit enter, we can then copy this down, and we're basically getting this list of departments but in a random order. And the way that this function works is rand between is basically assigning a number between 1 and 7 randomly to each of these names, and then that number is being used to reference one of these departments, 1 to 7. And of course, if you want to throw away the underlying formulas, you can Control C and paste values over the top. So this is something I use all the time when I'm generating random data sets for practice purposes. Now let's look at our final example of using choose. Now here I have a list of dates. And what I basically want to do is I want Excel to look at the date in column A, and I want it to tell me what quarter this date falls into. Now there are a couple of different ways that you could do this. We could do this using the round up function. So if we type in round up, we're then going to go straight into the month function, Let's select the month, and then we want to divide it by 3, which is going to give us the quarters. The final thing to specify is the number of digits. Now, I don't want any digits on the end, so let's close the bracket, hit enter, and then if I copy this formula down, it's going to tell me that these ones are all part of quarter 1, these ones are quarter 2, these are quarter 3, so on and so forth. Now, another way that you could do this is by using choose. So let's type in equals choose. Then we want to go straight into the month function again, and our serial number is going to be the date. Now we can specify our values. So the way that this works is that the first quarter is made up of 3 months, so January, February, March. The second quarter is made up of April, May, June, so on and so forth throughout the year. So we're going to assign a value to each of the months. So January is 1, so's February, so's March. We then have April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So we're assigning a value to each of those months. Hit enter, and we should find that we get exactly the same thing. Now, some people find this choose formula easier to remember than this round up formula. And I will leave that down to you to determine which one you want to use. But I just wanted to showcase there a few examples of how you can use choose in real life scenarios. The switch function is very similar to the choose function and can be a good replacement for something like VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look at an example of how you can use switch. Now, what we have here in column D are some movies listed out. In column E, we have a ratings column, which is currently blank. And then in column F, we have the IMDb score for that movie. And what I effectively want to do here is complete the ratings column using the IMDb score. And if we take a look over on the left-hand side, we have a little table here that shows the rating and the score that's attributed to that rating. Now, of course, this is a scenario that is kind of perfect for some kind of lookup function like VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP. And it's worth noting that the switch function, despite the fact that it is really a lookup function, you're not going to find it under the lookup and reference group of functions in the functions library. You'll actually find switch underneath logical. Now, before we get on to working with switch, let's take a look at how we would do this if we were using XLOOKUP. And then we can do a good comparison between the two. So we're going to type in XLOOKUP. Now the lookup value is going to be the IMDb score, comma. Where are we looking this up? What is our lookup array? Well, our lookup array is going to be wherever we're going to find this score. So this is our lookup array, B3 to B7. Now we're going to copy this formula down, so we don't want those cells moving, so F4 to lock. What is our return array? Well, we want to return the rating. So we need to select A3 to A7, F4 to lock, and then we close off our XLOOKUP. Let's hit enter. Let's copy this down, and we get exactly what we're looking for. Now, of course, the disadvantage with this, again, is if we were to delete this table or delete the values out, we're going to get NA errors in column E. So one advantage that the switch function and the choose function also have is that we don't necessarily have to have what we're looking up in a table or a list, because we define our values from within the formula. So let's do the same thing, but this time we're going to use switch. So Control-Shift down, just delete out everything that we have in there, and this time we're going to use switch. Our first argument is the expression. So this is basically, what are you looking up? So I want to look up the score, comma. Now I get to define the different values. So the first value I need to define is a score of 9. If it finds a score of 9, it's going to return the word excellent. If it finds a score of 8, it's going to return the words very good. 7 is going to be good. 6 is okay. And finally, 5 is poor. And close the bracket. So now if I hit enter and copy this formula down, it's going to produce exactly the same result as the XLOOKUP. The only difference here is that if this data gets deleted out of this table, it has absolutely no effect on the values in column E, because we're defining our values that we're using as opposed to referring to them via cell references in an external table or some kind of list elsewhere on the worksheet. So that is the advantage that switch, and to a lesser extent choose, have over XLOOKUP and VLOOKUP. So you might find there are certain scenarios where switch is going to be extremely useful to you, particularly if you don't want big long lists of data or tables of data on your worksheet. You just want the results. It's time now to do exercise 3. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section. So the first thing I'd like you to do in this exercise is practice two-way XLOOKUPs. So I'd like you to replace the words month in cell K4 and team in cell A3 with data validation drop-down lists that contain the months and also the teams. I'd then like you in cell L4 to add a two-way XLOOKUP formula to look up the month and the team and return the sales total. And then I'd like you to test this formula is working by checking that your results are correct by finding them in the table. Once you've done that, it's time to move on to the next part of this exercise. And in this exercise, we're going to practice using choose and rand between. So I have a list of team members just here, and what I want to do is assign them to a team based on colors. And I want the color assignment to be random for each of the team members. So I'd like you to combine the choose and the rand between functions to assign team members randomly to a team based on the colors that we have listed just here. And then in the final part of this exercise, I'd like you to practice using the switch function. So I'd like you to use the switch function to search in this table up here for the job ratings for each employees, but instead of the job rating, I'd like you to return the grade that's attributed to each of the job ratings. And I'd like you to use the switch function here as opposed to the probably slightly easier option of using a lookup function. So quite a few things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So in the first part of this exercise, I asked you to replace the words month and team with data validation drop-down lists. So let's get rid of the word month and do our first drop-down. So into data validation, we're going to choose list, and we need a list of the months. So our source is going to be A4 to A15. That looks perfect. We're going to do exactly the same for team. Let's go into data validation. We want to create a list, but this time our source are the teams just here. Let's click the drop down. Looking good. Now that we have these two drop downs, I want to create a two-way XLOOKUP formula that's going to find the value in this table based on my selections in the drop down lists. So we're going to type in equals XLOOKUP. So our first lookup value is going to be the month, comma. Where are we looking it up? Well, we're looking it up in the month array, comma. Now we need to go into our second XLOOKUP. This time we're looking up the team. We're looking this up in the team array. What do we want to return? Well, our result could be anywhere in our table, so we need to select all of the values. Let's close off the first XLOOKUP, close off the second, and hit enter. And now we get our result. Let's just apply a little bit of accounting format and take those decimal places down. And let's check that our result is correct. So if we take a look at March, Team 4, this is the answer, 3254. And that's exactly what we have. If we change the month to, let's go for January, and we'll say Team 2, let's check that in the table. That should be our result, which it is. So once you've completed that part of the exercise, let's move on to the Choose worksheet. Now for this, I asked you to use the choose and ran between functions to assign team members randomly to a team based on color. So in here, what we want to do is we want to type in equals choose, and then we want to generate some random numbers. So we're going to go straight into rand between. Now the random numbers that we want to generate are going to correspond to these colors in the list. So what is the bottom random number that we want to generate? Well, it's going to be number 1. What is the top? Well, I have 4 items, so the top number is going to be 4. Now I'm back into my choose function, and I can assign meaning to the random numbers that I'm generating by assigning them to colors. So whenever we get a number 1 generated, it's going to output red, and we're going to lock this because we want to copy it down. Whenever there's number 2, we're going to get the next color. Whenever there's a number 3, we're going to get green, and whenever there's a number 4, we're going to get white. Let's close off choose, hit enter, and now if we double click to copy this down, we have a bunch of random colors generated for each team member. The final part of this exercise was to use the switch function to search in the table for the job rating and return the corresponding grade. So we have the job ratings up here, and we have exactly what those job ratings mean. So excellent, very good, okay, or poor. And in the table below, I have a list of employees, the job rating that they've achieved, but I want to return the grade. Now, of course, we could do this using some kind of lookup function, but I wanted you to use the switch function. So let's type in equals switch. Our expression, so what are we evaluating here? We're evaluating the value in cell B12. What is our value? Well, if the value in cell B12 is 1, then we want it to output the word excellent. If the value is 2, we want the word very good. If the value is 3, then we want it to say okay. And if the value is 4, we want it to say poor. Close off the bracket. Let's hit enter. That looks good so far. Double click to copy down, and there we have our results. Remember, the main advantage of doing it this way over lookups is that I could now freely delete out this table at the top, and it's not going to affect my formula. So that's the end of this exercise. I hope you got an okay with that. I will see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can use median and mode. And both median and mode are statistical functions. And if you're looking for them on the formulas ribbon, you're not going to see statistical functions listed out here. You're going to need to click on More Functions. And you'll find a group called Statistical, and both of them are in here. If we scroll down to the M section, we have median and we have mode. Now, one thing to note here is that we have 2 mode functions, mode.mult and mode.single. In previous versions of Excel, and I'm talking pretty old versions of Excel, sort of pre-2010, we only had a mode function. And mode definitely had its limitations, which meant that Microsoft implemented 2 new functions, mode.mult and mode.single. I'm going to take a look at both of these so you understand the difference. Now, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to find the average. And we're going to use this little table over here, which basically registers the steps per day of a particular person. So in general, they do between 5,000 and 6,000 steps per day over roughly a month and a half. So if I want to find what the average number of steps per day for this person were, and remember an average is also known as the mean, we can simply use our average function. We should all be very familiar with this. We can simply select our data, A3 to E12, close off the bracket, and we can see that the average number of steps per day is 5,617. Now the median is similar to average, but it finds the middle value in the list. And a lot of the time you'll find that the median value is different to the average value. Remember, with an average, Excel will basically add up all the numbers and divide it by the number of values to get the average, whereas median will effectively sort all the numbers into order and find the middle value. So let's take a look at the median for this data set. So we're going to click in cell H3, type in equals median, and we're just going to select our data range, close the bracket, hit enter, and we have a completely different number. Now this number is also affected by whether you have an odd number of values or an even number of values. If you have an odd number of values, then Excel will take the middle value, whereas if you have an even number of values, it will take the two middle values and average them to get the median. So that's how it calculates this number. Now let's move on to mode. Now if we type in equals mode, notice that we have three functions in this list: mode multi, mode single, and then we have mode. And what you'll notice about mode is that we have this little warning triangle next to it, and that basically means that this is the compatibility version of mode. So this is a formula that's available in older versions of Excel, so Excel 2010 or previous. Mode has since been replaced in later versions of Excel with the two functions that you can see above. And both of these do slightly different things. It is worth noting, though, that if you do use the two new functions in your spreadsheet and you send this spreadsheet to somebody using a very old version of Excel, they might not be able to see these calculations because these two functions won't be available to them in their version. Now, hopefully that won't be too much of a problem. There aren't that many people these days who are still using Excel 2010 or Excel 2007, but it's definitely something to be aware of. So let's take a look at mode single first of all. Now, mode single works pretty much the same as the old mode function. And what mode single will do is it will look through our data and it will produce a result, or it will tell us which one of these values occurs most frequently. So I have quite a few values in this data set that repeat. So I want to find out which one occurs most often. So we're just going to select our data set one more time. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And I can see that 5713 occurs the most. Now I'm just going to check that by applying some conditional formatting. And I'm just going to highlight the cells that match 5713. And I can see that I have 4 occurrences of this value. Now there are other numbers that occur multiple times in this data set. And if I highlight all of the duplicates, you can see all of the numbers which occur more than once. And this is pretty much what mode multiple does. It will find the value that occurs the most, so in this case it's going to be 5713. We know that this occurs 4 times, but mode multiple will also show us all of the other values that also occur 4 times. And this is something that the old mode function in earlier versions of Excel couldn't handle. Hence why we now have 2 new formulas. So if we do mode.multi and select our cell range, let's close the bracket and hit enter. Notice that these results work like a dynamic array. They spill down into the other cells. Now I'm going to take the decimal places down all the way on these numbers, and I can now see that these 3 values occur 4 times in my data set. So you use mode multiple if you want to extract multiple results. Most of us are used to using min and max to find the largest and the smallest values in a range of data. But we also have a couple of functions called large and small, which will help us find not the largest and the smallest values, but the second, third, fourth, fifth largest and smallest values in a range of data. So let's take a look at how this works. Now, the data that we're using here are just some album sales. We can see the year that the album was released, the artist, the album name, the genre that that album belongs to, and then we have the sales of that album. So in this first table, I want to find out what the top 5 sales totals were. So if I want to find out the top one, this is fairly straightforward. We can simply use max. Let's select our sales range, close our bracket, hit enter, and I can see that the top selling album sold 4.5 million copies. But what if I want to find the second, third, fourth, and fifth best-selling albums by sales total? Well, this is where I would use the large function. Now, if we type in equals large, notice that we have 2 arguments, array, and then we have k. Now, array is basically going to be what we want to return, which is going to be one of these sales values. And k is where we specify whether we want to return the second largest, the third largest, the fourth, so on and so forth. So if I want to return the second largest value, I can simply type a 2 in there. Now, if I close my bracket and hit enter, it's going to tell me that the second best-selling album sold 3,300,000 copies. And actually, looking at this, these shouldn't really be monetary values. This is the number of copies, so let's change that to number and take those decimal places down. And we'll also modify our formatting just here as well. We need to take that to number and take those down, and let's add a comma separator. Perfect. Now, if I want to copy this formula down like that, it's not really going to work, because for each formula, it's attempting to pull back the second largest. And also, because we didn't lock the table range, those cell references are moving down each time. So these 3 values that it's returning is not correct. So this is where using a cell reference for that k value can really help. So if we do large again, and let's select our array, and I'm going to lock it this time by pressing F4. And for our value, because we want to return the third largest, I'm going to use the cell reference that contains 3. Let's close the bracket and hit enter, and now I should be able to drag this value down, and I'm going to get the correct results. Similarly, we can use the small function to tell us what the second lowest, third lowest, fourth lowest values are. Now, if I want to find the lowest, I could use min. So we're going to select our range, close the bracket, hit enter, and there we get our min. Now, once again, I'm just going to change these to numbers. Now, if I want to find the second lowest, I can use small. We can select our array. This is exactly the same as using large. Press F4 to lock, and then I'm going to use the cell reference G5 as that k value. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I can copy these down. So really nice and straightforward. Now, what if I want to move this on a little bit and maybe find the highest sales in the pop genre? Now, if I want to find the absolute highest, I could use the max ifs function for this. So let's type in max ifs. My max range, well, I want to return the sales again. So E4 to E32. And we're going to press F4 to lock that. And now we need to specify our criteria and our criteria range. Well, we only want to look for sales for albums in the pop genre. So our criteria range is going to be the genre, and we need to lock that. And our criteria is going to be pop. Now, I don't have that written out in a cell, so I'm just going to type it in quote marks into the formula. Let's hit enter, and that is the result that I'm getting. So let's apply the same formatting. And if I take a quick look 4,500. Well, I can see that sitting just there, and yes, that is in the pop genre. Now, if I want to find out the second largest, third largest, fourth and fifth in the pop genre, I could use large in a slightly different way. So we're going to do a large, but we're going to combine it with an if. So my logical test is if the genre, F4 to lock, is equal to pop. If that's true, we want to return the sales values, and we want to return the second largest. So I'm going to use a cell reference just here. And I also have to remember to lock this one, F4. And let's close off our large formula. Let's hit enter. We can copy this down and then apply our formatting. Let's do that again, but this time for the lowest sales in the hip hop genre. So once again, we can use min ifs to find the very lowest value. So our min range is what we want to return. So that's going to be the sales. We need to do F4 to log. Our criteria and our criteria range, well, our criteria range is going to be genre, F4 to lock. And this time we're looking for hip hop. So we want to put that in quote marks. Close the bracket, hit enter, and there we go. And if we want to find out the second lowest, we can use small and combine it with if. Our logical test is if the genre, F4 to lock, is equal to hip hop, then we want to return, if that's true, the sales, F4 to lock, but we want to return the second largest. Close off our small function. Hit enter, and then we can safely drag this down. Last thing to do is just to apply some formatting. So let's add a comma separator and take those decimal places all the way down. So that is how you can use large and small, and also a little bit of a look at max ifs and min ifs as well, if you weren't familiar with those two useful functions. In this lesson, we're going to talk about ranking data within a list. And the example that we're going to use is a list of movies in column A, and then in column B, we have the number of 5-star reviews that those movies have received. And what we want to do in column C is rank those movies according to the number of 5-star reviews. So effectively, I want to see which movies have the highest number of 5-star reviews all the way down to the bottom. Now, there are a couple of ways that I could do this, and the most obvious one would be to simply sort this column, column B, and have the highest value at the top going all the way down to the lowest. But the issue that you have when it comes to sorting is that it's going to sort the movie titles as well. And I want to keep these in the order that they're currently in. So instead, what I could do is I could have another column, column C, where I just list out the rank of each movie, which position in the list it falls into according to the number of 5-star reviews. So for this, we're going to use the rank function in Excel. Now, the first thing you'll notice here when you type in rank is that you get a number of different options come up in Excel's IntelliSense menu. And we're only really interested in the top 3. Now notice rank, which is the third one in this list, this function is the one that we used to use in older versions of Excel. And it's still there as a legacy feature for anybody who's still using a very old version of Excel. The functionality of the rank function has since been replaced with the function above, rank.eq. So this is the one that we're going to use for this first example. Let's press the Tab key to select it. Now the rank function has 3 arguments, number, reference, and then we have a third optional argument, order. And this is a really straightforward formula to use. The first thing we need to provide is the number that we want to rank, so that is going to be cell B4. The reference is what we want to rank it against. So I want to rank this value in cell B4 against the other values in column B. Now, because I don't have any other data other than the data that I'm currently using in column B, I could select the entire column simply by clicking at the top of the column heading. If I did have additional data further down here, it would work out better for me to highlight the exact cell reference. But for this example, we can use the column. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and now I can double click to fill that formula down. So I can see that the movie 12 Angry Men is ranked 12th by the number of 5-star movie reviews. And if we scroll down and look through this list, I can see here, if I'm looking for the number 1 reviewed movie, I can see that it's The Departed. Now, when we typed in this formula, there was an additional optional argument on the end, which is order. Now, if I press the comma here, notice that we can choose if we want to rank these in descending, or ascending order. And the default here is descending. But if I change this to a 1 on the end and press return and then double click to copy that down, 12 Angry Men, if we're working from the bottom of the list, is in the 39th position. And effectively, the movie that's ranked 1 will be the one with the fewest 5-star reviews, and that one would be 7 Samurai. Now, I'm going to just edit this formula, and I don't want to sort them in ascending order. Let's put that back to descending, and double-click to copy that formula down. Now, if I was to sort these 5-star reviews, this is going to make them a little bit easier to see. So let's go to Data, and let's sort these largest to smallest. Now, what would happen if I had 2 movies that achieved exactly the same number of 5-star reviews? So let's cheat a little bit here and change the one underneath the Green Mile to the same value, so 9714. Take a look at what happens to the rank. It's going to assign it the same number. Also notice that now it's skipped over number 5. Also notice that we don't have a movie ranked in the 5th position because we have 2 movies occupying the 4th position. So just something to be aware of when you're working with rank EQ. Let's take a look at another example. This time I'm going to show you rank average, which is the other function that we have in that drop-down list. Now what I have here are some dates and we have some calls logged. So maybe this is some information from a call center and we're just reviewing how many calls they logged on any particular day. So what I can do here, let's do a rank first of all. I'm going to do rank EQ again. Let's just select that one. My number is going to be the number of calls logged. And my reference, well, I want to compare it to the rest of the values in column B. I'm happy with the default of descending order, so I don't need that final argument. Let's hit enter, and then I can double click to copy that down. And this is going to show me the days that achieved the highest number of calls. And once again, I could sort this list to make it a bit easier, but I can see that this is in the number 1 position. So on January the 4th, 2022, we received the highest amount of calls of 197. Now, what about rank average? What does that one do? So let's type in equals. We're going to go for rank again, and the top option there is rank average. Now this has exactly the same arguments, so let's do the same thing. We're going to rank cell B4 against everything else in column B, and we're going to sort in descending order, so we'll just accept the default. I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I can double click to copy that down. Now I'm going to sort these calls in descending order to make this a bit easier to see. So let's sort largest to smallest. And you'll find that the rank average is the same for many of these. So you can see here for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so on and so forth, it's pretty much the same. But take a look at these first 2. The rank average is 1.5, whereas the rank is 1. So what's occurring here? Well, effectively, the way that Excel works out the rank average is it says this value is in position 1 and this value is in position 2. So if you add 1 and 2 together, you get 3. And what would be the average of 3 over these 2 items? Well, it would be 1.5. So that is where it gets its average from. The same thing down here. This value is in position 16. This value is in position 17. So if you add 16 and 17 together, you get 33. What's 33 divided by 2? Well, it is 16.5. So that is the difference between rank and also rank average. COUNTBLANK is one of those formulas that pretty much does exactly what it says on the tin. It counts all blank cells in a selected range. And sometimes this can be really useful in many different scenarios. So let's take a look at how COUNTBLANK works. Now in this first example, we have a table on the left-hand side that just has some order IDs, some customer names, and then we have email addresses for some of our customers. Now it appears that some of the customers haven't left their email address when they've placed an order. So I've been tasked by my manager to go through all of our customers and tell him how many haven't left an email address. And this is really going to determine if we're going to spend any money on developing our order system and making email addresses mandatory prior to placing an order. So I can use the COUNTBLANK function for this. And it works exactly as you would expect. We're going to type in equals, and it's this one just here, COUNTBLANK. And we have one argument for this, and that is the range of cells. So all I need to do here is select this range, C4 to C23, and it's going to tell me that out of 20 customers, 7 of them have not left their email address. Now currently this data that I'm reviewing isn't in a table. So as I add more customers to the bottom of this list, my COUNTBLANK formula isn't going to update. So again, this is another reason why using tables is so important. Let's press Ctrl T, click on OK, and I'm going to leave the table style as it is. Let's give our table a name. We're going to call this Orders. And now I'm going to update my COUNTBLANK formula. So let's replace the cell reference with the table name this time and hit Enter. So now if we add a new customer onto the bottom, so let's say the order number is 1020, and I'm just going to use my name, why not? Notice that my formula has updated, so now we have 8 people in the list who don't have an email address. Now if I was to add my email address in here, and I will say that this isn't my actual email address, but let's add one in and hit Enter, that COUNTBLANK formula goes back down to 7 because it's no longer a blank cell. So make sure that you put your data in a table and then your COUNTBLANK formula will constantly update. Now another quick tip here, notice as I've entered in my email address, it's automatically turned it into a hyperlink. Now the other email addresses in here are not hyperlinks, so if you just want to remove that hyperlink and just have it as plain text, just right click on the cell and choose Remove Hyperlink. Let's take a look at another example of using COUNTBLANK. Now what I have in the table on the right hand side are a list of employees, and I have days of the week across the top, and then I have a Y which tells me on which days these employees are scheduled to work. And the first thing I want to do here is I want to just do a count of how many days each employee is working. So this is just a straightforward count A. I'm going to select this row, close the bracket and hit Enter, and then I can copy that formula down, and that just lets me know how many days each of my employees is scheduled to work. Now, what about if my manager comes to me and he's looking at rearranging the scheduling around a little bit because we need more cover on certain busier days? What would be really useful to know is how many employees are off on Mondays, how many are off on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, so on and so forth. And this is where the COUNTBLANK function can come in really handy in a practical example. So let's go for COUNTBLANK. Our range, we just want to select Monday. Close the bracket, hit Enter, and then I can drag this formula across and I can see how many employees we have off each day. So on Saturday, we have the most amount of employees off, but Friday and Saturday are our busiest evenings. So this is really going to help my manager when it comes to analysing how he wants to reorder the scheduling of staff. So COUNTBLANK can be used in many different situations and is a really useful formula to have in your Excel toolkit. It's time now to do exercise 4. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section. So in the first part of this exercise, I'd like you to practice using average, median and mode. And I'd like you to find the average, median and mode for the numbers in the table. And I want you to ensure that when you're calculating the mode, you return all values that occur more than once. In the second part of this exercise, I'd like you to practice using the large and small functions. So first, I'd like you to find the top 3 largest values in the table, and then I'd like you to return the corresponding product. So think about the formula you might need to use in order to do that. I'd then like you to find the top 3 smallest values in the table, and then return the corresponding product. And when you're doing this, I'd like you to ensure that you use cell references instead of hard-coded values wherever possible, and also ensure that you apply the correct absolute referencing. And in the final part of this exercise, I'd like you to practice using the rank function. So I'd like you to rank the scores of each student in descending order. And then finally, I'd like you to sort the table by rank so the highest scoring students are at the top. So give that a go. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was find the average, median and mode for the numbers in the table. So this is pretty straightforward. We're going to go into an average calculation. We need to select all of the numbers in the table, and that's going to give us the average. Next, we need to find the median. So again, this is a straightforward calculation. We're going to select all of the numbers again and hit enter. And that is our median value. Again, note that the median value is different to the average. Finally, I asked you to find the mode of the numbers in the table. And I added a little note here to ensure that when calculating the mode, make sure you return all values that occur more than once. So the reason why I specified that is because when we go into mode, we have 2 options here, mode.mult or mode single. So if we want to return all values that occur more than once, we need to use mode.mult. Let's select our values once again. Close the bracket, hit enter, and I can see that those values occur more than once in the table. Let's move on to the next worksheet. So the first thing I wanted you to do here was to find the top 3 largest values in the table and then return the corresponding product. Now when it comes to finding the largest, I could use the large function, or I could still use max here. So if you used either of those, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to go with large. Let's select it. I'm looking for the largest value, so this is our array, and I want to find the largest, so that is my second argument. Now I also mentioned in the notes that we need to use cell references wherever possible. So instead of typing in here 1 to return the largest, I'm going to use the cell reference that contains the number 1. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. Now, because I want to copy this formula down, I need to make sure that I'm locking the sales array in the table. So let's make sure that we F4 just there, hit enter, and then I can copy this down. Now, in order to find the product, I can do a simple index and match. So let's type in equals index. What do we want to return? Well, we want to return the product name this time. So that's our array. Again, we need to lock that because we want to drag this formula down. We now need to find the row number, so let's go straight into a match. We're going to use the sales value as the lookup value, comma. Where are we looking that up? Well, we're looking it up in the sales array, F4 to lock, and we want to do an exact match. Close off match, close off index, Control Enter, and now we can drag this down. Let's do exactly the same to find the top 3 smallest values in the table. So this is a very similar process. We're just using the small function instead. So we're looking for the smallest sales value in this array, F4 to lock. And we want to find the smallest. I'm going to use a cell reference,
close the bracket, Control Enter, and then we can copy down. Now, once again, to find the product, I could use an index and match. I could even use an XLOOKUP here if I wanted to. So let's just switch it up and go for that instead. So let's say XLOOKUP. Our lookup value is F11. We're looking it up in this array just here. We need to lock that, F4, and our return array is going to be the product, F4 to lock. Close the bracket, Control Enter, and now we can copy that down. Let's move on to the final part of this exercise, which was using the rank function. So I wanted you to use rank to rank the scores of each student in descending order. So let's do this part first of all. I'm going to click in column D and we're going to use our rank function. Now remember, we have a few to choose from here. We want to choose rank EQ. Now the numbers that we want to rank are in this array just here. And again, I want to copy this down. So we're going to do F4. What's our reference? What am I ranking them against? Well, I'm ranking them against each other. So my second part is going to be this cell reference again, F4 to lock. I can then specify if I want to rank them in descending or ascending order. And I asked you to rank them in descending order. So we want a 0 on the end here. Let's close the bracket, Control Enter, and take a look at that. I now have a rank assigned to all of those scores. Now in the final part of this exercise, I asked you to sort the table by rank so the highest scoring students are at the top. Now if you try to click in rank and then use your sort command, so sort in ascending, you'll find that you get this message just here. Now the way that we can overcome that is simply to throw away the underlying formula. So let's select Control C to copy, and then we can simply paste the values. Now we can go to the Data tab, we can sort A to Z, and we can see our top ranked student at the top.
In this lesson, we're going to talk about rounding values, and specifically 3 functions: round, round up, and round down. And these 3 functions are excellent functions to know, but are particularly important if you work in the financial sector, where being extremely accurate with money is the highest priority. So let's take a quick look at how rounding works. Now in this first table, I just have some order IDs. I have a price, and then I have the price plus tax. And you can see over here, we have a sales tax rate of 2.5%. Now the price plus tax, I've already added in the calculation for this. And this is a very straightforward calculation that most of us probably know how to do by this stage. We're doing B4, which is the price, multiplied by the sales tax, 2.50, and then we're adding on the price again. Because if we don't add on that price, if I was just to remove this, it's just going to give us the amount to increase by. So we do need to make sure that we are, in addition, adding on the price again to the sales tax amount to get the total. So for this first order, order 1000, the price is $4.88, the price plus tax is $5. Now, what about if this customer just here decided that they wanted to order 1,000 items? What is the price going to be? Well, this is a fairly straightforward calculation that most of us can do in our mind, because it's simply going to be the price multiplied by 1,000. 5 multiplied by 1,000 is 5,000. So effectively, when we do this calculation, we should get a result of 5,000. Let's see what happens. I'm going to type in equals. Let's do C4 multiplied by the volume and hit enter. Take a look at that. I don't get 5,000. I get 5,002. Now, why am I getting 5,002 and not 5,000? Well, this is because of this number just here. Notice that I'm displaying 2 decimal places. Now, the mistake that a lot of people make when they're looking at numbers is that they think that this is the actual real value of the number. But because we've minimized this down to 2 decimal places, if I was to increase these decimals, and reveal a few more of those numbers underneath, you're going to start to see why we're getting a result of 5002. As I increase the decimals, and I've just increased them by 1, the actual number is 5002, which is why when we multiply it by 1,000, we're getting a result of 5002. Because increasing and decreasing these decimal places doesn't actually change the underlying value, you're just changing the way that the number is displayed. Now, how can we get this to be accurate? Because we do want this to say 5,000. Well, this is where we can use rounding. So we're going to use the round function to make sure that we're rounding to an even number of pennies. So let's click on this cell. We're going to jump up to the formula bar and we're going to use the round function. Now, notice in the drop-down list there, we have a few different options. We're going to choose the first one. The first argument here is the number. Now, the number is going to be generated by the formula that we already have in this cell. So if we just click at the end and press comma, the only other argument we have here is the number of digits. So how many decimal places are we rounding to? So I want to round to the penny, so I'm going to round to 2 digits. If I wanted to round to the dollar, I would have a 0 in here. So let's go for 2. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And would you take a look at that? Now our answer has changed to 5,000. And if I start to copy this formula down, some of these will change, some of them may not. And I can then double click to copy this formula down. Now, it might be that you want to override the standard rounding rules and round up or round down to a specific number of decimal places. Well, as you might have guessed, we have 2 functions that can help us with that, and they are called round up and round down. So let's edit our formula, and this time we're going to use round up. I'm going to keep it rounding up to 2 decimal places, and if we hit enter, notice that now it's rounded it up to the next penny. If I wanted to round it up to the next dollar, I would put a 0 in here, and it's going to round it up to 6. Now, I don't want that. I want to round it to the penny, so let's put that back to 2. And once again, I can double click to copy that formula down, and you may have noticed that some of these numbers also changed. And of course, we can do the opposite of this. We can use the round down formula instead. I'm going to keep it on 2 decimal places. Let's hit enter. It's rounded down to 5. If I double click, again, some of these are changing and rounding down to the nearest penny. So just be aware of that when you're working with rounding. Make sure you understand the different options that you have and whether you're rounding to the nearest penny, the nearest dollar, so on and so forth. Now, before we leave this lesson, there's just one final thing that I want to show you. Now, in column A, we have some salaries, and all of the people who have these salaries have got a bonus of 2.15%. And we have their new salary, including that bonus, in column B. But do you notice one difference between column B and column A? In column B, all of these salaries are nice and neat. They're rounded nicely to the dollar, whereas the original salaries aren't. Now, the way that you can do that, and I've already written this formula out in this column, is I'm using round up. We're doing our calculation, so we're doing A29, which is the salary. We're multiplying it by the percentage of bonus, and then we're adding the salary again. But take a look at this last argument. We're doing a -2 for the number of digits. And this method will basically round to the nearest $100. If I was to replace this with a -1, it's going to round to the nearest $10. So let's change that and copy it down, and you'll see that all of these will change. So again, just be aware that you can use minus figures as well as this last argument for the number of digits. In this lesson, we're going to explore some specialized rounding functions. And these are all in the rounding wheelhouse, but they do slightly different things. So the functions that we're going to be looking at in this lesson are mround, ceiling, and floor. So let's take a look at the data that we're going to be using. So in column A, we have some order IDs. In column B, we have price. And then in column C, we have the price plus tax. So pretty much the same as the last example we were looking at. And there is the sales tax that we're using to perform this calculation. And we already have rounding applied to this to 2 decimal places. Now, what if I want to do something slightly different? Maybe I want all prices to be multiples of 5 cents, or 10 cents, or 20 cents, or maybe 50 cents. Well, if we want to do that, then we can use the mRound function, which is going to allow us to round to a variety of different multiples. So instead of round, let's choose mRound. And I can simply add an M onto the front here. Now, mRound has 2 arguments, number and multiple. And once again, the number is going to be generated by the formula that we currently have. Now, I want to get rid of the multiple on the end there because we want to specify what multiple we want to round by. So maybe I want to round to the nearest 50 cents. So I'm going to put in here 0.50. And let's double click to copy this down. And this now looks a lot neater because we've rounded to the nearest 50 cents. If I wanted to round to the nearest 20 cents, I could change that to 0.2 and hit enter. And then when we copy this down, you're going to see those figures change. 0.1 for the nearest 10 cents. Once again, we can double click to copy down and note our changed values. So mRound is a really flexible function which will just allow you to round to different multiples. Now, what are ceiling and floor? Well, these work along the same lines, but ceiling means we're rounding up, whereas floor means we're rounding down. So ceiling works like mRound, where we can specify our own multiple, but it's going to round up, and floor lets us specify our own multiple, but it's going to round down. So if I was to change mRound to ceiling, notice that the ceiling function is one of those legacy functions. So it's since been replaced with the ceiling.math function. So let's select that. We have 3 arguments: number, significance, and mode. Now the number, once again, is going to be generated by the formula that we already have. Let's delete out our previous multiple. The significance argument is basically the multiple. It's just been named something slightly different in this function. So if I want to round up to the next 50 cents, I would do exactly the same thing. Put 0.50 in here. And then there is a third argument, which is also optional, and that is mode. A mode is really there to deal with negative values that you have in your data. And you can specify if you want to round towards or away from 0. Now, we don't have any negative values, so we don't need that argument. Let's press enter, and you can see what happens. It's now rounding it up to the nearest 50 cents. And I'm sure you can guess what floor does. Pretty much the same thing, but the opposite way around. Let's replace ceiling.math with floor. Again, we have the same situation here. Floor is an old function that has since been replaced with floor.math. The same arguments here. So this time, let's round down to the nearest 10 cents. Press enter, and let's double click to copy that down, and there we go. So 3 additional rounding functions there, which are really handy to know, particularly if you work in the financial industry. The aggregate function is a great little function to know. What it does is it enables us to calculate aggregates like sum, average, count, min, max, whilst ignoring things like errors, hidden rows, subtotals. And one of its main uses that I find is to perform some calculations and ignore any errors that we have in cells. Now, aggregate, if you're looking for it in the functions library, if we click on the formulas tab, you'll actually find it under the math and trig group. And it's this one just here. And if we take a look at the screen tip, it says it returns an aggregate in a list or database. So let's take a look at a quick example of how this works. On the spreadsheet, I just have a very simple list. We have just some items, and then we have the price for those items. Now notice that I have a couple of cells in this price column that contain errors. I've got some div errors in there. Now it might be that instead of taking up time trying to work out why I'm getting these div errors, I just want to perform a calculation on the rest of the prices. Well, Aggregate is going to allow me to do that because it's going to let me ignore any error values that I have in cells. So let's type in equals Aggregate. Now the first argument is producing a drop-down list. So we need to select here what kind of calculation we want to do. Do we want to do an average or a count or a min or a max? Well, I want to do a sum. So I can simply type in number 9, or I can select it from the list by pressing the tab key, comma, to move on to the next argument. Now this is where I can specify what criteria I want to ignore. And it's definitely worth taking a look through some of these. Number 3 in particular is pretty hardcore because it will ignore hidden rows, error values, nested subtotals, and also other aggregate functions. Now in this first example, we're going to start off with a very basic number 6. We want it to ignore those div errors that we have in the cells. So once again, I could just type in number 6, or I can select it from the menu and press the tab key. Now notice underneath where we can see our arguments, we have 2 different ways that we can put together an aggregate. Now the one that we're currently doing is this bottom one. We've provided the function number, the options, and now we need to provide the reference. So this is basically just the column that we want to aggregate. So I'm going to select B4 to B14. Let's close off the function and hit enter, and it's adding up all of those numbers and ignoring these 2. Now let's take a look at another example. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to apply some filters to these headings, and I'm going to hide some rows. So let's say that I'm only interested in blouses, dresses, hats, and let's go for trousers and sportswear. Click on OK. So now my data contains both hidden rows, and also we still have this error value in here. So I want to use the aggregate function so I can do a count, but I want it to ignore the hidden rows and I want it to ignore the errors as well. So let's type in aggregate. This time we're going to do a count, so that is number 2, comma. Now we want to ignore hidden rows and error values. And that is the option that we have all the way at the bottom, option number 7, comma. The last thing we need to provide is the cell range, which is B5 to B14. Let's close the bracket and hit enter. And I just need to change the formatting on this cell and take those decimal places down. It's telling me that we have 4 items. And notice that we do once we're ignoring this item just here. So we have blouse, hat, dress, and sportswear. So aggregate is a super useful function if you want to perform some kind of aggregation, but you want to ignore certain values. It's time now to complete exercise 5, where we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to practice rounding. So I'd like you to calculate the total including tax in column D for each of the invoices. And you can see we have the sales tax amount listed in cell G3. And I'd like you to ensure that when you do this calculation, you round up to 2 decimal places. In the next part of this exercise, I'd like you to practice more specialized rounding. So I'd like you to calculate the bonus for each employee in column C. I'd then like you to calculate the new salary for each employee in column D. And then I'd like you to use specialized rounding to round the new salary to the nearest $100. So think about which function allows you to do that. And then in the final part of this exercise, I'd like you to practice using the aggregate function. So I'd like you to use the aggregate function to complete the total and the average of all prices, including tax. And when you perform this calculation, I'd like you to ignore errors and hidden rows.
See how you get along with that, and if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first part of this exercise is fairly straightforward. The first thing we need to do here is calculate the total including tax in column D. So we're going to do a sum here, and we're going to say C4 multiplied by G3, and we need to lock that cell reference because we want to copy this down, and then we want to plus the amount. Now currently I haven't applied any rounding to this at all, and that was the second part of this exercise. I wanted you to ensure that you rounded up these totals to 2 decimal places. So we need to make a modification to this formula, and we need to specify that we want to round up. The number is going to be generated by our sum calculation, so we can jump straight to the end and just specify how many digits we want to round up to. So in this case, that is 2 digits, close the bracket, Control, Enter, and then we can double click to copy down. Nice and straightforward. Let's move on to the second part of this exercise where I asked you to use specialized rounding to calculate the new salary. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to calculate the bonus for each employee in column C. So we just want the bonus amount, so we can just do B3 multiplied by G2. Remember, F4 to lock, Control, Enter. Let's double click to copy this down. Now we need to work out what the new salary is. So that's going to be a straightforward sum calculation of adding salary and bonus together. So let's do that first of all. We're going to say equals sum, and we just want to do B3 plus C3, Control, Enter. And if I copy this down, take a look at these numbers. They're kind of a bit all over the place. We want these to be nice multiples of 100. So what we can do here is use the mRound function. So let's go up to the formula bar and edit this first one. We're going to use mRound. The number will be generated by the sum calculation, and then we just need to specify the multiple. Now I want to round to the nearest $100. So I'm just going to type in 100. Close the bracket, Control, Enter. And now when I double click to copy this down, you can see we get nice rounded numbers to the nearest $100. The final part of this exercise was to use the aggregate function to complete the total and average for all of the prices inclusive of tax. And I wanted you to ignore errors and hidden rows. So if you take a look at my data, I have some calculations going on here, but I also have some errors in my data as well. So I still want to perform a total and an average, but I want to ignore those errors and also any hidden rows. And I can see that I've got a hidden row here. Row 16 is currently hidden. So let's do the total first of all. We're going to go into aggregate. We now need to choose our function. Now I want to use sum. So I could just type in 9 or use my arrow keys and select it. Now I can choose what I want to ignore. So I want to ignore hidden rows and error values. So the one that closest fits that is the bottom one just here, comma. We now need to select the array that we want to find the total of. So that is this array just here. And that is pretty much all we need. Close the bracket, hit enter, and we get our total. We need to do exactly the same, but this time we're going to do an average. So let's select aggregate. We're doing an average. Let's type in number 1, and we want to do the same thing. So number 7 to ignore hidden rows and error values. Let's select our array, close the bracket, and hit enter. And now I can apply my number formatting. So I'm going to take the decimal places for this one down to 2. And let's add a comma separator. I think that looks a lot better.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Says It.